Lin Shi was reborn, returning to 3 months before the arrival of the extreme cold. In his previous life, he witnessed the cataclysmic eruption of solar flares that annihilated human civilization. An electromagnetic pulse paralyzed the globe, while geomagnetic storms unleashed a frigid hell with temperatures plunging below zero, leading to the extinction of 90 of species as surviving creatures mutated into bloodthirsty monsters. And he faced the betrayal of his best friend. This time, he vowed to rewrite his destiny. Awakening the ancestral, wealth-accumulating pot, Lin Shi unlocked a formidable advantage. The space expanded infinitely, and resources replicated without limit. Starting with a mysterious ancient coin, he feverishly stockpiled billions of resources: food, weapons, energy, medical equipment, and even forged an indestructible doomsday fortress. However, the apocalypse was not only a trial of natural disasters, but also a crucible for humanity. As the blizzard engulfed civilization and survivors devolved into beasts, Lin Shi, armed with a sharp blade, embarked on a decisive path of survival alongside his partner, Demon King. Chapter 1. Returning to the pre-apocalypse. Bang! 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 On the icebound lake surface, Lin Shi struck the ice vigorously with an ice pick. 1 meter beneath the ice, a frozen crucian carp was faintly visible. Lin Shi's saliva involuntarily secreted as he resolutely decided that this fish would be his and Zhao Zhao's dinner for the day. Zhao Xiao was his companion for 14 years, supporting each other through the apocalypse for 8 years, and could be considered the person he trusted most in his life. It was his turn to search for food, while Zhao Xiao kept watch for any surrounding dangers. Suddenly, amidst the howling cold wind, a barely perceptible sound emerged. Puff! Lin Shi's pupils dilated in shock. It was the sound of a silenced gunshot. A piercing pain shot through his back. Lin Shi collapsed to the ground, the ice pick flying 3 meters away. What was happening? How could someone approach without Zhao Xiao alerting him? He struggled to turn his head, only to see Zhao Xiao standing beside his former nemesis, Shen Jinbin, speaking to him with a fawning expression. He faintly heard words carried by the wind: space, unworthy, shelter, and other phrases. In that instant, Lin Shi's mind raced faster than ever before. Zhao Xiao had actually betrayed him. Blood flowed from Lin Shi's body, and he grew increasingly cold. However, more unbearable than the pain and chill of his body was the heartbreak of being betrayed by the one he trusted the most. 2 figures approached Lin Shi. Shen Jinbin looked down upon him with undisguised disdain in his gaze. Lin Shi, you have fallen to my hands. Lin Shi bit down hard on his teeth, blood seeping out as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Xiao. He had lost all sensation below his waist, and this was all brought upon him by his good brother and partner. Zhao Xiao hesitated to meet Lin Shi's blood-red eyes, his gaze flickering. Lin Shi, don't blame me. I played a part in unlocking the space, yet you always treat it as your own possession and refused to share it, so we could go to the shelter together. If we both seek refuge with Shen Xiao, your space will serve him, and you won't have to toil alone in search of supplies. I'm doing this for your own good. The apocalypse is becoming increasingly perilous. Lin Shi possessed an ancestral broken bowl, a relic left to him by his father, which he carried with him even in the face of the apocalypse. Once, while searching for supplies with Zhao Xiao, they inadvertently unearthed an ancient coin. Initially believing it to be worthless, Lin Shi was astonished when picking up the coin activated the bowl, granting him a personal space. The saying goes, worry not about scarcity, but about inequality, and from that day, Zhao Xiao's attitude underwent a subtle transformation. Meanwhile, Lin Shi remained engrossed in the arduous contemplation of how to ensure both of them could eat their fill. He was oblivious to the changes in Zhao Xiao. 8 years. A full 8 years. Lin Shi suddenly found it laughable. You actually, ha ha ha, you betrayed me for this. Ha 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 ha. With blood on his lips, Lin Shi laughed maniacally. Zhao Xiao knew full well that Shen Jinbin was one of the people he despised most in his lifetime. They had supported each other for 8 years without faltering, yet their hearts diverged due to a space that had awakened for less than half a year. So this is what it means. A common man is innocent, yet possessing a jewel is a crime. After his laughter subsided, Lin Shi heavily closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them, affirmatively addressing Shen Jinbin. I can work for you, but Zhao Xiao is of no use now, is he? Zhao Xiao's mouth fell open slightly as he seemed to realize something, terror flashing in his eyes as he turned to Shen Jinbin. Shen Xiao, you wouldn't. Lin Shi remarked. He will tell you. and he will tell others as well. My space has no connection with him. The more people who know, the greater the risk of exposure. At this moment, Lin Shi's eyes were bloodshot, their depths hauntingly profound. Despite the dire circumstances, a smile lingered on his face, sending chills down one's spine at the sight. Zhao Xiao gazed at Lin Shi, a flicker of fear and resentment flashing in his eyes. He forced out a smile more grotesque than a cry, and said to Shen Jinbin, "Young Master Shen, the information about the space was provided by me, was it not? I can keep an eye on Lin Shi to prevent him from posing any threat to you." "Indeed, you have contributed." Shen Jinbin nodded in affirmation. Zhao Xiao's smile turned genuine. "Your contributions will forever be etched in my heart." Zhao Xiao's pupils constricted sharply, his body trembling slightly. He still wished to say something more. But Shen Jinbin had already pressed a gun against Zhao Xiao's head, having never intended to let him live. Puff! Red and white splattered from the back of Zhao Xiao's head. Swish! In an instant, as Shen Jinbin turned the gun and shot Zhao Xiao in the head. Lin Shi exerted all his strength, propping himself up with one arm while clutching a sharp ice shard in the other, hurling it fiercely at Shen Jinbin. Perhaps blessed by fate, Lin Shi's throw struck directly at Shen Jinbin's head. Shen Jinbin's body collapsed onto the ice, his gun slipping from his grasp and landing a meter away from Lin Shi. Lin Shi desperately crawled toward the handgun, closer still. That blow had not been fatal enough. He needed to kill Shen Jinbin, to end him. A tempest of hatred flickered in Lin Shi's eyes. He had reached the handgun, a fleeting glimmer of joy crossing his gaze. Puff! Pain surged through the back of Lin Shi's head, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. Beep, 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 beep. Lin Shi abruptly sat up, gasping for breath. Had he not just died? Was there truly a fourth person present? Who could that be? At that moment, Lin Shi realized his injuries had mysteriously vanished. The warmth surrounding him, the soft bedding, were entirely incongruous with the extreme cold of the apocalyptic world. The jarring beep continued, and in a daze, Lin Shi caught sight of the phone on the bedside. A phone, the very one that had been rendered useless at the onset of the apocalypse. Lin Shi took a considerable amount of time to calm himself. He confirmed that he had been reborn. He returned to a time before the onset of the extreme cold apocalypse. He found himself back before the commencement of the extreme cold apocalypse. The current date was March 1st, 2024, at 7:30 in the morning. At this moment, he was merely 19 years old, a first-year student at a local university. He did not stay in a dormitory, but rather resided at home. Lin Shi stood on the balcony of his bedroom, feeling the cool morning breeze. The morning sun of March brought with it a touch of warmth. Looking down from the 28th floor balcony, he could see the bustling traffic on the road outside the community, which would soon become congested. Yet, this peaceful and prosperous scene would soon be replaced by an overwhelming blanket of snow, never to be seen again. The reason lay in the sun that hung high in the sky. Lin Shi raised his hand to shield his eyes, glancing at the sun upon which humanity depended for survival. Perhaps humanity had never contemplated what would happen if, one day, the sun encountered a problem. Lin Shi, however, understood that it would spell disaster, marking the end of humanity. Chapter 2. The Search for Ancient Coins. 3 months later, on June 1st, an unprecedented SS-grade solar flare erupted, a timeline predicted by scientists after the apocalypse had begun. The solar flare struck with such suddenness that it went unpredicted. It was not until the coronal particles were nearing Blue Star that scientists from the Bear Country detected anomalies. By then, it was already June 3rd. Humanity was granted merely a day to react, and even the governments of various nations had not reached a consensus. At 10 a.m. on June 4th, a violent electromagnetic pulse obliterated all satellites surrounding Blue Star. None were spared. All electronic devices ceased to function. Immediately following was a global geomagnetic storm. The electricity that had taken humanity centuries to harness was obliterated in an instant, plunging civilization back into a primitive darkness. Yet this was not the most terrifying aspect. After the solar eruption, the sun appeared to enter a period of weakness, visibly dimming the colossal fireball upon which humanity relied. Within 3 days, the globe succumbed to an average temperature of -50 degrees Celsius, encasing Blue Star in ice, ushering in the extreme cold apocalypse. Over 90 of species faced extinction. Animals, plants, food, and even shorter buildings were all entombed beneath layers of snow and ice. Humanity confronted an unprecedented racial catastrophe. From that moment on, those who wished to survive would find themselves in dire straits. Lin Shi returned to his room, pondering briefly before opening the safe, retrieving an unremarkable bowl from within. This bowl, with its uneven surface and unremarkable gray hue, bears a chip along its edge. One could take it outside and squat by the roadside to beg. Initially, Lin Shi found it peculiar that his father had specifically drafted a will for such a broken bowl. However, ever since he unlocked this bowl and discovered a space within, Lin Shi came to realize its uniqueness. It is a treasure basin. It requires specific items to be activated or, more precisely, to be repaired. In his previous life, he only managed to repair the treasure basin in the 8th year of the extreme cold apocalypse, by sheer coincidence, thereby obtaining the space. Unfortunately, at that time, the supplies he found were barely sufficient to stave off hunger, let alone store anything. After the apocalypse struck, what became the most crucial? It was resources. Resources that could be carried at all times without fear of being robbed. The very first thing he must do now is to activate this treasure basin. The item needed to unlock the treasure basin was something Lin Shi had discovered at the antique market in the southern part of the city in his previous life. Time was of the essence. That particular item was paramount to his greatest reliance after being reborn, prompting Lin Shi to decide to set off immediately. He retrieved a backpack, placed the treasure basin inside, and set out with it slung over his shoulder. Upon descending the stairs, Lin Shi noticed a breakfast shop, and it suddenly struck him that he had yet to eat breakfast. Having grown accustomed to hunger during the apocalypse, he often went 2 or 3 days without food, surviving only on some snow to stave off starvation. Lin Shi entered the breakfast shop and devoured a hearty meal with great eagerness. After finishing, he drove to the southern antique market, guided by his memories and navigation assistants. Early in the morning, the antique market was bustling with over 100 stalls lining the street, teeming with people. In his previous life, it was here that he and Zhao Xiao unearthed the key item needed to restore the treasure basin, a peculiar ancient coin adorned with special patterns. In his former life, that ancient coin was excavated from beneath a thick layer of snow. Lin Shi could only ascertain that it was within this antique market, but the exact location was no longer discernible, leaving him to search stall by stall. The most abundant items at the antique market were ancient coins. Nearly every stall had them, often stacked in piles of hundreds. After searching for 2 hours, Lin Shi had yet to find that uniquely patterned ancient coin, and his expression grew somber. He had just learned that this antique market only opened its stalls on Saturday mornings. Furthermore, the vendors who set up shop each time were not consistent, which was undeniably bad news. If the vendor possessing that special ancient coin had only set up shop here on the day the apocalypse began, would he really have to wait 3 months to return? The advantages of my rebirth would significantly diminish. In another hour or 2, the stalls on this street will close. If I don't find anything now, I will have to wait until next weekend to try my luck again. Letting out a breath, Lin Shi calmed himself and continued to search for the next stall. Lin Shi, a familiar voice called from behind. Lin Shi raised his gaze, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his clear eyes. This voice was one he would never forget, even in his dreams. Zhao Xiao, a classmate and friend from middle school to high school, who had betrayed him after 8 years of hardship in the apocalypse. Suppressing the murderous intent in his eyes, Lin Shi turned around in surprise and said, "Zhao Xiao, what are you doing here?" Zhao Xiao, dressed in a city management uniform, approached and patted Lin Shi on the shoulder. "I was just about to ask you the same thing. What? The top student is interested in antiques now," Zhao Xiao said teasingly, observing Lin Shi's handsome face and expensive attire, a hint of barely perceptible jealousy flashing in his eyes. Having lived an extra life compared to Zhao Xiao, Lin Shi noted this flicker of jealousy, a cold light gleaming in his gaze. So, it turned out that Zhao Xiao had already harbored discontent towards him at this time in their previous life. It was no surprise that Zhao Xiao appeared here as a temporary worker for the Urban Management Bureau. Casually brushing off the hand Zhao Xiao had placed on his shoulder, Lin Shi replied nonchalantly, "I had some free time this weekend and heard that there are many antiques here, so I came to take a look." Zhao Xiao secretly chuckled. He had been working nearby for nearly a year and knew that this street was filled with deceptive items. Many people come hoping to find a bargain, yet in a year, hardly anyone ever does. Last time, a naive young man had been scammed out of over 100,000 and made a scene. However, he would not share this with Lin Shi. He secretly hoped Lin Shi would fall for the trick. After all, Lin Shi was not short on money. The facade of their relationship had to be maintained. Otherwise, how could he exploit Lin Shi, the gullible one? Zhao Xiao smiled and said, "There are quite a few fakes here, but some genuine items too. 6 months ago, an old man found a genuine Han Dynasty artifact here for 200 and sold it for 500,000. Any normal 19-year-old hearing this would feel their heart race. Even those who initially came just to browse would consider buying a couple of items to try their luck." Lin Shi appeared unfazed, but inwardly he scoffed. How had he never noticed how cunning Zhao Xiao was before? Nodding at Zhao Xiao, he said, "Then I must take a good look." At that moment, a commotion arose not far away, and many people gathered around. Driven by curiosity, Lin Shi also made his way over. Observing the crowd's congestion, Zhao Xiao shouted, "Make way! Make way! The urban management is at work." Indeed, the crowd parted to create a path. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shi advanced to the front. A young man in his mid-20s, visibly agitated, brandished an ancient coin and exclaimed, "Old man, I had this appraised yesterday. It's merely a modern craft. It's fake. How could you sell it for 100,000 each? Refund me. You must refund me today." The vendor, a man in his 70s clad in coarse fabric, had his weathered face contorted with wrinkles at that moment. "This is truly a family heirloom. What a worthless heirloom. Will you refund me or not? If you don't, I'll call the police." The onlookers appeared to be enjoying the spectacle. Even Zhao Xiao leaned closer to Lin Shi and remarked, "Such incidents occur here every few months. In the past, this lad would have certainly received a beating. In the antique world, there is a rule. Once an item is purchased, even if it is a counterfeit, returns are not permitted. If one is misled, it is a lesson learned through expenditure." However, it was evident that the young man either did not understand the rules or feigned ignorance, insisting on a return. Lin Shi's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the ancient coin in the young man's grasp. It was the very coin that could unlock the treasure trove. The old man trembled as he spoke, a pained expression on his face. "This truly is a family heirloom, passed down from my grandfather's grandfather. Young man, I am not deceiving you." Many in the crowd cast disapproving glances at the young man. Did he not understand the rules? Simultaneously, some believed the old man was quite convincing in his act. After all, if it had been authenticated, how could a genuine item be declared counterfeit? Taking a deep breath, Lin Shi approached the young man and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "May I see the ancient coin in your hand?" Chapter 3. 2 Ancient Coins. Qin Tai, upon seeing that the newcomer was a student younger than himself, waved his hand dismissively and said, "Go away, go away, go play." Lin Shi, however, remained unfazed and replied, "I have a penchant for collecting various coins, and I am quite interested in the coin you possess. Would you consider selling it to me?" At this utterance, whispers erupted among the onlookers. Was this young man truly foolish enough to desire something obviously counterfeit? After all, he was merely a student. Did he possess such wealth? Zhao Xiao was momentarily taken aback, unsure why Lin Shi would wish to acquire something he knew to be fake. He was aware that Lin Shi was affluent. 10,000 yuan was what he would have earned by laboring for 3 years without sustenance. With that amount, he could procure something far better than this worthless copper coin. A flicker of jealousy crossed Zhao Zhao's eyes as he wondered why, despite being of the same age, Lin Shi's fortune seemed to surpass his own. Upon hearing Lin Shi's willingness to purchase, Qin Tai's eyes sparkled with interest, and he immediately handed the ancient coin to Lin Shi. The coin, resembling gold, yet not entirely so, bore an engraving of a gold ingot on one side and a series of peculiar characters on the other. Many in the crowd leaned in for a closer look, only to shake their heads and step back. Most of the people gathered were seasoned treasure hunters accustomed to the antique market, possessing a discerning eye. This coin appeared brand new, its design unlike any known currency from previous dynasties, resembling more the tokens used in children's arcade games. They regarded Lin Shi with the gaze reserved for a naive fool with too much money. An elderly gentleman kindly cautioned, "Young man, be sure to examine your purchases carefully." Lin Shi, feeling the warmth emanating from the treasure basin within his backpack, confirmed that this was indeed the item he sought, regardless of its monetary value. The ability to unlock a storage space rendered this ancient coin invaluable to him. Lin Shi casually inquired, "How much are you willing to part with it for?" Qin Tai, sizing up Lin Shi's attire, replied, 15,000, and it's yours. Just moments ago, he had been clamoring to return it, yet now, with Lin Shi's interest piqued, He raised the price, eliciting derisive looks from the crowd. 5,000, Lin Shi countered. Qin Tai snatched the coin back and exclaimed, I acquired it for 10,000. Are you out of your mind? Lin Shi smiled and began to turn away. He mentally counted to 3, certain that the man would call him back. Indeed, before he had taken 2 steps, someone intercepted him. Not Qin Tai, but the elderly vendor. Young man, if you desire such a coin, I have another for sale at 8,000. Lin Shi turned around, intrigued. You have another? The old man, trembling, retrieved a cloth pouch from his bosom and produced another ancient coin, offering it to Lin Shi with hopeful eyes. He was in desperate need of funds. His son was suffering from leukemia, and he had no choice but to sell this family heirloom. His ancestors had insisted that these 2 coins must never be lost. Yet now he faced a dire situation. Selling these coins would secure his son's medical expenses. Lin Shi accepted the coin, lowering his gaze to conceal his astonishment and delight. Indeed, it was identical to the first. The treasure basin reacted as well. To his surprise, there were not just 1, but 2 of these ancient coins. Dear sir, do you possess any more of these coins? Lin Shi inquired. Only these 2, passed down through generations. If it weren't for my urgent need for money, I would never consider selling, the old man sighed. This response was anticipated. Such unique coins were undoubtedly rare. The coin in his possession must be the one he had found in his previous life, while the one held by Qin Tai was likely the one that had eluded him before. Very well, I shall take this one, Lin Shi said, nodding to the old man as he prepared to transfer the funds via his phone. Seeing Lin Shi's prompt payment, Qin Tai scrutinized the coin in his hand, pondering whether it held some hidden significance. The old man, pleased with the transaction, began to tidy up his stall and prepare to leave. Observing Qin Tai's expression, Lin Shi realized he had sparked his curiosity. He was determined to acquire that second ancient coin. Yet from their earlier exchange, he had discerned that Qin Tai was a greedy individual. Should he detect any hint of the coin's true value, he would surely inflate the price or refuse to sell altogether. Thus, after completing the transaction with the old man, Lin Shi turned to leave, feigning disinterest in the coin held by Qin Tai. This caused Qin Tai, who had been waiting for Lin Shi to reveal a clue, to feel a pang of anxiety. Ultimately, he chose to trust his cousin and hurriedly called out to Lin Shi, Hey, why not take this one as well? Lin Shi replied, curtly, Now that I have one, this additional coin holds little value for me. Qin Tai glanced at the departing old man, deciding not to pursue him any further. He understood that the chance of a refund was slim, given the antiques market's established rules, and he had initially hoped to take advantage of Lin Shi's naivety. I can sell it to you for 10,000. I acquired it for the same price. I'm not profiting from you. Is that acceptable? Lin Shi cast him a disinterested glance and replied, 5,000. After a round of haggling, Lin Shi ultimately purchased the second coin from Qin Tai for 8,000. As Lin Shi held the 2 ancient coins in his palm, a subtle smile graced his lips. Had he not come today, he would have missed out on this coin. He was eager to discover the changes that this additional coin would bring to the treasure basin. Dismissing the envious Zhao Xiao, Lin Shi hurried home. Zhao Xiao would eventually need to be dealt with, but that time was not now. Upon returning home, Lin Shi securely locked the door and entered the windowless storage room, closing its door behind him. The activation of the treasure basin was quite loud and needed to remain undetected. He retrieved the gently warm treasure basin and placed one of the ancient coins within. The basin levitated and suddenly emitted a brilliant light. The grime and patina fell away in layers, revealing its true form. Subsequently, it transformed into a beam of golden light that surged into Lin Shi's forehead. A flash of light enveloped Lin Shi's vision, unveiling a game-like interface. Treasure basin, function, storage space 333, funds required for upgrade, 1,000, space measured in meters. The space was indeed created. In his previous life, when he had activated the treasure basin, a similar digital interface had appeared. At that time, Lin Shi had not fully comprehended its significance, and he saw no reason to waste time analyzing it now. Existence itself holds meaning. With the space now available, Lin Shi clenched his fists, unable to conceal his joy. The space was equivalent to a small room. Aside from living beings, anything that could fit could be stored and retrieved through thought. Time stood still within this space, preserving the items in their original state upon entry. Most importantly, this space could be upgraded using gold, silver, and jewels. In his previous life, Lin Shi had attempted to use gold and silver for upgrades. Unfortunately, by the 8th year of the apocalypse, those materials had been buried beneath thick layers of snow, and he had not completed even a single level of upgrade. He wondered if the addition of this second ancient coin would provoke any further transformations within the treasure basin. Lin Shi lifted the second ancient coin and pressed it to his forehead. Almost immediately, he felt warmth at his brow, and the coin vanished from his hand. The interface of the treasure basin momentarily distorted, becoming obscured. After a brief moment, it regained clarity, revealing significant changes. Chapter 4. Item Duplication. A new feature for item duplication has appeared. Lin Shi's eyes brightened. Could it be the duplication he had envisioned? Without hesitation, he prepared to conduct an experiment. With only 3 uses available, he knew he must not squander them. After a moment of contemplation, he returned to his bedroom, opened the safe, and retrieved the most valuable possession in his home, 500G gold bars left by his father. Grasping them in his hands, Lin Shi whispered, "Item duplication." In an instant, a flash of golden light enveloped the space, and within seconds, 5 gold bars materialized out of thin air, cascading to the ground with a crisp sound. Lin Shi immediately crouched down to gather the gold bars, carefully placing them on the table to compare with the ones in his possession. The size and weight of the duplicated bars were identical to those he held, including a tiny blemish on one of them, perfectly replicated. Glancing at the interface of the Jubopen, he noted that the item duplication section had transformed into item duplication 2. Currently, the international gold price stood at 430 yuan per gram, with pawn shops offering a lower rate of 10 yuan below market value. The gold bars he possessed were all inherited from his father, and the 5 bars could now fetch 1.05 million yuan. Thanks to the item duplication, the Reborn had instantly increased his assets by 1.05 million yuan. The Reborn is indeed a true treasure basin, Lin Shi murmured. This extraordinary ability to amass wealth was undoubtedly akin to the legendary Reborn. There was once a tale in Xiagua regarding a Reborn, with many variations of the story. The most renowned version featured a man named Xinhuan San, who, by a stroke of fortune, acquired a Reborn that would fill to the brim with whatever he placed inside. Consequently, Xinhuan San became a prominent tycoon during the Ming Dynasty, his wealth rivaling that of nations. If the item duplication feature of his Reborn were limitless, it would only be a matter of time before he became as wealthy as a nation. Could this not be its complete form? Lin Shi stared intently at the 10 gold bars before him, striving to calm his fervent heart. Although he understood that activating duplication again could potentially double his 10 gold bars to 20, the interface indicated only 2 remaining uses. He was uncertain whether the total number of 3 uses was fixed or could be replenished. If it were limited to 3 activations, he would need to reserve the remaining 2 for more critical moments. Moreover, the legendary Xinhuan San had attracted the envy of emperors due to his immense wealth, ultimately leading to his demise. A commoner is innocent, yet possessing treasures is a crime. If he were to suddenly acquire such vast riches, it was highly probable that the state would take notice. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Shi resolved to utilize the 5 duplicated gold bars to upgrade the Reborn. He picked up one of the bars and silently intoned, "Upgrade space." Suddenly, a few red characters flashed on the Reborn interface. Duplicated items cannot be used for upgrades. Could it truly not be used for upgrades? Lin Shi examined the gold bar in his hand, which appeared indistinguishable from a regular gold bar. Confirming that there were no loopholes, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, this was to be expected. He then picked up one of the original gold bars from the safe and murmured, "Upgrade space." The numbers on the interface began to fluctuate, altering to Reborn function, storage space 333, required wealth point for upgrade, 500, function, item duplication 2, required wealth point for upgrade, 10,000. A single 500G gold bar could be exchanged for 500 wealth points. 1 gram of gold equated to 1 wealth point. This was knowledge Lin Shi had acquired in his previous life. In contrast, for silver, 100G could only be exchanged for 1 wealth point. Lin Shi consumed another gold bar, and the interface shimmered as the space upgraded. Reborn function, storage space 666, required wealth points for upgrade, 2,000, function, item duplication 2, required wealth point for upgrade, 10,000. The space had expanded. Although the numbers had only doubled, The actual volume was now 8 times larger. The required wealth points for the upgrade had also doubled. The value of 2 gold bars, totaling 420,000 yuan, had vanished in an instant. Had it been 3 years ago, he would have lacked the qualifications to upgrade the Jirbao. 3 years prior, Lin Shi's father had tragically passed away, leaving behind an inheritance and a substantial death compensation of 10 million. The Jirbao was a legacy bequeathed to him by his father. Currently, aside from the house and the gold bars, his cash amounted to 52 million yuan. In the prosperous city of Shi, this sum was insignificant among the wealthy. However, for a 19-year-old, it was still a considerable fortune. Yet, for Lin Shi, this amount was far from sufficient. Upgrading to the next level of space required 4 gold bars, which converted to 860,000 yuan, while enhancing item duplication necessitated 24 million yuan. He also needed to stockpile numerous resources to construct a refuge, which would require substantial funds. After pondering for a while, he devised a plan. He took out his phone and searched for several real estate agents' contact numbers, calling them one by one. First, Lin Shi intended to sell his apartment near the city center. His past experiences had taught him that in the impending extreme cold apocalypse, such high-rise buildings were unsuitable for habitation. Shi, with its flat terrain and economic prosperity, boasted dense skyscrapers. However, this would not ensure the survival of its millions of inhabitants. Most southern buildings dissipated heat well, but were poorly insulated against the cold, leading to a high mortality rate during the apocalypse. The onset of the extreme cold apocalypse would occur in June, with Shi's average temperature plummeting from 2027 to between -50 and -80 degrees Celsius. The steel and concrete structures would warp and crack in the frigid conditions, while the aesthetically pleasing glass windows would be shattered by blizzards. In just a year or two, most of these skyscrapers would collapse. Some individuals would perish not from the cold, but from the ruins of fallen buildings. In his previous life, Lin Shi's building had remained intact, but the adjacent one had collapsed, taking his down with it. Fortunately, he had sensed the impending danger and escaped in time. This time around, residing there was simply out of the question. This apartment, situated in a prime location close to the city center, had appreciated significantly over the past decade. In Xiagua, real estate prices had soared, and Shi's market had remained consistently high. Even Lin Shi's 128 square meter old apartment had reached an impressive price of 80,000 yuan per square meter, totaling around 10 million yuan. Lin Shi had 2 primary requirements for the sale: a quick transaction and full cash payment. Although these stipulations seemed challenging, Shi was not lacking in wealthy individuals. Lin Shi set a bottom line of 9 million yuan, explicitly stating that he had contacted multiple agencies and was not concerned about the selling price, as long as he received 9 million. The agents who could sell it first would keep any commission above that amount. Eager for the lucrative commission, these real estate agents would go to great lengths to assist Lin Shi in selling his property. Despite the urgency, even a sale at 1 million would yield them a tidy profit of 100,000 yuan. The agents who received the property details were already speculating whether Lin Shi was a wealthy heir squandering his fortune. No matter how inexpensive the house is, it still requires time to sell, which is why this is the first task that Lin Shi must undertake. His subsequent plan necessitates as much capital as possible. The next step involves utilizing all his assets to purchase gold bars from a bank, employing his duplication skills to double the gold bars, and then selling the replicated bars back to the bank to recover his principal. The remaining gold bars can then be entirely allocated to upgrading the Jirbao pen. Chapter 5. Earning some interest after listing his house, Lin Shi called his counselor, citing a family emergency to request a leave of absence. With the apocalypse looming, attending school would merely be a waste of time. However, directly skipping class would likely result in a barrage of calls from a counselor. Thus, a leave of absence was the more convenient option. Being alone meant that no one would question his absence. Lin Shi contemplated whether to inform the government about the impending SSS-level solar flare expected to erupt in 3 months. Such a warning could potentially minimize human casualties and national losses. Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed, setting aside how an ordinary citizen like him could access high-ranking officials. Even if he reported it, law enforcement would hardly believe his claims. He lacked the means to substantiate his assertions and would merely be perceived as a lunatic. Posting about the apocalypse online would be futile as well. Over the years, the climate on Lin Shi had deteriorated, leading many to speculate about various apocalyptic scenarios. Even if he spoke with conviction, he would be regarded as just another alarmist, and he would expose himself to risks and dangers. Ultimately, he was merely a selfish mortal. Lin Shi drove to a pawn shop. The gold bars in his safe were purchased by his father from a gold shop over a decade ago, and could only be sold to gold shops and pawn shops. After selling 5 replicated gold bars, he received 1.05 million in his account. Once these transactions were completed, night had fallen. After enjoying a meal of grilled fish, Lin Shi returned home, content. That evening, he prepared a workout plan for the next 3 months. In the face of an extreme cold apocalypse, the most vulnerable would be the elderly and children, while physically robust young adults would have the highest survival rates. A strong physique would enhance cold resistance, increase survival odds, safeguard oneself, and equip him to deal with mutations arising in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Just as he completed the workout plan, a message notification chimed on his phone. Upon checking, it was a message from his high school classmates chat group. This small group of 6 had been pinned at the top of his chat list, indicating its significance to Lin Shi in the past. The most recent message was from Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao, hey guys, are you free tomorrow night? Let us hang out. Everyone, Huang Miao, I'm free, where are we going? Linga, take us out. Manual exaggerated face. Zhao Xiao, let us go to Hua Chao Club. I've spent my entire salary from the past few months to treat you all, since you are my best brothers. Sun Xiaodong, Zhao Ge, you're so generous. But I want TB in Haisher these days. Crying, Su Fei Fei, I'm in. Cute expression, Zhao Xiao. Fei Fei, this place isn't suitable for girls. Su Qin, alas, I'm studying out of town. Enjoy yourselves. Let us gather during summer vacation. Lin Shi gazed at the messages, recalling many overlooked details from his past life. Although he and Zhao Xiao were classmates in middle school, Zhao Xiao had always maintained his own circle, and their interactions had merely been cordial nods. In retrospect, Zhao Xiao's change in attitude coincided precisely with the time of Lin Shi's father's passing. The exorbitant compensation for his father's death had made headlines in Haisher. Subsequently, Zhao Xiao and his close associates began to call Lin Shi their brother. They frequently concocted various excuses to invite Lin Shi out for food and entertainment. Considering they were all students with limited finances, Lin Shi would insist on covering the bills. Reflecting on their 3+ years of friendship, during which they had dined and spent together hundreds of times, these individuals had never once contributed financially, especially Zhao Xiao, who openly lamented his financial struggles and feigned poverty to instill the notion of shared fortunes and burdens among brothers. While claiming to treat Lin Shi, he would always contrive ways to ensure Lin Shi ended up paying. The expenses at Hua Chao Club were far beyond what Zhao Xiao's monthly salary of 3,000 could afford. Reborn, Lin Shi was no longer the naive version of himself from his previous life. He comprehended the underlying motivations behind these actions. It appeared that today's acquisition of ancient coins had provoked Zhao Xiao into hastily seeking to take advantage of him. Noticing Lin Shi had yet to respond, the group began to tease him. A cold smile crept upon Lin Shi's lips. If that were the case, it was time to collect some interest. Lin Shi, sure, but I'll only be available after 8 tonight. The next day, accustomed to rising early, Lin Shi awoke naturally at 5. The Jubao pen interface had not changed, and the items he had used had not yet replenished. Lin Shi remained unperturbed. If he could only utilize the duplication ability 3 times, then the practicality of this ancient coin's new capability was far inferior to that of space. Moreover, the financial points required for upgrading the duplication ability were tenfold that of space. This indicated that this ability was undoubtedly more precious and powerful than space. He refrained from dwelling on it further. Everything would be clarified once he upgraded with gold. After freshening up, Lin Shi descended to engage in morning runs for warm-up, followed by a systematic full-body workout. He avoided excessive, strenuous exercise, instead opting for a balanced regimen of relaxation and stretching. This approach not only enhanced muscle strength, but also improved flexibility in both muscles and joints. Having devised a training method best suited for himself in the apocalypse, he now simply needed to proceed gradually. The intensity of the first day's training should not be too high, and by 8 o'clock, Lin Shi returned home. After taking a shower and having breakfast, he began drafting a supply list. The extreme cold apocalypse would require a multitude of items. And drawing from his experiences in his previous life, Lin Shi meticulously listed everything he would need. In the afternoon, he contacted an agent to rent a 1,000 square meter warehouse for 1 month, with a deposit and first month's rent totaling 60,000. After arranging to sign the contract the following day, Lin Shi hung up. The warehouse was intended to conceal his activities. The supplies he would subsequently acquire would first be delivered there before being transferred into his space. The warehouse also contained a small night watch compartment, and Lin Shi had decided to take residence there in a few days until his supplies were fully prepared. As night fell, Zhao Xiao and the others in the group began urging each other to head out early. Lin Shi was in no rush. As 8 approached, he changed into a fresh outfit and drove to Hua Chao Club. Upon arrival, he found Zhao Xiao, Huang Miao, and Su Feifei already in the private room, having consumed quite a bit. Su Feifei's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Shi enter, and with a flushed face, she approached him, playfully linking her arm with his, and exclaimed, "Lin Shi, why did you come so late? Have you missed me?" Su Feifei was sweetly attractive, with fair skin and large, sparkling eyes. When she looked at him, it felt as though her gaze was solely focused on him, creating the illusion that she had an interest in him. In reality, she treated everyone in her vicinity this way. In his previous life during the apocalypse, Su Feifei had fared far better than he had. Lin Shi, using the opportunity to wave at the others, subtly withdrew his arm. Su Feifei was momentarily taken aback. Before she could ponder Lin Shi's unusual demeanor today, Huang Miao called him over. "Lin Ge, come over quickly. Today we must indulge ourselves until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Zhao Zhao's gaze swept across Lin Shi's arm, which was entwined with Su Feifei's, and the smile on his face noticeably diminished. "Lin Shi, a Miao, I have prepared an extraordinary show for you today." Zhao Xiao grinned mysteriously. Huang Miao, filled with curiosity, inquired what kind of show. Before long, four voluptuous young women entered the private room. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. They actually called for companions. Although they were unattractive, they certainly knew how to enjoy themselves. Lin Shi glanced at the array of drinks on the table, estimating the cost to be no less than 20,000 yuan. He was eager to see if Zhao Xiao could actually produce such a sum. Zhao Xiao, looking at Lin Shi, remarked, "Lin Shi, this is for you and a Miao. Thank you for being my brothers. Let's raise a glass." Chapter 6. You didn't come without money, did you? Lin Shi did not pick up a glass, but instead said, "I have a slight cold today and took some medication, so I can't drink. You all enjoy yourselves." The trio paid no mind to his words. The three of them sang and drank in the private room. As the clock struck 1 in the morning, the table was littered with empty bottles. Everyone, except for Lin Shi, was feeling the effects of the alcohol. Su Feifei, her eyes hazy from intoxication, expressed her desire to return home. Zhao Xiao immediately offered to escort her. Huang Miao, with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, chimed in, "I'll accompany Zhao Ge. We're going the same way. Then let us settle the bill and leave together," Lin Shi said with a smile. A waiter was sent to fetch the bill. Zhao Xiao moved closer to Lin Shi, draping an arm over his shoulder, his gaze both dreamy and cunning. "Lin Shi, come to my house for dinner tomorrow. My parents miss you. Last time, my mother wanted to adopt you as her godson. Have you thought about it?" Lin Shi took a moment to recall what Zhao Xiao was referencing. When he visited Zhao Zhao's home last month, Zhao Zhao's parents had expressed their fondness for Lin Shi and proposed adopting him as their godson, intending to unite their families. Lin Shi's father had relocated to Haishu from another province, and throughout his life, Lin Shi had had no contact with his paternal relatives. After his father's passing, Lin Shi's mother remarried, leading to a severance of ties with her side of the family as well. The appearance of Zhao Xiao and his family had filled the void in Lin Shi's heart, fostering a sense of trust towards them. Although Lin Shi had declined to become Zhao's family in his past life, he had grown closer to Zhao Xiao. Zhao Zhao's family had even borrowed 1 million yuan from him to purchase a new home. After the apocalypse struck, Zhao Zhao's parents perished early on, and that money was never reclaimed. Considering the timeline, it was nearing the time for Zhao Xiao to repay his debt. "No, I am not accustomed to being someone else's son," Lin Shi replied with a smile, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. Zhao Xiao had always approached him with ulterior motives. In his previous life, Lin Shi had regarded Zhao Xiao as his best friend, overlooking many aspects. Now, without the lens of friendship, Lin Shi discerned that Zhao Xiao's schemes were far from clever. He could see through them effortlessly. This perception was also shaped by the numerous treacherous individuals Lin Shi had encountered during the apocalypse. Zhao Xiao, momentarily taken aback by Lin Shi's rejection, was then interrupted as the waiter entered with the bill. The total came to over 38,000 yuan, rounded down to 38,000. The waiter presented the bill to the group. Zhao Xiao, Huang Miao, and Su Feifei turned their gazes toward Lin Shi. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What are you all looking at me for?" Zhao Xiao said he would treat us, Huang Miao replied. Zhao Xiao seemed to have just realized this. Awkwardly patting his pocket and pulling out his phone, exclaiming, "Oh no, my phone is dead." Zhao Xiao cast a pleading look at Lin Shi. In his past life, Lin Shi would have immediately paid the bill without a second thought. However, at this moment, he wore a smile that concealed a hint of mockery, addressing the waiter. "Please bring him a charger." The waiter's expression soured, disdainfully glancing at Zhao Xiao before leaving the room to fetch the charger. Upon exiting the room, he instructed those outside, "Keep an eye on things." The atmosphere in the private room became somewhat tense. Huang Miao and Su Feifei exchanged glances. Having grown accustomed to Lin Shi always taking the initiative to pay, they had never anticipated such a scene today. Although Zhao Xiao continuously claimed he was treating, they all knew who would ultimately foot the bill. Did Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao have a falling out? Huang Miao shot Zhao Xiao a questioning look. Zhao Xiao was equally perplexed, his face displaying signs of irritation. Lin Shi's behavior was causing him to lose face. His phone had battery. He had merely turned it off to create a plausible excuse for Lin Shi to pay. Did Lin Shi want him to beg? Zhao Xiao, harboring resentment towards Lin Shi, forced a smile and said, "Lin Shi, you settle this bill today, and I'll treat next time." Lin Shi, however, was not inclined to grant Zhao Xiao any leniency. With a puzzled expression, he replied, "Zhao Xiao, it was you who insisted on treating and gathered everyone here, wasn't it? Don't tell me you're treating without bringing any money." Zhao Xiao's smile froze upon hearing this. Huang Miao and Su Feifei looked at Lin Shi in disbelief. They had witnessed how well Lin Shi treated Zhao Xiao over the past 3 years. They had never seen him behave this way. At that moment, there were also 4 companions in the room, and they had not even received their tips yet, but here they were, witnessing a scene of someone attempting to dodge the bill. Zhao Xiao had confidently declared that he was treating, and the young women had all heard him, now casting various expressions of disdain, disbelief, and surprise toward Zhao Xiao. Just then, the waiter returned with the charger, placing it in front of Zhao Xiao and gesturing for him to use it. Zhao Xiao found himself at a loss, caught between a rock and a hard place. The waiter, with a stern expression, urged, "Please charge your phone, sir. We will be closing in an hour." Zhao Xiao's face shifted through a spectrum of colors, turning red, white, and then black. No matter how cunning he was still just a 19-year-old novice in the world, and at that moment, he could no longer contain his fury. "Enough!" Zhao Xiao gritted his teeth, forcing out each word toward Lin Shi. "Lin Shi, I implore you to settle the bill first. We can discuss everything later, all right?" He still believed he had inadvertently upset Lin Shi, and that if he merely appeased him as before, Lin Shi would comply with his wishes. However, having experienced Zhao Xiao's betrayal, how could Lin Shi revert to being the naive fool from his past life? Lin Shi's expression turned frigid. "So, you truly came to treat without any money?" Zhao Xiao felt his pride being ground into the dirt, his eyes reddening with anger. "Yes," Lin Shi chuckled, his gaze sweeping over the others. "If that is the case, let's go Dutch." "What? Dutch?" Huang Miao and Su Feifei were now taken aback. Su Feifei frowned and said, "You can't expect me, as a girl, to pay my share for this outing. Can you?" Huang Miao's eyes darted, awkwardly stating, "I had no idea we were going Dutch today. I didn't bring any money." Huang Miao nudged Zhao Xiao, whose face had turned as dark as a pot bottom. "Zhao Ge, what did you do to offend Lin Ge? You should apologize to him." Zhao Xiao stared at Lin Shi's enigmatic smile, wishing he could strike him down. He simply could not recall how he had angered Lin Shi. Lin Shi did not pay heed to the trio, settling his own share of 30 yuan for the lemon water. Zhao Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. Didn't we agree on splitting the bill? At that moment, his mind was in turmoil. Lin Shi smirked, deriving genuine pleasure from Zhao Zhao's reaction. Indeed. We are splitting it. Each person pays for their own consumption. I had just a glass of juice tonight, and you can check the surveillance if you doubt it. As the situation unfolded, the establishment had to review the security footage, confirming Lin Shi's words were accurate. After Lin Shi settled his 30 yuan, he was allowed to leave. He pushed the door open and departed under the furious glares of Zhao Xiao and the others. The trio was left facing the server, who coldly urged, "There remains a balance of 37,970 yuan. Please settle the bill." Chapter 7. Liao Pong. Did Lin Shi truly walk away? The trio could hardly believe that the usually affable Lin Shi had turned so callous. By the time they grasped the situation, Lin Shi was already far gone. "Lin Shi, wait for me." Su Feifei attempted to follow him, but was blocked by the server. "Why are you stopping me? That guy ahead is my boyfriend." Su Feifei glared at the server, her tone sharp. The server smirked. "You might want to call your boyfriend and have him cover your share." Su Feifei's chest heaved with indignation. She dared not confront the seemingly formidable server and turned to Zhao Xiao, glaring fiercely. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and pay." I don't have that much money." In front of the girl he admired, Zhao Xiao felt utterly humiliated and harbored intense resentment towards Lin Shi. Having worked for less than a year, his savings had yet to surpass 4 digits. How could he afford 38,000? Lin Shi had correctly surmised that after witnessing Zhao Xiao squander over 100,000 in mere minutes the previous day, Zhao Xiao was envious and had invited Lin Shi out today with the intention of ruthlessly taking advantage of him. Zhao Xiao believed Lin Shi would inevitably pay, unable to extricate himself from their circle of friends, and would reluctantly comply even if it pained him. Why had everything changed today? As if Lin Shi were a different person? In disbelief, Zhao Xiao called Lin Shi. Feeling refreshed after leaving the establishment, Lin Shi ended Zhao Zhao's call and blocked him. Returning home, when Zhao Zhao's subsequent call was disconnected, he realized Lin Shi would no longer concern himself with them. Faced with the server and several vigilant security guards outside, Zhao Xiao whispered, "Let us split the bill." Huang Miao and Su Feifei were naturally unwilling. One had just started working, and the other was still a student, both lacking funds. The idea of visiting the establishment had originated from Zhao Xiao, who had also insisted on treating. He had even invited them to drink. After a heated argument, the establishment called the police, leading the three to contact their families for funds to settle the bill. Zhao Xiao, having consumed the most expensive drinks in an attempt to trap Lin Shi, owed 18,000. Huang Miao had also indulged, needing to pay 13,000. Su Feifei, reluctantly, ended up paying 7,000. The trio exited the Huachao Club in discontent. Huang Miao and Zhao Xiao had a fierce quarrel, exchanging accusations and nearly severing their friendship. Su Feifei also gave Zhao Xiao the cold shoulder, blocking him on social media upon returning home. What had begun as a simple gathering had resulted in the fracture of bonds with dear friends, and the girl he cherished had cast him aside. Zhao Xiao harbored deep resentment towards Lin Shi. Yet, upon returning home, he found no solace. Instead, he faced his father's wrath and received a slap. His father reprimanded him for being inconsiderate, stating that the family had been preparing to borrow money from Lin Shi to purchase a house, only for Zhao Xiao to create such a scene, demanding he apologize to Lin Shi at once. Zhao's father believed Zhao Zhao's intentions to deceive Lin Shi had been too apparent, causing Lin Shi's anger. Lin Shi, unaware of any of this, would not have cared even if he had known. The following day, Lin Shi rose early for his workout. Shortly after breakfast, he received a call from a real estate agent. The agent, a young woman named Chun Qingqing, inquired, "Mr. Lin, I have a client interested in viewing a property. When would you be available?" "So soon?" Lin Shi expressed mild surprise. "I am free now. You can bring them over." A few minutes later, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, a middle-aged man clad in a jacket entered alongside the youthful and attractive Chun Qingqing. She began to elaborate on the merits of the property. Lin Shi stepped aside, recognizing that the agents were the professionals in selling real estate while he could simply wait. After viewing the property, the middle-aged man readily expressed his intent to purchase it outright. Chun Qingqing negotiated a price of 9.45 million. Lin Shi was somewhat astonished. This was far quicker than he had anticipated. Not long after their departure, Lin Shi observed the middle-aged man making an inappropriate advance toward Chen Qingqing, and he suddenly understood the dynamics at play. Shortly thereafter, Chen Qingqing returned, stating, "Mr. Lin, I have negotiated with the client. We will proceed with the transfer formalities tomorrow. Please prepare your documents in advance." This substantial transaction required swift action to avoid complications, and Chen Qingqing was employing every tactic at her disposal. Very well. Although surprised by her methods, Lin Shi was pleased with the outcome. The sooner he sold the property, the sooner he could embark on his next venture. Chen Qingqing continued to outline the necessary preparations for the transfer. As she spoke, she gradually leaned closer. Lin Shi took a few steps back, casting a chilly glance at her. At around 25 or 26 years old, Chen Qingqing was indeed in her prime, possessing an appealing figure. However, Lin Shi felt no attraction towards a woman who resorted to unscrupulous tactics. Under Lin Shi's icy gaze, Chen Qingqing felt a chill run through her. She had never encountered such a frigid expression from a young man. Nevertheless, contemplating the substantial commission, she managed to maintain her most charming smile. "Mr. Lin, you mentioned that any amount exceeding 9 million would be considered for commission. I will uphold my promise. Once the transaction is completed, you will receive your share." Not wanting to linger, Lin Shi replied, "I have other matters to attend to." Those who could secure such a deal were skilled in their own right, and Lin Shi had no intention of reneging on his word. With this commission, he could initiate his next plan. Hearing this, Chen Qingqing discreetly sighed in relief before taking her leave. Lin Shi also prepared to head out, as he had arranged to sign a warehouse rental contract today. Upon inspecting the warehouse, he was quite satisfied. He had previously outlined several requirements: minimal foot traffic, good confidentiality, and the ability to conceal the interior from external view. The agent had been attentive, locating a warehouse that met his criteria and even visiting beforehand. The contract was signed without a hitch. Once he finalized the handover of his apartment tomorrow, Lin Shi could move into the warehouse. As he was leaving, Lin Shi stopped the agent, a man nearing 30 named Liao Peng. Lin Shi found him meticulous and steady in his work. With less than 3 months until the countdown to the apocalypse, he needed to amass a vast array of resources and upgrade his treasure trove, a task that could not be accomplished in just a few days. Constructing a sanctuary would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, and he required assistance. "Mr. Liao, would you be interested in working for me? I can offer you an annual salary of 500,000. Lin Shi painted an enticing picture. Liao Peng was taken aback. An annual salary of 500,000? His salary exceeded that of his work at the real estate agency by 200 to 300,000. Yet uncertainty gnawed at him, causing him to question whether Lin Shi was jesting. Cautiously, he inquired, "What do you need me to do?" He could not partake in any illegal activities. Chapter 8. Preparing to buy gold. Lin Shi organized his thoughts and stated, "You see, I am an enthusiast of survivalism and wish to construct an independent safe house in Shashi. However, I am currently tied up in Haishi and hope to find someone to assist me." A survivalism enthusiast? A safe house? Even someone as composed as Liao Peng felt a flicker of disbelief upon hearing Lin Shi's words. As a real estate agent, he had encountered all kinds of properties, and he was well aware that some wealthy individuals had eccentric ideas. Rumors circulated online about a potential third world war and natural disasters, leading some affluent, death-fearing businessmen to establish extreme survival systems in basements beneath their villas. However, such requests were typically made by seasoned entrepreneurs over the age of 40. It was the first time he had encountered a request to assist in building a safe house for someone so young. Had it not been for the recent transaction he had completed with Lin Shi, Liao Peng might have dismissed him as a fraud and walked away. Lin Shi understood that mere words were insufficient. He gestured for Liao Peng to produce his mobile phone and transfer 10,000 M. This sum represented over 2 months' wages. With this transaction, Liao Peng's belief in Lin Shi's sincerity solidified. Who would joke about such a substantial amount of money? Nevertheless, his cautious nature prompted him to request a contract with Lin Shi. Lin Shi concurred, for the construction of the safe house was intimately linked to his future survival, and he could not rely solely on spoken assurances to ensure Liao Peng's unwavering commitment. After discussing the contract details, they signed an agreement. The contract stipulated that Lin Shi would employ Liao Peng as his personal steward with an annual salary of 500,000. He would oversee the construction of new properties in Shashur, supervise and inspect the work, and assist Lin Shi with various tasks. In return, Lin Shi would guarantee Liao Peng's salary and other entitlements. Given the urgency of Lin Shi's timeline, Liao Peng promptly resigned to assume his new role. With this position, he could secure a home in the suburbs of Haishur in just a few years, a prospect far superior to his previous job in real estate. Resolute in his determination to impress Lin Shi with his capabilities, he was unaware that this employment would conclude within 3 months. Lin Shi had no intention of retaining him beyond the completion of the safe house. Lin Shi instructed Liao Peng, "Head to Shashur and find a suitable residential plot for sale that meets my criteria." His requirements were for a high, flat terrain with no towering buildings nearby, situated in a remote area with ample land suitable for immediate development. This was Liao Peng's area of expertise and should pose no difficulty for him. "Understood, boss," Liao Peng replied, swiftly assuming his new role and booking the earliest flight. Shashur, located in southern province, is renowned as a tourist destination and is the city closest to the equator, boasting a year-round mild climate. As the extreme cold of the apocalypse descended, humanities habitable zone change dramatically. The frigid temperatures in the north rendered it uninhabitable, even though northern buildings were constructed to withstand colder climates. The natural gas pipelines quickly froze and burst, with heating systems disabled and outdoor temperatures plummeting to an average of -70 degrees Celsius. Food sources dwindled, forcing northern residents to migrate southward. This was merely the situation during summer. Only a few regions with government grain reserves managed to survive and establish survivor shelters. Although the equatorial regions could not completely evade the extreme cold, temperatures remained approximately 30 to 40 degrees higher than in the north, averaging between -30 to -50 degrees Celsius. Furthermore, being coastal, Shashur benefited from the government periodically breaking through ice to retrieve frozen fish, resulting in a comparatively lesser food scarcity than the north. Lin Shi's foresight was not driven by a desire for government resources. Possessing a space to carry vast quantities of supplies rendered safety his paramount concern. The most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse was not the harsh weather, but humanity itself. In the face of extreme cold and famine, desperate individuals resorted to heinous acts, including murder and robbery, leading to a breakdown of order in every city. Shashur housed the largest official shelter in the Xia Kingdom, where a significant portion of the nation's elite, researchers, and military personnel congregated, maintaining a level of order superior to other locations. Lin Shi had also heard that Shashur had developed crops capable of thriving in extreme cold. In this lifetime, he aimed to excel and establish a shelter in Shashur. After reminding Liao Peng of the pertinent details for constructing the shelter, Lin Shi returned home. The following morning, after completing his routine exercises, Lin Shi gathered all transportable belongings into his space, discarding the unnecessary items downstairs. Before leaving, he took one last look at the empty house, turning away without a hint of nostalgia. It was merely a house. To him, home could be anywhere. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, shortly after he departed, Zhao Xiao arrived at his residence in search of him. Unable to locate Lin Shi, she endured scoldings from her parents for several days. Lin Shi proceeded to complete the property transfer procedures at the appointed time. Once the funds were received, he transferred 450,000 to Qingqing and then headed straight to the bank. The Xia Kingdom Bank, the largest branch in Haishur, is situated in the city center. Due to the substantial amount of gold required, Lin Shi had preemptively contacted his account manager yesterday to schedule an appointment, fearing the bank might not have sufficient stock on hand. Upon arriving at the bank in the afternoon, he stopped to purchase a suitcase to carry the gold. Currently, Lin Shi's savings totaled 25.4 million, after accounting for his original savings and the sale of 3 gold bars. Deducting storage fees and payments to Liao Peng as well as miscellaneous expenses, he was left with 15.4 million. The sale of his house fetched 9 million. Additionally, he secured a loan of 1 million through various online lending applications. Were it not for the regulation capping individual loans at 1 million on different legitimate platforms, Lin Shi would have borrowed more. At present, Lin Shi's total funds amounted to 25.4 million, sufficient to purchase 60 kilograms of gold. According to the principle that wealth doubles with each level of upgrading in the treasure basin, 60 kilograms of gold would enable 4 upgrades of his space. followed by 2 upgrades of his item replication ability. Upgrading the space 5 times or replicating items 3 times would not suffice. Currently, the volume of his space measured 216 cubic meters, and after 4 upgrades, it would be roughly adequate. Lin Shi was eager to discover the changes that would accompany the enhancement of his item replication capability. The bank was bustling with patrons, and Lin Shi, lugging a suitcase, drew attention as a bank staff member approached him. "How may I assist you today?" Lin Shi replied. "I am here to purchase gold. I made an appointment yesterday. Could you please inform me which manager I should speak with?" "Ms. Chu." Before long, Lin Shi was escorted to the office door. Chu Xiaodai, the account manager at the Xia Kingdom Bank's main branch in Haishur, was taken aback when a client with a deposit of 10 million called her the previous day, expressing a desire to purchase 60 kilograms of gold. The magnitude of such a request was astonishing. In recent days, although the international gold price has decreased by a few yuan, each gram of gold still costs 413 yuan. With the bank's minimum processing fee of 5 yuan, purchasing 60 kilograms of gold amounts to a staggering 25.08 million yuan. Typically, affluent individuals invest in gold stocks or gold futures, and few would consider acquiring such a substantial amount of physical gold. Moreover, given the current global instability, gold prices have remained consistently high, making such a significant investment in physical gold potentially perilous. Curiosity piqued. Chu Xiaodia examined the client records and discovered that the individual in question was named Lin Shi, a mere 19 years of age. Chu Xiaodia had a vivid recollection of this young man. 3 years prior, a tragic incident occurred at Tianqi Zininjuan Gongxi, the largest new energy company in Haishi, where an electronic power engineer lost his life due to an accident at work. Tianqi Zininjuan Gongxi generously compensated the family with 10 million yuan, earning widespread acclaim at the time. Not long after, the engineer's son received the compensation, and it was Chu Xiaodia who assisted him during the transaction. She distinctly remembered the boy's name, Lin Shi. After verifying the bank's inventory of physical gold, she informed Lin Shi that he could proceed with the purchase at any time. She waited throughout the morning, occasionally glancing towards the entrance. After a long wait without any sign of him, she decided to rest for a bit when a knock on the door interrupted her. "Manager, the client here to purchase gold has arrived." Chapter 9. Encountering an unexpected situation, Lin Shi waited in the lobby for a short while when a woman with an alluring demeanor, clad in uniform, emerged. He glanced at the nameplate on her chest. "Client manager, Chu Xiaodia. Are you Mr. Lin?" She inquired with a polite smile. "Please follow me." Nodding in response, Lin Shi followed Chu Xiaodia to the VIP room. She began by explaining the procedure for purchasing physical gold bars. When buying physical gold, if the price doesn't increase by at least 10 yuan, it results in a loss. This is because additional processing and service fees apply. However, Lin Shi was not purchasing gold as an investment. A slight loss of 10 yuan was inconsequential to him. "I have already gathered the necessary information. Let us proceed with the transaction." Selecting specifications, opening an account, and filling out paperwork went smoothly, aside from the client manager's gaze, which made Lin Shi somewhat uncomfortable. With a deposit of 25.4 million yuan and the instant international gold price of 412 yuan per gram today, after deducting fees, he could purchase 60 gold bars, each weighing 1,000 grams. He opted for the 1,000-gram bars, as they would ultimately be sold, and he saw no need to choose a specific design. The convenience of upgrading was also appealing. With just 2 bars, he could ascend to the next tier of storage. After the purchase, he could choose to store the gold at the bank or take it home. Naturally, Lin Shi preferred to take it home. Chu Xiaodia retrieved 60 gold bars from the safe, laying them out on the counter. Lin Shi's eyes gleamed with increasing eagerness. Investing in such a substantial amount of gold marked Lin Shi as a significant client. The thought of earning a commission equivalent to 2 months' salary for this transaction made Chu Xiaodia view the young man with growing fondness. Lin Shi averted his gaze, contemplating that once he returned with the replicated gold bars, this woman would likely be keen to monopolize his attention. A large frosted glass partition separated the VIP room from the lobby, allowing glimpses of the activities occurring in the latter. Bored, Lin Shi scanned the bank's lobby when suddenly, his attention sharpened. He spotted an unusual presence among the crowd. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not just one individual, but 4. Dressed inconspicuously, they seemed to loiter casually in different areas of the bank, waiting in line. Even the bank security guards appeared oblivious to any irregularities. Yet, having survived the apocalypse, Lin Shi had encountered numerous villains and had taken countless lives. He could sense the murderous aura emanating from these 4 individuals. In a time of peace, how could ordinary people exude such a presence? Was it possible that, in his absence, a bank robbery had been planned? Lin Shi ruminated on whether there had been any news of bank robberies in Haishi before the apocalypse, but nothing came to mind. Could his return have caused some unforeseen butterfly effect? It seemed that one of the 4 individuals noticed Lin Shi's gaze, causing him to quickly avert his eyes. Haishi is known as one of the safest cities in Xiagua, and for someone to dare attempt a bank robbery here was tantamount to courting death. It is widely recognized that the potential rewards of robbing a bank are not worth the associated risks. Perhaps he was merely overthinking it. With the partition obstructing the view, others could not see the situation unfolding in his vicinity. Nevertheless, a sense of unease lingered within him. The stakes were too high. Should he be robbed, he would have nowhere to lament his losses. Turning to Chu Xiaodia, who was still counting the gold, he whispered, "Hold on, I will postpone my purchase today." The 4 individuals had entered unnoticed, and given Lin Shi's conspicuous luggage, especially as he was in the VIP room, it was plausible that they had set their sights on him. What? Chu Xiaodia thought she misheard. "I said, I'm not buying today. I'll come back another time," Lin Shi reiterated in a hushed tone. However, upon hearing that Lin Shi was not proceeding with the purchase, Chu Xiaodia felt insulted. After all the effort spent retrieving the gold bars, he was now backing out? What about her commission? Anger flushed her face, and her voice rose. "Sir, your transaction has been successfully completed, and the amount has been deducted. If you wish to withdraw." Lin Shi interrupted Chu Xiaodia, hoping she would hasten to secure the gold bars. Her face turned a shade of green with anger, yet she still forced a smile. She refrained from retracting the gold, instead attempting to reason with him further. "Mr. Lin, these gold bars are now yours. If you wish to return them, it would mean initiating the buyback process, resulting in a loss of processing and service fees." Lin Shi glanced sideways, noticing one of the 4 individuals had begun to approach the VIP room. The man, around 30 years old, donned black casual attire, with a buzz cut and an unremarkable appearance, yet a closer look revealed a predatory gleam in his eyes, indicating a man familiar with violence and bloodshed. Although he was of Asian descent, something about him gave Lin Shi the impression that he was non-native. With this realization, Lin Shi's suspicions intensified. Chu Xiaodia continued to prattle on, oblivious to the impending danger. Lin Shi silently cursed her foolishness. Lowering his voice, he urged, "Quickly secure the gold bars. The consequences of a robbery would be dire." Seeing Lin Shi so resistant, Chu Xiaodia's frustration mounted, causing her chest to heave. "Mr. Lin, the gold bars are still on my counter, and if they are stolen, it remains the bank's responsibility. Please do not divert the conversation." Lin Shi's focus shifted. "Are you implying that if they're stolen now, it wouldn't count against me?" At that moment, a security guard, sensing something amiss, approached. The VIP room typically handled large transactions, and the sudden movement of an individual toward it heightened the guard's vigilance. The security guard approached the man with a buzz cut, obstructing his path. "Hello, please queue for ordinary transactions in the lobby." "Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't know," the buzz-cut man replied, feigning an apologetic demeanor, seemingly about to bow. However, Lin's pupils suddenly contracted. A sleek black handgun swiftly emerged from the man's pocket, pressed against the guard's abdomen, followed by the deafening crack of a gunshot. The guard fell to the ground in disbelief, blood gushing from his abdomen, staining his once pristine uniform. In the next moment, the other 3 assailants brandished their firearms, each firing a shot at the guard who had drawn his stun baton. The echoes of gunfire and screams reverberated throughout the grand hall, succeeded by the piercing wail of an alarm. A bank employee seated at the counter promptly activated the alarm. Meanwhile, the buzz-cut man had already shot his way through the VIP room door. Lin's gaze locked with that of the buzz-cut man. Witnessing the greed and murderous intent in the man's eyes, Lin instinctively crouched down, hands clasped over his head, retreating to a corner. If asked how to respond in the face of danger, Lin would assuredly state, if one can fight, one should, if not, flee, and if escape is impossible, submit. With 4 guns aimed at him, he was unarmed. Step up? A jest, surely. ISNT living preferable? Chapter 10. Fame comes unexpectedly. Lin quietly crouched in the corner, The other patrons in the hall had already fallen under the control of the robbers. Clearly, these 4 criminals had come prepared, each with designated roles. One was tasked with observing the outside, another with guarding the hostages, while a third approached the buzzcut man with a handbag in hand. Chu Xiaodai at the counter was paralyzed with fear. Could anyone truly dare to rob the headquarters of Xiaoguo Bank? The buzzcut man advanced directly to the counter, aiming his gun at the bulletproof glass shielding Chu Xiaodai, threatening, "Hand over the gold bars." Quickly, Chu Xiaodai did not comply. Instead, she began to secure the gold bars back into the safe. Though terrified, they were trained professionals. The bank's bulletproof glass would withstand a standard handgun's fire. This was the city center, and the bank's alarm was linked to the nearest police station. In under 10 minutes, law enforcement would arrive. However, there were other bank employees outside the counter. One robber pressed his gun against a staff member's head, dragging the person to the VIP room entrance. The employee was utterly terrified. "Retrieve the gold bars as fast as you can. If I don't have them in 10 seconds, I will kill someone." Chu Xiaodai had no choice but to comply. Lin remained in his corner, observing the unfolding scene. He noted that none of the robbers were attempting to seize cash from the other counters. Their objective was clear: the gold in the VIP room. After all, a robber with even a modicum of intelligence would never attempt to steal cash from a bank. Each banknote is recorded, rendering it useless once stolen. However, gold, once taken, can be melted down and circulated in the market. Yet, a question lingered. The gold inventory at the counter was limited. The bank's substantial gold bars were stored in the vault. If they did not secure a significant amount of gold, the risks of robbing a bank would outweigh the rewards. How could these criminals be certain that the counter would possess a large quantity of gold today? Few, like him, would invest 25 million in physical gold. Lin's gaze shifted to the trembling Chu Xiaodai, who was handing over the gold bars to the robbers. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck him. Someone must have leaked the information that he would be purchasing a substantial amount of gold today. With this thought, everything became clear. They'd been waiting for this batch of gold bars. A chill coursed through Lin, and his expression turned icy. He was fortunate not to have taken the gold bars. The security personnel had noticed the anomaly, allowing him to escape a dire fate. Otherwise, once the gold was packed into a suitcase, leaving unscathed would have been nearly impossible. 60 gold bars were swiftly handed out by Chu Xiaodai, collected by the robbers into their handbag. Though the gold bars appeared small, their solid weight of 120 pounds was substantial, making one robber struggle to carry them. At this moment, the buzzcut man noticed the suitcase beside the counter. Lin inwardly cursed. As expected, the buzzcut man had turned his attention to him. The suitcase Lin had purchased to carry the gold was black, compact, and equipped with a combination lock. The buzzcut man menacingly commanded Lin, "Come here, open that suitcase." Lin feigned fear as he approached and obediently opened the suitcase. The robber placed the handbag filled with gold bars inside. Throughout this process, Lin's focus remained on the robber's movements. 25 million worth of gold was contained within that modest suitcase. If he were to use his spatial abilities to conceal the gold bars now, it would be unwise. Lin promptly dismissed the thought. The bank's surveillance equipment was still operational. The sudden disappearance of a suitcase under the watchful eyes of many would be conspicuous. If 25 million in gold vanished into thin air, it would undoubtedly prompt an investigation. Should his spatial abilities be exposed, the consequences would be disastrous. In the distance, the sound of police sirens began to resonate. The robbers were swift, yet the Xiaoguo police were swifter. Upon hearing the sirens, the robbers visibly panicked, preparing to flee. Before departing, the buzzcut man cast another glance at Lin. Suddenly, he reached out to grab Lin. Instinctively, Lin prepared to evade and retaliate. But then a thought struck him, compelling Lin to suppress his instinct and remain still. The buzzcut man seized Lin, pressing the gun against his back, and barked, "Move." Lin complied, following the robber out of the bank. Outside, a getaway vehicle awaited them. Lin was shoved into the car. It turned out there were 5 robbers in total. The SUV was cramped, with 4 large men filling the back seat, yet none complained. They all accepted the buzzcut man's decision to bring Lin along. As Lin was forcibly ushered into the vehicle, a nearby journalist who had been working in the vicinity captured footage of Lin's abduction. Xiaoguo Bank headquarters 遭遇劫匪抢银行，一名年轻人不幸被挟持. This short video quickly surged in popularity. Countless netizens witnessed Lin being taken away. Wow. I can't believe I'm witnessing a robbery in my lifetime. Wow. Someone actually dared to rob the headquarters. Such audacity. I bet these robbers 1T last a day. They even have guns. I bet on it. I trust the capabilities of our law enforcement. The guy being held captive is likely in serious trouble. That person looks like my high school classmate. ISNT, that Lin Shi, my college classmate. Wow, my high school classmate is also named Lin Shi. Soon, others recognized that the Lin Shi they knew was indeed the same person. Consequently, another short video emerged. 985academic elite 被抢银行劫匪劫持，生死未卜. This video was produced and quickly ascended to trending status. In the video, there exists a clear frontal photograph of Lin Shi. Observing the youthful yet strikingly handsome visage of Lin Shi, countless older women and sisters express their heartfelt concern and prayers for his safety, fervently hoping for successful rescue of the hostages. The video, shared by Lin Shi's university classmates, has garnered them a substantial increase in followers. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, he has already become a sensation. Shortly after the vehicle sets in motion, the sound of police sirens from behind grows increasingly audible. The 5 individuals in the vehicle exhibit noticeably labored breathing. One of them begins to chatter incessantly. At this moment, Lin Shi realizes that these 5 individuals may not be citizens of Xia country. The golden suitcase lies beneath the foot of one of the assailants, so close that Lin Shi could easily reach it with his foot, as long as he can make contact with the suitcase. He can transfer its contents into his spatial pocket. Indeed, Lin Shi's intention is centered around this box of gold. Chapter 11. Feigning ignorance when the gold was stolen. It had still been in the counter, untouched by his hands. Thus, its loss is naturally the bank's responsibility. He is still entitled to a compensation of 60 kilograms of gold bars from the bank. If he manages to sequester the gold pilfered by the robbers into his spatial pocket, regardless of whether these criminals escape, the blame for the lost gold will rest squarely upon them. He would thus possess a total of 120 kilograms of gold. After duplication, that amounts to a staggering 240 kilograms. The 120 kilograms intended for upgrading his wealth-accumulating basin is now twice what he initially planned. Great fortunes are often accompanied by peril. As long as these 5 criminals remain safe, so too will he be. At this moment, Lin Shi is seated among the 3 robbers in the back, in close proximity to the suitcase. However, bending down to touch the suitcase would appear overly conspicuous, so he patiently waits for an opportunity. The robber driving the off-road vehicle demonstrates remarkable driving skills, weaving through the traffic at speeds around 80 miles per hour, narrowly avoiding other vehicles and distancing themselves from the police cars. Yet, it soon becomes apparent to the robbers that 2 helicopters are tailing them. Lin Shi hears the buzz-cut man utter an expletive in frustration. Before long, a roadblock appears ahead. That row of sharp spikes is impassable even for an off-road vehicle. A group of special police officers stands ready behind the barrier. The screech of abrupt braking fills the air, causing everyone in the off-road vehicle to lurch forward. Lin Shi's eyes glint with determination. What a splendid opportunity. At the moment when everyone is unsteady and focused on the roadblock and the special police officers, Lin Shi bends down in one fluid motion, swiftly touches the suitcase, and immediately straightens up. Not a single robber detects the anomaly. Unbeknownst to them, the gold they so painstakingly acquired has vanished, all transferred into Lin Shi's spatial pocket. Next, he must devise a means of escape. The off-road vehicle rapidly reverses, making a sharp turn to flee down a side street, with the helicopters in pursuit. One of the helicopters now has a camera trained on the robber's vehicle. After a brief detour, they soon approach an overpass. Beneath the overpass, traffic flows, but Lin Shi's body tenses with suspicion. An ordinary black sedan is parked beneath the overpass. Yet, Lin Shi instantly senses something amiss. Typically, even in a hurry, one would stop on the roadside outside the overpass rather than beneath it, which happens to be the blind spot of the helicopter surveillance. This is likely a getaway vehicle prepared by the robbers in advance. Should they exit the vehicle, they would soon discover that the gold bars in the suitcase are missing, placing Lin Shi in a precarious position. As Lin Shi suspected, the off-road vehicle comes to an abrupt halt beneath the overpass. If a vehicle change were not needed and there were no cars ahead, such a sudden stop would be unnecessary. At that moment, as the off-road vehicle screeches to a halt, Lin Shi, seated between 2 robbers, suddenly reaches out and touches their gun-holding hands. As the 2 robbers begin to react, their hands become empty, their firearms have vanished. Momentarily stunned, Lin Shi swiftly acquires one of the robber's guns and fires a shot, executing the third armed robber in the back seat. He follows up with 2 more shots, dispatching the 2 unarmed robbers in the rear. At such close range, Lin Shi requires no aim. Hearing the gunfire from the back, the buzzcut man instinctively turns his head. His body still leaning forward due to inertia, and before he can react, Lin Shi has already trained his weapon on him. The buzzcut man's pupils dilate in shock. He never expected that what he thought was merely a helpless rich kid hostage could seize a gun from one of his comrades. The swiftness of Lin Shi's actions, his accurate and lethal shooting, and the icy demeanor that belies his youthful appearance leave the buzzcut man momentarily speechless, seemingly about to utter something. But Lin Shi has already pulled the trigger. Though this series of events may seem lengthy in recounting, it all transpires in the blink of an eye. The robber at the wheel has both hands on the steering wheel. The moment he senses something amiss, he reaches for his waist to draw his gun. But before he can disengage the safety, his head explodes. Thus, all 5 robbers lie slain. The off-road vehicle is surprisingly equipped with bulletproof glass, providing sound insulation. And with no other vehicles nearby, the commotion has not alerted anyone. After dispatching the driver, Lin Shi quickly exits the vehicle, evading the sight of passing cars, and places both the vehicle and the bodies into his spatial pocket. He then hastens towards the black sedan, flinging the door open and sliding inside. The vehicle, as anticipated, is unlocked, with the keys still in the ignition. Lin Shi presses the accelerator, and the car speeds away. After a brief journey, confirming that no helicopters have locked onto his position, Lin Shi drives the vehicle into a secluded forest. The transition was executed so swiftly that the helicopters were caught off guard, not anticipating that the criminals would switch vehicles, especially since there were already cars traversing beneath the bridge. Lin Shi adeptly evades official surveillance, once again ensuring that the area is devoid of witnesses or cameras. Lin Shi stores the black sedan in his spatial pocket and retrieves the off-road vehicle to commence collecting his spoils. He finds 5 handguns, along with 10 magazines. On the 5 robbers, Lin Shi deftly replaces the empty magazine of one of the guns. In his previous life, he had some experience with firearms, but acquiring a handgun in Xia country is notoriously challenging due to strict gun control laws. Whether in the pre-apocalyptic world or the post-apocalyptic one, firearms are exceedingly valuable commodities. His audacious risk this time, besides the gold bars, was also aimed at acquiring a handgun. With a firearm, his survival capability in the early days of the apocalypse will undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Lin Shi continues to rummage through the vehicle and discovers a small amount of cash and 2 daggers. He gathers all these items alongside the gold bars. Although the bank transaction for the gold bars faced unexpected challenges, the overall yield has far exceeded his expectations. After confirming that nothing has been overlooked, Lin Shi once again returns the off-road vehicle to his spatial pocket. Once the apocalypse arrives, he plans to casually dispose of these individuals into the sea, allowing them to be entombed beneath thick layers of ice, never to be found. Having resolved everything, Lin Shi walks a short distance to hail a taxi, heading towards the Public Security Bureau. Meanwhile, the police arrive at the overpass, where the off-road vehicle had vanished, only to find it utterly deserted. The robbers and the vehicle seem to have evaporated into thin air. The cameras beneath the overpass had long been sabotaged by the robbers, leaving the law enforcement officers empty-handed. Half an hour later, at the Public Security Bureau in the city center. Are you saying that those individuals released you after driving the vehicle into the mountains? Did they then depart in the same car? Can you recall the license plate number? Did you observe the direction in which they headed? The officer inquired persistently. The robbery at the headquarters of Xiaoguo Bank, which resulted in the theft of gold bars valued at 25 million, along with the abduction of a hostage, has garnered widespread attention across Haishur and even the entire nation. Although the hostage is now safe, the absence of both the culprits and the gold bars presents a significant dilemma for the leadership of the Municipal Security Bureau. In response to the officer's inquiries, Lin Shi answered truthfully to all questions he could address. For those he could not, he feigned ignorance, expressing uncertainty and lack of attention. The robbers and their vehicle had seemingly vanished, and the more lies conjured, the more apparent the flaws became. Lin Shi merely needed to play the fool. Although he too bore suspicion, a thorough investigation by the authorities would reveal that he had never encountered the robbers prior to today. It is essential to note that only a few days ago, he was a respectable university student. There was no need for an elaborate fabrication. An official inquiry would clear Lin Shi of any wrongdoing. Chapter 12. Threats Officer, will the gold bars be recovered? If they cannot be retrieved, the bank will compensate me. Right? After the questioning concluded, Lin Shi expressed concern for his gold bars. Just as the officer was about to respond, Chu Xiaodai and a middle-aged man in a suit hurried into the police station. The moment the man entered, he asked, "Has the hostage been found? Where is he? What about the gold bars?" The officer informed Lin Shi, "The bank representatives have arrived. The elder gentleman is the vice president of the bank, and you can speak directly with him." Soon, Li Chongbin, the vice president of Xiaogua Bank, took a seat opposite Lin Shi. The officer had exited, leaving only Lin Shi, Chu Xiaodai, and Li Chongbin in the room. "You are the hostage? You have returned? The gold bars are lost?" Li Chongbin's tone was accusatory, which stirred a slight displeasure in Lin Shi, though he did not show it. "You can direct those questions to the officer. I would like to know when you will return my gold bars." Li Chongbin frowned and exchanged a glance with Chu Xiaodai. Chu Xiaodai presented a document to Lin Shi, stating, "Mr. Lin, your gold bars were stolen by the robbers. If these bars cannot be recovered, our bank is willing to compensate you for 50% of the loss. Just sign this document if you agree." The incident regarding the stolen gold bars had already ignited a frenzy online, and to prevent any damage to the bank's reputation, it was imperative to resolve the matter swiftly. 50%? Lin Shi turned to Chu Xiaodai with a sardonic smile. "Isn't it what you claimed? That the robbery is your bank's responsibility?" Chu Xiaodai's gaze faltered, but recalling the vice president's instructions prior to their departure, she maintained a righteous demeanor as she replied. "The loss of the gold bars was caused by a third party. 4 of our security personnel lost their lives in this incident, and 2 others were severely injured. We have fulfilled our obligations. We express our deep regret for such occurrences. If the gold bars can be retrieved, we will certainly return the full amount to you." Lin Shi glanced over the document Chu Xiaodai had handed him, filled with dense legal jargon. The gist was that if the gold bars could not be recovered, the bank would compensate Lin Shi half the value and that he could no longer pursue any claims against the bank. Lin Shi almost laughed. The self-serving nature of the proposal was almost insulting. Did they take him for a mere child? He looked at the vice president, whose demeanor suggested that offering half was a testament to their generosity. "I recall that the gold bars were taken from the counter by the robbers. The transaction between the bank and myself was never completed as the gold bars were not delivered to me. The bank's loss of the gold bars has nothing to do with me." Li Chongbin appeared taken aback that a 19-year-old youth could maintain such composure after being taken hostage. He spoke earnestly. "Lin Shi, the loss of the gold bars is not entirely our bank's fault. How about this? We will increase the compensation to 60%. Furthermore, I have a good relationship with a professor at your university and can secure you a recommendation for graduate studies. What do you think?" "Not interested," Lin Shi replied curtly. Seeing that Lin Shi was impervious to their advances, Li Chongbin's expression soured, and he spoke with a harsher tone. "Young man, do not be overly greedy. I have heard that you have no adults in your family, just yourself. You are still young and inexperienced in society. You must learn to compromise, or you may offend the wrong people, which could jeopardize your future. Are you threatening me?" A glint of coldness flickered in Lin Shi's eyes. Chu Xiaodai attempted to mediate. "Mr. Lin, we are here sincerely to discuss compensation. However, we would like to know how you were aware of the robbery in advance. These robbers are ruthless, yet they spared you. Do you truly not know them? Are you implying that I am in cahoots with the robbers?" Lin Shi laughed in disbelief. The silence between them was palpable, and it was clear that they had tacitly accepted this implication, since an agreement could not be reached. Lin Shi had no desire to waste any more time. He stood up and headed for the exit, stating, "You two can assist the police in gathering evidence. I shall take my leave. I will pursue my belongings through legal channels." The likelihood of winning a lawsuit against the bank was quite high, though it would take a considerable amount of time. However, since the gold bars were already in his possession, he had nothing to lose. As for the threats posed by the vice president, he chuckled inwardly, hoping the man would still be able to stand and speak with him 3 months hence. A flicker of lethal intent crossed Lin Shi's gaze. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly, displaying an unfamiliar number. Assuming it to be a telemarketer, Lin Shi answered on speaker. Upon connection, a woman's voice emerged. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lin Shi?" I am a reporter from XX News in the city, and I would like to conduct a special interview with you. Do you have some time? Lin Shi was taken aback. A local reporter? What could they possibly want from him? Just as he was about to decline, another call came through from yet another unfamiliar number. Apologies, let me take this call. After hanging up, he answered the second call. Hello, Mr. Lin. We are from XX New Media, and before the caller could finish, another number rang in. Confused, Lin Shi terminated that call and continued. Is this Lin Shi speaking? I am a reporter from Xiaowa Central News. Xiaowa Central News? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, not hanging up, but instead engaging with the CCTV reporter. This is Lin Shi. What do you need? Do you have time for an interview? Many netizens are eager to hear about your escape from the robbers. Lin Shi hesitated. He had no desire for fame. The internet in the 21st century could be terrifying. If any of his missteps were uncovered, it would be disastrous. Although he had acted in self-defense when he killed the robber, the fact that he had taken the gold bars was undeniable. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that both Chu Xiaodai and the vice president were watching him intently, seemingly anxious. The refusal that had been on his lips transformed into an acceptance. All right. After arranging a time and place, Lin Shi hung up and continued to walk outside. Li Chongbin's eyes flashed with regret. He had hoped to take the initiative before the reporters arrived, yet Lin Shi proved to be unyielding. Wait, we need to discuss this further. Chu Xiaodai attempted to grasp Lin Shi's arm, only to have him evade her touch. Lin Shi turned to face her, raising an eyebrow, as if recalling something. He remarked, by the way, I provided the police with a clue regarding the motive behind the robbery. What clue? Chu Xiao instinquito inquit. When I was held hostage, I overheard the robbers mention that a bank employee had leaked information about my gold purchase, which led them to target this batch of gold bars. This statement was, in fact, fabricated by Lin Shi, as he did not comprehend the robber's dialogue. Nevertheless, he relished the opportunity to deceive this woman, considering that if someone had leaked his information, she was the prime suspect. A pang of alarm flashed across Chu Xiaodia's face as she seemed to grasp the implication. Chapter 13. The Gold Bars Acquired. Observing Chu Xiaodia's escalating panic, Lin Shi transformed his initial 50% confidence into a full 100. How tragic it was. The loss of 4 security guards and over 20 million for the bank. The leaker's sentence could be severe. As he witnessed Chu Xiaodia's disheartened demeanor, a malicious smile crept across Lin Shi's face as he turned to leave. It was no wonder that a bank robbery, absent in his previous life, occurred in this one, truly a result of the butterfly effect stemming from his rebirth and subsequent gold purchase. Li Chongbin glared furiously and shouted at Lin Shi's retreating figure, "Stop!" Noticing that Lin Shi continued to walk away, Li Chongbin gripped Chu Xiaodia's arm tightly. What is going on? He had only approached Lin Shi to negotiate under the assumption that the bank bore full responsibility. He never anticipated that the robbers had been drawn in by one of their own. What was there left to negotiate? It wasn't me, Chu Xiaodai cried out sharply. Seeing the guilty expression on her face, Li Chongbin quickly connected the dots. Lin Shi's leaker was indeed Chu Xiaodai. Now that Lin Shi had already contacted the television station, Li Chongbin realized he must resolve this matter before it became public knowledge. He turned his back on Chu Xiaodai without a second glance, leaving her slumped on the ground, repeatedly murmuring, "It wasn't me, it wasn't me." The previous day, upon receiving Lin Shi's call regarding a purchase of 25 million in gold, Chu Xiaodai had been elated. While dining with her boyfriend that evening, in a moment of pride, she mentioned the client purchasing such a substantial amount of gold. Previously, she had boasted about high-value deposits without ever revealing client names. This hardly constituted a breach of client confidentiality. How could she possibly be targeted by robbers? Yet, sometimes fate intertwines in peculiar ways. Seated at the booth directly behind her in the restaurant were 2 of the robbers. Lin Shi departed from the security bureau by evening and drove to the warehouse he had rented. Shortly thereafter, he received several phone calls, surprisingly, from advertising collaborators. Upon checking his phone, he realized he had gained notoriety. Numerous messages from long-lost university, high school, and even elementary school classmates flooded in. Lin Shi deleted all notifications. He had no desire for fame. If he were unaware that the apocalypse loomed 3 months away, perhaps he could have leveraged this newfound visibility to create short videos for profit. However, with the impending disaster, he had neither the time nor energy for such endeavors. The current online community was daunting. Should any trace of his actions be uncovered, his fate would be sealed. After casually organizing the warehouse's compartment and eating a bit of bread stored in his space, Lin Shi collapsed into bed, swiftly falling asleep after a day filled with cunning and strategy. Upon waking refreshed the following morning and completing his morning exercises, he received a call from the bank. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Your gold transaction from yesterday remains incomplete. When might you be able to come in to collect your gold?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. So prompt? He had intended to exploit the situation with Chu Xiaodai to generate public discourse, pressuring the bank to finalize the interrupted transaction. Yet, the bank's response was even quicker than he anticipated. "I could be there in 30 minutes, Lin Shi replied. After breakfast, he arrived at the bank, expecting to engage in negotiations, but everything proceeded smoothly. The bank president personally greeted him, offering sincere apologies and presenting him with the gold bars. Additionally, he received several gifts, labeled as compensation for emotional distress. Lin Shi reciprocated by complying with the president's request for a photo, posing with the gold bars alongside bank staff. As he departed, bank personnel and security kindly assisted him in transporting his belongings and escorted him to his vehicle, waving until he disappeared from sight. This scene was naturally captured by reporters who had been closely monitoring the bank's activities, and the images soon appeared on news websites, garnering praise from netizens for the bank's exemplary service. However, these developments no longer concerned Lin Shi. Initially, he had planned to participate in interviews, exposing the vice president's recordings and Chu Xiaodai's involvement, but he had swiftly achieved his objectives. There was no need to waste time on trivial matters, especially when survival in 3 months was uncertain. Lin Shi's focus now rested solely on the gold bars. In his modest compartment, 2 stacks of dazzling gold bars were neatly arranged. One stack comprised the bars he had just retrieved from the bank, while the other consisted of those he had seized from the robbers the day before. 3 smaller bars were remnants from his previous acquisition, a total of 50 million in gold. The thought of these gold bars potentially doubling to 100 million quickened Lin Shi's heartbeat. Naturally, he could not physically handle 120 kilograms of gold as he had done previously. Instead, he placed both hands upon the gold bars. Item duplication. As his words resonated, radiant golden light illuminated the small compartment. Gold bars materialized in the void before him, the sound of heavy objects landing on the bed reverberating throughout the space, causing the iron frame to creak under the pressure. Nevertheless, Lin Shi was unconcerned about whether he would have to sleep on the floor that night. He counted the duplicated bars, 123 in total, 120 at 1,000 grams each, 3 at 500 grams each, not a single one missing. A sigh of relief escaped him, soon replaced by an expression of unrestrained joy. 25 million had transformed into 100 million within 2 days. Anyone would be ecstatic. Initially, he had harbored doubts about the success of the duplication. What if the treasure pot had a replication limit, or if it could only duplicate items he physically touched? Fortunately, his concerns were unfounded. The item duplication proved even more formidable than he had anticipated. At this moment, the treasure pot interface underwent a transformation. Treasure pot. Function. Storage space 666. Funds required for upgrade 2,000. Function. Item duplication 1. Funds required for upgrade 10,000. Only one opportunity for item duplication remained. He wondered whether the number of duplications would change upon upgrading. Lin Shi said about organizing the gold bars. Every gold bar in the bank bears a unique serial number. He meticulously organized the 60 gold bars he withdrew today, placing them aside, as they were intended for resale to the bank. The remaining 63 replicas were set aside for potential melting and alternative sales avenues. Lin Shi picked up 2 original gold bars, each weighing 1,000 grams, and silently chanted, "Upgrade the space." Chapter 14. Upgrading the treasure basin, suppressing his excitement. Lin Shi adhered to his original plan to enhance the space. As he opened his palm, the interface of the treasure basin began to transform. In the blink of an eye, the dimensions of the space within his consciousness doubled in length, width, and height, resulting in an 8-fold increase in volume. Treasure basin, storage space, 121212. Required wealth points for upgrade, 4,000. Function. Item duplication 1. Required wealth point for upgrade, 10,000. The wealth points required for the next level of upgrade had increased 2-fold. Without hesitation, Lin Shi continued to lift 4 gold bars to further upgrade the space. Then 8, and then 16. after utilizing a total of 31,000 gram gold bars. The storage capacity had expanded to treasure basin, storage space, 969696, required wealth point for upgrade, 32,000, function, item duplication 1, required wealth point for upgrade, 10,000. The area of the space had surged to over 9,000 square meters, with a volume nearing 900,000 cubic meters, comparable to that of a museum. In terms of standard shipping containers, this was equivalent to more than 29,000 containers stacked together. Such a vast space was more than sufficient for the time being. Currently, 91,000 gram gold bars and 3 500-gram bars remained available for upgrading. With anticipation, Lin Shi grasped 10 gold bars for the item duplication upgrade. As soon as he uttered the words, the gold bars in his hand vanished. The numbers on the interface rapidly fluctuated before stabilizing. Treasure basin, storage space, 969696, required wealth points for upgrade, 32,000. Function, item duplication 4, required wealth points for upgrade, 20,000. Indeed, the number of duplications had increased. Moreover, it had risen by 3 at once. This indicated that further upgrades would yield additional duplication opportunities. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could replicate this strategy of purchasing gold from the bank multiple times, he could potentially grant the treasure basin unlimited upgrades. However, he quickly regained his composure. The act of buying gold bars from the bank only to sell them back could be dismissed as youthful naivety, but repeating such a venture would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Furthermore, the duplicated gold bars could not be used for upgrades and would be difficult to sell. In today's Xia country, every citizen's account was monitored by the state, and substantial inflows of unexplained funds would swiftly draw the attention of relevant authorities. Beyond the original 25 million, any excess funds would remain in the shadows, let alone be spent. Lin Shi's purpose in upgrading the treasure basin was to prepare for the impending extreme cold apocalypse. Squandering precious time and resources for the sake of upgrading would completely betray his original intent. Moreover, the arrival of the apocalypse would present the optimal opportunity for gathering gold. Within a month of the apocalypse, a vast number of plant and animal species would perish. Human food supplies would dwindle dramatically, and, at that time, a few loaves of bread might exchange for a kilogram of gold. No one would care about gold, silver, or jewels when they were struggling to satisfy their basic needs. Having come to this realization, Lin Shi placed his hand upon all the remaining gold bars and proceeded to upgrade item duplication. As the gold bars swiftly disappeared, the numbers on the treasure basin interface began to fluctuate once more. Once the gold bars had completely vanished, the treasure basin interface displayed treasure basin, storage space, 969696, required wealth points for upgrade, 32,000. Function, item duplication 22, required wealth points for upgrade, 58,500. Lin Shi was overwhelmed with joy, a smile gracing his face. Each upgrade had yielded double the number of duplications from the previous level, in addition to the remaining one. This amounted to a total of 22 duplication opportunities. According to the current upgrading pattern, the next upgrade for item duplication would grant him 24 opportunities. Yet, that was a matter for the post-apocalyptic future. The most pressing concern now was to stockpile supplies. At this moment, Lin Shi had remaining funds of 320,000. He needed to sell the replicated gold bars withdrawn from the bank to recoup his capital. Given that he had just received the gold bars today, he decided to visit the bank to sell them in 2 days for a more secure approach. With this in mind, he resolved to dispose of the other batch of gold bars that could not be exposed. Lin Shi first sought out an individual in Shi, one of those idle men who spent all day online. He lured him with a reward of 20,000 yuan to go to a manufacturer in the outskirts of Shi that produced high-frequency heating equipment to purchase a small gold melting machine. Next, he found another person to acquire several crucibles from a different factory, and a third individual to procure molds. He instructed these 3 individuals to leave the items in 3 relatively remote areas with minimal surveillance before he would disguise himself to collect them. He was aware that the authorities were likely still monitoring him, but so what? Even if someone discovered his acquisition of these items, there would be no evidence linking him to the robbers. Moreover, the situation regarding Chu Xiaodai should have begun to unfold by now. He believed the authorities would likely trace the robber's origins and motives through this lead. Given Lin Shi's carefulness, it would take some time before he was detected. After retrieving the items to his warehouse, Lin Shi commenced his work, melting, pouring, and molding. He toiled until 3 in the morning, transforming the 61,000-gram gold bars into a total of 180 gold bars of various sizes. He had already devised a plan for how to manage these gold bars. In the eastern outskirts of Haishur, there was a pawn shop. While it presented itself as a pawn shop, it secretly housed a gang that dealt in all manner of contraband. They accepted and sold anything. Lin Shi was aware of this because the pawn shop had remained operational even after the apocalypse struck. It was said that someone had once exchanged hundreds of pounds of rice for a .54 caliber pistol. Lin Shi decided to bring 5 kilograms of gold bars tomorrow to investigate. If it turned out to be mere rumors, he could still use these gold bars to obtain cash. After securing the gold bars and tools within the space, Lin Shi concluded his day's work and fell into a deep sleep. With rhythmic breaths, Lin Shi slowly stretched his body before abruptly executing a swift strike with his palm, only to gently retract it. At times still as a maiden, at others swift as a startled hare, his movements flowed like water, reminiscent of Tai Chi yet distinct in its own right. This was an exercise method designed by scientists of the Xia country in his previous life, intended to help humanity survive better in extreme cold. It required a certain level of physical fitness to begin practicing. After several days of foundational training, Lin Shi distinctly felt an increase in his agility, strength, and endurance, prompting him to attempt practicing this technique known as resonance. In a previous life, scientists speculated that after the occurrence of geomagnetic storms, a wondrous substance emerged in the atmosphere due to alterations in the Earth's magnetic field. This substance, upon absorption by living organisms, could significantly enhance their physical constitution. Evidence supporting this theory was that any flora and fauna that survived the initial 3 years of the apocalypse began to exhibit mutations, with their blood and muscles containing this enigmatic substance. The surviving animals grew increasingly colossal, while a handful of plants managed to thrive in frigid temperatures, even beneath layers of snow. However, the effects of this substance on humanity were marginal at best. Apart from granting humans a greater resistance to extreme cold, no other significant changes were apparent. Thus, in the 6th year of the apocalypse, a collaboration between scientists and martial artists culminated in the development of a specialized training regimen, which was disseminated among survivors in the 7th year. This series of exercises enabled humans to accelerate their absorption of the mysterious substance. In a prior existence, Lin Shi practiced this regimen for over a year, allowing him to withstand outdoor conditions for 2 to 3 hours without the need for a down jacket. At that time, rumors circulated that some individuals in the military had achieved the ability to unlock their genetic potential, though the veracity of such claims remained uncertain. Upon completing a set of exercises, Lin Shi felt a warmth enveloping his body. After taking a shower and indulging in a hearty breakfast, he drove towards the eastern suburbs. Chapter 15. The crossbow interception. Lin Shi arrived in the eastern suburbs and, after searching for over an hour, finally located the pawn shop situated next to a dilapidated apartment complex. The establishment, aptly named Chengxin Pawn Shop, boasted a sign that had noticeably faded over time. The entrance was diminutive and lacked transparency. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Shi retrieved his handgun from his spatial storage, inspected the ammunition, and stowed the firearm in the inner pocket of his clothing before exiting the vehicle. Exercising caution was paramount. He donned a backpack preloaded with 5 pounds of gold and stepped inside the shop. Upon entering, he was greeted by a large screen adorned with the character Dong. As he passed the screen, he noticed a man engrossed in tinkering with something behind the counter, so absorbed in his task that he did not notice Lin Shi's arrival. Knock. Lin Shi approached and tapped on the counter. The man looked up, and upon seeing a stranger, his expression shifted to one of wariness. At that moment, Lin Shi discerned that the man was holding a crossbow, entirely black, with sleek lines exuding tension, accompanied by an unassembled scope and various components on the table. Judging by its overall form, it was an interception crossbow produced by the Lighthouse Nation, an immensely powerful compound bow, reputed to penetrate the skull of an elephant from a distance of 150 meters. Its firing rate rivaled that of a handgun, boasting high precision and ease of operation, with the added convenience of being easily disassembled and reassembled as needed. Furthermore, it was quieter than a handgun, and arrows could be recovered for reuse. In a previous life, possessing such a crossbow would have allowed him to traverse the apocalypse with confidence. He had indeed chosen the right place. Noticing Lin Shi's gaze, Xie Jinxin hastily draped a cloth over the unassembled crossbow. Although he doubted that the young man could discern its nature, Xie Jinxin felt compelled to explain. My child enjoys playing with such toys. What brings you here, young man? Lin Shi chose not to expose the ruse and instead placed his backpack on the counter, unzipping it to reveal the gleaming gold inside. Xie Jinxin's eyes brightened as he picked up a gold bar for inspection. Are you looking to sell or pawn? Cash or transfer? I wish to exchange for some items, Lin Shi replied. Upon hearing this, Xie Jinxin's demeanor shifted from nonchalance to earnest scrutiny. Few would know that items could be exchanged here. Only acquaintances or those referred by trusted individuals would venture to do so. As the apocalypse had not yet fully unfolded, Xie Jinxin had not openly conducted business. Who referred you? What do you wish to exchange? He inquired. Lin Shi deftly sidestepped the question, asking, Could that crossbow you just mentioned be exchanged? Xie Jinxin appraised Lin Shi from head to toe, seemingly gauging his age, and asked, Do you even know what that is? Just as Lin Shi was about to respond, the door behind him swung open once more. A tall, muscular man stepped through, announcing his presence before he was seen. Old Xie, has my shipment arrived? Upon entering, he finally noticed Lin Shi, immediately scanning him with suspicion. Xie Jinxin addressed the robust man. The goods have arrived, but they are not yet assembled. Please wait inside while I conduct a transaction here. It was at this moment that the muscular man noticed the bag of gold on the counter, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. After the man retreated through a small door behind the counter, Xie Jinxin continued, What do you wish to exchange? Make it quick. I have other customers. I wish to trade for that interception crossbow on your counter, or the elite bow, or the stealth crossbow. All must include matching arrows. Additionally, I require 54 handgun ammunition. The more, the better, Lin Shi stated. Xie Jinxin's pupils constricted as he scrutinized Lin Shi once more. In their line of work, keen observation was paramount. Xie Jinxin could typically assess in just a few glances who was suitable for trade and who was not. He would never exchange his goods with desperate individuals for fear of inviting trouble, nor would he trade with ordinary people who had no use for his items. His exchanges were reserved for those who frequently traversed the borders or mercenaries, individuals who often disregarded death and were grateful for the equipment they acquired. After years of experience, Xie Jinxin had honed his ability to assess character. However, when he regarded Lin Shi, he found himself at a loss. At first glance, Lin Shi appeared to be a mere student, presumably there to pawn something. Upon closer inspection, he noticed Lin Shi's calm yet incisive demeanor, his body taut, limbs seemingly relaxed yet poised for action. This level of vigilance was something Xie Jinxin had only witnessed in seasoned veterans who danced on the edge of life and death. Yet, Lin Shi's complexion and hands revealed none of the weariness typical of those who lived in peril, being too fair and devoid of calluses, lacking the hostility often found in desperate men. Nevertheless, he could immediately recognize that the crossbow he had yet to assemble was indeed an interception crossbow. In a moment of indecision, Xie Jinxin ultimately chose to trust his instincts. Young man, the gold bars you possess are insufficient for what you seek. As long as you have what I desire, money is not an issue, Xie Jinxin affirmed, nodding. Follow me. He turned and pushed open the door behind the counter. The previously mentioned muscular man, seemingly lingering nearby, pushed the door open only to find himself face to face with the imposing figure. Old Xie, why are you bringing this kid in here? The muscular man queried. Old Jin, your goods can wait. I need to let this young brother choose first, Xie Jinxin replied. Lin Shi sensed the latent ferocity radiating from the muscular man, who cast a disdainful glance at him, sneering, Old Xie, are you so desperate for money that you are accepting business from anyone, selling to a mere child like him? Aren't you worried that in a few days, your entire operation will be compromised? Xie Jinxin narrowed his eyes slightly, his smile fading. I am well aware of my own affairs. There is no need for you to meddle. Lin Shi silently completed Xie Jinxin's unspoken sentiment in his mind. He was merely concerned that their long-standing business would be disrupted by such a youngster. Lao Jin emitted a low grunt, his gaze directed towards Lin Shi, revealing a glimmer of menace. Lin Shi met his stare with calm composure. When faced with a ferocious beast, it is imperative to maintain an air of unflinching tranquility to avoid being perceived as prey. Xin, having lost his inclination to converse further, waved his hand, signaling Lin Shi to follow. They traversed a pitch-black corridor and arrived at a substantial aluminum alloy door. Xiajin Xian produced a key to unlock it, and after a brief exploration of the inner wall, the lights illuminated the interior. Through the crack of the door, Lin Shi caught sight of rows of wooden shelves. "Come in," Xiajin Xian urged, stepping through the doorway. Inside, indeed, were shelves of varying heights, laden with sealed wooden boxes whose contents remained obscured. Lin Shi approached a shelf, and Xiajin Xian took down a box, utilizing a screwdriver to remove the iron fastenings. Upon opening the box and extracting the top layer of straw, it revealed an unassembled intercept crossbow. Chapter 16. The order. This is the intercept crossbow. The price is set at 200,000 without negotiation. Xiajin Xian fixated on Lin Shi, scrutinizing every nuance of his expression. This price was steep, yet if the young man was uninformed, it could yield a lucrative profit. Lin Shi remained unmoved, his countenance reflecting displeasure as he remarked, "A sniper rifle costs only a few tens of thousands, yet you dare to charge me 200,000 for a crossbow? I recall the market price for interceptors in the Lighthouse Nation hovers around $8,000. Present a sincere price. I seek numerous items and shall not deprive you of profit." He had many exchanges ahead and could not afford to be viewed as an easy target. "Ha. Lao Xie chuckled, his face devoid of any embarrassment. "Where did you spring from?" Fine. I'll offer you a fair price of 100,000. The acquisition of this item involved significant connections. It cannot be sold at the Lighthouse Nation's price. Lin Shi gestured with his fingers. 60,000. 90,000. It cannot be lower. 65,000. Ultimately, Lin Shi negotiated it down to 80,000. He requested 50 arrows to accompany the crossbow, as arrows are reusable. Xiajin Xian did not have that many in stock. Otherwise, Lin Shi would have asked for more. They then discussed the ammunition for the Type 54 pistol, with Lin Shi requesting all of Xiajin Xian's inventory, 2,000 rounds. The items here were quite comprehensive, showcasing a dazzling array of various models of sniper rifles, handguns, and other firearms. However, aside from the Type 54 pistol, Lin Shi only selected 2 AK-47s along with their corresponding ammunition. Initially, he considered acquiring several rifles from Xiagua, renowned for their resilience in harsh conditions. However, Xiajin Xian indicated that procuring Xiagua's firearms was exceedingly challenging. Lin Shi opted not to request any other firearms. Precision weapons like sniper rifles will become mere scrap metal in the extreme cold. In such frigid conditions, the principles of thermal expansion and contraction would increase the resistance of firearm components, causing gun oil to thicken. The more intricate the firearm, the more susceptible it became to jamming. Some might even crack under the extreme temperatures. Sniper rifles, precision rifles, and high-precision handguns would be equally ineffective. Conversely, the Type 54, a rather robust handgun, could still be utilized with some degree of effectiveness, while the AK-47, designed to function in extreme environments, was even less problematic. Nonetheless, even firearms that do not jam would experience a significantly reduced lifespan, requiring maintenance after a few shots to remain operational. Otherwise, the heat generated in the barrel would quickly freeze due to moisture, and snowflakes could easily infiltrate the barrel during blizzards. Their deterrent effect far outweighed practicality. For self-defense, handguns would suffice, especially since Lin Shi possessed more than one. Yet, for hunting and resource collection, cold weapons proved more advantageous. The post-apocalyptic era had also seen a resurgence of cold weaponry. Ultimately, Lin Shi set his sights on 3 Nepalese military knives and 3 daggers. When faced with Xiajin Xian's pitch for a Tang Dao, Lin Shi declined. "I thought young people preferred such blades?" Xijin Xin Mu De. Indeed, Tang Dao had gained considerable popularity online in recent years. Although sharp, the blade's excessive length and straightness made it prone to fracture upon impact with hard objects or weapons in extreme cold. Lin Shi smiled and offered no explanation, instead inquiring, "Do you accept pre-orders here?" Xiajin Xian confidently replied, "Feel free to request anything. As long as it is not overly large, I can procure it. I require the finest military-grade cold weather gear, along with matching cold weather boots, combat gloves, and a helmet." They must be top tier, the most resistant to cold. Can you acquire them? Xiajin Xian's eyes widened. The premier military cold weather combat suit comprises over a dozen pieces, capable of functioning in sub-zero environments. And its price is anything but low. Each set costs at least tens of thousands. Lin Shi added a figure, 50 sets, all tailored to my specifications. 50 sets. Xiajin Xian's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. Are you preparing for war? This young man seemed extraordinarily wealthy. Lin Shi maintained a straight face and concocted a fanciful tale. I plan to stay in Antarctica for a few years. Xiajin Xian, naturally skeptical of such an absurdity, began to reconsider the plausibility of Lin Shi's intentions as he listened to the extensive list of items Lin Shi desired. 5 night vision goggles, 20 military communication devices, 20 individual tents resistant to low temperatures, and 50 military sleeping bags. Additionally, procure a few more intercept crossbows and arrows, and acquire as much ammunition as possible. Xiajin Xian conducted a rough calculation. The total value of these items exceeded 10 million. To place such a substantial order, I require at least 1 million as a deposit. I only accept cash and gold. Xiajin Xian's request was entirely reasonable. Lin Shi nodded. I will return tonight. There were still many gold bars within his space, but he could not extract them directly. After agreeing on a time, Lin Shi departed the pawnshop with a mountaineering bag gifted by Xiajin Xian. After Lin Shi's departure, Xiajin Xian resumed assembling the crossbow for Lao Jin. Lao Jin, with a knowing look, inquired, Lao Xia, is this lamb plump? Lao Jin, do not entertain any ideas. To Lin Shi's surprise, Xiajin Xian defended him. He could not discern the young man's true nature and wished to avoid complications. When he had requested a deposit, the young man had shown no hesitation. Someone capable of producing such a substantial sum of cash or gold, while acquiring numerous pieces of equipment, could not possibly be an ordinary individual. Most notably, he had never encountered such a calm demeanor in someone so young. After hearing Xiajin Xian's comments, Lao Jin fell silent, shadows flickering in his gaze. Upon leaving the pawnshop and returning to his vehicle, he ensured the surroundings were devoid of surveillance before stowing the items in his space. After dining that evening, Lin Shi retrieved 5 pounds of gold from his space and headed back to Xiajin Xian's pawnshop. The desolate suburban night was even quieter. Lin Shi entered the pawnshop directly, presenting the gold bars for Lao Xia to inspect. Xiajin Xian examined the gold and stated all right. When the goods arrive, settle the balance. I shall take my leave. Lin Shi was unconcerned about Lao Jin absconding. This individual was renowned for his reputable standing during the apocalypse. Although he set high prices, he delivered genuine goods upon receipt of payment. Moreover, the gold itself was of no use to him. If it were to vanish, he would suffer little loss. Lin Shi turned to leave, but was halted by Xie Jinxin's voice. Wait. After a moment of hesitation, Xie Jinxin cautiously advised. Be careful at night. Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback, then realized, thank you. What did he, a grown man, need to be careful about at night? Naturally, it was about being wary of people. Someone had set their sights on him. As the vehicle cruised down the relatively quiet street, Lin Shi, having kept his wits about him, drove slowly. Before long, he slammed on the brakes. A row of spikes appeared ahead. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, shifted the gear into reverse, and pressed the accelerator to back away. He returned to the intersection he had just passed, swiftly changing gears and steering onto another road. This unexpected turn of events was entirely beyond the anticipation of the lurking individual. Ordinarily, a person would either have to repair a punctured tire or disembark to clear the spikes, who would simply turn and flee without a word. Not far from where the spikes were scattered, a man clad in black and wearing a motorcycle helmet, Old Jean, awaited his prey. Witnessing this situation, Old Jean cursed under his breath and twisted his wrist, pursuing Lin Shi. Chapter 17. Erasing evidence after Lin Shi had driven a few hundred meters. The sound of a motorcycle engine echoed behind him. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed a figure dressed in black, helmet obscuring his face, barely visible under the dim streetlights. Lin Shi steered towards a secluded road, with the motorcycle closely tailing him. Old Jin's face was mostly concealed, save for his eyes, which gleamed with malice. He had toiled under life-threatening conditions for months to earn a meager living. If he could capture this fat sheep and extort several 100,000 or even millions from him, he could enjoy a prolonged period of leisure. Such affluent second-generation heirs were particularly fearful of death. With a little pressure and some compromising photos, they would readily part with their money to ensure their safety. Old Jean was no novice at this. He had successfully executed similar plans multiple times before. As they passed through a residential area, Old Jean accelerated, maneuvering his motorcycle to block Lin Shi's path with a drift. Simultaneously, he discreetly gripped a dagger hidden in his lap. If Lin Shi were to exit the vehicle, he would seize the opportunity to subdue him instantly. At this hour, 8 o'clock in the evening, while it was still early, there were sporadic pedestrians in the distant vicinity. This time frame often lulled people into a false sense of security, and a typical wealthy heir would have already exited the vehicle, cursing vocally. Old Jean had disabled the surveillance cameras along the route. If he acted quickly, he could abduct both the person and the car before anyone could trace it back to him. Unfortunately for Old Jean, Lin Shi was not an ordinary young man, but a reincarnated individual who had fought his way through a post-apocalyptic world and witnessed the darkest facets of humanity. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Lin Shi pressed the accelerator and charged forward. His speed surged from 60 to over 100 in an instant. At such a distance, how long would it take to traverse a mere 10 meters at a speed of 100? In the next moment, Old Jin's pupils dilated in shock, and he attempted to evade, but it was far too late. The deafening crash echoed, followed by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Old Jean was propelled along with his motorcycle for several meters by the tremendous impact. The front of Lin Shi's car was mangled beyond recognition, shards of the headlights scattered across the ground, and the bumper was deeply dented. In contrast, Old Jin's motorcycle lay in ruins, its twisted parts strewn about. Originally intended for agility and a swift escape, the motorcycle had become the main reason for Old Jin's failure. Had he been driving a car, Lin Shi might have exercised caution and sought a deserted area to act. However, with Old Jean recklessly blocking the way on motorcycle, he had no choice but to resolve matters swiftly. Hearing the commotion, distant onlookers began to investigate, yet the distance rendered the situation indistinct. Lin Shi calmly exited his vehicle and approached Old Jean. The helmet-clad man was still conscious, blood spilling from his mouth, his limbs contorted unnaturally, eyes filled with venomous hatred, yet unable to utter a word. Having preyed upon others, he found himself a target of revenge. He had not anticipated that a young man, seemingly in his 20s, could be so ruthless. Without understanding the reason, how could he dare to collide with him? Lin Shi approached within a meter of Old Jean and whispered, "Isn't it curious why I dared to hit you, Old Jean?" Lin Shi's calm demeanor caused Old Jean's pupils to constrict. He had misjudged. The figure before him was no lamb for slaughter, but a remorseless predator akin to himself. Old Jean was still struggling for life. The impact had shattered his left thigh, pierced his internal organs with broken ribs, and his right hand, crushed against the ground, lay twisted and immobilized. If he had the strength to retaliate, he would surely kill this young man. Old Jean silently vowed that once he recovered, he would ensure Lin Shi met a gruesome end. However, Lin Shi did not grant him that opportunity. He crouched down, picked up a steel pipe that had fallen from the motorcycle, and with a swift motion, plunged it into Old Jin's throat before his horrified gaze. Old Jin's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his mouth flapping open and shut, his gaze filled with the desire to inflict pain upon Lin Shi. Even in death, Old Jean could not fathom why he, who would never dare to kill in such a place, had met his end at the hands of Lin Shi. Lin Shi murmured softly, "As I drove here, I noticed several surveillance cameras along the route were disabled. You did that, didn't you? Thank you for preparing your own grave." Old Jean struggled to articulate a response, but the fatal injury caused his eyes to rapidly lose their luster. Lin Shi focused his thoughts, drawing Old Jin's corpse and all the scattered debris from the scene, along with his vehicle, into a concealed space. When curious bystanders arrived at the now deserted street, all they found was a pool of glaring blood. A vigilant resident reported the incident, and the police collected the blood samples, confirming it was human. Yet, with no evidence of a crime having taken place, and with all surveillance disabled, no victims and no witnesses, the matter could not even be officially lodged. After walking a short distance, Lin Shi hailed a taxi to return home. This was not his first act of murder, and naturally, he felt no fear. In a world turned upside down, each person was both predator and prey. He was no benevolent soul. Anyone daring to covet what was would find themselves facing his ruthless wrath. Upon returning to his warehouse, Lin Shi took a shower and collapsed into bed. The following day, he glanced at the time. It was March 7th, the 7th day since his rebirth. He checked the international gold prices and discovered a surprising rise of $5 over the past 2 days. Determined to sell his gold and withdraw the cash for his next stockpiling plan, he completed his morning exercises, had breakfast, and traveled to the bank. Just days prior, Lin Shi had been a prominent figure at the bank, and, as he entered with his suitcase, he was immediately recognized. "Mr. Lin, may I inquire what business you wish to conduct?" Ever since the incident involving Chu Xiaodai leaking client information was exposed by Lin Shi, the bank has discreetly dismissed her, prioritizing its reputation. Currently, the customer service manager at Lin Shi is another gentleman, approximately 30 years of age, named Feng Jian. This opportunity arose after Feng Jian recognized Lin Shi's potential, leading him to procure a pack of cigarettes from his superior. While he was attending to a client regarding a credit card application, Feng Jian's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Shi. The sight of Lin Shi's suitcase nearly made his eyes sparkle with excitement. It seemed reminiscent of that day when Lin Shi furiously purchased 25 million worth of gold bars. Initially, when he heard that a client of Chu Xiaodai intended to buy 25 million in gold bars, he and his fellow customer managers felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Who would have anticipated that such fortune would soon befall him? Chapter 18. Selling the gold bars. Feng Jian immediately abandoned the client he was assisting with the high-value credit card application to attend to Lin Shi. In comparison to the commission from selling 25 million in gold, processing a credit card application was trivial. He hurried to Lin Shi, donning the most sincere smile. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm your new customer manager, Xiaofeng. What business do you wish to conduct today? Let's discuss it inside." "Certainly, right this way." Feng Jian eagerly guided Lin Shi to the VIP room, relishing the envious glances from his colleagues, feeling a sense of pride. Lin Shi's spontaneous expenditure of 25 million on gold suggested he must possess even greater savings at other banks. If he could secure those funds, his performance would surely ascend to new heights. His co-workers shared this sentiment, as performance directly correlated to their salaries, and high-value clients equated to their livelihood. However, Feng Jian acted too swiftly, leaving them to mutter curses under their breath. That opportunist. As Lin Shi approached the VIP counter, he was about to speak when Feng Jian interjected, "Mr. Lin, please have a seat and wait just a moment." With that, he hastily departed. Lin Shi had no choice but to sit and wait. Soon, Feng Jian returned, holding an exquisite gift box. The bank annually prepares gifts for its esteemed clients, offering different tiers based on client status. This year's top-tier gift was 2 bottles of Maodai. Although Lin Shi was not originally a top client, Feng Jian, in a bid to retain such a significant client, personally contributed to the gift. He believed that if Lin Shi returned to complete a substantial financial investment, not only would he recoup his expenses, but his performance and salary would rise swiftly. He had intended to contact Lin Shi to deliver the gift, but was pleasantly surprised by Lin Shi's visit. "Mr. Lin, this is your gift for the year, along with some personal sentiments from me." Lin Shi nodded, uninterested, and promptly stated, "Please assist me with the procedure to repurchase the gold bars." With that, he opened his suitcase to reveal an entire case of 60 kilograms of gold bars. Feng Jian was momentarily taken aback, his expression a mixture of astonishment and excitement. "You wish to repurchase these gold bars?" Lin Shi affirmed with a nod. Feng Jian glanced at the current international gold price, forcing a smile. "Mr. Lin, if you divest these gold bars at this moment, you would incur a loss." Lin Shi had already prepared his reasoning for this decision. "I am aware. I have conducted my research. My previous impulse purchase of such a large quantity of gold bars was unwise. I now wish to invest this capital elsewhere." Despite Feng Jian's attempts to dissuade him, Lin Shi's resolve only intensified, leading to a growing impatience on Lin Shi's part. Reluctantly, Feng Jian commenced the repurchase process, which was considerably more complicated than the purchasing procedure, requiring verification of each gold bar certificate codes, ensuring the packaging remained intact and the bars free from scratches. This was not a task to be completed hastily. Feng Jian summoned a counter-staff member for assistance. Upon learning that Lin Shi intended to sell the recently acquired gold bars, the staff member cast a somewhat gleeful glance at Feng Jian, deepening his scowl. After a morning's labor, all the gold bars were finally repurchased, and Lin Shi's account was credited with 24.78 million, resulting in a loss of over 600,000. With the target achieved, Lin Shi paid little mind to the minor financial setback. After declining all of Feng Jian's investment proposals, Lin Shi departed, while Feng Jian forced a smile as he watched him leave with the 2 bottles of Maotai, regretting the expense he had incurred for this gift. He had already spent over 1,000 yuan and even used a pack of cigarettes in the process. What infuriated Feng Jian further was the impending ridicule he would face from colleagues who would mock him behind his back as a fool. These matters were of no concern to Lin Shi. After leaving the bank, he proceeded directly to the grain and oil wholesale market. Requesting 100 tons of rice in 50-kilogram bags, he also ordered 1,000 bags of flour, 100 boxes of cooking oil, and 1,000 boxes of salt. The reason for stockpiling such an abundance of salt stemmed from the fact that, following the freezing of seawater, the extraction of salt had become exponentially more challenging. Given that salt was currently inexpensive and did not occupy much space, Lin Shi opted to acquire surplus. Following this, he ordered 100 boxes each of monosodium glutamate, chicken essence, soy sauce, vinegar, and other seasonings. Additionally, he requested 1,000 boxes each of instant noodles, sausages, ham, luncheon meat, and noodles. Lin Shi also ordered 100 boxes of hot pot base and various seasoning packets. In the extreme cold, enjoying hot pot with boiled meat would be a true delight. He continued to purchase various miscellaneous items as he saw fit, culminating in 7 container trucks filled with supplies, costing Lin Shi over 1 million yuan. The wholesale market owners treated him as a major supermarket buyer, reducing prices to the lowest possible rates in anticipation of future orders. The loading of these items would require several hours, and Lin Shi insisted on having additional workers to expedite the process. After paying a deposit and providing his address, he then proceeded to the adjacent farmer's market. There, he ordered several thousand pounds of various live fish, requesting them to be cleaned and scaled. He ordered 1 ton each of chicken and duck, as well as 1 to 2 tons of fresh pork, beef, lamb, and eggs. As it was already afternoon, these could only be delivered the following day, particularly the live fish, which required immediate slaughter, adding an extra cost per pound and necessitating several days for complete delivery. Next, he ordered dried seaweed, assorted dried seafood, and several hundred pounds each of ginger, scallions, and garlic. The unique properties of space allowed for the items to remain unchanged upon retrieval, were it not for the limitation against storing live animals. Lin Shi would have procured some fresh shrimp and crabs. Lin Shi also placed orders for 3 tons of assorted vegetables and melons, as well as 3 tons of fruits, requesting delivery first thing the next morning. Subsequently, he visited a pharmacy to purchase medications. Unlike food, individuals are restricted from buying excessive quantities of pharmaceuticals. Lin Shi continued his search until evening, visiting over a dozen pharmacies to acquire 50 boxes of antibiotics, 72 boxes of cold medicine, and various antiviral powders and oral solutions. Vitamin bottles priced at 2 yuan each, containing 100 capsules, were purchased by Lin Shi in quantities of 126. Yet, this supply proved insufficient. In the apocalyptic landscape, where pharmaceuticals were in dire scarcity, a mere cold could claim a life amidst the biting chill. Lin Shi resolved to place another order online. At that moment, the first batch of goods from the grain and oil wholesale market had already arrived near the warehouse rented by Lin Shi. Upon receiving the call, he hastily drove back. Just as he reached the warehouse entrance, his phone rang again. It was Liao Peng calling. Calculating the time, Lin Shi realized Liao Peng had been in Shashi for 4 days, suggesting he had made some progress. Chapter 19. Acquiring supplies. Lin Shi answered the call. Liao Peng's voice resonated through the line. Boss, I have traversed Shashi over the past few days and found 3 locations that meet your requirements. I have sent the detailed information to your WeChat. Please take a look. All right, I have matters to attend to. I will call you back later, Lin Shi replied. He first opened the warehouse gate and, alongside a dozen laborers, commenced unloading the goods. 7 containers took over 3 hours to empty and store within the warehouse. Once the workers departed, Lin Shi placed his hands upon the pile of supplies, absorbing the inventory into his space. Observing the scant resources occupying only a fraction of the available area, Lin Shi recognized this was merely the beginning. After a refreshing shower, Lin Shi reviewed the information sent by Liao Peng. It was evident he had not misjudged Liao Peng's capabilities. All three locations presented matched his criteria impeccably. Innovated terrain, remote settings and devoid of towering buildings, permitting immediate construction. One site, particularly expansive, was located in the eastern outskirts of Shashur, ample enough not only for his private sanctuary, but even for a small community. Lin Shi speculated that the official shelters in a past life were likely established in this very location. Should it be requisitioned by the authorities, the loss would be substantial. Thus this site was dismissed. The remaining two locations included one situated behind a village in the western suburbs, featuring a hill only a few meters high, approximately 10 kilometers from the first vacant land where a temple once stood. Though the temple had collapsed, its foundation remained intact. The final site was in a coastal fishing village named Shidao, which boasted a cliff rising several meters high, atop which lay a broad parcel of land previously inhabited by a few families who had since relocated. Lin Shi sent a text to Liao Peng, instructing him to arrange for geological surveys of both the hill where the temple stood and the cliff. He wished to avoid scenarios where the foundation of his dwelling would collapse unexpectedly, although the cliff was formed of rock layers. Prolonged exposure to the elements could have rendered the stone weathered, thus unsuitable for shelter construction. In contrast, the former temple site appeared to align more closely with his aspirations. However, the ultimate decision would depend on the outcomes of the assessments. Having completed these tasks, Lin Shi succumbed to sleep. In the following 3 days, the deliveries to the warehouse consisted of fresh produce purchased from the agricultural market. Lin Shi hired 4 individuals nearby to manage the reception and transportation of goods, while he himself ventured to the lumber market on the 8th. In the aftermath of the extreme cold, as humanity lost access to electricity, gas pipelines across nations had cracked and leaked. The demand for fire was immense. Without it, the preparation of cooked meals and warm food was impossible, and the majority of survivors resorted to a life of raw sustenance. Countless individuals perished from the cold in their slumber. Consequently, wood became exceedingly precious. Lin Shi procured 500 tons of firewood, significantly cheaper than regular planks, consisting of waste lumber and offcuts. This quantity required the loading of 25 containers. Fortunately, due to his substantial order, the lumber market was willing to accommodate him. Next, he acquired gas canisters and coal, striving to purchase as much as possible. Lin Shi secured a total of 800 tons of coal. Following, there were windproof lighters, flintstones, and waterproof matches. He also placed online orders for cold medicine, antibiotics, disinfectants, emergency bandages, and various medical supplies, along with respirators, oxygen tanks, tactical axes, jungle knives, and bomb-proof clothing as survival gear. On the 9th, Lin Shi visited the largest generator factory in the coastal city, purchasing 10 portable generators, 10 household generators, and 2 industrial generators. Except for the industrial generator, which was solely for high-power needs and operated on diesel, albeit noisily, he chose the quietest gasoline generators for all others. Typically, the household generator sufficed. Subsequently, he turned his attention to wiring. Following the onset of the extreme cold apocalypse, electrical circuits, even those not destroyed by electromagnetic storms, had largely been rendered inoperative due to freezing temperatures. Therefore, Lin Shi planned to install the wiring indoors, ensuring a self-sustaining power loop for his shelter. To prevent aging of the wiring or short-circuiting leading to power outages, he purchased tens of thousands of meters of various wires as backup. Next came diesel and gasoline. To utilize the generators, a substantial stockpile was necessary. However, the purchase of petroleum was prohibited for private transactions. The prospect of filling a tank and then siphoning it off was daunting, and it remained uncertain how long it would take to accumulate sufficient fuel. Thus, Lin Shi returned to the Qingxin pawn shop. "You want 100 tons of diesel? 100 tons of gasoline? Do you think I own a gas station?" Xie Jinxin regarded Lin Shi with a bemused expression. Lin Shi managed a wry smile. 100 tons is hardly excessive. A large SUV's tank holds 100 liters, and filling it 10 times equates to 1 ton. Naturally, I must stockpile as much as possible. No one knows when this apocalypse will conclude. At least in the 8th year of this extreme cold, there are no signs of it abating. If Xie Jinxin could not assist, Lin Shi would need to acquire a sufficiently large vehicle to gather fuel from various stations. Just as he prepared to leave, Xie Jinxin paused and said, "However, I can arrange up to 10 tons for you. A flicker of delight crossed Lin Shi's eyes, but he quickly concealed his excitement upon noticing Xie Jinxin's scrutinizing gaze. What will be the price? 10 tons of gasoline and 10 tons of diesel in exchange for 2 kilograms of gold. 2 kilograms of gold amounted to over 800,000 yuan. The price of diesel was less than 10,000 yuan per ton, while gasoline exceeded 10,000 yuan per ton. Even accounting for 10 tons of each, it would only total around 200,000 yuan. Xie Jinxin had inflated the price by over fourfold. Don't find it too expensive. I wasn't originally in this line of work. It's a considerable risk, so if you don't want it, that's your choice, Xie Jinxin remarked. Lin Shi certainly would not be easily manipulated. He still had a few gold bar replicas in his space. Yet the terms of the transaction were to be dictated by him. 20 tons of gasoline and 20 tons of diesel, and I will give you 5 kilograms of gold. Fortune favors the bold. Xie Jinxin gritted his teeth and agreed. Noticing Xie Jinxin's prompt acquiescence, Lin Shi's expression shifted as he inquired, "Can you procure some pharmaceuticals for me as well? The price is negotiable. Tell me, what exactly are you planning to do with these items?" Xie Jinxin's curiosity was piqued by Lin Shi's increasingly peculiar requests. Although questioning a client's intentions was generally considered taboo, he was genuinely intrigued. With cold weapons, thermal gear, oil, and medicine, what was Lin Shi truly after? Was it indeed, as this young man suggested, a plan to settle in Antarctica? Xie Jinxin began to ponder this outlandish possibility. Lin Shi, however, would not disclose his true intentions. Did I not mention? I intend to settle in Antarctica. Subsequently, Lin Shi provided Xie Jinxin with an array of antibiotics, cold medications, and both external and internal injury treatments. Xie Jinxin remained skeptical, yet they settled on a price. Upon leaving the pawn shop, Lin Shi contemplated his next steps and decided to visit the electronics market to procure essential appliances for the long years ahead in this apocalyptic world. He quickly arrived at Haishi's largest electronics mall. In the mall, he purchased 20 units each of rice cookers, induction cookers, washing machines, dryers, hair dryers, air purifiers, and kettles, along with 30 units each of electric heaters, electric blankets, and warm air fans. Next, he ventured into a nearby store to acquire pots, pans, and utensils, ensuring they were all made of alloy or stainless steel. On the 10th, Lin Shi made his way to Haishi's largest shopping center. Although he already possessed winter clothing, it was meant for hunting expeditions in search of supplies. He needed to obtain some everyday attire and additional warm items. He first entered a home goods store, purchasing 20 sets of down comforters, 20 sets of cotton quilts, 20 blankets, and 20 bedding sets. Then, he proceeded to a reputable brand store known for its high-quality down jackets and windbreakers, which were said to be designed for Antarctic expedition teams. Utilizing the most advanced insulation materials available, second only to military cold weather gear. As spring approached, winter apparel was on sale, and most items on the shelves had transitioned to spring collections. Lin Shi navigated to the winter clothing section, where two sales associates were engaged in casual conversation. Given that the store offered high-end products, with each coat costing several thousand to tens of thousands, the foot traffic was typically low. Upon seeing Lin Shi head straight for the discount section, both sales associates exchanged skeptical glances and continued their chat. After observing for a while without identifying the warmest option, Lin Shi inquired, "Which of these garments provides the utmost warmth?" The sales associate, turning her back to Lin Shi, rolled her eyes before responding. "These down jackets and windbreakers are quite warm." This was not the answer Lin Shi sought. He clarified, "I'm asking which is the warmest, capable of providing warmth in temperatures as low as -50 degrees. Internally cursing the audacity of such a request, the sales associate casually pointed out a few items. Lin Shi selected one of the pieces she indicated, asking for it in size XL to try on. The sales associate, already growing impatient, thought to herself that a customer seeking discounted items should not have such high demands. She glanced at the down jacket in size L on the rack and said, "You can try this one first. If it suits you, I will fetch you the XL." At that moment, Lin Shi sensed the sales associate's evident annoyance. Just as he was about to voice his frustration, two individuals entered the store, one of whom was Su Feifei, accompanied by a tall, slender man. It appeared they were regulars, as another sales associate greeted them warmly. "Mr. Li, welcome. We have recently stocked many new styles, Please take a look. The contrast in their demeanor towards Lin Shi was stark, especially as the sales associate realized her colleague would likely receive a substantial commission from this new customer. Su Feifei soon spotted Lin Shi and exclaimed, "Lin Shi, you are here too?" He merely nodded, choosing to ignore her and requesting the sales associate to retrieve the XL size for him. Reluctantly, she complied. Noticing Su Feifei's unwavering gaze upon Lin Shi, Li Duiyu, the man accompanying her, expressed his displeasure. "Feifei, who is that?" Su Feifei, appearing to snap back to reality, responded, "He is my high school classmate." Although Lin Shi had previously left them behind at the club, Su Feifei believed it was Zhao Xiao who had offended Lin Shi, leading to his resentment towards them. Lin Shi was wealthy and handsome, and in Su Feifei's eyes, a man who possessed both charm and riches deserved forgiveness for any transgressions. Rumors of Lin Shi being kidnapped by robbers during a bank visit had circulated among their classmates, as had tales of his investment in 25 million in gold bars. Everyone assumed that someone capable of such financial maneuvers must possess a fortune nearing 100 million. Su Feifei's eyes sparkled as she observed Lin Shi, while trying on the jacket, revealed a physique that had seemingly improved, with his toned chest subtly visible beneath a thin base layer. This caused her cheeks to flush. She glanced at the lanky Li Duiyu beside her and felt a renewed sense of attraction towards Lin Shi. Approaching him, she complimented Lin Shi. "You look splendid in that jacket." Li Duiyu's expression darkened. Lin Shi nodded, gesturing toward the pieces the sales associate had mentioned earlier, instructing her, "Please bring me that one in XL, as well as those 3. The sales associate, her face sour, begrudgingly retrieved the additional items. Lin Shi tried each one on, wanting to ensure the fit and flexibility, as he would likely wear them for many years to come. However, the sales associate's impatience grew. She perceived Lin Shi as a difficult customer, one who was indecisive about purchasing a discounted item, were it not for the presence of other customers. She would have expressed her irritation more openly. Su Feifei continued to praise Lin Shi's appearance, but he found her chatter bothersome and was about to ask her to leave when Li Duiyu, who had been sidelined, finally snapped, "Feifei, if your classmate cannot afford these clothes, I can cover the bill. Let's not make things uncomfortable for the sales associate." The sales associate cast a grateful glance at Li Duiyu, while Su Feifei's expression turned pained. Could it be that Lin Shi lacked money? After all, he had invested 25 million in gold. While she did not understand why Lin Shi was so fixated on discounted items, she admired his frugality. "Li Duiyu, stop talking nonsense." Su Feifei in it. Seeing Su Feifei defend Lin Shi further irked Li Duiyu, who disdainfully remarked, "Am I speaking out of turn? He is merely a penniless person who can only afford discounted items. Does he plan to flaunt them?" Su Feifei frowned, but Lin Shi interrupted her, addressing Li Duiyu. "Are you suggesting that you would be willing to pay for me?" Lin Shi was not oblivious to the sarcasm and provocation in Li Duiyu's tone, interpreting him as yet another suitor of Su Feifei. Li Duiyu's contempt deepened as he exchanged a look with Su Feifei that seemed to say, "See, I told you so." He then condescendingly added, "Yes, I will cover the cost of these discounted items you fancy." Lin Shi appraised Li Duiyu, asking, "Do you truly have the means for that? Let us see if you keep your word." Li Duiyu, seeming like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, raised his voice slightly. "Of course, you can choose as many as you like, and I will pay for them." Li Duiyu lacked for nothing except for money. He had a monthly allowance of 300,000, and spending 20,000 on a few discounted items was hardly a concern. In order to maintain his image as a wealthy heir in front of the girl he admires, he can afford this amount of money. It became apparent that Lin Shi intended for the regular patron of the store, a rich second generation, to foot the bill. The sales assistant beside him looked at Lin Shi with a gaze filled with disdain. Chapter 21. The wager. Lin Shi smiled, for he was not merely purchasing a few items, but rather intending to acquire dozens, even hundreds. When a benefactor presents themselves, he would not hold back. He addressed a nearby sales assistant, stating, "For the garments I just tried on, wrap up 50 of each." "What did you say?" The sales assistant assumed she had misheard. Lin Shi reiterated, "I wish to purchase these styles. Please settle the payment for me." Both sales assistants were taken aback by Lin Shi's audacious request, their faces conveying disbelief at the existence of someone so shameless. The sales assistant remained motionless, glancing towards Li Duiyu. Lin Shi turned to the astonished Li Duiyu, and a mocking smile adorned his face. "I just inquired if you could afford to select a few more items. You wouldn't be unable to pay, would you? This statement effectively returned Li Duiyu's earlier words to him. Lin Shi had tried on 4 items, each with an order of 50, totaling 200. Even if they were all discounted, each piece would average around 3,000, amounting to approximately 600,000. Li Duiyu's monthly allowance was 300,000, hardly sufficient for his own needs. Lin Shi's opening gambit would deplete 2 months of his spending money. Are you toying with me? Li Duiyu's anger surged. Feeling that Lin Shi was merely jesting at his expense to embarrass him in front of Su Feifei. It was not that he could not produce 600,000, but rather that he would never spend such a sum for a man who in their right mind buys 50 of the same article of clothing. I was referring to the items you intended to purchase. Even Su Feifei perceived Lin Shi as deliberately putting Li Duiyu in a difficult position. Who would need 200 winter coats? They would remain unworn for years, and by then, they would be out of fashion. However, she chose not to voice her thoughts. As Lin Shi was a man she held in high regard and would not publicly contradict him, Lin Shi asserted, "What I wish to buy is indeed 200 pieces." Li Duiyu, furious, retorted with a mocking laugh, "You, a poor wretch buying discounted goods, can afford 200 pieces? If you can, I will kneel and call you grandfather." Lin Shi chuckled, his derision unmistakable on his face. "Call me grandfather? Who knows if your words will hold true, just as before when you let out a fart." "Oh no, even a fart can make a sound. Your words are worth less than that." Hearing Lin Shi's vivid metaphor, Su Feifei couldn't help but burst into laughter. The laughter of the girl he admired wounded Li Duiyu's pride, causing him to explode in anger, raising his voice. "Nonsense. I always keep my word. But how can you prove that you're not just trying to trick me into claiming you want to buy 200 pieces? Li Duiyu's loud voice attracted the attention of a couple passing by. Lin Shi replied, "It's simple. I will purchase these 200 pieces, and if I can afford it, you will cover all my expenses in this mall today. And if you cannot," the stakes had risen between them, and Li Duiyu was determined not to be at a disadvantage. Lin Shi stated, "If I cannot, you may do as you wish." Unbeknownst to them, the crowd outside the store had grown larger, with many whispering amongst themselves. In front of so many witnesses, Li Duiyu could not afford to appear weak. He raised his chin, looking down at Lin Shi through his nostrils. "Very well, I agree. If you cannot afford it, you shall bow your head and call me grandfather 3 times. Li Duiyu did not believe that this impoverished wretch could truly afford clothing worth hundreds of thousands. Today, he would tear this poor fool's face off and trample it underfoot. Lin Shi turned to the sales assistant, commanding 50 of each style. "Pack them up immediately." The sales assistant scoffed, displeased. "Sir, these garments total around 600,000. The subtext was that Lin Shi should refrain from making demands if he lacked the funds to back them up. 200 pieces was no trivial number. If she called someone to retrieve them from the warehouse and Lin Shi backed out, she would face reprimands or even punishment. Lin Shi drew a card from his pocket. "Calculate the total. I will pay by card." Upon seeing Lin Shi's black card, the sales assistant's eyes widened in disbelief. She did not dare to be negligent, taking it carefully with both hands to examine it closely. Indeed, only those with deposits exceeding 10 million possessed such a card. Having worked in this industry for a while, she recognized the significance. Realization dawned on her that she had misjudged him, and she quickly adopted the most courteous demeanor. "Please wait a moment. Have a seat while I fetch the goods from the warehouse." As she spoke, she guided Lin Shi to sit down, offering tea and water. A stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. 200 pieces. Even at discounted prices, such a quantity would yield a substantial commission for her. Another sales assistant promptly called the warehouse. Lin Shi instructed, "No need to deliver them here. Send them directly to my residence." The sales assistant readily complied, jotting down Lin Shi's address. Soon, the total was calculated. 582,366. The sales assistant bent down, placing the card machine before Lin Shi. Lin Shi entered his PIN, signed the receipt, completing the transaction seamlessly. The sales assistant secretly rejoiced at the prospect of a lucrative commission. But Lin Shi's next words plunged her into an icy abyss. "Now, summon your manager. I wish to file a complaint against your service." The sales assistant, who had consistently treated Lin Shi poorly, immediately panicked, hastily apologizing and promising various gifts. Li Duiyu, who had anticipated witnessing Lin Shi's humiliation, was rendered speechless in disbelief. He pulled the busy sales assistant closer, Did he truly buy 200 pieces? Let me see the receipt. After reviewing the receipt, Li Duyu still found it hard to believe. If he could spend 582,000 on a bet, why would he be buying clothes from the clearance section? Was he not in his right mind? Li Duyu suspected that Lin Shi was targeting him specifically. He remained convinced that Lin Shi's order for 200 identical pieces was merely a gesture of defiance, not a genuine necessity. Yet, Lin Shi indeed required them. The wager was merely a response to Li Duyu's incessant prattling. Have you come to your senses? Can we fulfill the wager now? Lin Shi regarded Li Duyu with a bemused expression as he repeatedly scrutinized the receipt. Li Duyu gritted his teeth, calculating his losses. If he backed out now, Su Feifei would surely lose interest. Yet, if he did not, he would inevitably be taken advantage of today. Just as Li Duyu was mired in indecision, two young women entered the store, heading directly towards the trio. More accurately, they approached Lin Shi. The two girls were tall, impeccably made up, and their beauty rivaled that of Su Feifei. Even in his turmoil, Li Duyu could not help but be captivated. The girl with curly hair flashed a brilliant smile. Addressing Lin Shi, "Excuse me, are you Lin Shi?" "I am." Lin Shi nodded, not recognizing either of them. Both girls displayed expressions of delight, and the straight-haired girl exclaimed, "I am your fan. You are even more handsome in person than in photos. I am so thrilled to meet you." Lin Shi took a moment to comprehend their enthusiasm. After the recent bank robbery incident, the fervor surrounding Lin Shi had yet to dissipate. Two girls sat beside him, engaging in lively conversation. Soon, several more girls entered the store, evidently drawn to Lin Shi. It turned out that most of those who had been loitering outside had recognized him, but were initially uncertain. Under Lin Shi's deliberate promotion, the crowd quickly became aware of the wager he had made with Li Duyu. Some girls, eager to capture Lin Shi's attention, began filming short videos, which left Li Duyu, who was still contemplating reneging on the bet, seething with frustration. With so many people now aware of his wager with Lin Shi, if he attempted to back out, he would undoubtedly become a topic of gossip throughout Haishur by the next day. In the glaring spotlight, Li Duyu could afford to lose money, but not his dignity. Resolutely, he produced his card and tossed it at Lin Shi, declaring, "A bet is a bet. From now on, all your expenses in this mall will be on my tab." Despite his words, he loathed Lin Shi deeply in his heart. The girls surrounding Lin Shi erupted in cheers, prompting him to respond, "Then I shall not be polite. Ladies, I have some items to purchase, farewell." Lin Shi waved goodbye to the girls and made his way out of the store, with Li Duyu and Su Feifei following closely behind. Lin Shi's first stop was a men's underwear store, where he ordered 1,000 thermal underwear sets, 1,000 pairs of thermal socks, and 2,000 pairs of underpants, totaling over 260,000 yuan. Originally, Lin Shi had intended to buy these items at a wholesale market, but now that he was spending someone else's money, he saw no reason to refrain. The sheer volume of his purchase startled the staff, who confirmed the order multiple times before contacting the manufacturer for delivery, as the store's inventory was insufficient. Naturally, the shipping address was Lin Shi's warehouse. Watching Lin Shi squander his money, Li Duyu approached him, his eyes blazing with fury, and whispered through gritted teeth, "Isn't this enough? I'll remind you to know when to stop." He was increasingly convinced that Lin Shi was deliberately humiliating him. Who in their right mind would buy such an excessive amount of underwear? The card contained not only his allowance for the month, but also an overdraft limit of 500,000 yuan. With Lin Shi now draining his funds, he would have to survive on nothing for the rest of the month. Lin Shi disregarded Li Duyu's warning, narrowing his eyes and flashing a bright smile. "You said it yourself. All my spending in the mall today is on you. What is this? Are you having second thoughts?" His voice was loud enough for Su Feifei to cast a disdainful glance at Li Duyu, her eyes filled with contempt. She despised men who lacked integrity. Li Duyu was taken aback by Lin Shi's blatant disregard for his feelings, his expression twisting in anger as he pointed a finger at Lin Shi and said, "All right, you're something else. Just wait." With a fierce glare, he turned away, leaving behind his card, and his eyes hinted at unresolved conflict. As he departed, Su Feifei reminded Lin Shi, Li Duyu's father is reportedly a shareholder in a publicly listed company. Lin Shi casually acknowledged her with an indifferent "oh." Having witnessed unimaginable darkness in the apocalypse, The tactics of these young individuals in the peaceful world seemed trivial to him. With firearms still present in his space, he felt no fear. Furthermore, in 2 months, Li Duoyu, the wealthy second-generation heir, would no longer hold that status. Lin Shi chuckled nonchalantly and continued his shopping spree. He purchased 100 pairs of snow boots, 50 thermos cups, 100 backpacks, and various warm hats and gloves. He only ceased his extravagant spending when Li Duoyu's card was maxed out. He tossed the card to Su Fei, instructing her not to follow him any longer, and exited the mall, leaving Su Fei behind, seething with frustration. After spending an entire afternoon shopping with Lin Shi, her high heels had rubbed her feet raw, and he even treated her to a meal. He had never been like this before. Upon returning to the warehouse, Lin Shi found it filled with the appliances and the last batch of fish he had purchased. The owner had thoughtfully placed ice packs in each box of fish. There were also numerous medications Lin Shi had ordered online a few days prior. After dismissing the delivery workers, he stored all the goods in his space. He now possessed over 200 boxes of cold medicine, hundreds of antibiotics for viral and bacterial infections, and thousands of bandages and dressings. He had also bought 200 boxes of frostbite ointment. Consulting his initial shopping list, he crossed off the items he had already acquired. Next, he needed some windproof lamps, sleds, and other outdoor supplies, along with bathing essentials. He ordered shampoo, body wash, toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, and more online. In the apocalypse, such items were considered luxuries. Initially, Lin Shi had not intended to purchase them, as survivors in extreme cold typically did not bathe to maintain body oils for insulation and skin protection. After all, who could afford hot water for bathing in such conditions? In his previous life, Lin Shi had only used snow to wash himself a few times over 8 years in the apocalypse. However, this time was different. He had been reborn and had the opportunity to prepare in advance. How could he not allow himself a better quality of life? Subsequently, Lin Shi purchased kerosene lamps, windproof lights, moisture-proof mats, sleds, skis, batteries, radios, and purification tablets from an outdoor sports brand online. Skis were crucial for transportation during extreme cold. As blizzards raged on, the snow accumulated to such depths that it blanketed the entire planet. Freshly fallen snow was particularly soft, making it easy for people to sink into, let alone vehicles. Travel became nearly impossible. As the snow compacted, most vehicles became buried beneath the ever-thickening layers of snow. Even those that survived the onslaught could not start due to the extreme cold, where they faced dangers like skidding and crashing. The arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse had set humanity's technology back by centuries. Besides ordinary skis, Lin Shi also procured 20 snowmobiles, which were the best mode of transportation in such harsh conditions. Nowadays, most of these machines were rented out as toys to those seeking adventure in the snow. A good snowmobile could reach speeds of up to 200 kilometers per hour in the snow and was relatively affordable, with high-quality models costing just a few tens of thousands. The only downside was that they were highly conspicuous and produced a noise akin to regular motorcycles. Lin Shi would refrain from using them unless necessary. After completing these purchases, Lin Shi took a moment to freshen up before retiring for the night. In the dead of night, he suddenly awoke. Reaching for his phone to check the time, it was already past 2 a.m. At that moment, he heard the sound of a truck's wheels rumbling closer. Stealthily like a cat, Lin Shi crept to the warehouse door. Illuminated by the moonlight, he spotted a large truck approaching from the distance, stopping right at the entrance of his warehouse. Lin Shi squinted, instinctively on guard. Although he had ordered numerous items in recent days, what could possibly arrive stealthily in the dead of night? The visage of Lao Xie loomed in Lin Shi's mind. Could it be the diesel and gasoline he had ordered a few days prior? Indeed, just as this thought crossed his mind, 2 figures leapt from the vehicle, both clad in black attire and donning masks. One bore a striking resemblance to Xie Jinxin. Lin Shi remained vigilant, retrieving a pistol from his space. As Xie Jinxin exited the vehicle, he checked the address on the warehouse door. Confirming it was correct, he gently rapped on the large iron gate. Chapter 23. Xie Jinxin arrives. Knock, knock, knock. Xie Jinxin lightly tapped the door. The small gate beside the main door opened silently. What is the matter? Lin Shi's half-hidden figure loomed in the darkness, coldly regarding the newcomers. Goodness, you nearly scared me to death at this hour, Xie Jinxin exclaimed, patting his chest. Your goods have arrived. Open the door. Noticing the two remained still, Lin Shi closed the small gate before unlocking the large one. The truck drove directly into the warehouse. Xie Jinxin tapped the side of the truck, stating, "Everything is here." The driver, named Biao, was a robust man. He opened the truck's rear door, revealing barrels of oil stacked within. "Brother, inspect the goods." Xie Jinxin gestured to Lin Shi. "No need. I trust you," Lin Shi replied, refraining from stepping into the dimly lit cargo area. Xie Jinxin smiled, beckoning a Biao, who entered the truck alone, pulling out a loading ramp and rolling down the barrels. Xie Jinxin caught them and arranged them neatly. Lin Shi stood aside, observing with arms crossed. He would never expose his back to someone he did not trust. He had engaged in transactions worth over 10 million in gold with Xie Jinxin. Wealth can corrupt, and in the face of sufficient profit, anyone could become a devil. Lin Shi was wise not to entrust his safety to Xie Jinxin's character. 3 hours later, the two men were breathless from unloading all the barrels. Xie Jinxin bid farewell to Lin Shi and climbed back into the truck with a Biao. Driving away, Lin Shi watched the vehicle until it vanished from sight before retracting his gaze. It seemed he had underestimated others' intentions, yet caution bore no fault, and Lin Shi felt no remorse for his actions. Inside the truck, Xie Jinxin, who had been glancing at the rearview mirror, only averted his gaze when Lin Shi's figure was no longer visible. The driver, a Biao, expressed discontent. "Old Xie, are you being overly cautious? We clearly had a chance to act." Having been in this business for many years, Xie Jinxin was no saint. He would seize opportunities for blackmail, but only if the odds were in his favor. Maintaining a good reputation hinged on two conditions. First, to sincerely complete transactions. Second, to execute any underhanded dealings cleanly. With a smile, Xie Jinxin replied, "It's not that I am too cautious. It's that the young man is excessively so. Did you not notice how vigilant he was towards us the entire time?" A Biao glanced at the now empty rearview mirror, dismissively stating, "He is just a frail bean sprout. I could crush him effortlessly." Xie Jinxin leisurely lit a cigarette, his demeanor relaxed, yet his eyes betraying a weighty concern. "I do not share your view. When I stood beside him, I sensed that any movement on my part would result in my immediate demise." A Biao's expression became serious. "Really?" He bore no visible weapons. Even if he drew a gun, he couldn't be faster than you, could he? After years in this line of work, Xie Jinxin had frequently encountered treacherous buyers who, upon receiving their goods, sought to forego payment in favor of violence. His swift and steady draw had kept him safe over the years. Yet, he claimed that this young man could outdraw him. This revelation astonished a Biao, who had known Xie Jinxin for many years. "You should know my instincts have saved me numerous times." Xie Jinxin exhaled a puff of smoke. "Have you forgotten the incident with old Jin's disappearance? That day, I sensed he intended to act against this individual, and I casually warned him. Yet since that day, old Jin has vanished while the young man remains unscathed. The implications are clear. The ability to handle matters so cleanly in Haishur was not a testament to the young man's insignificance. Rather, it suggested he was more formidable than Xie Jinxin had initially perceived. Prior to their departure, they had agreed to merely test for opportunities, leaving if none arose. The evidence confirmed their restraint was prudent. Had they acted, at least one of them would have faced dire consequences. A Biao opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Xie Jinxin extinguished his cigarette, directing his gaze at a Biao, who still appeared unconvinced. "After all these years, you know I have a keen eye for people. Trust me, do not provoke this young man. I have a premonition. As long as he survives, he will certainly not fade into obscurity. By the way, let us stockpile some diesel and gasoline. It's wise to have extra supplies on hand. I sense an impending unrest." After securing the warehouse doors and ensuring all barrels were intact and devoid of any surveillance devices, Lin Shi finally fell to ease. He opened a few barrels for inspection, confirming their quality. A total of 400 barrels were neatly arranged in a square formation. After repeatedly confirming that no one lingered outside the warehouse, Lin Shi placed his hand atop one of the barrels, silently intoning, "Item Duplication." On the interface before him, the quantity of items changed from 22 to 21. With a flash of golden light, an additional 400 barrels appeared before him. Lin Shi examined the duplicates, finding both the barrels and their contents perfectly replicated. 20 tons of gasoline and 20 tons of diesel had now transformed into 40 tons of each. Excitement gleamed in his bright eyes. Merely 20 tons of diesel and gasoline would scarcely suffice. He sought reserves capable of sustaining him for decades through the impending harsh winters. The shelter would rely on these fuels to power generators, and his snowmobile would require fuel to function. Thus, when negotiating with Lin Shi, Lin Shi had already envisioned utilizing his duplication ability to amass oil. Now, with 40 tons of gasoline and 40 tons of diesel, he remained unsatisfied. Once duplicated, gold could be replicated again, but what about the duplicates themselves? Could they also be duplicated? Previously, Lin Shi had refrained from duplicating the gold replicas due to their circulation difficulties. However, as long as the items were identical, the usability of the oil would remain unaffected. Even if they were duplicates, Lin Shi connected the two stacks of oil, pondering further. He then retrieved a generator and some supplies from his space, placing them alongside the barrels. Once more, he invoked item duplication. A burst of golden light illuminated the warehouse, and the original 800 barrels multiplied by 400 more. However, it became evident that only the original 400 barrels were eligible for duplication. The replicated barrels could not be duplicated again. Lin Shi felt a pang of disappointment. Had the duplicates been capable of further replication, he would have acquired 800 barrels this time, leading to a potential 3,200 barrels upon subsequent duplications. With a few more iterations, he could have been awash in an inexhaustible supply of oil. Different materials cannot be duplicated simultaneously. He has now discerned the limitations of the Jujiaben's item duplication function. Firstly, duplicates cannot be used for spatial upgrades. Secondly, only one type of item can be duplicated at a time. Thirdly, items that have already been duplicated can be duplicated again, but the resulting duplicates cannot be duplicated once more. Although they appear identical, the duplicated items fail to receive recognition from the Jujiaben. There must be some inherent difference between the two. Chapter 24. Purchasing land with a wave of his hand. He placed the duplicated oil barrels alongside the original ones within his space. Since duplicates cannot be further duplicated, he must first use the duplicates and, once exhausted, utilize the duplication function again. It seems that the current quota for item duplication may not suffice. The current interface of the Jujiaben displays, Jujiaben, storage space, 969696, required wealth points for upgrade, 32,000, function, item duplication 20, wealth points required for upgrade, 58,500. Before the apocalypse arrives, he must seek some gold, silver, and jewels to upgrade the Jujiaben. After a brief nap, Lin Shi received a call from Liao Peng early the next morning while engaged in his usual morning exercises. Liao Peng brought news regarding the geological surveys of two locations. As Lin Shi had suspected, the rocks at the cliff showed signs of erosion. It would be feasible to reside there for decades under the current climatic conditions. However, it remains uncertain how long they could endure in extreme cold. Conversely, the old temple site was found to contain abundant granite, which is remarkably stable. Thus, Lin Shi decisively chose the site of the old temple. He instructed Liao Peng to negotiate the price while he booked a flight to Shushi for the following morning. He felt it necessary to personally inspect the site and subsequently design a shelter based on the terrain. The warehouse requires supervision, so Lin Shi ordered numerous items online that need to be signed for upon delivery, and some goods from the mall had yet to arrive. After deliberating, he hired someone entirely unfamiliar with a group of laborers to oversee the warehouse. He also reminded the laborers to keep a close count of goods. Having arranged everything, Lin Shi felt at ease as he boarded the plane to Shushi. Shushi undoubtedly lives up to its reputation as the hottest city in Xiagua. Even in March, girls flaunt their youthful figures in cool short sleeves and shorts. Upon disembarking, Lin Shi shed his outer jacket to reveal a loose short-sleeve shirt underneath. The contours of muscles were subtly visible on his arms and chest, though not overly pronounced. To an outsider, he merely appeared to have a decent physique. Only Lin Shi knew that after weeks of rigorous training, his body had transformed significantly compared to when he was newly reborn. He maintained a strict regimen, consistently increasing his training intensity each day. Now, his strength rivals that of individuals who have diligently trained in gyms for years. His training, however, is not aimed merely at fitness, but at combat. He strives for every inch of muscle and bone to unleash its full potential at the slightest thought. This requires maintaining the muscle's suppleness while enhancing strength without compromising agility. With over 2 months remaining, time is of the essence. He must cherish each day to grow stronger. The brutality of the apocalypse is not merely mitigated by ample resources. Conversely, possessing sufficient supplies without strength is far more desolate than having nothing at all. Liao Peng arrived early at the airport exit to await Lin Shi's arrival. Spotting Lin Shi amidst the crowd, he eagerly waved a sign in greeting. After reuniting, the two departed the airport and entered a vehicle. To facilitate their search for a suitable homestead, Liao Peng had rented a car. He initiated conversation to strengthen their rapport. "Boss, let me take you to a place to rest first." "No need, just tell me about the old temple site." Lin Shi replied. Liao Peng responded earnestly. "I spoke with the owner of that land. It is situated on a mountain and in a remote location, costing only 500,000. I managed to negotiate it down to 480,000. This price was even more affordable than Lin Shi had anticipated. In fact, the property prices in Shushi are generally low, with the city center only costing a little over 20,000 per square meter, far from comparable to Haishur. The old temple site, being in a mountainous region, is naturally cheaper. I see your records indicate over 300 square meters? Lin Shi inquired. Indeed, there are several hundred square meters surrounding the homestead. While it cannot be developed for housing, it is quite suitable for a garden. Lin Shi nodded in agreement. After nearly an hour's drive, they arrived at the base of the old temple site. True to Liao Peng's description, it was a village. The village consisted of modest houses, with the tallest only 5 stories high, surrounded by mountains. The village was nestled within a ring of hills, leaving only one opening. This topography provides excellent protection from wind and snow. Upon seeing the vehicle enter the village, several villagers emerged to observe. The village, though small, comprised around 100 households, which Lin Shi found satisfactory. Fewer residents mean fewer conflicts. Liao Peng had frequented the area in recent days, and his face had become familiar to the villagers. However, Lin Shi was a stranger, prompting several elderly women to gossip as they pointed at the two. From a distance, Lin Shi could not discern their words. "Boss, those are the villagers. I noticed this village has a total of 96 households, with a population not exceeding 400, Liao Peng informed him. Lin Shi acknowledged this with a nod. After a brief drive up a narrow cement road that allowed only one vehicle to pass, they reached their destination. The mountain stood only a short distance above the ground, and they soon arrived at the summit. Contrary to expectations, the terrain was remarkably flat, covering an area of over an acre. The previously constructed temple had collapsed, leaving behind remnants of wood, bricks, and half-destroyed walls. This posed no issue, as rebuilding would be relatively straightforward. Lin Shi surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction. Not bad. When can we finalize the paperwork? The owner of this homestead is currently away. It took considerable effort to obtain his contact information. After agreeing on the price yesterday, he promised to return as quickly as possible to handle the paperwork. When I reached him this morning, he was already on a train, expected to arrive this afternoon. Good. Let us descend the mountain. Constructing a shelter is a significant undertaking, and with time constraints, it is imperative to assemble a sufficient workforce, as many hands make light work. Lin Shi had already formulated a preliminary vision for the shelter in his mind and was considering how many people to hire. Returning to the base of the mountain, they needed to go to the city to finalize the land transfer paperwork. So Liao Peng arranged to meet the owner in the city to complete the transaction without lingering in the village. The land transfer process proceeded smoothly. The former owner, a middle-aged Taoist priest lacking any ethereal demeanor, appeared rather portly. After signing the transfer contract, he hesitated to speak but ultimately said nothing, hastily departing after receiving payment. This instilled a sense of foreboding in Lin Shi. Liao Peng, have you inquired why that Taoist temple was abandoned? Chapter 25. Desolate mountains and treacherous waters yield crafty villains. Liao Peng was momentarily taken aback by Lin Shi's question. He had indeed not made any inquiries. Being a person of keen social acumen, Liao Peng quickly realized the implication of Lin Shi's inquiry and promptly retrieved his phone to call the Taoist priest from earlier. 30 minutes later, Lin Shi, Liao Peng, and the portly Taoist found themselves seated in a restaurant. As the portly Taoist heartily stuffed his mouth with meat, he mumbled, "This is the situation. I did not intend to conceal anything, but I've been in dire need of funds lately." He cast a guilty glance at Lin Shi. Lin Shi maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no signs of anger or joy. It turned out that the Taoist had purchased the land 5 years prior. According to his account, he sought to establish a temple on a site with good feng shui, and thus chose that mountain peak. He initially invested a considerable sum to construct a concrete road, followed by the temple itself. Everything progressed smoothly, and the portly Taoist believed he would spend his retirement in the temple. Unexpectedly, shortly after the temple's completion, villagers from the nearby settlement arrived at his temple, claiming that the mountain housed their village's dragon vein and that the temple was suppressing it. The land had originally been acquired from the villagers, and he had clearly stated his intention to build a temple. At that time, the villagers had not objected to the construction of the temple. No one had intervened during the building process. Yet it was only after its completion that they raised their concerns. The portly Taoist had exhausted nearly all his savings on the temple, making it impossible to demolish it. Initially, he disregarded the villagers, as his temple was legally established, and they could not forcibly demolish it. However, matters proved more complex than he had anticipated. From that point on, villagers stationed themselves daily at the entrance of the concrete road, preventing any vehicles from ascending the mountain. The portly Taoist had opened the temple to attract visitors, and without them, he suffered a significant loss of income. Moreover, an elderly woman began to verbally assault him daily outside the temple. Unable to chase her away or silence her, the portly Taoist grew increasingly distressed. After several negotiations with the villagers, he ultimately paid them 20,000 yuan to resolve the issue. He thought the matter concluded, but a month later, more villagers blocked the road again. Frustrated, he confronted the village chief, who shamelessly declared that the previous 20,000 yuan was merely a monthly fee, and they would require another 20,000 going forward. This infuriated the portly Taoist, prompting him to report the situation to the authorities. However, when law enforcement arrived, nearly 400 villagers, ranging from elderly to toddlers, testified that the money was a gift from the portly Taoist to the entire village. It was evident that this village had a history of such extortion. The 20,000 yuan qualified as extortion, warranting legal action. After receiving the money, each household distributed 50 yuan per person. Even more infuriating was the fact that the majority of the villagers were elderly, in their 60s or 70s, with a few young children. The authorities were helpless against these seniors, only managing to detain a few young men from the village, but they were quickly released. Subsequently, the villagers escalated their tactics, with several elderly women regularly arriving on tricycles to verbally assault the temple, demanding 100 yuan each to leave. Reporting them, they would simply cry, claiming they had fallen inside the temple, and insisted the portly Taoist take responsibility. In sheer desperation, he closed the temple, retreating from public life. Yet this did not deter the troublesome villagers. Time and again, the temple faced power and water outages, whether from cut wires or blocked pipes. It was clear the villagers were responsible. Eventually, the portly Taoist invested in surveillance equipment and caught the individual responsible for the wire cutting. He reported the incident, believing he had turned the tide, but instead, it provoked an even greater backlash from the villagers. Their tactics became increasingly inventive, and he found himself battling against 400 individuals, exhausting both his mental and physical strength. Ultimately, he had no choice but to abandon the temple and seek alternative paths. Upon hearing the portly Taoist account, Liao Peng felt a mix of anger and guilt, even hesitating to meet Lin Shi's gaze. "I apologize, boss. It was my failure to inquire thoroughly." He felt profound shame for mishandling the situation despite receiving a generous salary. "I will look for other suitable locations. If I have to buy this land myself, please deduct the cost from my salary." Lin Shi glanced at him, now regarding Liao Peng with newfound respect. Although he had offered Liao Peng an annual salary of 500,000, it was merely an empty promise until the funds were secured. Liao Peng's willingness to utilize that salary to rectify the oversight was not something just anyone could propose. Lin Shi waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. We will proceed with this land. It is getting late. Please contact a reliable construction team and commence work tomorrow." This left both Liao Peng and the portly Taoist in shock. "Boss, I have a solution," Lin Shi insisted. "Do as I say." He rose from the table, signaling the end of their meal. This situation did not require resolution. Would Lin Shi fear potential conflicts once the temple was constructed? The answer was a resounding no. By the time the shelter was built, at least 2 months would have passed, and the villagers would be preoccupied with their own troubles as the harsh winter set in. Moreover, Lin Shi had ample experience in dealing with malefactors. All it took was to outdo them in ruthlessness. Wait. The portly Taoist swallowed his mouthful of food with difficulty and retrieved a worn booklet from his greasy clothing. Young man, you are a good person. I admit my actions were not honorable. This booklet had previously been used for physical training, but with the temple gone, he had decided to return to secular life, rendering the booklet less significant to him. I wish to give it to you. I feel a certain affinity towards you. Lin Shi frowned at the yellow booklet, noticing the evident grease stains. Yet upon witnessing the sincerity in the portly Taoist's eyes, he ultimately accepted it. Thank you. After leaving the restaurant, Lin Shi returned to his hotel, spending the night sketching the design for the shelter he had envisioned in his mind. The upper portion of the design was a semicircular structure exposed above ground, while the lower section was a square underground chamber. From an architectural perspective, circular buildings reduce wind resistance and offer greater structural integrity. In terms of thermal dynamics, a circular shape minimizes heat loss, thus enhancing insulation. The Inuit, who once inhabited the Arctic, constructed semicircular igloos for this very reason. The outer layer of the building would utilize alloy welding, while Lin Shi planned to employ the bank's standard explosion-proof steel plate walls inside, with a thickness of at least 1 meter. The interior of the steel plate walls would be lined with the most effective thermal insulation material, followed by standard protective materials. Lin Shi intended to install a fireplace in the center of the circular building, which would serve as a source of heat when electricity was unavailable. Above it, a chimney would facilitate ventilation. Each section of the building would have its own power supply. The issue of water had not yet crossed Lin Shi's mind. The water purifier he purchased was not merely decorative. While the design's intricate details would require the expertise of professionals for refinement, this was the general concept. As Lin Shi completed the design sketches and prepared to retire for the night, his gaze fell upon a booklet he had carelessly set aside. It was the one bestowed upon him by the portly Taoist. Driven by curiosity, he picked it up and began to peruse its contents. Chapter 26. The Warehouse Fire. As Lin Shi flipped through the pages, he discovered that the booklet was a pictorial manual, featuring a small figure demonstrating various stances. It bore a striking resemblance to martial arts manuals. Intrigued, Lin Shi began reading from the beginning. The more he read, the more serious his expression became, eventually bordering on incredulity. The movements described within were surprisingly similar to the resonance techniques he had been practicing. This revelation left Lin Shi astounded. He promptly leaped from his bed and began to practice the movements depicted in the booklet. As he engaged in the exercises, he found that while the sequences indeed bore a resemblance to resonance, they were significantly more intricate and difficult to master. Fortunately, his previous experiences in cultivating resonance had endowed him with a foundation, and after some time honing his body, he was able to execute the movements, albeit with some difficulty. With each inhalation and exhalation, the actions flowed with a rhythm that seemed to embody a profound intricacy. Upon completing the first round of movements, Lin Shi was drenched in sweat, yet his breath remained steady, and he felt a warmth enveloping him. The effects were astonishingly superior to those of resonance. Although resonance also warmed the body, the impact was not as pronounced. With solemnity, Lin Shi picked up the soiled booklet once more and turned to its cover. The phrase Yangxing Ju was clearly a later addition, as the original title appeared to have been worn away. This was undoubtedly no ordinary health manual. Had it not been for the trials of the apocalypse, he might have dismissed it as merely another martial arts manual sold at a roadside stall for a few coins. However, having experienced the wonders of cultivating resonance during the apocalypse, Lin Shi recognized this as an invaluable treasure. When the miraculous substances of the apocalypse emerged, it would be the perfect time for this technique to reveal its true potential. Yet, Lin Shi found himself pondering. Resonance had only manifested in the 6th year of the apocalypse, reportedly the result of collaborative research between scientists and martial artists. Could the rumors have been inaccurate, or perhaps were they mere fabrications propagated by the official shelters? However, Lin Shi sensed an undeniable connection between the emergence of resonance and this booklet. With the booklet now in his possession, could it alter the course of the future? After a brief moment of reflection, he chose to set aside these thoughts. Even if the future were to change, it was not his immediate concern. Moreover, he was not the sole custodian of this technique. The rotund Taoist was aware of it as well. Upon awakening from his slumber, having concluded his practice of the Yangxing Ju, Lin Shi discovered that Liao Peng had already gathered a crew early in the morning to commence work at the site of the Taoist temple ruins. After enjoying breakfast, Lin Shi proceeded to the location. 2 excavators were diligently clearing the remnants of the temple's original structure. Lin Shi sought out Liao Peng, presenting him with the design blueprints he had drafted the previous night, elucidating the critical aspects. Liao Peng confidently declared, "Very well, boss. I shall consult with the engineers to refine the design. Additionally, regarding the well you mentioned, there's already one here, buried beneath the rubble. I only realized this after speaking with the workers earlier." Lin Shi was taken aback by this unexpected stroke of luck. In the days that followed, he remained in Sha City, arranging for the procurement of various construction materials and discussing the design plans for the shelter with the engineers. During his spare time, he practiced the Yangxing Ju, and after several days, he felt his physical strength had increased significantly, far surpassing the cumulative gains of the previous 10 days. Under Lin Shi's unrestrained investment, the remnants of the Taoist temple were no longer visible, replaced by a vast, deep excavation. The basement of the shelter was completed, and construction was set to commence. Everything progressed in an orderly manner. However, on the early morning of March 22nd, a phone call prompted Lin Shi to abandon his intention of remaining in Sha City to oversee the project. It was the warehouse supervisor calling, his voice laced with panic. "Boss, the warehouse is on fire." Lin Shi furrowed his brow. "How did the fire start? What about the goods?" "I don't know. I was asleep and didn't hear anything. Suddenly, it just caught fire. Fortunately, I discovered it early, and only a small portion of the goods was burned." Lin Shi had no choice but to temporarily relinquish his tasks here, entrusting everything to Liao Peng. He then boarded a flight back to High City. Upon arrival, he was greeted by heavy rain. As he disembarked and opened his phone, he noticed several missed calls from the warehouse supervisor. Immediately, he returned the call, but received no answer. Checking the weather in High City for the past 2 days, he noted that it had been rainy. If it was indeed raining, how could there be a fire? Upon arriving at the warehouse, he heard a loud voice from inside. "Throw everything out. You can't do this. My boss will be back soon." It was the supervisor's voice. Lin Shi saw several individuals hurling boxes of goods outside. The rain was pouring, and some of these items could not be exposed to moisture. If they got wet, they would likely be ruined. "What are you doing?" Lin Shi positioned himself at the warehouse entrance, his piercing gaze sweeping over the individuals preparing to discard the boxes. The group paused, momentarily intimidated by Lin Shi's imposing presence. "What is going on?" A gaunt, middle-aged man approached, his demeanor aggressive. Lin Shi recognized him, but was unfamiliar with his identity. "Who the hell are you? Get out of the way." The thin man barked. "Who are you? Who authorized you to touch my belongings?" Lin Shi questioned coldly. The warehouse supervisor, with a distressed expression, hurried to Lin Shi's side to explain, "Boss, you finally returned. I was just directing the unloading when these people barged in, claiming the warehouse belonged to them and demanding we move our goods immediately. I couldn't stop them." The gaunt man displayed a knowing expression, sizing Lin Shi up. "So, you are Lin Shi?" Not waiting for a response, he pointed at himself with his thumb. "This warehouse is now leased to me. You burned the landlord's warehouse, and he no longer wishes to lease it to you. So pack your things and get lost." The supervisor retorted indignantly, "Even if we have to move our things. We need time. I told them our boss would be back soon, yet they didn't even wait before trying to throw everything out. Is there no reason to discuss this? This is your issue. The warehouse is mine now. Your items are occupying my space. So what's wrong with me throwing them out?" The gaunt man dug at his ear, displaying an attitude of indifference that infuriated the warehouse supervisor. Lin Shi's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flashing within his elongated gaze. "I signed a contract. The rent has not expired. Whether you lease it to me is not for you to decide. Have a landlord bring the penalty payment and discuss it with me. I am giving you 1 minute to vacate my premises." "Huh? You think you can intimidate me? While I was out in the world, you were still nursing." The gaunt man attempted to dismiss Lin Shi as if he were a mere nuisance. However, Lin Shi seized the man's hand and twisted it with force. Chapter 27. The reversal with a resounding crack, accompanied by a piercing scream. The emaciated man's hand had dislocated. Despite the pain rendering his face pale, he remained a formidable character. Ignoring his captured right hand, he swung a punch at Lin Shi with his other hand, spewing obscenities. "You dog bastard, you're dead." Lin Shi effortlessly intercepted the punch. To him, it was feeble. The gaunt man, though filled with a fierce spirit, had reached his limit. With a swift motion, Lin Shi twisted the man's left hand, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling. Without the support of his arms, the emaciated man fell flat on his face, his teeth striking the ground, drawing blood. On the ground, the gaunt man screamed, "Are you all blind? Kill him for me." The events unfolded too swiftly. Several companions who accompanied the gaunt man, burdened with items, finally cast aside their boxes and surged forward. However, they were no match for Lin Shi, who had faced countless battles. He kicked one man aside, caught two incoming fists, and yanked them forcefully. The two immediately staggered, losing their balance, and Lin Shi seized their necks, crashing them together, silencing their cries. The moment he released them, they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. He deftly sidestepped an approaching punch and retaliated with an elbow strike, causing the assailant to fold over like a shrimp and fall. In mere moments, 4 individuals lay incapacitated on the ground, a testament to Lin Shi's restraint. Had this been the apocalypse, these men would have perished. The gaunt man, having turned over, recognized that he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. He had initially thought it would be a simple task to deal with a university student, just a matter of extending his hand, and he had anticipated an easy payday. To his astonishment, he faced a formidable opponent. The last remaining accomplice, catching sight of the murderous glint in Lin Shi's eyes, fearfully retreated a few steps. Terrified, he turned and fled into the rain. Lin Shi chose not to pursue, instead approaching the now-sitting gaunt man, inquiring, "Who sent you? Did you set fire to my warehouse?" Lin Shi had his suspicions, but sought confirmation. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, the gaunt man appeared unperturbed, threatening, "If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will make sure to end you." A flash of murderous intent flickered in Lin Shi's eyes. To the warehouse manager, who stood frozen in shock, he commanded, "Call the police." The order of a peaceful era had spared these scoundrels. The warehouse manager, jolted back to reality, tremblingly retrieved his phone to report the incident, his gaze toward Lin Shi betraying a mix of awe and fear. Soon, law enforcement arrived at the warehouse, accompanied by an ambulance. Upon their arrival, the gaunt man quickly turned the tables, declaring, "Officer, this man inexplicably invaded my warehouse and assaulted me. He dislocated both my arms. I call the police." Lin Shi raised his hand. "That would be me." The officer produced a recording device. Lin Shi recounted how the man had invaded his warehouse, discarded his goods, and initiated the altercation. A few boxes remained outside the warehouse, drenched in rain. The warehouse manager corroborated Lin Shi's account. Lin Shi had not inflicted severe harm. The assailants suffered only minor injuries and concussions, quickly regaining their senses. The dislocated hand of the gaunt man was also relocated by the paramedics. Feigning to retrieve something from his backpack, Lin Shi instead produced a rental contract, stating, "This is my lease for the warehouse." The officer glanced at it and confirmed its validity. The situation had become abundantly clear. One officer declared, "Take these men away." Wait, even at this juncture, the gaunt man showed no signs of panic. Instead, he dialed a number. The phone rang outside the warehouse. A middle-aged man and a young man entered. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, recognizing one of them, Li Duoyu. Upon seeing Lin Shi, Li Duoyu's lips curled into a smug smile. The middle-aged man, presumably Li Duoyu's father, pulled one of the officers aside, whispered a few words, and made another call, holding the phone to the officer's ear. Lin Shi furrowed his brow, observing the scene with concern. Just then, his phone rang. It was the landlord. "Lin Shi, your worker nearly burned down my warehouse. I will no longer lease it to you. I will refund the remaining rent and deposit. Please vacate as soon as possible." Lin Shi frowned, replying, "There is no such clause in the contract. Moreover, the fire incident has yet to be investigated." The landlord's voice was filled with urgency and resignation. "Stop the investigation. It's all your fault. Just move out. I beg you. I'll refund you the rent for this month." With that, he hung up, swiftly returning the full amount of 60,000 yuan to Lin Shi. Clearly, the warehouse was no longer an option. Lin Shi's belongings were nearly packed, making the move inconsequential. Yet being forced out left him feeling quite disgruntled. Li Duoyu approached Lin Shi with a mocking smile, whispering just loud enough for Lin Shi to hear. This is the consequence of crossing me. The real show is just beginning. I'll make sure you can't survive in Hai Shi. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise, exclaiming, "What did you say? Are you not your father's biological child?" His words rang out loudly, drawing the attention of those around them. Everyone gaped at Li Duoyu, whose face flushed crimson with rage. He hastily protested, "I never said that. He's spouting nonsense." Li Duoyu glared venomously at Lin Shi, wishing he could slay him with a mere glance. Soon, the officer, having been pulled aside by Li Duoyu's father, returned to Lin Shi, pointing at him. "Take this man away." "Hold on." Lin Shi frowned, not surprised by the unfolding scene. From the gaunt man's initial bravado to the subsequent maneuvers, Lin Shi had surmised that they had some leverage. However, he was not one to be easily intimidated. "I'd like to ask why I am being taken away." The officer's expression turned serious. "You are suspected of arson and intentional assault. You must accompany me to the station for questioning." Li Duoyu wore a triumphant expression, clearly relishing Lin Shi's predicament, as if to say, "This is the consequence of crossing me. Once you reach the police station, you are doomed." Lin Shi remained unperturbed, continuing his defense. "I have already stated that they initiated the assault. That is merely your word, which cannot be considered evidence." A hint of scorn flickered across Lin Shi's face. "But you did not say that just now." The officer's eyes glinted with irritation. "The witnesses on their side outnumber yours, and we have the right to conduct a renewed investigation. Come with us." "But I have evidence." Lin Shi grinned, his eyes icy as he brandished his phone. "When I moved in, I installed several surveillance cameras in the warehouse. Everything you just discussed in the corner should have been recorded." Chapter 28. The coming of the apocalypse. When Lin Shi was enraged, the smile on his face grew more pronounced. Yet the coldness in his eyes seemed capable of freezing anyone in their tracks. He suddenly began to reminisce about the arrival of the apocalypse. At least in such a world, malevolence was unequivocally malevolent. The security officer standing before him was momentarily taken aback by Lin Shi's maniacal grin, a visage typically associated with a deranged killer. Had he just mentioned something about a recording? The officer's expression shifted dramatically as he reached for Lin Shi's phone. However, Lin Shi appeared to possess foresight, calmly retreating 2 steps before the officer could seize him. "I'll show you what I've recorded," he declared, lowering his head to manipulate his device. The officer, witnessing this, lunged towards Lin Shi. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Shi deftly evaded the grasp, as if his head had eyes. Once could be deemed mere coincidence, but twice left all present in disbelief. This individual possessed remarkable agility. No wonder he could single-handedly overpower 5 men. "Why are you so intent on taking my phone? You frightened me into posting the footage online." Lin Shi feigned innocence, displaying the screen before the crowd. Li Duokai, Li Duoyu's father, turned a sickly shade of green. Prior to arriving, Li Duokai had confirmed with the landlord that no surveillance equipment was present in the warehouse, which was why he had reluctantly come to handle the matter personally. It was unexpected for the landlord to have installed surveillance in a place rented for just a month. If the recent conversation between the two was indeed broadcasted online, the ensuing repercussions could be dire not only for them, but also for several others. The call Li Duokai had just made was to the director of the Hai Shi Security Bureau. If this trivial matter implicated the director, it would trigger a cascade of consequences. The network of connections Li Duokai had painstakingly built over the years in Hai Shi could face devastating repercussions. Li Duokai shot a furious glare at Li Duoyu. But this was not the moment to chastise his wayward son. He needed to intercept the video before it gained traction online. Unfortunately, he was unaware that Lin Shi's hundreds of thousands of followers had already seen the hastily posted footage and began sharing it fervently. It was too late for Li Duokai to stop it now. The emaciated man evidently realized the implications as his expression shifted visibly. If surveillance existed, then his act of arson in the early hours would have been captured as well. The prior confrontation had also been recorded. The emaciated man glared at Lin Shi. His composure shattered. He hurried after Li Duokai. "Take him away," the security officer bellowed, as his colleagues swiftly subdued Lin Shi. Lin Shi did not resist, smiling as he complied, and his phone was confiscated. "I can walk myself, Lao Huang. Please organize the items in the warehouse and load them onto a large truck parked nearby. Wait for my return." Lin Shi instructed the warehouse manager, Lao Huang, who nodded vigorously. Lin Shi was taken to the police vehicle, leaving Lao Huang alone in the warehouse. The scene had shattered his preconceived notions. He had never encountered such a bold employer. Yet now that his boss had been taken away, Lao Huang's face was filled with concern, uncertain if he would ever see his wages again. Lin Shi, flanked by officers, exhibited no signs of anxiety. The vehicle had not traveled far when the officer seated next to him received the call. Moments later, he cast a peculiar glance at Lin Shi before passing the phone to the officer who had confronted him earlier. "Captain, it's for you." To Lin Shi's surprise, the officer was a captain. The officer answered the call, and his complexion fluctuated from pale to crimson, then to a deep shade of anger, as he nodded repeatedly, "Yes. Yes, understood," before abruptly hanging up. "Stop the vehicle," he commanded, and the car quickly pulled over. "You may leave now," the captain said, his gaze filled with resentment as he looked at Lin Shi, clearly unwilling yet powerless to act. Lin Shi smiled, extending his hand. "My phone? It contains evidence and requires your cooperation for the investigation." Lin Shi shrugged, exited the vehicle, and walked away. Lu Ting watched Lin Shi disappear into the distance before redirecting his attention. Lin Shi proceeded to acquire a new card and purchase a new phone. The video he had posted had indeed caused a significant impact. Had the apocalypse not arrived, Lin Shi would have unknowingly offended countless individuals with his actions. And as a person with no background, he could vanish into obscurity at any moment. Yet, he felt no fear now. Lin Shi took down the video and deactivated his social media accounts. His purpose had been fulfilled, and he had no desire for further notoriety. Upon returning to the warehouse, Lao Huang was still arranging transportation, surprised by Lin Shi's prompt return. Lin Shi settled the wages and sent Lao Huang off before closing the warehouse door and inventorying the remaining items. A small portion of the sleds he had ordered online had been burned, 10 in total. Originally, Lin Shi had intended to acquire a few sled dogs for the impending apocalypse. Now that they had been destroyed, he decided to let it go. Some equipment that had been discarded in the rain remained largely undamaged. After securing the items in his space, Lin Shi promptly booked a flight to Shushi, leaving Haisher behind. Soon, news broke regarding a prominent corporate shareholder implicated in a scandal involving collusion with government officials. That shareholder was none other than Li Duiyu's father. It seemed that without the apocalypse, this wealthy heir would not thrive. The incident entangled many individuals, resulting in the dismissal of one security officer. However, Lin Shi's focus was not on this matter, but rather fixated on the name of the renowned company, Tianqi New Energy. A flicker of deeply concealed hatred flashed in his eyes. Days later, Lin Shi received a call from the school, informing him of his expulsion due to prolonged absence. He recognized that someone had intervened, but such tactics were trivial to him. For the next 2 months, he remained in Shushi, supervising the construction of shelter, dedicating most of his time to studying a health manual. Occasionally, he returned to Haisher to retrieve goods ordered from Lao Xie, without lingering. This vigilance allowed him to evade a conspiracy directed against him. On May 25th, the shelter was finally completed. The project had taken over 2 months and cost Lin Shi more than 9 million, primarily for materials and labor. The semicircular shelter featured only a chimney and entryway, devoid of any windows. Viewed from the rear, the shelter resembled a steel sphere embedded in the earth. 2 heavy blast doors secured the entrance, requiring passage through both to enter or exit. Workers joked that the shelter could withstand the aftermath of a nuclear event unscathed. Inside, provisions included squat toilets, heated platforms, stoves, and a furnace, all designed to operate without electricity. All wiring was concealed indoors, sacrificing aesthetics for ease of maintenance. A water pipe was installed from a well to supply the shelter, which Lin Shi ensured was completely sealed to prevent the water from freezing easily. Next, all that remains is to place the daily necessities into the space, and then the shelter will be ready for occupancy. Moreover, only 6 days remain until the solar flare erupts. Chapter 29. Luring Xiao Lin Shi spent an entire day arranging the shelter and, aside from the electrical appliances, everything else was prepared. He even purchased several carpets to adorn the living room of the shelter. The appliances would have to wait until the geomagnetic storm had passed to avoid any damage from it. Once the shelter was completed, Liao Peng found himself with little to do beside Lin Shi. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shi suggested, "You should gather some supplies and store them in your rental apartment. The apocalypse is imminent, and I do not mind lending you a hand as a reward for your diligent work over the past 2 months." The prospect of future wages was no longer feasible. Yet if Liao Peng chose not to heed his advice, Lin Shi would not remind him again. Once Liao Peng was dispatched, Lin Shi took out his phone and retrieved a number from his blacklist. Zhao Xiao. He dialed the number. "Lin Shi, is that really you? Where have you been lately? I saw you being taken away by security in a short video last time. Are you all right?" Zhao Xiao's voice conveyed genuine surprise. After 2 months of parental complaints and delays in their plan to purchase a new home due to not borrowing money from Lin Shi, his relief was palpable. "I'm fine. I've just been feeling down and traveling in Shashur. Would you like to come and spend a few days with me?" Lin Shi replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Xiao agreed, "Sure. I'll take a few days off to keep you company." After a brief chat, Lin Shi ended the call. How could he possibly forget Zhao Xiao, the one who had caused his demise in the previous life? While he could not return to Haishur, it did not mean he would spare Zhao Xiao. Luring Zhao Xiao to Shashur was a similar endeavor. Lin Shi subsequently stocked up on 10 tons of bottled water and some of his favorite foods in Shashur. In the harsh cold, water was the least of one's worries. Snow was abundant, and consuming it could quench thirst, albeit at the cost of body warmth. Nevertheless, compared to the scarce food supply, water was a source of relief for survivors. Viruses and bacteria were omnipresent, rendering the consumption of snow irrelevant to health. Most survivors had developed antibodies after years in the post-apocalyptic world. Consuming raw meat, eating snow, and donning animal furs, humanity adapted to the harsh living conditions, while those unable to adapt had perished. Lin Shi prepared some water as a precautionary measure. He also purchased 2 computers and downloaded countless resources, movies, animations, and games online, including information on crafting various tools and repairing electrical systems and generators. These resources would likely become invaluable in the future. Aside from the gold bars he had duplicated, he had little cash left, with less than 100,000 remaining. Everything was set. 3 days before the SSS-level solar flare eruption, Zhao Xiao hurriedly arrived from Haishur. It was evident that Zhao Xiao had not fared well in the last 2 months, visibly thinner. Upon seeing Lin Shi, Zhao Xiao engaged in a flurry of greetings and apologies, appearing exceedingly humble. While he apologized, he scrutinized Lin Shi's expression. "Lin Shi, I truly regarded you as a brother and did not think things through. Can you forgive me? I promise to do more for you in the future." Lin Shi responded with an enigmatic smile, nodding nonchalantly. "Let us enjoy a week here together. I'll cover all the expenses." Zhao Xiao's face lit up with joy. It seemed Lin Shi remained the same naive Lin Shi. Clearly, he had overstepped last time, inciting Lin Shi's anger. "All right," Zhao Xiao readily agreed, eager to find an opportunity to broach the subject of borrowing money. "By the way, when did you come to Shashur alone? I heard online that you were expelled from school. Is that true?" Zhao Xiao inquired with feigned concern, yet a glint of schadenfreude flickered in his eyes. "Indeed." Lin Shi nodded, pretending not to notice. Zhao Xiao feigned comfort for a moment before discussing plans for the next few days. Lin Shi genuinely sought relaxation during this period. The risks of acting before the apocalypse were considerable, and he could not afford to wait. His objective was to keep Zhao Xiao in Shashur, allowing him to experience the despair of the impending apocalypse before meeting his end. Lin Shi never considered himself a good person. In his past life, after losing the affection of his parents, he had invested all his emotions in friends like Zhao Xiao. In the early days of the apocalypse, when wealth still held some value, he had shared the gold bars bequeathed by his father with a few, giving them hope for survival. During the hardest times, when he and Zhao Xiao relied on each other, he often took on dangerous tasks. Yet, despite all he had done, he was met with betrayal. Part of this stemmed from his own weakness and inability to discern character. Thus, in this life, he would not allow himself to be soft-hearted nor trust in foolish affections. Although many events from his previous life, including the betrayal, had yet to unfold, Zhao Zhao's inherent nature remained unchanged. Even if given a second chance, he would still exploit Lin Shi completely. Lin Shi cast his gaze downward, concealing the chill in his eyes. "Hey, isn't Su Qin also studying at a university in Shashur? Should we invite her to join us?" Zhao Xiao raised an eyebrow at Lin Shi, conveying a knowing look that only men would understand. Su Qin was the second female in their group, aside from Su Fei. Lin Shi's impression of her was still rooted in 8 years prior. During high school, their friends often tried to match him with Su Qin, placing the two together in conversation. Eventually, he developed a different sentiment towards her, but after 8 years without seeing her, he could scarcely recall her face. Upon her mention, Lin Shi felt nothing, yet Zhao Zhao's persistent encouragement led him to agree casually. They found a hotel, settled Zhao Xiao in, and Lin Shi took a room next door. Zhao Xiao indeed managed to invite Su Qin. The following day, May 29th, with only 2 days remaining until the SS-level solar flare eruption, Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao arrived at the seaside of Shashi, where they met Su Qin for the first time in 8 years. Su Qin, a dance student at the Academy of Arts at Shashi University, had an undeniably appealing figure, daringly clad in a bikini for a day at the beach. She caught Zhao Zhao's undivided attention. Lin Shi, wearing swim trunks beneath his clothes, revealed a solid but not overly muscular physique, which also captured Su Qin's interest. Lin Shi, when did you get in such great shape? Su Qin completely disregarded Zhao Xiao, who possessed an average build, and frequently gazed at Lin Shi's abdominal muscles. I've recently taken to exercising, Lin Shi replied casually, setting up a beach chair, donning sunglasses, and beginning to bask in the sun. In just 2 days, people would no longer need sunglasses to gaze at the fiery orb in the sky. Before the impending apocalypse, Lin Shi intended to relish the last 2 days of warm sunlight, allowing his perpetually tense heart to relax. Su Qin lay beside Lin Shi, enjoying the sun as they engaged in light conversation, completely ignoring Zhao Xiao. A shadow flickered in Zhao Zhao's eyes, yet he forced a smile to interject into their dialogue. The three individuals lingered until the sun dipped below the horizon before departing from the beach to find a place for a meal, after which they parted ways. On the final day, Lin Shi spent the day at Shashi with Zhao Xiao and Su Qin. The time finally arrived on June 1st, Children's Day, coinciding with the eruption of an SSS-class solar flare. Chapter 30, The Eruption of the Solar Flare. On the morning of June 1st, Lin Shi, as was his custom, practiced his health cultivation technique on the flat ground outside the shelter. Zhao Xiao had invited him to go diving today, but he declined, citing other commitments. He intended to remain at the shelter to observe any differences in the sun during the solar flare's eruption. Following the eruption, the fierce solar storm would not reach Earth until June 4th, so Blue Star would remain safe until then. What was peculiar about this solar flare was that no country had detected any anomalies. Given the current technology of Blue Star, this was indeed strange. At this moment, Lin Shi donned a pair of sunglasses. Despite his body constantly shifting, his gaze remained fixed upon the sun above. This posture undoubtedly appeared somewhat comical. A few villagers from the mountains observed this scene from a distance and began to speculate. What is that young man doing? Is he performing some sort of ritual? It looks rather eerie. The structure he built doesn't seem normal. Should we still demand payment? Yes, we must. What are we afraid of? We'll go demand it tomorrow. I'll discuss with Uncle Li how we should approach this. After completing 5 sets of the health cultivation technique, Lin Shi began the 6th set when suddenly his movements halted. The sun, which he had been closely watching, showed no signs of change, but his attention was diverted by the inexplicably garbled interface of the Jubao pen, which had remained unchanged since his upgrade. What was happening? Lin Shi was taken aback and immediately ceased his practice to scrutinize the Jubao pen. He discovered that not only had the interface morphed into gibberish, but he could no longer sense the spatial environment either. Lin Shi's pupils contracted sharply. This was a grave matter. The space contained all the supplies he had accumulated over the past 3 months. Should the space suddenly cease to function, his advantages gained from his rebirth would diminish significantly. At that moment, Lin Shi realized he had become overly reliant on the space. After several seconds, the garbled text before him coalesced into coherent Chinese characters. The reset of the apocalypse on Blue Star has commenced for the 3rd time. This process will accelerate the evolution of species. Detection indicates that the Jubao pen recognizes sentient beings as the primary entities and has initiated the host protection plan. Lin Shi's pupils widened in astonishment. The information contained within this statement was monumental. An apocalypse reset, the 3rd occurrence, having experienced the apocalypse in his previous life. Returning to the time before it began, Would that count as two occurrences? Why then did the Jew Bao Pen indicate this as the third? Could it be that the apocalypse had already been reset once before his rebirth? There is no time to ponder the implications of the subsequent text. As the interface once again reformed into another message, the first wave of danger will arrive in 71 hours. Please prepare accordingly. Lin Shi's heart raced like a drum. Was this a warning? Was the Jew Bao Pen sentient? Moments later, the text vanished, and the Jew Bao Pen interface returned to normal. The spatial environment was also re-established, but the countdown of 71 hours and 43 minutes in the upper right corner confirmed that what he had just witnessed was not a figment of his imagination. Lin Shi turned back into the shelter, brewed himself a cup of coffee, and took a few sips to calm his nerves. He recalled the bizarre changes that had occurred on the Jew Bao Pen interface. He speculated that this anomaly was likely connected to the SSS-class solar flare. The eruption of the solar flare had marked the commencement of this apocalypse, and the prior message from the Jew Bao Pen. The reset of the apocalypse on Blue Star has commenced for the third time. This process will accelerate the evolution of species. Detection indicates that the Jew Bao Pen recognizes sentient beings as the primary entities and has initiated the Fire Seed Protection Plan, confirmed that the apocalypse had indeed begun. Lin Shi was particularly intrigued by the number 3. Upon reflection, besides himself, perhaps no one else in this world was aware that he was about to relive the apocalypse. The notion of rebirth still struck Lin Shi as extraordinarily strange. He had died, yet he found himself reborn 8 years in the past. All of humanity, the entirety of Blue Star, had returned to their state from 8 years ago. Was this a reversal of time, or a fresh start? In the realm of human understanding, time is believed to be unidirectional unless viewed from a theological perspective. Was it the Mandela effect? An act of divinity? A game played by a higher civilization? Or simply a correction of the natural order? The fact that this had potentially occurred 3 times was astonishing and terrifying. Before acquiring the Jew Bao Pen, had time already reversed, and had humanity experienced the impending apocalyptic disaster? When the first apocalypse was reset, had he, like the other billions of humans and countless beings, been utterly unaware of it? Why 3 resets? Had the life forms on Blue Star been extinguished in the previous 2 occurrences? This hypothesis was both shocking and horrifying. What exactly was the Jew Bao Pen? Why did such information manifest? It was no wonder that it was said that knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing. The more Lin Shi pondered, the more questions arose. His breathing became rapid, his mind buzzed, as if it might explode. His heart raced uncontrollably, making it impossible to remain calm. He was frightened. If he continued down this line of thought, he would begin to question whether the universe, as perceived by humanity, was being manipulated by some higher civilization. They were like mere laboratory rats, subjected to one experiment after another. Lin Shi closed his eyes, and to divert his attention, he began to hum a tune. After finishing the melody, he finally managed to cast aside these bizarre thoughts. He retrieved his computer and began searching for information about the Ice Age. Blue Star had experienced several ice ages. Prior to the onset of this extreme cold apocalypse, humanity's ancestors endured an ice age lasting over 2 million years, which only concluded a little over 10,000 years ago. This period is also referred to as the Quaternary Glaciation. Lin Shi had only skimmed the details of the previous 3 ice ages regarding human participation. Focusing solely on the Quaternary Glaciation, it had nearly led to the extinction of all non-cold resistant animals. Those that survived in the frigid conditions were predominantly long-haired creatures. Yet, humanity managed to endure. Some scientists speculate that humans possessed exceptional creativity and adaptability, but Lin Shi found this assertion unconvincing. Those who had never experienced extreme cold could not fathom its terrors. By the 8th year of the apocalypse, fewer than 1 million remained of the 7.8 billion humans worldwide. This illustrates the horror of the apocalypse. In the period over 2 million years ago, there were no technological resources, and resources were extremely scarce. There was a lack of vegetation and no medicines. Countless large predatory mammals, such as saber-toothed tigers, short-faced bears, and dire wolves, roamed during this time. They were colossal, fierce, and carnivorous. Given the average size and speed of a normal human, they could only become prey for these enormous predators. Even if they could survive in extreme low temperatures, their chances of survival were slim. A more bizarre occurrence is that following the conclusion of the Ice Age, these ferocious large creatures became extinct, while humanity continues to flourish to this day. This phenomenon is challenging to explain merely through adaptability and creativity. However, if there were the involvement and assistance of a higher civilization in this process, then everything would appear significantly more rational. Chapter 31. Villagers ascend the mountain yet. These notions remain mere conjectures from Lin Shi. His primary intention is simply to survive in this apocalyptic era, irrespective of the reasons behind it. Since he has been granted a second chance at life, he is determined to live it fully. Surviving is essential to uncover more clues regarding this catastrophe. Should his suspicions prove accurate, that each time all species face extinction, the apocalypse resets, then as the sole informed individual in this current scenario, perhaps he must indeed take action. After all, no one knows how many times such a reset can occur. If this is the last opportunity, will launching become a lifeless planet like others in the solar system? Lin Shi opened his computer, connected a wireless network card, and began to surf the internet. He anonymously posted news about the impending solar flare online. 3 months prior, if he had predicted that an SSS-grade solar flare would erupt today, he would undoubtedly have been dismissed as a lunatic or charlatan. No one would have believed his foresight. Yet today, based on an already established fact, he disclosed this information in advance, coupled with his speculation about the approaching ice age, making it far more credible. Perhaps a scientist would detect the sun's anomalies and prompt nations to prepare in advance. In 71 hours, all electronic devices would lose signal and become inoperative. Lin Shi would no longer face the risk of exposure. He simply wondered if his post would be discovered by someone with intent. Lin Shi closed his computer, removed the network card, and retracted his space. The remaining matters were left to fate. He attempted to establish communication with the Zhu Baofeng, yet received no response. To avoid another incident of being unable to sense the space, Lin Shi took portions of the supplies from his space and placed them in the basement of the shelter. The following day, the countdown in the upper right corner had already reached 47 hours. Watching the inevitable arrival of the apocalypse unfold was torturous. Lin Shi could only continuously practice his cultivation techniques to maintain his composure. However, before long, a group of unexpected visitors disrupted Lin Shi's tranquility. A tractor arrived outside his shelter. The shelter had no windows, but Lin Shi had installed a camera at the peephole of the explosion-proof door to monitor the outside situation. 4 individuals disembarked from the tractor and began surveying the shelter. They were deliberating who would approach to knock on the door of this large iron sphere when Lin Shi had already opened the door and stepped outside. One of the women peered through the narrow opening of the door Lin Shi had opened, seemingly eager to glimpse inside. However, there was another door, and no matter how hard she strained her eyes, she could not see the interior. What do you want? Lin Shi scanned the 4 visitors. There was a woman in her 40s, an elderly man in his 50s with a cane, a farmer in his 30s, and a woman in her 20s. The 4 were also scrutinizing Lin Shi with varying expressions. Ever since a villager had inquired about the substantial cost of constructing this spherical structure on the mountaintop, the villagers had come to know that Lin Shi was quite wealthy, perceiving him as a substantial target. The farmer, Li Chong, was the first to speak. Young brother, your sphere has disrupted the feng shui of our village. Recently, several of our chickens and ducks have died. What do you propose we do about this? Lin Shi glanced toward a nearby grove. What do your dead chickens and ducks have to do with me? Aunt Li placed her hands on her hips and glared at Lin Shi. How can it not concern you? It is because of your sphere that our chickens and ducks have started to perish, and who knows, in a few days, it might lead to human fatalities? Lin Shi scoffed. These villagers certainly had a knack for fabricating excuses. They were not entirely wrong in their prediction. In a few days, it could very well be more than just a few lives lost. Why don't you all leave quickly? If you wait too long, your entire village might meet its demise. Villagers typically regard such notions with trepidation, and Lin Shi's words infuriated the 4. Hey, how can you be so malicious? Are you cursing us? Aunt Li pointed her finger at Lin Shi in accusation. You little brat, what did you say? If you don't know how to speak properly, I'll teach you. Li Chong's eyes flickered with menace as he swung his large palm towards Lin Shi's face. It seemed reckless, but it was a plan they had devised before ascending the mountain. Young people are easily intimidated. A single slap would surely render Lin Shi compliant. They were aware of their advantage with an elderly man, a woman, and a child, and could easily fabricate some charges against Lin Shi without fear of him reporting them. The other three appeared to envision Lin Shi's stunned expression after being slapped. A loud slap echoed through the air, far louder than they had anticipated. What truly astonished them was that the one receiving the blow was not Lin Shi, but rather Li Chong. Lin Shi swiftly grasped Li Chong's hand and retaliated with a powerful slap across Li Chong's face. Li Chong was left dazed, his mind buzzing as his face swelled at an observable pace. The four were clearly taken aback by Lin Shi's audacity to retaliate, daring to engage one against four. Moreover, how could this young man possess such strength? Seeing her son struck, the elderly man, leaning on his cane, raised it in an attempt to strike Lin Shi. Lin Shi deftly sidestepped, evading the blow. The elderly man, however, lost his balance and fell to the ground, closing his eyes. This was the signal to initiate their secondary plan. "Dad? What is wrong with you, Dad?" Li Kui immediately reacted, glaring at Lin Shi. "You hit my dad?" "I didn't even touch him," Lin Shi replied coolly, casting a glance at the elderly man on the ground, whose eyelids were twitching uncontrollably. "We all saw what happened." Aunt Li knelt beside the elderly man, cradling his body and wailing, "Oh, the wicked city folks are bullying us country people. If you leave, I'll die here at this iron sphere. I won't live any longer." Li Chui began to sob as well. "My dad is already in poor health. What are we to do now? Compensation. Hand over 50,000 yuan, and we'll let this matter rest." Li Chong covered his face, his fist clenched tightly, as if Lin Shi's mere refusal would incite him to violence. Aunt Li threatened, "If you dare not compensate us, we'll call the security personnel and alert the press to expose you." "Fine," Lin Shi replied. The three of them were elated, believing Lin Shi had acquiesced. Little did they know, Lin Shi had a follow-up statement. "Go ahead and call the police." Naturally, they had no intention of doing so. Seeing Lin Shi unyielding, Li Chong glared at him with fury. "If you don't compensate, you must pay for my father's life." He could not let that slap go unpunished. With that, he dashed to the tractor and retrieved a chopping knife. "Wait." Lin Shi feigned a contemplative expression, circling the elderly man twice as if assessing his condition. In truth, Lin Shi could report them, as he had surveillance footage on his door, and these individuals were powerless against him. However, the recent incident with Li Duo had left Lin Shi with a negative impression of the Security Bureau. He had several ways to dispatch these four, but he opted for the most stress-relieving approach. Li Danyang and Li Chong exchanged a triumphant glance with Li Tsui, believing that Lin Shi had succumbed to fear. Li Chong felt a surge of secret satisfaction within. After all, he was merely a 20-something novice, easily intimidated. Suddenly, Lin Shi extended his foot and stepped down forcefully on Li Dage's hand, which was dangling on the ground. "Ah!" Li Dage shrieked in agony, his eyes snapping open. Lin Shi turned to the still-dazed Li Chong and remarked, "I've revived your father. You need to pay with your life now. Will you?" Chapter 32. Shun Jinbin Li Chong, Li Tsui, and Li Danyang were rendered speechless by Lin Shi's unpredictable actions. It wasn't until the anguished cries of Li Dage echoed that they regained their senses. "Oh no, my hand is broken." Li Dage trembled while clutching his hand, pain etching deep lines across his face. Lin Shi's kick had not been gentle. Initially, he intended to feign injury, but now he was genuinely hurt. The other three were seething with rage, ready to erupt. Lin Shi suddenly suggested, "Why don't you take this old gentleman to the hospital first? I'll reimburse your medical expenses later." This unexpected concession left the trio momentarily stunned, as if a heavy weight had settled in their chests. Li Danyang nearly choked on her breath. Just moments ago, she had been prepared to hurl insults at Lin Shi. Yet now, he had already acquiesced. And if they continued to provoke him, what if he decided to retract his agreement? "You will compensate for medical expenses, nutritional fees, as well as damages from mental anguish. And don't forget about lost wages." Li Danyang gasped, testing the waters. Lin Shi nodded, surprisingly accommodating. "Fine. You go ahead. My house is here. And I want to run away." Treatment is of utmost importance. Despite achieving their aim, the trio felt a deep sense of frustration. Li Dage's lamentations persisted. Li Chong, unwilling to waste time, pointed a finger at Lin Shi. "Kid, if you dare not compensate, I will make you regret it." After hurling a few threats, the three of them helped Li Dage onto a tractor and drove down the mountain. Lin Shi watched as the tractor disappeared from view. He certainly had no intention of paying for any medical expenses. He merely wished to send these four away. In a few days, when the snowstorm arrived, if they could still ascend the mountain, he would consider it a loss. Lin Shi walked toward a grove of trees. The moment he exited the shelter, he sensed a gaze fixed upon him from within the woods. Ever since his rebirth, he had become acutely sensitive to the attention of others. He could detect any scrutiny within a 50-meter radius. As he stepped into the thicket, his phone suddenly rang, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps retreating into the distance. He caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure vanishing among the trees. Taking out his phone, he saw Zhao Zhao's name flashing on the screen. Irritated, he answered, "What is it?" He suspected that after being left hanging for 2 days, Zhao Xiao could no longer contain himself. "Lin Shi, guess who I ran into here?" Zhao Xiao spoke in a tone brimming with mystery. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Who? Zhao Zhao's voice grew animated on the line. "The son of the richest man in High City, Shen Jinbin." Lin Shi tightened his grip on the phone. "Shen Jinbin." Indeed, he even initiated a conversation with me. Knowing I was in Sha City, he invited me to go diving tomorrow and asked me to bring you along. Lin Shi was astounded that Zhao Xiao knew such a privileged individual. He had kept his true self well concealed. "How could you not mention this before?" Zhao Xiao rambled on. But Lin Shi's mind was consumed by the thought of Shen Jinbin being in Sha City. The subsequent words were lost on him. Shen Jinbin, one of the culprits responsible for his demise in his previous life. However, the enmity between Lin Shi and Shen Jinbin had been long-standing. Lin Shi's father had once been an employee of Tianqi New Energy Company. On the day of the accident involving Lin Shi's father, the chairman of the company brought his son to inspect the factory. When they reached the electrical section managed by Lin Shi's father, the chairman's son unexpectedly splashed his drink onto the electrical equipment, causing a short circuit and explosion that resulted in Lin Shi's father's immediate death. To quell the incident, Shen Fanren, the chairman, distributed hefty hush money to everyone present and required them to sign non-disclosure agreements. He concluded the matter with a substantial death compensation. However, a close colleague of Lin Shi's father discreetly relayed the truth to Lin Shi. His father had not perished due to a work-related error, but had been deliberately harmed. The perpetrator was none other than Shen Jinbin. Lin Shi would never forget the look his mother cast upon him when he revealed the truth. A blend of conflict, hesitation, disgust, and pity. Ultimately, she vowed to investigate the matter and urged Lin Shi to focus on his studies. After that, the employee who had divulged the truth mysteriously vanished. A few months later, Lin Shi's mother remarried. To Lin Shi's shock, her new husband was none other than Shen Fanren, the chairman of Tianqi New Energy Company. Lin Shi felt ensnared in a vast conspiracy. To avoid drawing peril upon himself, he had never mentioned this to anyone. He only confided in Zhao Xiao after the apocalypse began. He sought to gather evidence secretly, but discovered that the Shen family wielded immense power in High City and had already eradicated all traces of evidence. The survivor shelter in High City from his previous life had also been established by the Shen family. He found no opportunity for revenge. Even the one chance he had before his demise was thwarted. Now, with Shen Jinbin in Sha City, he intended to eliminate him. Surely, no one could save him this time. His fingers turned white from the pressure as he gripped the phone until the screen shattered with a crack. Lin Shi, could you provide a definite answer?" Zhao Zhao's voice persisted on the other end. At this moment, Zhao Xiao remained unaware that Shen Jinbin was Lin Shi's father's murderer. "Of course, I'll go," Lin Shi replied resolutely. Regardless of Shen Jinbin's intentions in Sha City, he had to eliminate him. Lin Shi lowered his gaze, his eyes dark and profound, and a chilling smile crept across his face, sending shivers down one's spine. The birds in the forest sensed the murderous intent and took flight. On June 3rd at 1 p.m., there were still 21 hours left on the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure bowl. Lin Shi arrived at a dock where private yachts were moored. From a distance, he noticed Zhao Xiao animatedly conversing with a young man with white hair, who had his back turned to Lin Shi. Instantly, Lin Shi recognized that silhouette. It was Shen Jinbin. Suppressing the murderous intent in his eyes, Lin Shi approached the two. "Lin Shi, why are you so late?" "Young Master Shen has been waiting for quite a while," Zhao Xiao chided, standing beside Shen Jinbin. Was the focus already shifting to Shen Jinbin? Lin Shi chuckled coldly to himself. It seemed that regardless of past or present, whenever Shen Jinbin was involved. Zhao Xiao would readily betray him. Traffic was heavy. I got delayed, Lin Shi replied nonchalantly. Shen Jinbin turned to face him, revealing a pale visage marred by excessive indulgence. His white crew cut gave him a somewhat rogue appearance. His gaze, much like in Lin Shi's previous life, was condescending, sizing Lin Shi up as if he were a cheap commodity. At this moment, Shen Jinbin had yet to exhibit the brutality that would characterize him in the post-apocalyptic world. In his previous life, Shen Jinbin would often kill someone simply for uttering a word he found displeasing. He would claim any girl he fancied, treating himself as the local tyrant of Hai Shi. Shen Jinbin waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's fine as long as people arrive. Let us board the yacht." Chapter 33. Uninhabited Sea. Shen Jinbin stepped onto the yacht first, with Zhao Xiao closely following in his wake. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly, trailing behind the two as they boarded the vessel. Just as they stepped onto the yacht, Lin Shi was halted by a burly man clad in black. "Sir, I need to check if you are carrying any dangerous items." Zhao Xiao was already undergoing inspection by another imposing figure ahead, appearing to comply without issue. Lin Shi frowned and retorted, "I was invited here for leisure. Is this how you treat your guests?" "This is merely a standard procedure to ensure the safety of all aboard the yacht." The man in black maintained his unwavering gaze on Lin Shi. "Ah, if that is the case, then I shall not partake in this," Lin Shi declared, turning to leave. However, the bodyguard moved to block his path. "What? You won't allow me to leave?" Lin Shi's expression hardened. "Sir, if you possess no dangerous items, why not allow me to conduct a search?" The bodyguard insisted. "This is young Master Shen's private yacht. If you wish to enjoy yourself, please cooperate and grant us young Master's courtesy." This yacht belonged to Shen Jinbin. Hence these men were his personal bodyguards. Lin Shi smiled, casting a cold glance at Shen Jinbin, who stood a few meters away observing the scene. "What gave him the right to demand my respect? Do I even know him?" "You." The bodyguard in black glared, an oppressive aura emanating from him, pressing down on Lin Shi. At this moment, Shen Jinbin approached, speaking cryptically, "Ah Biao, this is my half-brother." "Why the lack of awareness?" "Half-brother. Lin Shi is Shen Jinbin's brother." Everyone was taken aback, their eyes widening in shock. The bodyguard displayed a mix of astonishment and disdain, while Zhao Xiao was the most bewildered. Having known Lin Shi for years, he had never been aware of this connection to the wealthiest man in Hai Shi. Yet for Lin Shi, this revelation felt like an insult. His mother had married the father of his father's murderer. What brotherhood was this? It was their first meeting in this lifetime. Shen Jinbin's words were merely a tool of humiliation. Lin Shi clenched his teeth, suppressing his murderous intent. He reminded himself to remain calm. To Shen Jinbin, he was but an inconsequential insect, and in his previous life, Shen Jinbin had not even acknowledged his existence before the apocalypse. This sudden confrontation must have an ulterior motive. He could not afford to reveal his anger. Lin Shi looked at Shen Jinbin with confusion. "What are you talking about? I don't even know you." Shen Jinbin feigned realization, pointing at Lin Shi, "Right? You weren't present when my father married your mother. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Shen Jinbin, your mother's stepson. She is a wonderful mother, treating me better than her biological sons." Lin Shi's fists tightened. The bodyguard named Ah Biao stood before Shen Jinbin, ready to subdue Lin Shi at any moment. Lin Shi clenched and unclenched his fists, lowering his gaze to mask his murderous intent, and forced a radiant smile onto his face. "Oh, is that so? It seems you enjoy playing the role of son." Shen Jinbin's expression darkened instantly, his eyes filled with a menacing fury. "Say that again." Sensing the tension escalating, Zhao Xiao quickly intervened. "Ha ha ha. Aren't we here for some fun? Let us enjoy ourselves. Look at how beautiful the ocean is today." Zhao Xiao was not merely trying to ease the tension for Lin Shi. The atmosphere aboard the yacht had grown increasingly strange, with only Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao, alongside Shen Jinbin and 8 hulking men in black, all glaring at them. This was not a promising sign. Shen Jinbin suppressed his fury, a cold smile curling his lips as he turned to enter the cabin. The remaining bodyguards followed suit, leaving Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao on the deck, along with the bodyguard named Ah Biao. "Mr. Lin, please allow me to conduct a search," Ah Biao reiterated. Zhao Xiao gently nudged Lin Shi and whispered in his ear, "Lin Shi, a wise man does not suffer a loss in front of his eyes. He is a young master from a wealthy family. Accommodating him does not diminish our dignity. Lin Shi cast a cold glance at him and opened his arms to the bodyguard. Go ahead. Biao sneered at Lin Shi, and after a thorough search, confirmed that Lin Shi bore no dangerous items before retreating to the cabin. Inside the yacht's cabin, Shen Jinbin furiously swept the last cup from the table to the floor. A nearby bodyguard was cleaning up the glass shards, his hand bleeding, but he persevered. Biao entered the room and reported, Young master, it has been confirmed. He carries nothing. However, that Lin Shi seems to have undergone rigorous physical training. He may be formidable. When we dive, I will take care of him. Shen Jinbin slammed his hand on the table, his face twisted with rage. To kill him so easily would be too lenient. How dare he provoke me? I shall make him regret ever being born. Biao seemed to recall some unpleasant memory, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Young master, we are still in the country, he cautioned. Shen Jinbin, unwilling to relent, slammed the table again and shot a cold glance at Biao. Eliminate anyone who came with him as well. Understood. On the deck, Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao admired the ocean view as attendants brought them drinks. Before long, Shen Jinbin re-emerged, resuming his earlier playful demeanor, engaging in light-hearted conversation with the two. We will be diving a bit further out. I know of a small island where few venture. The underwater scenery is exceptionally beautiful. I assure you, you have never witnessed such breathtaking sights. Shen Jinbin exaggeratedly described the allure of the waters. Zhao Xiao nodded eagerly. I'm all in for whatever young master Shen arranges. Lin Shi did not voice any objections. Approximately 2 hours later, the yacht arrived near an uninhabited island. There were no other vessels in sight, nor any signs of life. Sunlight danced upon the azure waves, and a few thousand meters ahead lay pristine sands and the lush greenery of the island. Indeed, a picturesque scene. A bodyguard informed them that the diving equipment was ready and guided them to the other side of the yacht. As the three approached, Biao had already donned his gear. Shen Jinbin swiftly grabbed a diving suit and put it on. Biao presented the remaining 2 suits to Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao rubbed his hands nervously and said, I've never gone diving before. Perhaps I should sit this one out? Lin Shi shot him a surprised glance. Biao is an expert diver. He will ensure our safety underwater. We agreed to dive together. Are you refusing to show young Master Shen respect? Shen Jinbin frowned at Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao waved his hands dismissively and, upon seeing Lin Shi already donning a diving suit, had no choice but to put one on himself as well. As the 2 individuals gradually completed their preparations, Shen Jinbin turned away, a flicker of derision and hostility evident in his eyes. Chapter 34, Murder Underwater. Once everyone had donned their attire and secured their breathing apparatus, Zhao Xiao, standing behind Lin Shi, suddenly tugged at him, her eyes behind the diving mask squinting playfully. Lin Shi laughed, inquiring, what are you squinting for? Did something get in your eyes? It seemed Zhao Xiao was not entirely foolish. She had sensed something amiss. Setting aside Shen Jinbin's status as a wealthy heir, the situation was indeed precarious. A stranger inviting you to an outing, accompanied by 8 imposing men, and leading you to a desolate location was inherently dangerous. Zhao Xiao, initially eager to ingratiate herself with Shen Jinbin, had failed to recognize the abnormality. It is a common instinct for ordinary individuals to revere and trust those of considerable power and influence, often overlooking glaring red flags. Lin Shi, however, had no intention of exposing the truth. Hearing Lin Shi's remark, Biao's scrutinizing gaze shifted toward Zhao Xiao. She cursed internally, forcing an awkward smile as she replied, My eyes are just a bit uncomfortable. It's nothing. The 4 of them checked their equipment once more, and Biao proceeded to explain several underwater signals and precautions before diving in first. After entering the water, Zhao Xiao turned to observe the watchful bodyguard behind them and reluctantly followed suit. Anxious and unsettled, she reassured herself that the situation was not as dire as it seemed. The underwater world was stunning, with Lin Shi swimming at the forefront, exploring the surroundings. If not for the ominous presence lurking behind, it could have been a delightful excursion. As they reached a coral reef, Shen Jinbin signaled Biao to act. Biao, acknowledging the command, drew a dagger from his thigh and swam towards Lin Shi. The closer Biao approached Lin Shi, the more manic excitement gleamed in Shen Jinbin's eyes behind his diving mask. Zhao Xiao, being a novice diver, lagged behind the group and was terrified at the unfolding scene. She wished to alert Lin Shi, but as she opened her mouth, her breathing apparatus nearly slipped out, prompting her to quickly close it. Watching a Biao swim to Lin Shi's rear, poised with the glinting dagger, Zhao Xiao's legs turned to jelly. She swiftly glanced at Shun Jinbin, only to find him exhibiting an expression of exhilaration. It was over. Zhao Xiao felt a wave of despair wash over her. This was an intention to commit murder. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she immediately turned to ascend to the surface. As for Lin Shi, Zhao Xiao had already resigned herself to the belief that he was doomed. Someone of his physique could never contend with a bodyguard. She had to escape quickly. If she delayed, she would be silenced as well. In her panic, she forgot to release her weights and floundered in place. Lin Shi sensed an unusual disturbance in the water behind him. Without a second thought, he pivoted. A cold, glimmering dagger sliced past his side. A Biao had anticipated Lin Shi's evasion and lunged again with another strike. This time, Lin Shi discerned that the aim was directed at his breathing apparatus. Indeed, in the peaceful land of Xia, even those intent on murder acted with restraint. They sought to orchestrate a scenario where he would suffocate, creating the illusion of an accidental death. With the water's resistance limiting his options, Lin Shi grasped a Biao's hand holding the dagger, preventing the apparatus from being severed. A Biao's other hand lunged for Lin Shi's breathing device, only to be intercepted as well. They grappled underwater. A Biao's face was a mask of ferocity, mixed with a hint of shock. He exerted every ounce of strength to break free from Lin Shi's grip. Yet it felt as if he was ensnared in a vice, unable to advance an inch. This kid was remarkably strong. Lin Shi propelled himself away with a powerful kick, creating a distance of over a meter. Just as a Biao attempted to lunge forward once more, Lin Shi reached behind him and then swiftly brought his hand forward, revealing a handgun. A Biao's body froze mid-charge, his eyes wide with disbelief and fear. How had this kid concealed a firearm? Impossible. He had thoroughly searched Lin Shi and confirmed he bore no weapons. Moreover, during the exchange of diving suits, there was no place to hide a handgun. This was inconceivable. A Biao even questioned his own perception, suspecting he was hallucinating underwater. The reality of the blood blossoming from his chest, however, jolted him back. The bullet, impeded by the water's resistance, traveled at a speed 772 times slower than on land. Yet conversely, human reflexes also dulled in the water, making it impossible for even a seasoned fighter like a Biao to evade at this range. 3 shots struck their mark. A Biao died perplexed, unable to fathom how Lin Shi had smuggled a gun into the depths. Zhao Xiao, equally incredulous, watched in astonishment, feeling as though today's events were utterly surreal. How could Lin Shi possess a firearm? The calm and decisive Lin Shi, who could wield a gun, was he truly the Lin Shi she knew? The seemingly fatal situation for Lin Shi had abruptly reversed. Among the 3, the quickest to react was unexpectedly Shun Jinbin. As Lin Shi brandished the gun, Shun Jinbin deftly swam towards the floundering Zhao Xiao. By the time Lin Shi redirected his aim, Shun Jinbin had reached Zhao Xiao, seizing her in a panic-stricken embrace, shielding himself behind her. Simultaneously, he pressed the deflation button on his diving suit. Zhao Xiao, terrified, flailed as she ascended, shaking her head at the sight of Lin Shi's raised gun. The handgun's effective range underwater did not exceed 15 meters. As the distance widened, Lin Shi's gaze turned icy. Without hesitation, he fired. The bullet cleaved through the water, yet the myriad disturbances altered its trajectory, and instead of striking Shun Jinbin, it found its mark on Zhao Xiao's neck. Zhao Xiao's eyes widened in terror behind her diving mask, her breathing apparatus dislodging as blood poured from her mouth, nose, and neck. Lin Shi aimed to fire again, but at that moment, a school of fish swam between them. Once the fish passed and visibility returned, the distance between him and Shun Jinbin had exceeded 2 meters. Lin Shi fired another shot, but the bullet faltered midway and fell short. Seeing Lin Shi's gun posed no threat, Shun Jinbin released the now wide-eyed Zhao Xiao and swam towards the surface with increased urgency. Lin Shi, a tempest of fury brewed in Shun Jinbin's eyes as he glared at Lin Shi, his expression filled with vindictiveness. during his ascent. He even made a slashing gesture across his throat towards Lin Shi. Never had anyone reduced him to such a state of disarray. He was determined to eliminate Lin Shi. As Shen Jinbin neared the surface, the distance between them stretched to 3 meters. Lin Shi, his gaze profound, maximized the air in his diving apparatus, discarding his weights and ascending faster than Shen Jinbin. He surged towards him with great speed. Chapter 35. The Cruel Truth. Frequent divers understand that ascending too rapidly can lead to bodily strain and oxygen deprivation. Observing Lin Shi's swift approach while he remained several meters from the surface, Shen Jinbin was visibly shaken. Disregarding the toll on his body, Shen Jinbin propelled himself upstream with utmost urgency, unaware that Lin Shi had ceased his pursuit. He hurriedly glanced back, only to be met with Lin Shi's mocking gaze. This time, Lin Shi revealed his intentions, swiftly retracting his handgun into the void and retrieving a black weapon, a crossbow. Methodically, he secured a rope to the arrow's tail and aimed at Shen Jinbin, who was nearing the surface of the sea. The arrow was loosed. As Shen Jinbin ascended rapidly, his complexion paled further, yet his eyes sparkled with determination. The water's surface was tantalizingly close. At last, Shen Jinbin's head broke through the surface. He removed his breathing apparatus, ready to call for his bodyguard to pull him up. However, in that moment, his body jolted violently. Lowering his gaze, he saw a sharp arrowhead protruding from his abdomen, blood swiftly staining the surrounding waters. The bodyguard, having spotted Shen Jinbin, immediately plunged into the water to rescue him. Yet before he could act, a tremendous force from the arrow yanked Shen Jinbin back beneath the waves. Plunged back into the depths, the agonizing pain in his abdomen caused him to lose consciousness. Lin Shi, now devoid of his crossbow, clutched the rope tightly, dragging Shen Jinbin deeper underwater. The bodyguard, recognizing the gravity of the situation, dove in to save Shen Jinbin, but without a breathing apparatus. He could only descend a few meters before surfacing due to lack of oxygen. By the time the bodyguard donned his diving suit and returned to the depths, Lin Shi and Shen Jinbin had vanished from sight. Lin Shi dragged the unconscious Shen Jinbin ashore like a lifeless dog, discarding him on the sandy beach of the small island. Having ascended too quickly, Shen Jinbin exhibited symptoms of decompression sickness, his upper body grossly swollen. The wound in his abdomen, punctured and now waterlogged, was a mere step away from infection. Coupled with the water he had swallowed, his breath was nearly gone. Lin Shi first removed his diving suit and administered several emergency measures to Shen Jinbin. He refrained from extracting the arrow. Doing so would likely seal Shen Jinbin's fate. He had unanswered questions, and he could not allow Shen Jinbin to perish so swiftly. Coughing violently, Shen Jinbin expelled water, the harsh convulsions aggravating his abdominal wound, causing him to writhe in agony on the ground. Upon seeing Lin Shi again, the defiant and arrogant demeanor vanished, replaced by desperation as he pleaded, "Spare me. I can offer you a fortune. Why do you wish to kill me?" Shen Jinbin's eyes darted nervously. "I harbor no intent to kill you." Lin Shi's gaze turned icy as he pressed his hand against Shen Jinbin's abdominal wound, digging in with force. The excruciating pain contorted Shen Jinbin's features as he writhed and screamed. Once Shen Jinbin regained his composure, Lin Shi inquired again, "Why do you wish to kill me?" "My patience is finite." This time, Shen Jinbin dared not feign ignorance. "You exposed Li Duokai online last time, dragging my father's company into disrepute and causing its stock to plummet for an entire week. I merely sought to teach you a lesson." He refrained from directly stating his desire to kill Lin Shi. "Then why did you kill my father?" Shen Jinbin's expression shifted abruptly. "What are you talking about? Your father? 3 years ago, during your factory inspection, you spilled a beverage into a machine, resulting in an explosion that killed an electrical engineer on the spot. Do I need to jog your memory?" Lin Shi's voice was as chilling as December frost as he pressed his hand against Shen Jinbin's wound once more. Shen Jinbin trembled in terror. No, I will speak. I do not know your father. It was my father who ordered me to do this. If there is a grudge, it lies with him. Please spare me." Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. "You claim it was your father who commanded you? Why do you do so?" Shen Jinbin swallowed hard, responding, "Because he has long coveted your mother, wishing to possess her. But that wretched woman refused, fearing her reputation would be tarnished by infidelity. So, My father ordered me to eliminate that engineer. The truth was brutally stark. His own mother was the architect of his father's demise. The true mastermind behind his father's murder was the chairman of Tianchi New Energy Company, Limited, the man who once commanded the entire Haishur in the previous life. As Lin Shi's gaze darkened ominously, Shun Jinbin hastily defended himself. I was coerced. If I did not comply, my father would strip me of my inheritance. He has several other sons outside. At that moment, the distant sound of a yacht's engine reached their ears, and a flicker of hope and malice flashed in Shun Jinbin's eyes. One last question. Lin Shi leaned closer to Shun Jinbin. Ask away. I promise to reveal everything. Driven by an immense will to survive, Shun Jinbin's eyes brimmed with anticipation. He yearned for Lin Shi to pose more inquiries, buying time for his subordinates to rescue him. What does that look like? Go check for me. Lin Shi's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he yanked the arrow from Shun Jinbin's abdomen and plunged it mercilessly into his heart. Listening to the increasingly loud engine noise, Shun Jinbin's eyes filled with resentment and venom. No, I cannot die. I have a glorious life ahead, unspent wealth, and countless women to entertain. To perish at the hands of an insignificant insect I wish to toy with. How can I accept this? A fierce will to live momentarily restored clarity to Shun Jinbin's fading vision. Noticing this, Lin Shi prepared to deliver another blow, but then felt an alarming sensation from behind. Lin Shi rolled swiftly to the ground as the sound of a gunshot echoed. A bullet struck the sand where he had just stood, sending debris flying. It was a sniper rifle. Had he not evaded, the bullet would have pierced his skull. A chill coursed through Lin Shi as he turned to see the yacht now, within 200 meters, 7 black gun barrels aimed at him. Erupting in a flurry of gunfire, Lin Shi dodged left and right, but a bullet grazed his arm. Without a moment's pause, he dashed toward the nearby woods. Once inside the thicket, the overwhelming sense of danger began to dissipate. His limbs bore scratches from the underbrush and weeds, yet he pressed on deeper into the dense forest. Author's note: to provide a spoiler, Shun Jinbin does not die, but he will meet his end after 4 chapters. This serves to introduce an important plot point, and I hope readers will refrain from criticizing this aspect. I assure you, his demise is imminent. Chapter 36, Ambush on the Island. Only when the sounds of pursuit faded did Lin Shi lean against a large tree to catch his breath. After an intense underwater battle and swimming several kilometers with Shun Jinbin, his strength was nearly depleted. At that moment, his hands and feet trembled involuntarily, a sign of exhaustion. Had it not been for 3 months of training, he would have lacked the strength to escape. Yet every effort was worthwhile. He had uncovered the truth behind his father's death and had taken the life of the man responsible for it. With fatal injuries, an abdominal puncture, symptoms of decompression sickness, an impending infection, he could not fathom how Shun Jinbin could possibly survive in such a state. However, the fact that the Shun family's bodyguards are equipped with such an array of heavy weaponry was unexpected for Lin Shi. He had always believed that he had not underestimated the Shun family's influence, yet he found himself mistaken. In a peaceful society, it is astonishing that bodyguards could be armed with such formidable weaponry. These bodyguards could not possibly be ordinary veterans. It is no wonder that the Shun family could directly control the entire high city during the extreme cold apocalypse, confirming that no one was pursuing him for the moment. Lin Shi sought refuge in a concealed valley. He retrieved bandages, disinfectant, hemostatic spray, and a dagger from his spatial storage. After sterilizing the dagger with disinfectant, Lin Shi gritted his teeth and extracted the bullet from his left arm, spraying hemostatic spray on the wound before bandaging it. Having completed this, Lin Shi was drenched in sweat. In his previous life, he had endured far worse injuries during the apocalypse, where he had no access to any medication. Yet he had persevered. Therefore, this was trivial in comparison. He swallowed 2 anti-inflammatory pills and tended to the wound that had just been scraped by a branch. Lin Shi changed into a set of clean clothes from his spatial storage, taking out water and canned luncheon meat to replenish his strength. After such a lengthy period, no one had pursued him. Either the bodyguards had already departed with Shun Jinbin's body, or they were lying in wait at some location, prepared to ambush him. After resting for a while, Lin Shi continued deeper into the dense forest. Half an hour later, standing at the high point of a small island, Lin Shi surveyed the entire island, noting the slightest movement in the grass. Shin Jinbin's yacht had vanished, and there was no sign of his body on the beach. However, on the opposite side of the island, a lifeboat had been dragged to the edge of the woods on the beach. Its bright orange-yellow color, though partially obscured by tree shadows, remained quite conspicuous. Of course, had he not been standing at the high point, Lin Shi would not have noticed the lifeboat. The presence of a lifeboat indicated that someone had remained aboard the earlier yacht. It seemed they were indeed preparing to ambush him. Initially, Lin Shi contemplated how he could return to Sha City. This uninhabited island was not far from Sha City, but traversing it on foot was impossible. Under the current circumstances, this worked to his advantage. As the sun began to set, the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin indicated only 17 hours remained. Lin Shi no longer delayed, taking out his combat suit and swiftly donning it. This was a military cold weather outfit that Lin Shi had ordered at great expense from Xie. The full military cold weather suit, known as the Cold Climate Special Forces combat uniform, consisted of a total of 16 pieces, offering exceptional insulation and waterproofing without hindering combat effectiveness. In such weather, Lin Shi naturally did not wear all of it. Instead, he removed several layers of thermal undergarments, donning the bulletproof vest underneath his outer clothing, along with a tactical helmet and thermal imaging night vision goggles. Fully armed, he awaited the onset of night. The arrival of darkness would mark the optimal moment for slaughter. The forest at night was pitch black, teeming with mosquitoes. 5 shadowy figures in black crouched behind bushes in 5 different positions, poised to spring into action. Their exposed necks and hands were covered in mosquito bites, yet they bore the discomfort with furrowed brows. Originally accompanying Shun Jinbin for leisure, they had only prepared firearms, which was already a stretch, and had not brought any additional equipment. The lone sniper rifle was stowed away in the bottom of the yacht as a precaution for emergencies. After all, this was the safest country in the world, not one plagued by rampant gun violence like the Middle East. They had not anticipated that what was supposed to be a routine dive would lead to such a significant blunder in their duties. A faint sound startled 2 of the bodyguards, causing them to tense up. The sound of raindrops began to patter on the surrounding leaves, transforming from an initial light tap to a steady drizzle. Number 2, it's raining. Should we continue to wait? One bodyguard whispered into the intercom. Wait, this island is vast. With only 5 of us, we would struggle to find a single person hiding. If we dispersed into the dense forest, we would be walking into certain death against a skilled assassin. Wait, he will find a way to leave this place, and we will match our patience against his. If we fail to eliminate him, our fate will be dire. The bodyguards, having examined Shin Jinbin's injuries, speculated that Lin Shi had come prepared to assassinate Shin Jinbin, indicating a premeditated attack by a skilled assassin. The perfect disguise, the ruthless assault. How could an ordinary person accomplish such feats? Moreover, the ability to anticipate their destination and conceal weapons underwater suggested expertise reserved for professional assassins or operatives. Little did they know that Lin Shi, who appeared to be an ordinary individual, was in reality a survivor who had returned from the apocalypse, having endured countless crises. He had not concealed weapons underwater. Rather, he possessed a spatial storage that allowed him to retrieve items at will. However, some bodyguards felt something was amiss. I don't think that person is an assassin. Didn't young master mention that he is the son of his stepmother? The man referred to as number 2 fell silent for a moment before responding. The information on Lin Shi was gathered by young master long ago. He is merely an ordinary university student. Do you think the old master would believe that an ordinary university student could produce a crossbow and almost kill young master? Are we, who have danced with death, unable to guard against a single university student? It is more plausible to suggest that an assassin disguised as Lin Shi is the reality. This reasoning conveniently provided an excuse for their negligence. Number 2 continued. This time, we administered all the gene repair medications to young master to keep him alive. Whether he can be saved is uncertain. If he perishes, just consider the consequences. The bodyguards fell silent. Lin Shi was unaware that Shun Jinbin, whom he assumed to be dead, was, in fact, still alive. At that moment, he had cautiously made his way into the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. The sudden sound of rain startled him at first, but then he felt a surge of joy. Even the heavens seemed to be aiding him. With the incessant sound of rain, his footsteps would be easily concealed. The sturdy figures of the bodyguards were clearly visible through his night vision goggles. Lin Shi lay in ambush 300 meters away, retrieving a crossbow from his storage. The intercepting crossbow was powerful, yet it was not particularly discreet. The crossbow Lin Shi wielded was a crossbow that emitted minimal noise, making it suitable for close-quarters combat. It had recently been acquired during his last procurement. Carefully placing several bolts into the quiver, Lin Shi stealthily approached the 5 hidden figures. The sound of rain pattering against the foliage filled his ears as he endeavored to tread upon bare stones and soil, avoiding any noise that might alert them. When he drew within 200 meters, Lin Shi halted, remaining vigilant. At this distance, if the enemy possessed infrared detection equipment, they would certainly discover him. Lin Shi waited for a moment, but there was no reaction from them. This distance fell within the effective range of the crossbow. He steadied the weapon, aiming at a figure obscured by the trees, and released an arrow. Chapter 37. Rainy Night Sniper. Although Lin Shi had not practiced with a crossbow for long, the inherent accuracy and ease of use of the bow made it manageable for him. Having experience with firearms, he found himself adept with a crossbow as well. The arrow flew silently, but as it sliced through the leaves of the bushes, it produced a distinct sound. Amidst the constant rain, an unusual noise caught number 2's attention. Something's happening. The alarm from the second guard and the muffled grunt of another bodyguard echoed simultaneously. An arrow struck directly at one of the bodyguards. Through the thermal imaging night vision, the positions and movements of 5 individuals concealed behind the bushes were vividly displayed before Lin Shi. "Get down!" The bodyguards reacted swiftly, immediately prostrating themselves on the muddy ground. 4 of them lay still in the muck, too afraid to move. With no moon tonight, the pitch-black rainforest concealed the enemy's whereabouts and the source of the attack. "Be cautious. They possess thermal sensing equipment." Number 2 whispered a warning. If the enemy had approached them, they would have sensed it. The only possibility was that the assailants were sniping from a distance. They had snipers among them as well, but a sniper rifle was not practical in such dense jungle. "It's a crossbow." Number 2 crawled towards the team member who had been struck, noting the arrow lodged in the man's head, further solidifying his conclusion. They had indeed found themselves in a perilous predicament. Advancing was futile as they had no idea where the enemy was, and retreating to the beach would render them sitting ducks. The remaining bodyguards felt a sense of despair. They had not anticipated that the assassin had prepared so thoroughly, having already placed equipment on this small island. Their initial skepticism regarding Lin Shi's identity as a disguised killer was wavering. In the torrential downpour of the night, Lin Shi's sharp gaze focused on the sighting scope, his expression icy, lips slightly pursed. With a pull of the trigger, a black arrow sliced through the curtain of rain, piercing through the grass at an extraordinary speed towards one of the bodyguards. A soft thud heralded the arrival of another arrow embedded in flesh, followed by a stifled groan. Yet as Lin Shi waited, he noticed that the thermal imaging night vision did not indicate a rapid loss of body heat from the hit individual. The man was not dead. It appeared the arrow had not struck a vital point. The remaining 4 bodyguards lay hidden in the grass. The dense underbrush on the island severely hindered the accuracy of the crossbow. Lin Shi scanned the area, locking onto a pine tree to his right. Retracting the crossbow into his space, he agilely climbed the tree like a nimble wildcat. After quickly finding a secure foothold and concealing himself, he produced a crossbow, aimed, and fired. A short, anguished scream followed as one bodyguard was struck in the chest by a sharp arrow. "Hazy!" exclaimed another bodyguard beside the one who had been hit. But another arrow swiftly descended, striking the forehead of the guard who had attempted to check on his companion. Number 2 furrowed his brows and shouted, "Northwest direction, in the tree." Without hesitation, he stood and zigzagged for several meters before taking cover behind a tree, drawing his gun to fire. Bang! His shot was remarkably accurate, hitting the exact spot where Lin Shi had just concealed himself. Unfortunately, that location was now devoid of Lin Shi's presence. After releasing 2 arrows, Lin Shi's crossbow vanished from his hands as he nimbly descended the tree trunk. Snipers are known for the adage of shooting and changing positions. He would not be foolish enough to remain in the same spot. While number 2 fired, Lin Shi had already moved to another tree, just a few meters away from his previous position. The astonishing accuracy of the shot startled him. This individual was likely the sniper who had targeted him from the yacht. Upon hearing number 2's report of the position, another bodyguard attempted to mimic his actions and dash behind a tree for an attack. However, just as he stood, he heard number 2 bellow, "Don't get up." It was too late. The last thing this bodyguard saw was a cold, dark arrowhead. Thud! The arrow struck him in the eye, killing him instantly. Thus, of the 5 bodyguards, only 1 remained. Number 2 crouched behind the tree, the icy rain cascading down his rugged face. Once, he had been a somewhat renowned international mercenary and a skilled sniper. It was he who had been firing the sniper rifle on the beach. However, disillusioned by betrayal from a comrade during a mission, he had departed that life to become a bodyguard. Among the 8 bodyguards, he was the most solitary, accustomed to solitude and maintaining a stoic silence. In contrast, Biao was adept at flattery and ingratiating himself with Shun Jinbin, thus becoming the leader among them. From the moment he stepped into a life of bloodshed, number 2 had known that a day would come when he would die at the hands of another. Now, that day had finally arrived. He understood that it would be challenging for him to escape this island. At this moment, an arrow was lodged in his right arm, piercing through it, with the sharp, barbed tip still stained with his blood. Losing the use of his dominant right hand meant a significant reduction in his combat effectiveness. Yet, he displayed no signs of distress or fear of impending death. The rain intensified, and holding his gun with his left hand, he realized the enemy had shifted positions. He attempted to alert his remaining teammate, but it was already too late. A faint whoosh broke the air, and the death of his comrade revealed Lin Shi's location to him. Taking a deep breath, number 2's gaze grew calm and resolute as he quickly calculated Lin Shi's position and darted from cover, resolutely firing. As Lin Shi released another arrow from the tree, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. The threat felt far greater than that of being targeted by a sniper on the beach. He loosened his grip, leaning back just in time to narrowly evade a bullet. However, the tree was slick, and he found himself falling through the air. This precarious situation was immensely perilous. If he remained suspended, the enemy could easily predict his location and simply lower their aim to strike him. While suspended, evasion was impossible. Yet Lin Shi had prepared for this. He flipped midair, returning to the tree. To his astonishment, he had clung to a rope. The rope had been tied to the tree long ago. In that moment, Lin Shi was equally astounded. How could the enemy shoot with such precision? Discovering his position from over 200 meters away in the pitch-black rain, once could be deemed a coincidence, but twice indicated the opponent possessed extraordinary marksmanship. After being spotted once, he had readied himself to evade. Without thermal night vision equipment, Lin Shi doubted the enemy could still locate him. Yet he was mistaken. Bang! Another gunshot rang out just as Lin Shi returned to the branch, a bullet striking his left shoulder. Despite defying the laws of physics by returning to the tree, the enemy still detected his position. How could this be? Lin Shi was astonished. Was it mere luck? Though the bullet was stopped by his bulletproof vest, the impact sent him tumbling toward the ground. At that moment, a profound sense of danger engulfed him. Chapter 38 Gene Lock. The intense life and death crisis forced Lin Shi to release the rope he had been grasping. But that was not enough. Suddenly, an object appeared before him. A riot shield. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets struck the riot shield almost simultaneously, narrowly missing. What terrified Lin Shi was that these 3 shots were aimed at 3 lethal points on his body. How could the enemy have anticipated his potential release? How is that even possible? A muffled thud echoed as Lin Shi fell onto the ground, littered with decaying leaves and weeds. He rolled over, concealing himself behind a tree with a trunk as thick as a man. His heart raced, a testament to the recent brush with death he had narrowly escaped. Were it not for his spatial abilities, his quick reflexes, and his capability to retrieve items at will, the 3 bullets that had just been fired would have struck his head, neck, and heart. Fortunately, the other 2 locations were less critical. A bullet to the neck could have spelled his demise today. What a terrifying marksmanship! Leaning against the tree, Lin Shi attempted to calm his racing heartbeat. Suddenly, a chilling scream erupted from 200 meters away. Startled, Lin Shi cautiously used his thermal imaging night vision goggles to survey the situation. He discovered that the only surviving bodyguard lay on the ground, convulsing. There were no other signs of life nearby. Sensing a trap, Lin Shi refrained from approaching and instead drew his crossbow, aiming an arrow at the man. Upon striking him, Lin Shi noted that the bodyguard continued to convulse without any attempt to evade. Only then did Lin Shi cautiously approach. Upon closer inspection, He found the bodyguard's nose and mouth bleeding, his expression contorted in agony, his body spasming uncontrollably. The arrow he had shot had struck the man's thigh, and another arrow was embedded in his arm. However, it seemed the bodyguard was beyond caring for his injuries. Upon seeing Lin Shi's figure, the second bodyguard's eyes flickered with shock, seemingly unable to fathom that Lin Shi was still alive. He struggled to speak. How could you possibly be alive? Lin Shi picked up the fallen handgun from the second bodyguard and aimed it at his head. What is happening to you? It's a gene collapse. Gene collapse? Lin Shi frowned. The aftermath of unlocking the gene lock. The second bodyguard attempted to say more, but coughed up a mouthful of blood. Gene lock? Even in peacetime, there are those who can unlock gene locks? Shock coursed through Lin Shi, and he inquired, "How can I save you?" His intention was not genuinely to save the man, but to uncover the secrets surrounding the gene lock. This was the first human he had encountered who had unlocked a gene lock. With the apocalypse looming, danger lurked everywhere. If he could extract some information from this individual and unlock the gene lock early, he would possess greater self-preservation power. My pocket. The second bodyguard's eyes began to roll back. Lin Shi crouched down, rummaging through the man's coat lining until he found a box. Is this it? The second bodyguard weakly nodded. Lin Shi opened the box to reveal a blue pill inside. Glancing at the second bodyguard, who was fixated on the pill, Lin Shi broke it in half and placed one piece in the man's mouth. Stepping back a couple paces, he raised the gun once more, aiming at the second bodyguard. The man swallowed the pill with the blood, and his body gradually began to stabilize. He lay there, motionless. Do you have anything you wish to ask? Ask away. My time is limited. The second bodyguard's voice was hoarse, clearly aware of Lin Shi's ulterior motives for helping him. Lin Shi questioned, how do you unlock the gene lock? Tell me, and I will give you the other half of the pill. The second bodyguard smiled faintly and countered, do you even know what a gene lock is? Lin Shi shook his head. He only knew the surface of the matter. In his past life, he was merely an ordinary person and had only accumulated some combat experience over the 8 years of the apocalypse. I don't know who named it the gene lock. I only uncovered some information after unlocking it myself. There are 5 gene locks in the human body. Unlocking the first stage of the gene lock allows your brain to block out all external distractions. Things you usually forget after a single glance can be recalled instantly. In this state of battle, you can utilize everything around you, and your brain operates like a computer, calculating with unparalleled calmness. Upon reaching the second stage, you can perfectly control every ounce of strength in your body, mastering every muscle. Even if you possess merely 50 pounds of strength, you could defeat a boxing champion. I'm not familiar with the later stages, as I have only unlocked the first stage. To unlock the first stage of the gene lock, one must endure pain, extreme pain. Lin Shi frowned. Pain? Can you elaborate? I can't say for certain. During my first unlocking of the gene lock, I fell into a state of shock and cannot recall how I survived it. The second bodyguard's eyes grew vacant, seemingly lost in memories. So those shots you fired earlier were in the state of unlocking the gene lock? Is your current condition related to the unlocking of the gene lock? Lin Shi asked rapidly. The second bodyguard's complexion visibly paled. Indeed, I had just entered the state of unlocking the gene lock, but my body could not withstand the aftermath. This was my 5th time unlocking it, and my genes are on the verge of collapse. Had I not unlocked it this time, I might have lived a while longer. Now, even with medication to sustain me, the second bodyguard spat out a mouthful of dark, foul-smelling blood. What was the pill you just took? Lin Shi still held half of the pill in his hand. That pill is meant to control the aftermath of unlocking the gene lock. It also has healing properties, but it is of no use to me anymore. The second bodyguard grinned, revealing bloodied teeth. You want to know where it came from, right? Answer my question first, and I will tell you. Go ahead and ask. How did you manage to evade that bullet earlier? I calculated all your reactions, and logically, you should not have been able to dodge it. Lin Shi's eyes flickered. This pertained to his greatest secret. Yet, confronted with the increasingly vacant gaze of the man before him, Lin Shi relented, eager to know the origin of the pill. Because I blocked the bullet with something. The second bodyguard's eyes flashed with confusion, unable to comprehend what Lin Shi had used as a shield. Nevertheless, he had obtained the answer he sought. Realizing it was not a miscalculation on his part, a faint smile appeared on his face. It's not a big deal to tell you. This was made by the Shun family. The outside world believes the Shun family is merely a company researching energy, but they are involved in many fields. far more extensive than you can imagine. The second bodyguard spoke slowly. Why are you telling me this? Lin Shi scrutinized the ailing man before him, assessing the veracity of his words. Chapter 39. Return to Sha. Shi, the second bodyguard, smiled bitterly. I am a solitary individual, not one of the Shun family. They pay me, and I work for them. That's all there is to it. Once I die, what happens to the Shun family is of no concern to me. You managed to evade my 3 shots while unlocking the gene lock. Quite impressive. However, regrettably, once you leave here, you won't survive long. The Shun family will not spare you, and you cannot escape their extermination. Blood began to seep from the second bodyguard's nostrils, yet his complexion improved. He understood his time was running out. Let me tell you one more thing. Shun Jinbin is not dead. With the Shun family's medication sustaining him, he won't die easily. The second bodyguard's lips moved a few times, but Lin Shi could not hear the rest. Shun Jinbin is not dead. Lin Shi's expression finally shifted. Shun Jinbin is alive? He had clearly pierced Shun Jinbin's heart. How could he possibly still be alive? Lin Shi yearned for further details. However, at that moment, the second individual's head tilted, and he fell silent. Lin Shi furrowed his brow and crouched down to check the pulse of the second man. He was already deceased. Searching the body, Lin Shi discovered a satellite phone, a walkie-talkie, several magazines of ammunition, and an identification card. The name on the card read Lin Shi. Perhaps aware of his inevitable demise, Lin Shi refused to allow Lin Shi to administer the remaining half of the pill until his last breath. Lin Shi mentioned that the Shun family had interests beyond the energy sector, even engaging in the cultivation of individuals capable of unlocking genetic locks. This, it turned out, was the reason behind the Shun family's formidable power in the post-apocalyptic world. In his previous life, Lin Shi had been akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, utterly oblivious. He had never anticipated that Shun Jinbin was still alive. Lin Shi opened his palm, gazing at the half of the blue pill resting there. He carefully stored it in his space. Given Shun Jinbin's severe injuries, even with the Shun family's miraculous healing arts, it was unlikely he could recover in a short span of time. The tumult of the journey could exacerbate his condition, suggesting that Shun Jinbin might still be in Sha City. Lin Shi rose and approached the other corpses. Swiftly, he retrieved all the arrows from the bodies. After collecting his spoils, he set off in search of the lifeboat. The clock was nearing 1 a.m. With over 9 hours remaining on the countdown in the upper right corner of the Jujiabin, he had to return swiftly to find Shun Jinbin and eliminate him before the solar storm reached Earth. However, upon reaching the beach, Lin Shi realized he could not proceed. The rain poured down, the sea roiled with waves, and the moonless night rendered the waters pitch black, making it nearly impossible to discern direction. Launching a small lifeboat in such weather was akin to courting death. Lin Shi had no choice but to retreat into the woods. He resolved to wait until dawn, when the rain ceased, to return to Sha City and search for Shun Jinbin in whichever hospital he was admitted. Time was of the essence. He needed to return to his safe house before the solar storm arrived at Blue Star. Remembering the satellite phone he had retrieved from Lin Shi, he took it out and dialed a number. Su Qin, I require your assistance with something. After hanging up, Lin Shi found a slightly elevated area to pitch a tent and close his eyes for a brief rest. In such a place, he dared not enter a deep slumber. As the first light of dawn broke, he packed away the tent and took out some water and food from his space to eat casually. The rain had ceased. It was now 5 a.m., with 5 hours remaining on the countdown in the upper right corner of the Jujiabin. Lin Shi changed into a fresh set of clothes. On his way to the beach, he passed the battlefield from the previous day and cast another glance at Lin Shi's corpse. To his astonishment, the body exhibited severe decomposition. Just one night had passed, or more accurately, only about 4 hours. Much of the skin had sloughed off, revealing the underlying muscle beneath the rain-soaked flesh, with some areas even hinting at exposed bones, a sight both ghastly and unsettling. Was this the consequence of genetic collapse? Recalling the few shots he had exchanged with Lin Shi yesterday, he marveled at the precise predictions, impeccable marksmanship, and extraordinary computational abilities displayed. Without external aid, it was challenging for humans to achieve such prowess. Genetic locks, an ominous double-edged sword. Lin Shi made his way to the beach. The sea had calmed, and he pushed the lifeboat into the water, starting the engine and heading towards Sha City. After more than 3 hours, Lin Shi finally approached the coastline of Sha City. At this juncture, there remained just over an hour until the solar storm would reach Earth, as indicated by the countdown in the upper right corner of the Jujiabin. Lin Shi contacted Su Qin again. Su Qin, have you located that individual? Lin Shi informed her that a friend of his had sustained grave injuries and was nearing death. He was unable to reach him and was currently at sea, hurrying back to bid him a final farewell. He requested Su Qin to check the major hospitals in Sha City, promising her a generous monetary reward. Lin Shi provided her with Shun Jinbin's name, age, and other characteristics, urging her to start her search at the most well-equipped facilities. Su Qin initially intended to ignore him, but upon hearing about the substantial reward of 20,000 yuan, she forewent sleep and hurriedly took a taxi to scour the hospitals. She found him at the first hospital of Sha City, in the number 1 intensive care unit on the 8th floor. Many specialists were indeed present for consultations. Who is your friend? He must be quite remarkable, Su Qin yawned, her voice weary. In truth, she had found him at the first hospital, but feared that if the search proved too easy, Lin Shi might have a change of heart. Thank you. The reward has been transferred to you. Lin Shi hung up, seeking an isolated spot by the shore to bring the lifeboat into his space. At that moment, the countdown in the upper right corner of the Jujiabin indicated 1 hour and 26 minutes remaining. Lin Shi donned a baseball cap and a mask, hailing a passing car towards the first hospital of Sha City. Outside, the number 1 intensive care unit on the 8th floor, a throng of doctors and a middle-aged woman stood gathered. To Lin Shi's astonishment, the group comprised several renowned specialists frequently featured in major publications. These individuals should have been at High City or Kyoto hospitals awaiting patients. Yet they had all converged here to discuss the treatment of one individual. Beep, beep, beep. Inside the ward, Shun Jinbin lay on the bed, fully bandaged and connected to numerous tubes, his breath faint. Doctors, how is my son? Can he be saved? The speaker was a middle-aged woman dressed in a tailored suit, exuding competence, though fatigue marred her striking features, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Last night, Shun Fanren, with whom she had not been in contact for years, had suddenly called, claiming their son was in trouble and that he was unable to come to Sha City due to other matters, asking her to take care of things. Upon arriving in Sha City, Li Huilan discovered her son was gravely injured. That ungrateful scoundrel, that beast, had abandoned his own flesh and blood. All he cared about was accompanying that vixen. Chapter 40. Shun Jinbin's demise. The experts exchanged glances, shaking their heads in despair. Young Master Shun is too severely injured. Though they were unsure what sustained his life at that moment, his will to survive was undeniably strong. Yet such injuries typically meant, we can only do our utmost. The group spoke delicately, yet their meaning was unmistakable. It was a miracle he had not succumbed yet. How could they possibly save him? Li Huilan crumbled, weeping uncontrollably. Please, you are experts, aren't you? You must save my son. One among them cautiously inquired. We discovered a unique substance within young Master Shun's body. It has sustained his last vestige of life. Do you know what he might have ingested prior? The expert's eyes sparkled with curiosity. They too wished to know. What? I have no idea. Li Huilan turned to the bodyguards who had brought Shun Jinbin to the hospital, grasping at a lifeline. What did you give Jinbin? Is there any left? Bring out quickly. The two bodyguards exchanged glances. It's gone. That was the life-saving medication entrusted to us by Mr. Shun, and there was only one. However, the person delivering the medication is already en route. At that moment, one of the bodyguards answered a call. Hello, yes, on the 8th floor. After hanging up, the bodyguard looked at Li Huilan. The courier has arrived. They're downstairs. Li Huilan's expression turned elated. Wonderful. Jinbin will be saved. A countdown of 48 minutes remained. Lin Shi arrived outside the first hospital, making his way towards the inpatient department. Within the hospital, masked individuals were ubiquitous, and Lin Shi's attire drew no attention. The intensive care unit and general wards were housed in 2 separate buildings, and the number of people was sparse. Soon, Lin Shi reached the elevator entrance of the inpatient department and pressed the button. A figure approached from his side, seemingly also waiting for the elevator. Just then, the elevator doors opened with a chime. As Lin Shi was about to step inside, he caught a glimpse of a silhouette in the mirrored surface of the elevator, momentarily taken aback. The reflection revealed a man standing behind him, clad in black, robust in stature, with a stern countenance, and carrying a suitcase. The man's demeanor was reminiscent of Shun Jinbin's bodyguard. Lin Shi proceeded into the elevator without hesitation, followed by the man in black. The doors began to close, and Lin Shi pressed the button for the 7th floor. If this individual was indeed connected to Shun Jinbin, he would likely be headed to the 8th floor. As anticipated, the man stepped forward and pressed the button for the 8th floor. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Shi's eyes beneath his cap. He was now certain that this man was one of Shun Jinbin's associates. The elevator ascended smoothly, uninterrupted, reaching the 7th floor without any stops. Suddenly, Lin Shi clutched his chest and bent over, appearing to suffer a medical emergency. The man in black glanced at him, but chose to ignore him, stepping aside instead. Ding! The elevator reached the 7th floor, and the doors opened. Typically, the area outside the inpatient department elevator was devoid of people. To visit a patient, one would need to exit the elevator and pass through an inner door to enter the ward. At that moment, Lin Shi fell to the ground, face down and writhing in apparent agony, becoming wedged between the elevator doors, preventing them from closing. Apart from a man in black, it seemed there was no one available to assist Lin Shi. Without helping him up, the elevator could not function properly. The man in black frowned, gripping his suitcase tighter. Ultimately, he approached Lin Shi, bending down to extend a hand towards him, intending to hoist him out of the elevator. However, the instant his hand made contact with Lin Shi, the latter abruptly lunged into the man's embrace. Unbeknownst to the man, Lin Shi had drawn a dagger and plunged it into his abdomen, twisting the blade savagely. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he crumpled into Lin Shi's arms, unable to fathom that someone would dare commit murder in such a heavily monitored location. Lin Shi refrained from withdrawing the dagger to avoid splattering blood. With uncertainty about how many of Shun Jinbin's men were above, he resolved to eliminate one at a time. At this juncture, he was no longer concerned about being discovered. With less than an hour remaining, chaos would soon engulf the world. He needed to dispose of Shun Jinbin before the hospital security could respond. He laid the man in black outside the 7th floor inpatient department. Lin Shi's gaze fell upon the suitcase, still clutched tightly in the man's grasp, and he swiftly seized it. He then slipped into the elevator just as the doors were about to close. Ding! The 8th floor elevator opened, and Lin Shi strode briskly into the inpatient department. Li Huilan, spotting Lin Shi in all black, hurried over, extending her hand. "You're here to deliver medication, right? Where is it?" Lin Shi appraised the woman, who bore a striking resemblance to Shun Jinbin, confirming her identity. Without responding, he continued towards Shun Jinbin's hospital room. Wait! A bodyguard of Shun Jinbin, noticing something amiss, obstructed Lin Shi's path. "I don't recognize you." Another bodyguard positioned himself behind Lin Shi, effectively blocking his escape routes. The two men were among those who had escorted Shun Jinbin back from the yacht. Lin Shi lowered his gaze, forcing his voice to sound deeper. "I'm the one responsible for guarding the medication. Mr. Shun urgently needed it, so I came to deliver it." This statement was ambiguous, capable of being interpreted in multiple ways. It could imply he was the usual guardian of the medication or that he was there to deliver it. The interpretation depended on the listener. Upon hearing this, the two bodyguards visibly relaxed but still insisted. "Open the suitcase for us to see." Lin Shi's lowered gaze flickered. He had yet to ascertain what was inside the suitcase. In the elevator, he had already switched its contents for a handgun. Without hesitation, Lin Shi placed the suitcase on the ground and opened the clasp. A crowd of experts gathered, eager to see what miraculous items could save a dying person. Lin Shi slowly lifted the lid with one hand while the other delved inside the suitcase. He swiftly extracted a handgun and aimed it at the bodyguard in front of him, pulling the trigger. The silenced gunshot echoed, and crimson blood erupted from the chest of the bodyguard. Everyone stood wide-eyed, horrified by the scene before them. Ordinary people had never witnessed such a spectacle, having only seen guns on television, and they were paralyzed with fear, unable to utter a word. The bodyguard positioned behind Lin Shi reacted the quickest, reaching for his sidearm. Yet, Lin Shi was swifter. He pivoted and squeezed the trigger. The bullet shot up from beneath, piercing through the bodyguard's shin and into his brain, a spray of blood erupting from the back of his head. At that moment, the experts and Li Huilan finally grasped the situation. Li Huilan fainted in terror. He has killed. He has killed. Run. Seizing the chaos, Lin Shi burst into Shun Jinbin's hospital room, confirming it was indeed Shen Jinbin, and aimed his gun at his head. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots rang out, splattering Shen Jinbin's blood and brain matter across the pristine pillow. The heart monitor emitted a piercing alarm. This time, Shen Jinbin was irreversibly deceased. Lin Shi holstered his weapon and departed. Meanwhile, a group of hospital security guards had witnessed Lin Shi's murderous act on the surveillance feed and were rushing towards his location, armed with batons and riot shields. The countdown to chaos had dwindled to 35 minutes. Chapter 41. Escape from the hospital. 5 minutes had elapsed since Lin Shi killed a bodyguard of the Shun family on the 7th floor. The security personnel in the monitoring room had gathered their forces and were en route to the building. They had also alerted the authorities, but it would take several more minutes for them to arrive. Lin Shi hastily exited the patient room, intending to enter the emergency exit of the hospital to escape down the stairs. However, a hand suddenly grasped his pant leg. Li Huilan, having regained consciousness, lay on the floor, clutching Lin Shi's leg tightly. Moments before, she had fainted in fear, but upon hearing the gunshots from the patient room, she roused herself. Her eyes, red and tear-streaked, bore a look of desperation and anger as she glared at Lin Shi, her voice filled with despair. "You killed my son, didn't you? You killed my son, didn't you?" Lin Shi struggled, but could not break free. He looked down at the despondent mother, feeling no sympathy. "Your son has taken many lives, you know that? He deserved to die. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for not raising him properly." Li Huilan screamed. "He could have faced justice under the law. Why do you have to kill him? Why? Even if my son were to take a life, it would merely be that of some despicable commoners. My son was born noble. To slay a few lowly individuals and offer their families compensation is, indeed, their honor. You, executioner, return my son to me." Absent these venomous words, the pitiable visage of one mourning a lost child would be quite moving. Lin Shi let out a cold laugh, his exposed eyes brimming with scorn. "If that is the case, then let the law punish me." With that, he kicked the woman aside and sprinted towards the emergency exit. Li Huilan's expression twisted with malice as she glared at Lin Shi's retreating figure, her voice hoarse with rage. "You killed my son. I will ensure that your parents, siblings, and all your relatives and friends accompany him in death. No matter where you flee, you will suffer torment until your last breath." Lin Shi abruptly turned, his eyes transforming into a chilling gaze filled with murderous intent. He should have anticipated that someone like Shen Jinbin would emerge from such a family. Shen Fanren was no virtuous man. Shen Jinbin's mother was a wolf in human guise. Every grievance has its source. He never intended to take more lives. Upon seeing Lin Shi halt, Li Huilan, realizing the gravity of the situation, retreated in terror. No, I was just joking." Before Li Huilan could finish, Lin Shi fired without hesitation. A gunshot echoed, and a gaping wound appeared on Li Huilan's forehead. Her eyes widened in shock as she collapsed to the ground. After firing a shot, Lin Shi did not spare her a glance and swiftly descended the corridor like the wind. As Lin Shi departed, the elevator doors on the 8th floor opened. 5 hospital security guards rushed out, stunned by the gruesome scene before them. The corridor was drenched in blood. My heavens! What hatred, what enmity is this? It was said that the victim was the son of the richest man. Hurry and check if he still breathes. Dead. These are all gunshot victims. What should we do? Should we pursue? At that moment, a voice crackled over the intercom. The perpetrator has fled through the emergency exit. Pursue. There's no need to run too fast. Just delay him. As Lin Shi raced to the 2nd floor, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from below. They were closing in swiftly. He muttered to himself, pulled open a window in the corridor, glanced outside, and jumped down. A roll softened his landing, and he stood up to dash into the registration hall. The perpetrator has leaped from the window and is heading to the registration hall. Quickly surround him. The registration hall was crowded, and just a few security guards were insufficient to contain him. Lin Shi quickly evaded the guards and slipped into the restroom. When he emerged, he was dressed casually, having removed his mask and hat. He left the hospital without a care. If today were not the apocalypse, the security personnel could have utilized surveillance to identify who entered and exited the hospital to track Lin Shi. The world-renowned Xiagua Tianyin is not mere talk. However, screening suspicious individuals via surveillance requires time, and time was a luxury he no longer possessed. Lin Shi hailed a taxi and glanced at the upper right corner of the gathering treasure interface. The first wave of danger will arrive in 28 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. He gazed through the car window at the oblivious, ordinary people on the street. The end of the world was imminent. This should be the last moment of tranquility. It seemed his previous post had gone unnoticed. The era of peace was about to vanish. Lin Shi kept a close eye on the countdown on the gathering treasure interface. When he was nearly 4 kilometers away from his safe house, a static sound suddenly erupted from the taxi's radio. Attention all vehicles, this is the National Security Bureau. At 10:05 a.m. local time, a solar storm will reach Blue Star. For driving safety, all vehicles must immediately pull over and park for 10 minutes. Parking violations within these 10 minutes will not incur penalties. The announcement repeated incessantly. Lin Shi was momentarily stunned. Just then his phone rang. The scene shifted back 15 minutes. At the highest level of the High-Shi Tianqi New Energy Office Building, in the office of Chairman Shen Fanren. Shen Fanren stood by the window, his face grave as he listened to his subordinate's report. Chairman Shen, we have discovered that in the last 2 days, all export materials from Xiagua have been intercepted. Furthermore, the external orders have increased exponentially during this time. Moreover, we have learned that the military has suddenly received a first-level combat readiness order. The mayor received a call early this morning, and the entire High-Shi will be experiencing a blackout for a day starting from 10 a.m. We have yet to determine the specific reason for this. Oh, Shen Fanren's brow furrowed. He did not glance at his endangered son. Instead, he remained in High-Shi, for there have been numerous perplexing actions from above in recent days. With nations at odds in recent years, could war be on the horizon? But why would there be a blackout before war? Shen Fanren felt a sense of unease regarding the state's unclear movements. At that moment, Shen Fanren's private phone rang. The Security Bureau's exclusive number caused him to raise an eyebrow. He answered the call, and a serious voice came through. Mr. Shen, this is the High-Shi Security Bureau. We regret to inform you that your son Shin Jinbin, along with your ex-wife Li Huilan and 3 bodyguards, were murdered just minutes ago. Shen Fanren's body shook. What did you say? The voice continued. Additionally, we found handguns, daggers, and other illegal weapons on these 3 bodyguards. We have notified the High-Shi Security Bureau, and we ask that you do not leave High-Shi for the next 2 days and cooperate with our investigation. Chapter 42. Lu Siyue. After receiving the call from the Security Bureau, Shen Fanren's expression twisted into something menacing. He violently smashed his phone to the ground and turned to his ever-reliable subordinate. Suppressing his fury, you previously mentioned that Lin Shi was the one who led Jinbin to near death. However, the reports from No. 2 indicated that this Lin Shi was a disguised assassin. Number 2 sent a message yesterday afternoon stating he would deal with this individual. But there has been no further news. Wang Ji was perplexed by Shen Fanren's sudden rage and replied honestly. An assassin in disguise? Then why was Lin Shi conveniently in High-Shi? Did you not verify whether that Lin Shi was indeed the same person throughout the night? Now, the murderer has infiltrated the hospital and killed my son, and the security personnel found firearms on our people. Well, this is truly splendid. Shen Fanren's temples throbbed, and a terrifying murderous intent glinted in his eyes. What? Did number 2 and the others fail? Wang Ji swiftly took out his phone to contact number 2. However, minutes passed without any response. A whole night had passed. If number 2 had succeeded, he would have reported by now. Even if the task was not yet complete, he would have contacted him immediately. The lack of contact spoke volumes. Wang Ji recognized the seriousness of the situation and whispered, I will immediately manage the Security Bureau's affairs and personally go to High-Shi to bring that Lin Shi back for your handling. Shen Fanren's voice turned icy. Find that Lin Shi and bring him back to the research facility alive, regardless of whether the individual who killed A Bin is truly him. I shall ensure that he regrets ever having set foot in this world. Indeed, furthermore, summon someone to retrieve my several illegitimate children. Certainly, after Wang Ji departed, Shen Fanren swept all the documents from the table onto the floor. Useless. All of them are worthless. Shen Fanren's chest heaved with visible anger. Yet there was not a trace of sorrow for the loss of his son. A beautiful woman entered the room. The woman bore a serene face that showed no signs of the passage of time, dressed in a tranquil floral dress. Had Lin Shi been present, he would have recognized this woman as his remarried mother, Lu Siyue. Lu Siyue approached Shen Fanren from behind, her delicate hands gently kneading his shoulders. and with a breath like orchids, she inquired, "What has you so agitated? If you harm your health in this fury, what will become of my happiness in the years to come?" Shen Fanren usually succumbed to such charm, yet today, he seized Lu Siyue's hand and forcefully cast her to the ground. "What is it? Your precious son has killed my son, and has even drawn the attention of the Public Security Bureau? If this matter causes the higher-ups to focus on me, I shall deal with you as well." Lu Siyue, thrown to the ground, initially felt anger but was soon struck with shock at his words. "What? Jinbin is dead? Lin Shi killed him? How can that be?" Even upon witnessing Shen Fanren's menacing expression, Lu Siyue remained incredulous. Having raised Lin Shi for over a decade, she considered herself one of the few who truly understood him. Lin Shi was easygoing, obedient, sentimental, somewhat clever, yet overly naive and prone to trust others. He had never even harmed a fish. How could he commit murder? Moreover, Jinbin was surrounded by agile bodyguards. How could an ordinary university student like Lin Shi manage to kill Jinbin under such protection? Cautiously, Lu Siyue voiced her doubts to the enraged Shen Fanren. Isn't Jinbin guarded by several Southeast Asian mercenaries? How could Lin Shi possibly kill him? It seems your son is quite adept at concealing himself, even from you, his mother. Shen Fanren's face darkened as he scrutinized Lu Siyue. "Call him now and inquire about his whereabouts. Tell him to return to Haishur immediately." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Siyue panicked. "All right, I will call him this instant." Lin Shi's phone rang, and upon glancing at it, he casually dismissed the call. Lu Siyue. For 11 long years since Lu Siyue remarried until Lin Shi's death, this woman had not reached out to him even once. It had been a full 11 years since Lin Shi last saw her. He had only heard scattered rumors about Lu Siyue over the years. She had risen to become the esteemed wife of the shelter's director in Haishur, while he scrounged for scraps outside the shelter like a wild dog. It was only after experiencing the apocalypse that Lin Shi realized such a heartless mother could exist in this world. Now, he learned that this very woman had caused his father's demise. Even though she was his mother, Lin Shi had already severed ties with her in his heart. Just after he had killed Jinbin, Lu Siyue suddenly sought him out. The motive was clear. A bitter mockery crept onto Lin Shi's face. As Shen Jinbin had claimed, this mother of his treated him even better than her own biological son. However, Lin Shi remained unaware that due to his rebirth and the act of killing Jinbin, Shen Fanren would henceforth distrust Lu Siyue and would no longer dote on her, as he had in his previous life. The taxi's radio continued to repeat warnings for all vehicles to pull over. The taxi driver, bewildered by the broadcast, exclaimed, "What on earth? Solar storm? Good heavens! I've been driving my entire life and have never heard of such a thing." At that moment, Lin Shi noticed an unexpected surge of traffic officers appearing on the streets, managing traffic and halting all vehicles. The traffic lights along the entire road had turned red. This scene had not occurred in his previous life. During the solar storm, vehicles had suddenly malfunctioned, leading to countless traffic accidents and chaos. Many had perished in the wake of this solar storm. Was it the post he had previously made that caused this? Or was it the butterfly effect triggered by his rebirth? This phenomenon was not confined to Shashur. It unfolded across the nation. Soon, every vehicle on the street gradually slowed to a halt, including the taxi Lin Shi was in. Lin Shi glanced at the top right corner of his fortune pot. "The first wave of danger will arrive in 7 minutes. Please prepare accordingly." He tossed a 100 yuan note into the taxi and bolted from the vehicle. He was the only one aware that this wave of danger was far more than a mere solar storm. The electromagnetic pulse from the solar storm indeed posed no threat to the human body. However, the intense geomagnetic storm triggered by the solar storm would cause severe disruptions to the magnetic field of Blue Star. Almost everyone would experience physical discomfort, dizziness, nausea, and other symptoms. Those particularly sensitive to the magnetic field could even fall into a coma. Lin Shi had himself been rendered unconscious on this very day in his previous life. He had to return to his safe house without fail. Fortunately, time was still on his side. Lin Shi dashed to the roadside, retrieved his phone, scanned for a shared bicycle, and swiftly pedaled onto the non-motorized lane, racing towards his sanctuary. Chapter 43. The end of technological civilization, the bicycle, which could only reach a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, was now propelled by Lin Shi to an astonishing 40 to 50 kilometers per hour. "Stop, Dongji!" The shouts of traffic officers echoed behind him. But Lin Shi paid them no mind. After a stretch of riding, he noticed that the nearby buildings' advertisements and LED lights had all dimmed. Even the city center's billboards and various 24-hour LED lights, which had previously been visible from several kilometers away, were now extinguished. Just moments ago, the hospital had power. Had there been a sudden blackout? This thought flickered through Lin Shi's mind, but he did not dwell on it. He pedaled with all his might, finally returning to the mountain in the last minute. The first wave of danger will arrive in 31 seconds. Please prepare accordingly. He discarded the shared bicycle and hurried to the door, unlocking it with utmost speed. Once inside the first door, he secured it and removed the surveillance camera facing the entrance, stowing it away. The first wave of danger will arrive in 5 seconds. Please prepare accordingly. Lin Shi swiftly inserted the key into the second door. Click! The door swung open. The first wave of danger will arrive in 3 seconds. Please prepare accordingly. He stepped inside, forcefully closing the door behind him and collapsing into the lazy sofa. The first wave of danger will arrive in 1 second. Please prepare accordingly. The solar storm has arrived. The geomagnetic storm is forming, and the source material is rapidly generating. In that instant of darkness, Lin Shi's mind raced. Source material? What is that? At the same moment, an invisible solar storm swept across Blue Star. Over 1,000 satellites, both large and small, exploded into sparks, resembling a grand fireworks display. All satellites were destroyed. Even those that did not explode ceased to function. The fragments of the satellite explosion scattered like artillery shells, striking the manned spacecraft of various nations. In an instant, the screens of all space stations around the world turned black, only to be suddenly illuminated by surges of electricity and sparks. The astronauts still working aboard the space stations found themselves at the forefront of this solar storm, facing imminent destruction. Even though they had received notifications about the approaching solar storm the previous night, they ultimately had no time or opportunity to return home. At that moment, all devices on the blue planet abruptly lost signal. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The powerful electromagnetic pulse from the solar storm swept across the entirety of the blue planet. A terrifying wave of energy radiated outward, obliterating all electronic devices containing circuits in the blink of an eye. The electromagnetic pulse not only destroyed devices in use, but also damaged those that were idle. In this technologically advanced era, nearly all items contain circuits. At that very moment, aircraft in flight plummeted straight from the sky. Ships, aircraft carriers, and submarines were no exception, turning into heaps of scrap metal. Countless household appliances erupted with sparks, with fortunate ones emitting only black smoke while the unfortunate caught fire. People fled their homes in terror. But some, like Lin Shi, succumbed to unconsciousness under the geomagnetic storm, only to be consumed by the flames in their stupor. Those near transformers discovered with horror the scent of burning, as the wires connected to the transformers began to ignite. All power stations worldwide, whether hydroelectric or nuclear, experienced overloads at that moment, causing fuses to burn out rapidly and even ignite. Some nuclear plants even exploded, obliterating everything within hundreds of kilometers. The entire world suddenly lost all power supply. Nations across the blue planet plunged into darkness, with countless individuals reliant on medical machines for survival slipping into unconsciousness, drifting towards death. This was still not the end. All vehicles in motion, including energy cars and battery-operated vehicles, inexplicably malfunctioned. The streets were filled with dozens or even hundreds of vehicles involved in chain collisions. When people sought help, they were horrified to find their phones either overheating and burning out or displaying a black screen. They could not contact anyone nor receive any aid, forced to flee desperately from the encroaching inferno. In just a few short minutes, the entire blue planet was engulfed in flames. If someone were to stand in outer space, they would witness the fleeting demise of the technological era of the blue planet. The achievements of humanity's explosive technological development over the past few centuries culminated in this day. Lin Shi had experienced all of this in his previous life. At this moment, Lin Shi, like many sensitive to the magnetic field, succumbed to unconsciousness due to the drastic changes in the blue planet's magnetic field, because he had not activated the power and had stored all electrical appliances in his space. This danger had no impact on him. Unbeknownst to him, due to his warning, the entire Xia country had shut down its power supply that morning. compared to other nations engulfed in flames and chaos. Although Xia country also suffered casualties, the losses were significantly reduced. The butterfly effect triggered by his rebirth began to alter the course of the entire future from this moment onward. Unconscious Lin Shi could not see the changes occurring on the interface of the treasure basin before him. The current restart source is generating in large quantities, accelerating the evolutionary speed of all life forms on the blue planet. Detected that the fire seed is in a safe environment. Absorption of the source for evolution will commence promptly. Detected that the fire seed has lost consciousness. Auxiliary programs have initiated. Treasure basin autonomously started. Initiating completion. Commencing source absorption. Lin Shi's eyes were tightly shut, with a faint golden light emanating from his forehead. Invisible particles began to converge towards his body, integrating into his cells and genes. If Lin Shi's genetic chain were observed at this moment, one would see it rapidly absorbing this substance. The genetic chains broke apart swiftly, only to reassemble in an instant. This state was strikingly similar to unlocking genetic locks. However, during normal circumstances, the reassembly of genetic chains after breaking occurs at a much slower pace. Thus, at this moment, the unconscious Lin Shi felt no pain from unlocking his genetic locks. Simultaneously, other beings on the blue planet were also unconsciously absorbing the source. The quickest absorbers were animals, followed by plants, and lastly, humans. Among humans, there were individual differences. Yet, even the most powerful animals absorbed far less than Lin Shi at this moment. A day and a night later, the geomagnetic storm was nearing its end. The formation speed of the source material in the air began to slow. Those who had succumbed to unconsciousness or discomfort due to the magnetic field fluctuations gradually returned to normal. The golden light on Lin Shi's forehead also began to fade. Concurrently, the treasure basin interface displayed a new prompt. The apocalypse has officially begun. The countdown for the next wave of danger will commence within 72 hours. Moments later, Lin Shi's eyelids twitched, and he awakened. Chapter 44. Encounter in the rain. Lin Shi slowly opened his eyes. The safety shelter was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light source. Had the solar storm and geomagnetic storm passed? Lin Shi rubbed his forehead, feeling a lingering heaviness in his head. He retrieved an emergency flashlight from his space and switched it on, illuminating the walls. Next, he took out a household gasoline generator and connected it to the wires in his shelter. With the circuit breaker flipped on, the safety shelter regained power. Lin Shi was unsure how long he had been unconscious. In his previous life, he had been out for a day and a night, and he wondered if this life would be the same. His mechanical wristwatch indicated the current time was 11:34. A growl from his stomach reminded him that it felt as though he had not eaten for 2 or 3 days. Lin Shi decided to first hydrate and consume some food before venturing outside to assess the situation. He suddenly recalled the notification from the treasure basin before he lost consciousness. Solar storm arrived. Geomagnetic storm is forming. Source material is rapidly generating. What exactly is source material? Checking the treasure basin interface revealed no changes. The original countdown had vanished. His stomach grumbled again in protest. Lin Shi suppressed his curiosity and retrieved a pot, an induction cooker, and a piece of beef from his space. He filled the pot with water, placed hot pot base ingredients at the bottom, and sliced the beef into the boiling water piece by piece. It was all fresh beef. As Lin Shi sliced, he couldn't help but eat a piece. With some fresh vegetables, he swiftly consumed 5 pounds of beef. When did I become such a hearty eater? Although his stomach was full, he inexplicably felt as though he hadn't eaten enough. Was it a side effect of the geomagnetic storm? Lin Shi rubbed his belly, placed the dishes in the sink, and turned on the faucet to test the water. The ordinary electric water pumping device would have been damaged by the electromagnetic pulse. Therefore, Lin Shi had requested the craftsman to use a traditional, non-powered water pumping device. The fact that water was still flowing proved that Lin Shi's foresight had been correct. The water was slightly cold, but still within a normal temperature range. After washing the dishes, Lin Shi changed into a long-sleeved shirt and pants, opening the first door of the safe house. The soundproofing of the safe house was exceptional. As he approached the entrance, he glanced through the peephole before swinging the door wide. Outside, the rain fell heavily, and Lin Shi extended his hand to catch a handful of raindrops. The outdoor temperature was merely a bit cool, suggesting that his period of unconsciousness had been similar to that of his previous life. In his past existence, following a solar storm, the sun's brilliance diminished at a visibly rapid pace, causing the temperature on Blue Star to plummet by several degrees within 3 days. Lin Shi recalled that after regaining consciousness in Hai Shi, the temperature had dropped by over 10 degrees Celsius by the second day, accompanied by torrential rain. At that time, people were still panicking due to the loss of electricity and inability to receive external news following the solar storm, failing to recognize the abnormal weather, merely attributing it to a strong cold front. However, by the third day, temperatures continued to drop by more than 20 degrees, leading to extreme weather events such as hail, typhoons, and blizzards in many regions. People began to sense something amiss, braving the heavy snowfall to scavenge for supplies. On the fourth day, temperatures plummeted again, dropping by over 30 degrees in a single day. The temperature difference between morning and afternoon reached 20 to 30 degrees, a truly terrifying scenario. Many who had ventured out to gather supplies were caught in the blizzard and succumbed to hypothermia. In the south, temperatures fell to around minus 50 degrees Celsius, and the situation was even worse in the north. The human body requires time to acclimatize to temperature changes, yet the sun offered no such grace. Even those huddled at home under warm blankets could not withstand the abrupt drop in temperature, leading to widespread illness, frostbite, and death. Hospitals became overcrowded. Equipment and ambulances were rendered useless by the solar storm, and there was no power supply. The pace of treatment could not keep up with a rising number of patients, and medications began to dwindle. Countless lives were lost within a day, plunging people into panic and chaos. Finally, the realization dawned that the apocalypse had arrived. Hai Shi, being near the equator, was currently in summer, and the rate of temperature decline should not be as rapid as in Hai Shi. 2 days ago, the temperature in Hai Shi had reached 32 degrees Celsius during the day. Lin Shi took out an electronic thermometer, which indicated 22 degrees Celsius. He returned inside, donned a jacket, and slung a backpack over his shoulders. With a blizzard yet to arrive, he set out to gather supplies. Although the resources within the safe house were sufficient for his needs, no one could ever have too much. Excess supplies could be traded or kept for emergencies. With the absence of surveillance outside, he no longer needed to tread cautiously, fearing the exposure of his safe haven. Donning a waterproof raincoat, Lin Shi stepped outside and picked up the shared bicycle he had carelessly tossed aside earlier. The electronic lock of the bicycle had been damaged by an electromagnetic pulse, yet it remained usable. He mounted the bike and sped down the hill. Upon descending, Lin Shi noticed that riding today felt effortless. Previously, he had to exert all his strength to reach 30 to 40 miles per hour, yet now he achieved it with ease. Had his physical condition improved after a short rest? Lin Shi pondered this, failing to notice the intersection ahead where a group of people was emerging, dressed in matching raincoats. Their expressions were resolute and their demeanor vigilant. Upon closer inspection, he could see the uniform olive-green military attire peeking from beneath their raincoats. Among them was a girl clad in a transparent raincoat and a pristine white dress, securely shielded at the center of the group. As Lin Shi approached the corner, he attempted a brake, but it was too late. The screeching sound of brakes filled the air as the shared bicycle collided with the group. A startled gasp escaped from the girl amidst the crowd. A middle-aged man frowned, stepping forward with lightning speed, delivering a swift kick towards Lin Shi's bicycle frame. Ordinarily, such a kick would result in injury to the kicker. Yet instead of a cry of pain, Lin Shi found himself and the bicycle propelled backward. Lin Shi's eyes widened as he steadied himself after retreating a few meters. Upon inspecting the front of the shared bicycle, he noted the frame had been dented. Who were these individuals? Remarkably strong. The rest of the group grew tense, eyeing Lin Shi warily, with some even reaching beneath their raincoats. Quick to react, Lin Shi raised his hand to scratch his head, a look of apology crossing his face. "I'm sorry. I just came out to buy some things and was in a hurry to get home. Thankfully, I didn't hit any of you. Sir, is your leg all right?" The middle-aged man remained silent, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Lin Shi with suspicion. Lin Shi's grip on the handlebars tightened slightly. Both parties fell silent, the atmosphere charged with tension. At that moment, a female voice emerged from the group. "Uncle Chio, let it go. He didn't mean it." It was the girl who had cried out in surprise earlier. She pushed through the people in front of her, only stopping when the man referred to as Uncle Chio blocked her path. The girl, displaying impatience, addressed Xiao-jun. Let us hurry. It's pouring, and my clothes are getting soaked. Hey, you crashed into us, and we won TB paying for that bike. The latter part was directed toward Lin Shi. The girl appeared to be around the same age as Lin Shi, her skin fair and unblemished. Though her features were attractive, her expression of annoyance marred her beauty. Lin Shi waved his hands dismissively, a look of contrition on his face. No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have been riding so fast. If that uncle is injured, I can go home and get money to cover the medical expenses. After 8 years of struggling to survive in the apocalypse, Lin Shi believed his acting skills were quite adept, portraying the image of an ordinary big boy convincingly. Uncle Chiu scrutinized Lin Shi deeply before pulling the girl behind him and parting the way, saying, "Next time, ride slower. Going that fast is unsafe." The others stepped aside, allowing him to pass. Lin Shi grinned sheepishly, his smile genuine and innocent. "I understand. Thank you, uncle." With that, he rode past the group. It was not until he had cycled a few hundred meters and turned a corner that the prickling sensation of being watched dissipated. At that moment, Lin Shi realized he had broken into a light sweat. The earlier group had exuded an air of danger, particularly the middle-aged man who had exerted the most pressure on him. Given the circumstances, if a conflict had arisen, even with the element of surprise, he might not have emerged victorious. Fortunately, he had escaped unscathed. Who were those people, and what were they planning? He had no interest in either. He merely sought to gather supplies and did not wish to stir up trouble. Having experienced the earlier incident, Lin Shi deliberately slowed his pace this time. Upon reaching the main road, he observed the streets littered with abandoned vehicles. Unlike his previous life, where cars were haphazardly piled together, here they were neatly parked along the roadside. Pedestrians meandered in small groups. Some hurried on their way, while others returned laden with bulging bags. The entire city now found itself plunged into a state devoid of electricity and external communication. Many had begun to consciously stockpile supplies. There are still individuals who, in their naivety, believe that the power supply issues are confined to their city and will soon be restored. However, when they come to the grim realization that electricity will never return, that their once familiar electronic devices are rendered useless, and that the environment has turned hostile, leading to a rise in fatalities with no one to intervene, they will understand that this city has descended into chaos. At that juncture, the darker instincts of human nature will shatter the ingrained sense of order within them, transforming the city into a frozen hell. Those who are still willing to spend money to procure supplies may soon find themselves engaging in zero-cost purchases. Lin Shi intends to seize the opportunity before these individuals catch on and embark on their own zero-cost endeavors. Nowadays, the supermarkets are teeming with people scrambling for resources. His target is the shipping containers at the port. After more than an hour, Lin Shi finally arrived at the southern port of Shashur. As he surveyed the area, countless containers and cranes came into view, alongside numerous cargo ships neatly docked at the port. The number of vessels exceeded Lin Shi's expectations. Since the announcement to halt vehicle traffic was made, it is plausible that the same notification was issued to the ships, and perhaps his earlier post did not go unnoticed and actually had an impact. Lin Shi glanced around to ensure no one was watching him before retracting his bicycle into his spatial storage. Typically, the port is bustling with management personnel, but following the solar storm, operations have been suspended, and many have fled home in fear. Even if some remain to oversee, their numbers would be limited. In this vast port, devoid of surveillance cameras, Lin Shi is unlikely to be detected as long as he exercises caution. The only sound in the port is the gentle patter of raindrops against the containers. Lin Shi approached one container, placing his hand upon it. With a mere thought, its contents were transferred into his spatial storage. From the outside, the container appeared intact, yet it was now utterly devoid of anything inside. This method of discreetly removing items is something only Lin Shi could accomplish. The first container he pilfered contained a box of watermelons. A promising start indeed. A faint smile graced Lin Shi's face as he recalled that Shashur's fruits are known for their ample sunlight and sweetness. This single container of watermelons could sustain him for quite some time. He proceeded to the next container, which also held fruit, this time coconuts. After successfully acquiring 6 containers of fruit, Lin Shi moved on to another cluster of containers. His luck faltered here, as this container was empty. and he quickly found 3 in succession that were also devoid of contents. It soon became evident to Lin Shi that the locked containers generally contained goods, while the unlocked ones were primarily empty. The containers with cargo were distinctly separated from those without. Realizing this, Lin Shi bypassed the unlocked containers and approached another stack. This time, he retrieved a container filled with clothing, though it consisted mostly of short-sleeved shirts. He casually took one container and decided against further collection. Suddenly, it occurred to him that in Shashur, summer reigns throughout the year, meaning the majority of local residents likely possess predominantly summer attire, with perhaps just a few spring or autumn garments. With the advent of extreme cold, it remains uncertain how many of these natives will succumb to the frigid temperatures, perhaps even more than those in High Shur. Subsequently, Lin Shi collected 3 boxes of snacks, 4 boxes of frozen seafood, and 2 boxes of daily necessities. In one of the containers, he stumbled upon several imported vehicles, each worth tens to hundreds of thousands in market value. The sealed metal containers can somewhat shield against electromagnetic pulses, so these vehicles might be unscathed or possibly damaged. Regardless, with plenty of space remaining, Lin Shi continued his collection. He gathered electronics, crafts, household items, food, and industrial supplies. With nearly 10,000 containers at the port, Lin Shi traversed the area like a child opening blind boxes, accumulating various items into his spatial storage. However, it wasn't long before a group of uninvited guests arrived at the southern port. Ligu, do you really think we want to get into trouble doing this? 5 young men, around 25 or 6 years old, approached the vicinity of the port. The speaker was a bald youth who appeared anxious, glancing around as if in fear of something. Li Kuei forcefully slapped the bald young man's head with an irritated expression. What are you afraid of? Didn't I tell you? The entire city is without power, and all the surveillance is down. There are so many containers here. If we empty one, no one will notice. To their astonishment, these individuals had also set their sights on the containers. But what if there are still cameras and power? The bald youth replied cautiously, his eyes filled with concern and a hint of fear. Li Kuei, frustrated with the bald youth's lack of insight, pointed an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming, "That's why I say you'll never make any money. You possess no observational skills. Look around. Is there any electricity left in Shashur? Not even the traffic lights are functioning." Li Kuei cast a glance at the expressions of his 4 companions who had been following him for 2 years, noting their hesitance. He spoke persuasively. "I brought you along to make money because I've seen how long you've been with me. If I were to betray you, I would be harming myself as well. This is a golden opportunity. Once the power is restored, we 1T have another chance. Think about those who look down on you. Do you think they do so because you're wealthy? It's because you are broke. The chance to earn money is right in front of you. Do you want to live your life as a destitute person, forever scorned by others?" Li Kuei spoke appassionately, his words accompanied by fervent gestures. His motivation stemmed from a recent gambling spree that had left him in debt to high-interest lenders. Unlike the petty criminals he associated with, these lenders held significant power, and dealing with them could be perilous. If he failed to repay them, he risked severe consequences. Initially, he was in a state of panic, but the sudden power outage in Shashur felt like divine intervention aiding him. Thus, he decisively targeted the nearby port, knowing he couldn't carry much alone. So he enlisted the help of these 4 timid individuals. Seeing that the 4 appeared swayed by his words, Li Kuei seized the moment. With so many boxes here, no one will notice if we take one. Plus, there are no cameras, and even if someone does see, they 1T know it was us. What are you afraid of? If we do get caught, just say it was my idea. As Li Kuei presented a compelling argument, taking responsibility, the other 4 finally set aside their concerns, their eyes glimmering with varying degrees of greed. They were all in their 20s, with none holding a legitimate job, spending most of their time relying on their families. This shared plight had bonded them together. A young man with yellow hair spat on the ground. "Let us go for it. All this is the wealth that capitalists have taken from us common folk. We're just redistributing the wealth." Li Gu is right. There are no cameras. What are we afraid of? After the score, I'll throw the money in front of my old man and show him I'm not just a useless spender, exclaimed a chubby young man, whose neck bore the weight of excess flesh. The last youth, sporting a buzz cut and an earring, chimed in, "Let us do it." The bald youth, seeing his companion's resolve, gritted his teeth. "I'll follow Li Gu." "Good." Li Kui nodded in satisfaction. "Let us move quickly." At this moment, The youth with the yellow hair suddenly spoke up. "Li Ge, there's someone over there. Could it be a member of the management team?" A young man with yellow hair pointed towards Lin Shi, who was 100 meters away, engaged in the activity of opening a mystery box, or rather, collecting supplies from containers. Li Kuei followed the direction indicated by his subordinate and scrutinized Lin Shi for a moment, quickly discerning that Lin Shi was not a management staff member. As all personnel here wore standardized uniforms. "Forget about him. Let us proceed to the other side." With that, he led his subordinate towards another set of containers. The port housed a mix of import and export containers, filled with a myriad of items. Lin Shi had just collected a container of pharmaceuticals and a box of luxury goods. While the luxury items were of no use to him, the pharmaceuticals were exceedingly precious. Placing his hand on the container before him, he concentrated and, to his astonishment, discovered a box of seeds within. The container was packed full with over 2,000 cardboard boxes, each labeled with the name of a seed. The seeds were remarkably small. A single box could contain tens of thousands of them. This entire container likely held over 100 million seeds. If he did not take them, they would freeze and become unusable in a couple of days. However, even if he took them, the harsh environment of the apocalypse rendered any planting impossible. In this frigid end of days, aside from a few mutated plants, most vegetation would succumb to the cold. The vibrant greenery had vanished, leaving the world devoid of color, except for white. Feeling a tinge of regret, Lin Shi shook his head but still gathered the seeds into his space. Having collected supplies from over 100 containers, only a small corner of his space had been occupied. With the current capacity of his space, accommodating the supplies from over 20,000 containers posed no challenge. Lin Shi continued on to the next container. Suddenly, a series of metallic clinks echoed from a distance. Furrowing his brow, Lin Shi turned towards the source of the noise. A cluster of containers obstructed his view, preventing him from seeing what lay several hundred meters away. He cautiously approached, hiding behind a container to peek around. He discovered 5 masked individuals wielding a fire axe, which they had presumably stolen, attempting to break the lock on a container. A flash of surprise crossed Lin Shi's face. It was astonishing that others had reacted so swiftly and shared the same intent as himself. However, these individuals lacked space capabilities and could only break the locks to haul away the contents. Without vehicles, they could not carry much. Moreover, despite the sound of rain masking their actions, such noise could easily attract the attention of nearby management personnel. Indeed, after a few glances, Lin Shi spotted 2 figures in raincoats jogging towards them from a distance. "It's opened. The door is open. Hurry, let's see what's inside," one of the intruders exclaimed. "Holy crap. Isn't this the bag that female celebrities often flaunt on television? This is a LV bag. I have an X-brand one here too. This entire metal box is filled with valuable items. We're going to get rich." The 5 men rushed into the container, tearing open boxes. Completely oblivious to the approaching management personnel, Lin Shi swiftly concealed himself behind the container, discreetly collecting the supplies from within into his space. The 2 port management personnel soon discovered the open container, following the sounds. "Hey, what are you doing?" The 5 men jumped in fright. The bald-headed youth dropped the box containing the LV bag. "Li Ge, we've been discovered." "Shut your mouth, you fool," Li Kuei hissed. The 2 management personnel, wielding batons, pointed at the 5 and shouted, "Come out." Li Kuei cast a covetous glance at the container filled with luxury goods, his eyes gleaming with greed. With his cash, he could not only repay his usurious debts, but also purchase a house in the suburbs, ensuring a stable future. If today's endeavor failed, he would be unable to repay the exorbitant loan and would face the grim fate of losing his limbs and being imprisoned. Here, without surveillance. Eliminating these 2 would leave no trace of his involvement. A fierce glint crossed Li Kuei's face as he seized the fire axe nearby and charged at one of the port management personnel. Chapter 47. Arrival of the Sha Shi troops. The 2 management personnel were taken aback by the ferocity of the assailants and were caught off guard, with one being swiftly felled. Blood spilled onto the ground as the other, paralyzed with fear, scrambled backward, his face a mask of terror. "No, please don't kill me." Li Kuei swung the axe at the man's leg, his bloodshot eyes scanning the remaining 4 with menace, the bloodied axe still in his grasp. "Are you not going to act?" This scene was profoundly shocking for those who had always lived in a world governed by safety and order. The 4, fearing that Li Kuei would turn on them next, gathered their courage and approached the two still-alive management personnel. Lin Shi chose not to witness any further. Such brutality would soon become commonplace. He refrained from intervening and changed direction to continue gathering supplies. After more than 2 hours, Lin Shi had collected the majority of the supplies from the port's containers into his space. The rainy weather had cast a gloomy pall, with evening light already dimming. The temperature had dropped a few degrees from midday, and the humid air carried a chill. With no street lights and the overcast sky devoid of a moon, Lin Shi prepared to return. Perhaps it was an omen of ill fortune, for upon his departure, he unexpectedly encountered the 5 men once more. They were a far cry from their earlier selves. 3 had lost their raincoats, revealing their true identities, and their clothing was stained with blood. Particularly, the first assailant was nearly unrecognizable, his green attire soaked with crimson. "Ligo, it's that kid from before." The yellow-haired youth recognized Lin Shi immediately. After Lin Shi left, they had managed to transport items for less than half an hour before encountering 3 staff members searching for them. Killing 2 was the same as killing 5. This time, the 5 acted in unison without needing to speak. Having experienced murder twice, they had largely overcome their psychological fears, driven by a bloodlust that compelled them to attack anyone they encountered. Spotting Lin Shi again, the buzzcut man, his expression twisted, charged at him with the fire axe held aloft. Lin Shi reached into his raincoat, actually retrieving a silenced pistol from his space, and fired directly. The bullet pierced the man's forehead, and he stumbled forward, dropping the axe and collapsing to the ground. The remaining 4, including Li Kuei, jolted out of their blood-fueled frenzy. The bald-headed youth crumpled to his knees, covering his head with his hands. "Don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender. Please, spare me." Lin Shi fluidly drew his weapon and fired. The bald man instinctively mistook him for a law enforcement officer. Li Kuei, his face twisted in rage, shouted, "What are you afraid of? We've already killed enough to be sentenced to death. He's just one person with a gun. We can take him together." With that, he charged forward. The fat man and the youth with yellow hair exchanged fierce glances before lunging at Lin Shi. Without hesitation, Lin Shi fired again. 3 shots rang out, and one by one, the 3 men fell lifelessly to the ground. The last yellow-haired youth nearly grasped Lin Shi's arm, but in his weakened state, he was no match for Lin Shi. In just a brief encounter, 4 bodies lay lifeless on the ground. The 5-member team of robbers and philanthropists now consists solely of a terrified, bald young man kneeling on the ground, having soiled himself in fear. Lin Shi turned the gun towards the young man. In a state of utter despair and terror, the bald youth's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Just as Lin Shi was about to step closer to silence him, he suddenly heard a rustling sound. A series of synchronized footsteps echoed nearby. Instinctively sensing danger, Lin Shi swiftly retreated behind a shipping container. A squad of fully armed soldiers emerged from behind a cluster of containers, closing the distance to Lin Shi within mere meters. "Who goes there?" Lin Shi's brow furrowed in concern. "Are they military personnel?" During his visit to Shi, he had learned that the troops were stationed on a small island. Without boats, could these soldiers have rowed over? As dusk approached, heavy rain fell, and Lin Shi had not noticed if any vessels were on the water. Thoughts raced through his mind as he muted his footsteps and quickly withdrew, using the containers for concealment. However, fortune was not on Lin Shi's side today, having narrowly evaded one group of soldiers. He soon found another squad emerging from behind containers several dozen meters ahead. The glint of numerous dart gun barrels was aimed in his direction. "Who are you?" Lin Shi immediately halted, raising his hands and feigning a panicked expression. "I'm just a student." Upon hearing this, the soldiers lowered their weapons slightly but remained vigilant, surrounding Lin Shi. "Don't move." They had just landed at the port and discovered several corpses nearby, as well as signs of tampering with container locks and missing goods. This was undoubtedly a heinous murder case. As the military of Xia country, while their mission was to secure the supplies, they also had an obligation to apprehend the perpetrator. One soldier stepped forward to search Lin Shi. He had already concealed his handgun in a hidden compartment and complied willingly. "Report. No dangerous items found." The soldier returned to the ranks. A stern-looking individual, clearly a commanding officer, approached Lin Shi. After confirming his age, he inquired, "Which school do you attend? And why are you here?" "Shi Art Academy. Lin Shi replied, naming Su Qin's school. The student identity made it easier for him to lower their guard. Moreover, Lin Shi had indeed been a student before. I intended to return to school, but I got lost without navigation, Lin Shi explained. The lack of taxis and navigation made logical sense. Show me your student ID. Lin Shi appeared somewhat anxious as he admitted he hadn't brought it. Would an ID card suffice? Seeing the officer nod, Lin Shi retrieved his identification from a compartment in his phone case that had not been searched by the soldiers. It was a habit of his to keep his ID or access card tucked away there. Wang Chao took the ID, verified its authenticity, and returned it to Lin Shi. Lin Shi was dressed neatly, without any bloodstains, and at only 19 years of age, he hardly resembled a murderer. Nevertheless, Wang Chao felt something was amiss with this individual named Lin Shi. Come with me to the front. I'll have someone take you back to school shortly. Lin Shi's heart sank, but he maintained a facade of nonchalance. All right. Before long, Lin Shi was led to an open area. A cursory glance revealed at least several hundred soldiers, each armed. Additionally, over 100 uniformed port management personnel were gathered in the same space. At that moment, a port official with a plump face was tearfully conversing with a suspected officer. Moreover, Lin Shi spotted the lone survivor of the five-man group, the bald youth. Tightly bound and guarded by two soldiers, his face a mask of despair. Noticing the bald youth lift his head and glance in Lin Shi's direction, Lin Shi quickly turned away, ducking behind a tall individual. He wished to avoid recognition. What are you hiding from? A somewhat familiar voice spoke from behind. Lin Shi stiffened slightly and turned to find that the person he had used as a shield was none other than Wang Chao, the officer who had brought him here. Wang Chao's gaze was sharp, piercing into Lin Shi's eyes, as if searching for something. Lin Shi realized he was under suspicion before he could respond to Wang Chao's inquiry. Another group of soldiers entered the open area. Report. We found two students at the port exit, claiming to be lost. Lin Shi turned at the sound, and his expression shifted dramatically upon seeing one of the two students being brought over. Wang Chao glanced at Lin Shi before striding towards the two students. For reasons unknown, years of military instinct told him that this boy named Lin Shi was not ordinary. Reaching the two female students, Wang Chao asked the soldier accompanying them, "Which school are they from? Have their identities been verified?" "Report, sir. They are from Shi Art Academy. Confirmation complete." One of the girls began to cry. He'd been wandering around but couldn't find our way back. It's almost dark, and we are so scared. What is happening in Shi? Why did our phones suddenly stop working? I want to go home. Upon hearing this, Wang Chao furrowed his brow, wanting to ask more questions. Lin Shi squinted and waved at the other female student. Su Qin. Su Qin had planned to go shopping with her dorm mate using the 20,000 yuan Lin Shi had given her, but she had fainted for some reason. Upon waking and discovering her phone was dead, she realized that significant changes had occurred in Shi. With no transportation and no phone, she and her companion had tried to navigate back to school from memory, but had gotten lost. Seeing soldiers, she had initially felt hopeful for assistance, only to find themselves here. In this unfamiliar environment, surrounded by strangers and armed soldiers, Su Qin's face was filled with anxiety and tension. Su Qin. Hearing a familiar voice, she turned and exclaimed, "Lin Shi?" Her face lit up with joy. "What are you doing here, in such a strange and solemn setting?" Encountering a familiar male classmate undoubtedly heightened her sense of security. Wang Chao observed their camaraderie and turned to Su Qin, asking, "Do you know each other?" Su Qin nodded vigorously, her expression brightening. "Yes, we are classmates." In her excitement, she spoke rapidly, inadvertently omitting the word high school. She had intended to say high school classmates, but it mattered little now that it was out. Wang Chao softened his gaze towards Lin Shi upon hearing this. It seemed he had misjudged the situation. "Wait here. I'll find a comrade familiar with the terrain of Shi to escort you back to school." With that, he turned and left. Lin Shi internally sighed in relief. "Xiao Qin, who is this?" inquired Li Xiao, still tearful beside her. "I'm a student from a sculpture department." Lin Shi winked at Su Qin. Confused as to when he had become a sculpture department student, Su Qin quickly understood the cue in Lin Shi's eyes, signaling her to cooperate. Lin Shi is remarkably generous, and she is certainly willing to assist with this trivial matter. Indeed, he is also a freshman, Su Qin said ambiguously. After a few casual exchanges, Wang Chao soon returned with a soldier who appeared to be only slightly older than the three of them. "This is Li Wei. He is also from Shi and knows the way to your school. You can follow him. Lin Shi and the two express their gratitude. It is our duty. Be cautious on the road. It will be dark soon, and without streetlights in the city, traveling at night is unsafe, Wang Chao instructed, addressing Li Wei in the latter part of his statement. Li Wei acknowledged and led the three away. Shortly after Lin Shi and the others departed, a soldier approached Wang Chao to report. Commander, we have apprehended the perpetrator responsible for the murder of nearby administrative personnel. The suspect has confessed that he and his accomplices are responsible for the killings. However, 4 of his accomplices have already been shot dead. According to this bald man, the shooter was a young security officer clad in a black raincoat. A young security officer in a black raincoat? For some reason, Lin Shi's face flashed through Wang Chao's mind, and he said, "Take me to the perpetrator." After walking a short distance, Li Wei noticed the 2 girls moving slowly and urged, "We need to hurry. It will be dark soon." The city is experiencing a power outage with no streetlights, and traveling at night is perilous. Lin Shi glanced at his digital watch. It was already 5:27. He remembered the map of Shi, estimating that the walk to Shi Art Academy would take about 5 kilometers. At their current pace, it would take approximately an hour to return. Lin Shi, disguised as a student of Shi Art Academy, needed to return with Su Qin to avoid revealing his identity. The previous commander had already suspected him, and if he left midway without going to the academy, his identity would be compromised once this soldier reported back. Shi is rather small, and encountering trouble again would be a hassle. Nevertheless, it was merely a few kilometers, and he had a flashlight, so he was not afraid of walking at night. Su Qin and Li Xiao quickened their pace slightly, trailing behind Li Wei. Lin Shi walked alongside Li Wei. "Soldier, why is there a power outage in Shi?" Li Xiao winkidat. Li Wei pondered for a moment, and, since there was no directive to withhold information, replied, 2 days ago. A solar storm damaged the city's electrical circuits. How long will it take to repair? How can we live without electricity? My phone is also damaged. Can you fix it? If it cannot be repaired, I can't afford to buy a new one. Li Xiao appeared to be quite talkative, chattering incessantly. Li Wei was slightly taken aback by the barrage of questions and replied, "The authorities have dispatched personnel to restore the power. Until then, you should remain at school and refrain from going out. In a couple of days, other troops will come to distribute emergency supplies." What emergency supplies? Food, candles, matches, lighters, and such. What? Candles? Goodness, I will have to live by candlelight. How frightening at night. Xiao Qin, what are we to do? Su Qin's face was also filled with concern. The 2 girls lamented how inconvenient life would be without electricity for the foreseeable future. However, Lin Shi was aware that once the extreme cold set in, even undamaged power lines exposed outdoors would be frozen. All machines that process precise components would be damaged, and no one could repair the power station and transformers by hand. Not to mention the peril of reconnecting wires amidst a blizzard. The power would never be restored. Chapter 49. Shi Art Academy. Lin Shi recalled his father mentioning that decades ago, when electricity was not widespread, they relied on candles and flashlights. Once darkness fell, they would sleep, waking only with the dawn. Life revolved around work, and they labored tirelessly for sustenance, resulting in strong physical health. Nighttime travel was rare, and there was little entertainment. There were certainly no internet-addicted youths. Contemporary society has grown overly dependent on electronic devices, with many individuals ensnared by the internet, leading to a decline in physical health. This solar storm has obliterated electronic devices, regressing humanity's technological progress by centuries, effectively forcing a digital detox. Moreover, the advent of extreme cold has prompted survivors to prioritize physical fitness. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Lin Shi's mind, a thought fleeting and elusive. The third reboot accelerated evolution. As Lin Shi became lost in contemplation, the 2 girls behind him transitioned from bemoaning the power outage to discussing Lin Shi himself. "Lin Shi, you are quite handsome. Do you have a girlfriend?" Li Xiao asked, noticing Lin Shi's silence. She stepped closer, preparing to tap him on the shoulder. In his reverie, Lin Shi instinctively grasped Li Xiao's outstretched hand, surprised by his own reaction speed. "Ouch, that hurts." Li Xiao spot. Seeing Li Wei glance back, Lin Shi released her hand, donning a feigned apologetic smile. I apologize, I was lost in thought. The two were quite close. And Li Xiao's gaze flitted over Lin Shi's face. Lin Shi bore little resemblance to either parent. His father had ordinary features, while his mother was overly gentle. In contrast, Lin Shi's face was more sculpted, as if chiseled from the finest stone, with deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and slightly thin lips. However, a 1-centimeter scar marred his brow, disrupting the perfection. This scar had been present since Lin Shi could remember. His father claimed it was from a fall from his crib in infancy. The once clear eyes lent Lin Shi's face a warm quality, but now they reflected only coldness and indifference, exuding an aura that discouraged familiarity in moments of silence. The dissonance that Wang Chao perceived was, in fact, due to Lin Shi's gaze, which did not align with that of a typical 19-year-old. Expressions may be masked, but one's eyes are difficult to disguise. Li Shi, seemingly oblivious, rubbed her wrist and remarked, "Forget it. I'll forgive you since you're handsome. I was just asking if you have a girlfriend." Lin Shi replied directly, "No." Upon hearing that Lin Shi was single, Li Xiao's eyes curved into crescent shapes. "Then you," Su Qin interjected, stepping forward to prevent Li Xiao from swooning. "Xiao, what time is it? Enough of this. We need to hurry back. It is getting dark." Witnessing Li Xiao's infatuation with Lin Shi, Su Qin felt as though something of hers was being coveted. Li Xiao pouted in a manner Su Qin could not see. Lin Shi remained indifferent to the sentiments of the two girls. In the face of the impending apocalypse, survival was already arduous, and he had no inclination for romantic entanglements. After all, the ones closest to you often pose the greatest threats. Li Wei glanced at the darkening sky and urged, "Let us move quickly." After walking for half an hour, the light continued to fade, and the rain had ceased. The surrounding temperature was lower than it had been in the afternoon. Lin Shi removed his raincoat to gauge the temperature, estimating that it had dropped at least 5 degrees since they had set out at noon. Both Su Qin and Li Xiao wore light shorts and short sleeves, now huddling together for warmth. Li Xiao looked at Lin Shi's long-sleeve jacket and leaned close to Su Qin, whispering, "Su Qin, aren't you quite familiar with this guy? Let him lend us his coat for a moment." Just as Li Xiao remained silent, Su Qin was also about to speak. With her charm, persuading a young man to lend her his coat should be a trivial matter, especially considering that it was Lin Shi, who had harbored affections for her since high school and had followed her to Shi. Indeed, Su Qin had already concocted a narrative in her mind that Lin Shi had come to Shi for her. With confidence, Su Qin addressed Lin Shi. "Lin Shi, could you lend me your coat for a moment?" Lin Shi flatly refused. No. He was unwilling to take on the risk of possibly catching a cold for a woman he deemed unrelated to him. The smile on Su Qin's face froze. Li Xiao caught a glimpse of Su Qin's awkward expression. Though she maintained a composed demeanor, a flicker of schadenfreude passed through her mind. It appeared that even the stunning Su Qin could falter at times. "How could you lack any semblance of gentlemanly conduct?" Su Qin retorted, her irritation rising. Lin Shi turned away, stating, "Gentlemanly conduct? Can it be eaten?" Li Xiao couldn't suppress a chuckle. However, her laughter was short-lived. The darkness had obscured her path, and she stumbled over something, falling to the ground. "Ah!" she shrieked. Observing this, Li Wei retrieved a flashlight from the bag he had been carrying and switched it on. Li Xiao found herself sprawled in the filthy mud, exclaiming in indignation, "Why didn't you bring out the flashlight sooner?" Li Wei explained, "The flashlights and batteries that are still functional in the military are scarce. We must conserve them." Flashlights and batteries had become exceedingly precious resources. Li Xiao's chest heaved with anger, yet she dared not confront the soldier. Half her body was drenched in mud, making her feel even colder as she stood shivering, hugging her arms. She approached Lin Shi with a pitiful expression. "No," Lin Shi interjected, foreseeing her request and firmly declining. "What is wrong with you? Are you still a man?" Li Xiao exclaimed in frustration. However, no matter her protests, Lin Shi remained unmoved. As the four of them reached the entrance of a Shi Art Academy, the sky had completely darkened, rendering visibility almost non-existent. The school's automatic doors were broken and currently locked. They proceeded to the security office and knocked on the glass. The security guard, upon seeing Li Wei in military attire, inquired a few questions and, learning that they were escorting 3 students back to school, allowed them to enter through a small door. Young man, do you have another flashlight? I can't see anything in this darkness, the security guard asked, eyeing the flashlight in Li Wei's hand. I'm sorry, I only have one flashlight. In the next few days, the military will distribute lighting supplies, Li Wei responded. The security guard, upon hearing this, did not press further, letting out a sigh and nodding in understanding. Who knows when the electricity will be repaired? You all may go in. The campus was enveloped in an impenetrable darkness, silent and serene. Under the guidance of Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao, the four made their way toward the girls' dormitory. Midway, Lin Shi suddenly halted. What are you doing? Li Xiaoxiao glared at Lin Shi, her patience wearing thin. What did his good looks matter if his personality was so detestable? Don't speak, Lin Shi commanded tersely, straining to listen to the surrounding sounds. A faint rustling noise was audible, seemingly drawing nearer. Where's the nearest building? Lin Shi turned to Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao, urgency creeping into his voice. Why do you ask that? We will reach the dormitory in just a few minutes. Hurry. Li Xiaoxiao was eager to return and change out of her wet clothes, which clung uncomfortably to her. Su Qin, noticing Lin Shi's serious demeanor, pointed toward the darkness on the left, though she was puzzled. The gymnasium is a few hundred meters that way. Run. Hail is falling, Lin Shi warned, snatching the flashlight from Li Wei and sprinting toward the direction Su Qin indicated. As for whether they would follow, he couldn't concern himself with that. What? The two girls were still processing when Li Wei had already started after Lin Shi. Wait for us. In the suffocating darkness, without a light source, Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao had no choice but to follow. However, Lin Shi quickly vanished, leaving only a faint glimmer of his flashlight. What a lunatic! Why are you running? Li Xiaoxiao shouted in desperation. The rustling sound grew louder, and something appeared to be approaching. Remembering Lin Shi's warning, Su Qin panicked, summoning her training as a dance major to sprint toward the gymnasium. Gymnasium, gymnasium. Su Qin ran desperately, entirely unaware that Li Xiaoxiao had fallen far behind. Oh no! A cry of pain came from behind. Xiaoqin, Ive Fallen. Where are you? Wait for me. I'm so scared. Su Qin hesitated for a moment, but the increasingly distinct sound of falling ice cubes compelled her to press on. In no time, a blood-curdling scream echoed from behind. Ah! Li Xiaoxiao's scream pierced the night, and then silence fell. Su Qin's eyes reddened, her lips pressed tightly together as she continued to run. Yet, her speed could not match that of the falling hail. A hailstone the size of a marble struck her forehead, followed by a fist-sized stone that slammed into her left shoulder. The pain surged, but she could not afford to stop. In the next moment, a hailstone the size of a human head grazed the tip of her nose, crashing to the ground just inches away from her. Lin Shi, save me. A wave of terror and panic engulfed Su Qin, leaving her with no option but to plead for help from her only lifeline. The beam of the flashlight nearby had frozen in place, indicating that the gymnasium was now within reach. Yet, that distance felt insurmountable. Surrounded by the thunderous sound of massive hailstones crashing to the ground, threatening her very life with each passing second. With no response, Su Qin ran and sobbed in despair. In the unseen depths of her being, her genes rapidly mutated, breaking and reassembling at a dizzying pace. As she sprinted, Su Qin executed astonishingly agile maneuvers, narrowly evading several hailstones the size of human heads. Just a few meters from the gymnasium, fatigue overwhelmed her. Her limbs suddenly felt weak and her vision blurred. Just before losing consciousness, she caught sight of a figure appearing before her, hoisting her onto their shoulder and running. Then, everything went black. Lin Shi stood at the entrance of the gymnasium, watching as Li Wei returned, carrying Su Qin. Huff, 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 Li Wei gasped for breath. A hailstone had just struck him on the head, but fortunately, he had been wearing a helmet, allowing him to return. Nonetheless, he bore several injuries from the impacts. Su Qin's clothing was stained with blood. Meanwhile, Lin Shi remained impeccably dressed, having sought refuge beneath the gymnasium's eaves before the hail began to fall, observing the desperate struggles of those around him with cold indifference. Li Wei glared at Lin Shi in frustration. Aren't you classmates? Why did you not come to her aid? Lin Shi let out a chilling laugh, dripping with scorn. Isn't this woman a classmate of that woman as well? Why did you not save her? They had all heard Li Xiaoxiao's cries for help echo across the distance. Su Qin's ability to run over indicated that she had not gone to rescue Li Xiao. Li Wei was left speechless by this confrontation. Why did she not help? Because she feared for her life. Because the lives of others were deemed less significant than her own. Such is the nature of humanity. Lin Shi turned, grasping the flashlight as he made his way into the gymnasium. He was indifferent to others playing the role of savior. His mere act of offering a warning was already an act of kindness. The gymnasium was engulfed in darkness as Lin Shi entered, illuminating the surroundings with his flashlight. Several corridors branched off from the first floor, each marked with signs indicating their destinations. Not far ahead, an arrow pointed towards a fitness room. Lin Shi walked directly towards it. Inside the fitness room lay various exercise equipment and a few yoga mats. Upon seeing Li Wei entering with Su Qin slung over his back, Lin Shi promptly relinquished the space to them. You can rest here. I will find another place to sleep. Do not follow me. He was unaccustomed to having strangers nearby while attempting to rest. Wait. Your classmate seems to be having a seizure. Li Wei gently laid Su Qin down. Only then did Lin Shi notice her curled-up form. Her once beautiful features twisted in agony, her limbs twitching uncontrollably. Lin Shi's gaze sharpened. Su Qin's current state resembled the aftermath of the gene lock being released. He gently nudged her. Su Qin. However, Su Qin was unable to respond, her clenched jaw betraying her suffering. Every cell in her body seemingly moaning in pain to the point where fainting was impossible. Li Wei produced a piece of cloth from somewhere, folded it, and placed it in Su Qin's mouth, explaining, "This will prevent her from biting herself. It appears she is experiencing a seizure, likely triggered by running too fast." Lin Shi remained non-committal. He had known Su Qin for several years and had never heard of her having epilepsy, although he did not dismiss the possibility of her concealing a medical history. Li Wei positioned Su Qin flat on her back, tilting her head to one side before massaging her hands and feet. His techniques were quite appropriate. Lin Shi elevated the flashlight to a higher spot, ensuring that a significant portion of the fitness room was illuminated. Time trickled by. Su Qin's gums bled from the force of her biting. Lin Shi was eager to confirm whether her current condition was indeed a side effect of the gene lock release. He recalled that the second subject had consumed the remaining half of a blue pill. Yet, after some contemplation, he dismissed the idea of administering it to Su Qin. The second subject had previously mentioned that he experienced gene collapse only after the fifth release. Therefore, he had endured the first 4 times. At least according to the second subject, the first instance had been entirely his own struggle. Although Lin Shi remained skeptical about an ordinary person being able to unlock their gene locks. The onset of the apocalypse suggested that the information gleaned from the treasure trove indicated a hastened evolution of species. Thus, it was not entirely impossible for an ordinary individual to unlock their gene locks in the face of life and death. Lin Shi pondered deeply. Are we to simply watch her suffer? Li Wei expressed his discomfort at the sight of Su Qin's pain. What do you propose? Lin Shi scoffed. Are you planning to take her to the hospital? Without transportation, carrying someone there on foot could take an eternity. Outside, it is hailing. Going out is tantamount to seeking death. The school has a nurse. What do you expect to find one at this time? And remember, you are you. Do not involve me. Lin Shi corrected him. Aren't you classmates? How can you stand by and do nothing? Li Wei's frustration flared. As a soldier, the instinct to protect ordinary people was ingrained in him, and he was on the verge of cursing. This is the second time you've said that. I believe I have made myself quite clear, Lin Shi replied coldly. He glanced out the window. In just a short while, the hail outside had lessened considerably. Li Wei retrieved a candle from his backpack, lit it, and took away the flashlight. I cannot stand idly by while she suffers. You stay here and look after her. I will go see what I can find. Lin Shi watched as Li Wei departed, murmuring softly, there is no one left in this world for whom I would risk my life to save. Chapter 51. Darkness and Light after Li Wei left. Lin Shi sat cross-legged nearby, observing Su Qin's condition. Despite her evident agony, he remained unmoved. The sweat pouring from her in pain had dampened her hair and clothing. The thin white t-shirt clinging to her form, accentuating her delicate figure. For an ordinary young man, being alone in a room with a beautiful woman devoid of any ability to resist would typically evoke a surge of blood and a flush of embarrassment. However, Lin Shi felt no such inclination as he regarded the scene before him. 10 minutes later, the The pained expression on Su Qin's face began to fade, her body gradually calming. Once she regained her composure, she weakly opened her eyes, glancing around. Where am I? I'm not dead. Lin Shi helped her sit up against the wall. You are in a gymnasium. You just had a seizure. A seizure? I'm not ill. I don't know what happened. I was about to pass out, and then suddenly, I felt excruciating pain, Su Qin said, her face a mix of confusion and fear. The pain she had just experienced was unimaginable. Lin Shi's gaze shifted, as he began to suspect that she might have inadvertently unlocked her gene lock. Did anything unusual happen before you entered the gymnasium? Or did you experience any peculiar sensations? Su Qin shook her head. I was simply so frightened that I could only run, but then I fainted. Who saved me and brought me here? Was it you? Lin Shi? She fixed her gaze intently on him. It was that soldier who saved you, Lin Shi stated directly, avoiding an outright admission. Su Qin lowered her head, the dim candlelight obscuring her expression. Where's that soldier? He went to find the school nurse. Upon hearing this, Su Qin fell silent, the atmosphere growing heavy. After a prolonged pause, she suddenly spoke softly, while Lin Shi looked at her. Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you wait for us? If you had run slower, shining the flashlight along the path, Xiao wouldn't have died. Why? Why have you become so cold-blooded? You are responsible for Xiao's death. The final accusation erupted from her lips, almost a scream. Throughout that painful period, she had remained conscious, having heard the dialogue between Lin Shi and Li Wei. Though she could not voice her thoughts, having narrowly escaped death, her mind was already frayed. That last question was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Li Xiao had called her name before her demise, yet she had not looked back, nor had she stopped. Unable to accept her own culpability in Li Xiao's death, she cast all blame upon Lin Shi. Su Qin's face was a canvas of accusation and resentment, her reddened eyes fixed on him. Lin Shi's expression turned frosty, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his depths. He had encountered such situations far too often, whether labeled as cold-hearted or selfish. The apocalypse had imparted a bloody lesson. Do not extend genuine kindness or compassion to anyone. Even though it was Lin Shi who previously saved Su Qin, she still felt that he was responsible for Li Xiao's demise. Yet, Su Qin did not contemplate that Lin Shi and Li Xiao had no connection. What reason did he have to risk his life to save her? With a mere flicker of thought, Lin Shi produced a dagger from behind his back. He could not allow someone who harbored resentment against him to exist, especially one who might unlock the genetic lock. That posed a threat to him. Su Qin was startled by Lin Shi's gaze and instinctively recoiled, only to find herself pressed against the cold wall behind her. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the gym, prompting Lin Shi to retract the dagger. Li Wei hurried into the gym, holding another person by the hand. Upon seeing Su Qin, he exclaimed, "You're awake?" Lin Shi rose and noticed a man in a white coat, carrying a medical bag, standing behind Li Wei. The man approached swiftly and crouched down to examine Su Qin. Su Qin, are you all right? Is there anywhere you feel unwell? To Su Qin's surprise, the man recognized her. Her expression mirrored her astonishment. Chu Xiao, Lin Shi and Li Wei stepped aside, observing as Chu Xiao inquired about Su Qin's condition and assessed her physical state. Lin Shi refrained from questioning how the already bruised Li Wei had located the school doctor, instead attentively listening to Su Qin's account. Her account was consistent with what she had previously told Lin Shi. Suddenly, Chu Xiao turned to Lin Shi and Li Wei, stating, Su Qin has multiple external injuries. I will tend to her wounds. You gentlemen should step outside for a moment. Su Qin shyly lowered her head. Lin Shi turned and left, followed by Li Wei, who closed the door behind them. Once the gym door was shut, Su Qin collapsed into Chu Xiao's embrace, sobbing softly. Earlier, when Chu Xiao leaned in to examine her, Su Qin had discreetly tugged at his clothing, using his form as cover to write the words "help me" in his palm. Woo-woo. Chu Xiao, someone is trying to kill me. Just moments ago, Su Qin had seen Lin Shi's silhouette reflected in the glass, along with the dagger that had seemingly materialized in his hand. Lin Shi had intended to kill her. Chu Xiao, feeling the softness in his arms, experienced a fleeting glimmer of desire in his eyes. He gently patted Su Qin's back to soothe her, saying, Take your time. Tell me what happened. Outside the door, Lin Shi and Li Wei stood together. Li Wei hesitated briefly before addressing Lin Shi. The escort mission has been completed. I should return now. Upon hearing Li Wei's intention to leave, Lin Shi nodded in acknowledgement. Li Wei retrieved the only individual rations he had brought and handed them to Lin Shi, saying, "You can share this later. When you go to sleep, extinguish the candle. Don't waste it, as candles will be precious in the future." After saying this, Li Wei departed without allowing Lin Shi the chance to refuse. Just a few steps away, Lin Shi's voice called out, "You need not blame yourself. Had you not followed me, all three of you would have perished." Stopping in his tracks, Li Wei felt his eyes well with tears. He believed no one knew the torment he endured within. His earlier question to Lin Shi was, in essence, an interrogation of himself. Why did he not intervene? Upon hearing the hailstorm warning and witnessing Lin Shi take the flashlight and flee, fear had seized him. At that moment, running was merely a reflex. Having enlisted for less than 2 years, he had initially signed up for service, only to suddenly receive a level 1 combat readiness order, becoming a formal soldier. The world outside had changed dramatically, and the future promised unforeseen transformations. At just 21, he felt fear of death. Yet he was a soldier. Protecting civilians was a soldier's duty. His actions amounted to desertion. After reaching a safe location, he remembered his 2 female classmates. Thus, when Su Qin cried for help, he risked his life to carry her back. He ventured out to find a school doctor when Su Qin appeared to be unwell, hoping to alleviate a fraction of his guilt. Lin Shi's words rang true. Had he not run, all 3 might have died in the hail. Although this realization did not fully absolve him of his guilt, it brought him some comfort. A flicker of gratitude passed through Li Wei's eyes as he nodded to Lin Shi before departing. Lin Shi regarded the rations in his hand, his previously cold gaze softening slightly. He stored the provisions in his space. Some hearts aspire towards the light, while others descend into darkness. Though Lin Shi did not consider himself a good person, he did not shun those who were. After all, good people often meet swift ends, and with each demise, there was one less to contend with. After a while, the gym door swung open, and Chu Xiaoyi announced, "All done. You may come in." Lin Shi stepped into the gym and settled into a corner. Su Qin fixed her gaze on the door, noticing that no one was entering for an extended period. Her eyes wandered to Lin Shi as she inquired, "What about that soldier?" "He has left," Lin Shi replied casually. "He just walked away without even saying goodbye." Su Qin's voice took on a sharper tone. Upon reaching the school gate, his mission was accomplished. "Did you expect him to pledge his life to you after saving yours?" Lin Shi retorted sharply. Su Qin's expression stiffened slightly. Ignoring her, Lin Shi closed his eyes and began to rest. A flicker of panic crossed Su Qin's features as she turned to look at Chu Xiaoyi. He shook his head slightly and said in a clear voice, "Let's rest here for the night." Su Qin found a spot to lie down, announcing her intention to extinguish the candle. Upon hearing this, she located a mat and lay down. With a puff, the candle extinguished. Once Chu Xiaoyi lay down as well, silence enveloped the surroundings. In the darkness, the faint rustling of fabric could be heard before tranquility returned. Time passed, and once again, subtle rustling broke the stillness. Su Qin suddenly opened her eyes in the darkness and reached out to touch Chu Xiaoyi, who also awoke. Their eyes met, both clear and alert, revealing that neither had truly slept. In the obscurity, Chu Xiaoyi could not discern Su Qin's expression, so he gently patted the back of her hand to reassure her. Gradually, he rose and retrieved a sharp scalpel from his pocket. Unbeknownst to him, he had removed his shoes, making no sound on the floor, with only the faintest rustle of clothing audible in the darkness. Su Qin also sat up, her heart racing, pounding in her chest. She covered her heart, fearful that its thumping might awaken Lin Shi. Knowing Lin Shi intended to kill her, she sought help from the only person she could think of, Chu Xiaoyi. Originally, her best option for assistance had been Li Wei, but he had left silently without affording her the opportunity to call for him. Chu Xiaoyi informed Su Qin that both the Public Security Bureau and hospitals had been unreachable for the past 2 days. Communications and power throughout the city had been entirely disrupted. He even suspected that the entire Xia country, or perhaps the entire Eastern Hemisphere or Northern Hemisphere, had been struck by solar storms. Today, the principal sought assistance from a nearby security office. However, it was overcrowded, and the security personnel were severely understaffed, leaving the school without effective support. Perhaps the collapse of order was merely a matter of time. Su Qin was startled by the words of the school doctor, Chu. She recalled his declaration, Xiaoqin, I care for you, and I cannot allow anyone to harm you. I can help you eliminate him. As long as you are with me, I am willing to do anything for you. The gaze of Dr. Chu felt foreign to Suqin. Yet, thinking of Lin Shi's intent to kill her, she realized that if she did nothing, she would meet her demise. She did not wish to die. Why did Lin Shi dare to kill? Why was he so cold-blooded? Was it not because order had dissipated, and even if one were to take a life, no one would intervene? Therefore, if they were to kill Lin Shi, no one would ever know. Suqin found a rationale for herself and ultimately acquiesced to Dr. Chu's suggestion. However, she did not consider why Dr. Chu dared to kill. In the darkness, a chilling smile spread across Dr. Chu's face. The past 2 days had felt like a paradise for him. Since the school received news of solar storm outbreak yesterday, most students had exhibited various inexplicable symptoms of dizziness and vomiting by 10 in the morning. Many students had even fallen into a coma, including several school doctors. Yet, Dr. Chu remained unaffected, merely feeling a slight nausea. In this urgent situation, the teachers who had not succumbed to unconsciousness transported the students to the school hospital, most of whom were treated by Dr. Chu. Initially, he treated the patients diligently, but upon realizing that no matter what methods he employed, those who had fainted would not awaken and were in no immediate danger, he began to entertain sinister thoughts. After one incident, no one noticed anything amiss. According to the school security, all surveillance cameras had malfunctioned, and the security office was unreachable, emboldening Dr. Chu further. Within a day and night, he violated over a dozen female students, reveling in their youthful bodies. Unexpectedly, this morning, when he assaulted a female student, she awoke. As soon as she regained consciousness, she struggled and screamed. In a panic, Dr. Chu killed her and concealed her corpse in a large trash bag, hiding it in an empty refrigeration unit. This act was akin to opening Pandora's box. Dr. Chu utilized the medications from the school hospital to inject the still unconscious female students, ensuring they remained in a deep slumber while he continued his nefarious deeds. 2 female students succumbed to an overdose and would never awaken. The entire school community was plunged into panic and chaos due to the sudden occurrences. Even after 2 days and nights, no one had uncovered the truth. If anyone inquired about the missing female students, Dr. Chu casually dismissed it, stating they had left. That night, while Dr. Chu continued to prey upon another girl in the school hospital, he suddenly heard a voice calling out. Seeing Li Wei in military attire nearly frightened him to death, as he feared his deeds had been discovered. To his relief, Li Wei was merely seeking assistance. Following Li Wei to the gymnasium, Suqin subsequently pleaded for help. Upon learning that Li Wei was only escorting them back to school and would soon depart, Dr. Chu plotted to eliminate Lin Shi. He persuaded Suqin to agree to kill Lin Shi. This time, he did not desire a lifeless fish, but rather to relish in the vibrant essence of a living woman. Once he disposed of this boy, he could finally enjoy Suqin, the beauty he had coveted for so long. With this thought, the excitement in Dr. Chu's eyes intensified. He had positioned himself right before Lin Shi. Dr. Chu raised the gleaming surgical knife and plunged it fiercely downwards towards that spot. Chapter 53. I shoot at you. Try to dodge. The glinting surgical knife sliced through the air as it descended towards Lin Shi's location. Suqin could not see the scene, but the vivid imagery of bloodshed in her mind nearly caused her to gasp. She clamped her mouth shut to stifle her scream. Yet, the gruesome tableau she envisioned never materialized. Dr. Chu's strike failed to hit anything. He was suddenly taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Where are you? Are you looking for me? A bright light accompanied Lin Shi's voice, illuminating the darkness. Lin Shi stood 2 meters away from Dr. Chu, wielding a powerful flashlight that dispelled the shadows of the gymnasium. This time, Suqin could not suppress her scream. How could you be there? I distinctly remember you were sleeping right here. Dr. Chu shielded his eyes from the blinding light with one hand, while the other brandished the surgical knife towards Lin Shi. Oh, I changed my sleeping position after extinguishing the candle, Lin Shi replied. Impossible. We didn't hear you move at all. And where did you get that flashlight? Suqin's face was etched with panic. Lin Shi shrugged, addressing Suqin's questions. I truly do not know whether to commend your cleverness or to deem you foolish. I merely needed to shift my position before the school doctor lay down, and the noise of his movement masked mine. Naturally, I retrieved the flashlight from my backpack. By the way, are you two planning to kill me in the dead of night? Lin Shi smiled as he turned to Su Qin. However, I have a habit of never sleeping in the same room with strangers. If I did, I would certainly not fall asleep. After enduring the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world, he had become all too familiar with the malevolence of human nature. The moment he laid eyes on Dr. Chu, he sensed the lingering aura of someone who had just committed murder. When the candlelight was extinguished, he cautiously relocated. Moreover, since his rebirth, Lin Shi had grown particularly sensitive to the gaze of others, able to perceive a faint murderous intent even in darkness. Thus, he had long since opened his eyes. He truly wished not to survive another night. Lin Shi's eerie smile, coupled with the current circumstances, sent a chill down Su Qin's spine. Was this truly the Lin Shi she knew? Lin Shi ceased to waste words, advancing swiftly to seize the surgical knife from Dr. Chu, plunging it into his chest. No! Su Qin's voice rang out just as the knife found its mark in Dr. Chu's heart. The motion was so swift that Dr. Chu had no time to react. He disregarded the tears streaming from his eyes under the harsh light, gazing in disbelief at his chest. The knife had fully penetrated his heart, leaving only the handle visible, and blood erupted outward in a vivid spray around the surgical knife. The next moment, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Lin Shi appeared calm, as if he had merely performed a trivial task, turning to Su Qin, who stood frozen in terror. Since waking from the geomagnetic storm, he had discovered his physical abilities to be extraordinarily heightened. Whether it was speed, strength, or reflexes, each surpassed his previous capabilities by a significant margin. Su Qin's eyes widened in fear, her body feeling as though it were nailed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Please don't kill me. Su Qin, in a state of despair, implored, I can be your girlfriend. Please don't take my life. You can do anything you wish to me. I beg you, Lin Shi. We were good friends in high school, weren't we? In truth, I have always harbored feelings for you. Her eyes, filled with desperation, glimmered with a flicker of hope as she forced a semblance of affection onto her face. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Lin Shi replied with a faint smile, his gaze icy and unyielding, the words that escaped his lips chilling to the bone. I will fire a bullet at you, and if you manage to evade it, I will set you free. Su Qin's pupils dilated in terror as she beheld a handgun materialize in Lin Shi's hand. Aim directly at her. I will count down from 3, and then I will shoot. Lin Shi did not afford Su Qin the chance to protest, commencing the countdown. 3. Despair engulfed Su Qin's eyes. 2. Suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically. Before he counted 1, Lin Shi pulled the trigger. In that instant, Su Qin's entire demeanor transformed. Her pupils constricted to the size of pinheads, and miraculously, the bullet that should have struck her was narrowly avoided as she tilted her body slightly. A surge of ecstatic relief washed over her as she realized she had evaded death. I did it. I escaped. She silently rejoiced. Yet, before her exhilaration could fade, a burst of crimson erupted from her shoulder as Lin Shi fired again. She cried out in pain, clutching her shoulder and collapsing to the ground. He had shot her once more. Lin Shi's expression bore disappointment. He had merely wished to extract one final value from Su Qin before her demise, to ascertain whether she could unlock her genetic potential in a moment of life and death. Now, he was certain that she had indeed activated her genetic lock. Chapter 54. The Return at Present. Lin Shi was 70% confident that the unlocking of the genetic lock was intricately tied to a profound sense of life-threatening peril. You liar. Su Qin attempted to confront Lin Shi, questioning his integrity. However, within the blink of an eye, she collapsed once more, her body convulsing violently. 8 seconds elapsed from the moment she dodged the bullet to her fall. Lin Shi observed her intently. This time, Su Qin remained conscious, yet her body exhibited the same reaction as before. Does it hurt? Lin Shi noted that the side effects of her genetic lock were markedly more severe this time. Blood seeped from her ears, nose, and the corners of her mouth, her eyes bloodshot. Su Qin could not voice her agony. She fixed Lin Shi with a penetrating gaze, her eyes imploring, "In my suffering." Lin Shi remained coldly detached. Ultimately, after 17 minutes, the side effects of the genetic lock subsided, and Su Qin succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Shi sheathed his handgun and plunged a knife into her heart, extinguishing her life. Stealing a glance at his mechanical watch, he noted that it was already past 3 in the morning. It was time for him to depart. After some contemplation, he decided to conceal the bodies of the school doctor and Su Qin within his spatial realm, lest anyone discover them in the future. A fierce wind had arisen outside, causing the glass windows of the Taekwondo studio to moan ominously. The indoor temperature, previously a comfortable degree, had plummeted to around 10 degrees. Outside, it was likely no more than 5 or 6. Lin Shi first donned a warmer outfit before retrieving a flashlight and making his way to Shushi Art Academy. The road was enveloped in darkness, silent save for the remnants of hail that had left water stains on the ground. After traversing several hundred meters, Lin Shi secured a shared bicycle, fastening the flashlight to the front. He pedaled toward the Shushi Cross Sea Bridge. With several corpses now stored in his spatial realm, Lin Shi felt an urgent need to dispose of them. Although the spatial preservation prevented decay, the abundance of food within was unsettling to him. He intended to take advantage of the cover of night to rid himself of the bodies. After a few kilometers, the fog thickened, diminishing visibility. Occasionally, he encountered 1 or 2 corpses, stark white and lifeless, victims of the hail. Some had their skulls crushed, their brains splattered, while others lay in a gruesome mess, blood pooling around them. In the enveloping darkness and silence, the scene was particularly macabre. Lin Shi's expression remained largely unchanged. He had become immune to such sights after witnessing countless corpses in the apocalypse. The hailstorm in Shushi had occurred at night. Had it been during the day, as in his previous life in Haishur, the number of casualties would have been far greater. After 20 minutes, he tossed several bodies into the sea, as if they were dumplings. He also took the opportunity to wash down the bulletproof SUV, scrubbing away the blood before driving it toward his safe house. At this hour, there were unlikely to be any souls wandering the streets. Even if someone heard the vehicle, they would not discern who was behind the wheel. With the high chassis of the SUV, he could simply drive over any bodies without the need to dismount. Lin Shi was not foolish enough to ride a bicycle in the biting cold. As he navigated through the urban landscape, a few individuals heard the rumble of the vehicle. "Dear, wake up. I think I heard a car." "Stop joking. Go back to sleep. You're surely dreaming." "A car? Are there still operational vehicles?" One person opened a window to peer outside, only to be met with a blast of frigid air, causing them to hastily shut the window. There were occasional obstacles and corpses on the road, so Lin Shi maintained a steady speed of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. As dawn approached, he returned the SUV to his spatial realm and switched back to the shared bicycle. With the light of day breaking, Lin Shi observed a greater number of hurried pedestrians than the previous day, most of whom were young adults. While many had donned short-sleeved attire yesterday, today they were uniformly clad in long-sleeved jackets, though the majority appeared ill-prepared for the cold. As Lin Shi had anticipated, the residents of Shushi, a city that enjoyed perpetual summer, had not prepared winter garments. The fog thickened, and sporadic snowflakes began to fall, an almost inconceivable occurrence in Shushi. Even the most oblivious individuals began to sense that something was amiss. Those who had rushed to stock up on food the previous day were now frantically seeking clothing and bedding. Many were suffering from the cold, their lips turning blue, yet they had no choice but to venture out for the sake of elderly family members and children in dire need of warmth. The question lingered: how many of these pillars of their families would return alive? A blizzard was imminent. Lin Shi witnessed individuals driven to desperation, shattering the glass of unoccupied stores to pilfer curtains and other items for warmth. Order began to disintegrate in the face of the apocalypse. Anything could transpire in the pursuit of survival. Around 6 in the morning, Lin Shi finally returned to Wulong village. The mountain leading to his safe house lay just beyond the village, requiring him to either circumvent it or pass through the heart of the village. Given the villagers' notorious tendencies, Lin Shi opted for the safer route, choosing to ride a longer distance. However, today, a throng of villagers had gathered on the road he needed to traverse. A group of villagers, armed with kitchen knives, hoes, hatchets, and various other implements, had congregated in a circle at the center of the road. Their voices a cacophony of shouts. "Strike! Strike! Kill it! Liangzi, hurry up! In this frigid weather, I've longed for a dog meat hot pot," one villager declared. "What are we afraid of? It's just a beast, and we are many." Another retorted, "Well, why don't you go first?" In the midst of the crowd, a dog, battered and bruised, bared its teeth, emitting a low growl of defiance. The creature appeared to be a large dog, its black and yellow fur mired in filth. Its round eyes glinted with menace, and as it snarled, traces of blood were visible on its exposed teeth. Surprisingly, its eyes were heterochromatic, one a deep blue and the other a vivid crimson. It's merely a beast. With our numbers, it cannot possibly harm us, one villager exclaimed. If we kill it, we can each have several pounds of meat. Such a bargain is hard to find at the market nowadays. The speaker was none other than Li Chong, who had recently attempted to extort money outside Lin Shi's safe house. Although Li Chong's reasoning resonated, no one dared to take the first step. They were all waiting for someone else to divert the dog's attention, ensuring their safety in capturing it. Who would want to be bitten for nothing? Finally, the village chief, the oldest among them, made a decision. All right, Chong and Liang, you two are the strongest. You go. Li Chong and Wang Liang exchanged glances, instantly understanding one another. Wang Liang protested, Uncle, if you put it that way, I'm going home. Why must it always be Chong and me who take the lead? Li Chong chimed in, exactly. Last time I went up the mountain, my father ended up with a broken hand. I still haven't received compensation from that scoundrel. Just yesterday, Li Chong had pounded on the door of Lin Shi's safe house, exhausting himself without seeing Lin Shi emerge, leaving him quite disgruntled. Now, having received no money and having spent thousands on medical expenses, Li Chong silently vowed to make Lin Shi regret it when they next crossed paths. Unexpectedly, as if summoned, a screeching break pierced the air. Through the snow and fog, Lin Shi, unaware of the villagers ahead, stumbled upon them only a few meters away. Upon seeing the villagers, Li Chong brandished his hatchet and shouted furiously, You little brat. We finally found you. Chapter 55. Armed assault. Li Chong, disregarding the dog, rushed forward to block Lin Shi's path. He growled menacingly, Pay up. My father's medical expenses, emotional distress, lost wages, nutritional support. It totals 500,000. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, dismounting his shared bicycle with deliberate calm. I recall you mentioned 50,000 last time, he retorted. Li Chong's eyes widened. That was then. The price of meat skyrocketed from 10 to 50 a pound. It's not the same. The other villagers began to encircle Lin Shi. According to village tradition, any compensation would be shared equally among them. Compared to 500,000. What was a mere dog? What if I refuse? Lin Shi asked, unfazed by the gathering crowd. Refuse? Huh. Ask our weapons if they agree. One villager sneered. You wouldn't dare call the police for help, would you? Go ahead and try. Another villager, emboldened by the current circumstances, added. This village and the nearby mountains are under our control. If you can't pay, don't even think about leaving today. Yes, hurry and pay up, or we'll break your legs. Another villager shouted menacingly. Young man, if you don't compensate them, one strike from each could easily end your life. Think wisely. The village chief advised, though his hands subtly gestured behind his back. Sensing the chief's intent, Li Chong felt a surge of excitement. He finally had the chance to avenge the slap he received previously, with the backing of his fellow villagers. He felt no fear that Lin Shi would retaliate as he had before. This time, he was determined to teach the young man a lesson. Li Chong grinned wickedly and took a step closer to Lin Shi, swinging his hand toward Lin Shi's face with all his might. The sound of his palm slicing through the air was deafening, and if it connected, it would surely send an ordinary person crashing to the ground. The other villagers watched with anticipation. However, Lin Shi had other plans. He seized Li Chong's wrist. With a resounding crack, a sharp slap echoed as it landed on Li Chong's face. The scene was reminiscent of a past encounter, leaving Li Chong momentarily stunned. He spun halfway around and collapsed to the ground, dropping his hatchet, the ringing in his head overwhelming him, spitting out what appeared to be two bloodied teeth. It was evident that Lin Shi had held nothing back. The villagers fell silent, an eerie stillness enveloping the moment. Despite their numerical advantage, they had never considered that Lin Shi would dare to fight back. And with such ferocity, Li Chong was incensed. While only his family had witnessed the previous encounter, he had replayed it in his mind countless times. Now, he faced humiliation in front of the entire village. The pain radiating from his face ignited a furious impulse in him. I will kill you, he screamed, scrambling to his feet and raising his hatchet to strike at Lin Shi's head. It is a well-known fact that a small fraction of individuals in moments of heightened emotion may act irrationally, leading to regrettable actions. Li Chong, consumed by rage, was one such individual. Li Chong, stop! Two voices called out in unison. Yet, Li Chong seemed oblivious, his hatchet descending toward Lin Shi without hesitation. Lin Shi stood frozen, seemingly paralyzed by fear as the blade approached. The scene was so tense that even the more timid villagers dared not look directly. Just then, a shadow darted past. A gunshot rang out, startling birds within 100 meters. Li Chong's scream coincided with the gunfire. In the split second before the shot, the dog that had been surrounded by the villagers clamped down on Li Chong's left leg, the very dog that had remained nearby after breaking free from their grasp. Lin Shi had noticed the dog earlier, but had chosen to ignore it, never anticipating it would come to his aid during Li Chong's assault. Li Chong was hit in the side by a bullet, dropping his hatchet with a clang as he collapsed to the ground. The dog quickly darted aside, and the gunfire startled everyone present, except for Lin Shi. The villagers erupted in chaos. Do not move. Drop your weapons. Raise your hands. Two security personnel emerged from the village, their expressions grave, each wielding a firearm. They had been dispatched to notify the various villages and counties to take heed of precautions against the cold and to stockpile supplies. After encountering no issues in other villages, they arrived at Wolong Cun in search of the village chief, only to find him absent. When they inquired among the villagers, they learned that the chief was outside tending to a dog. Upon investigation, they stumbled upon a violent incident involving a knife. One of the men had just fired a shot and was the same individual who had previously called for restraint. The villagers glanced at the fallen Li Chong and then at the gun in the security officer's hand. The reality of the situation caused them to discard their weapons with a clatter. The security officer raised his firearm and commanded everyone crouch down, line up by the roadside. The villagers complied. Lin Shi obediently crouched down beside Li Chong, who was not yet dead, lying on the ground with wide-open eyes fixed intently on Lin Shi. If looks could kill, Lin Shi might have been cut to shreds by now. Observing Li Chong's expression, Lin Shi was suddenly struck by a wicked amusement. In Chapter 56, Villager's Misfortune, a normal person would feel a twinge of fear under the piercing gaze of a dying man. However, Lin Shi was anything but ordinary. Slightly parting his lips, he maintained a stillness in his expression and murmured in a tone only audible to the two of them, "Rest easy and die. You one TB alone. I'll ensure your parents and sister join you soon." Upon hearing this, Li Chong's eyes widened in fury and in a fit of rage. He kicked his legs and rolled his eyes back. One of the security personnel approached to assess Li Chong's condition. Lin Shi masked his demeanor, feigning relief. The officer discovered Li Chong had succumbed to his injuries and addressed his partner. "The assailant is deceased. Are you unharmed? Are you injured?" Lin Shi responded, "No. Thankfully you arrived in time." These villagers attempted extortion. The village chief, with a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, knelt and feigned tears, interrupting Lin Shi. "Oh heavens! What sins have we committed?" The chief wept profusely, striking his chest as he lamented. "Old Li, your hand was broken by this villain, and your son was killed by him. How can I ever face your family?" The chief knelt before the villagers, gesturing with his other hand. The villagers immediately understood. Wang Liang, seething with indignation, pointed to the two teeth Li Chong had lost on the ground and declared, "This scoundrel broke Xiangzi's father's hand, and we demand compensation for medical expenses." Yet he not only refused but also knocked out Xiangzi's teeth. "Officers, please look at these teeth and then at Xiangzi's face." The security officers indeed observed the two teeth on the ground and inspected Li Chong's face, which was severely swollen and bruised. Given the established fact of Li Chong's violent actions, they decided to ensnare this insolent youth and see if he dared to be so brazen again. A glint of malice flashed in Wang Liang's eyes. The village chief cast an approving glance at Wang Liang, recognizing him as his most promising successor. Yes, Xiangzi only retaliated out of desperation. How could one inflict such harm and not expect a response? Xiangzi met a tragic fate. What will happen to his elderly parents and unmarried sister? Is there no justice left in this world? The villagers, having practiced their coordinated performances over the years, were quick to voice their grievances. The two security officers frowned as they questioned, "Did you strike him?" Lin Shi did not deny it. "He approached me with a knife. I merely defended myself. Next time you find yourself in such a situation, flee first. Protecting your own life is paramount, understood?" One security officer said, patting Lin Shi on the shoulder. This village was renowned far and wide, and the two officers were already aware of its reputation. Naturally, they were skeptical of the villagers' claims. They had witnessed the assailant wielding a knife, and a group of villagers brandishing weapons surrounded Lin Shi with hostile intent. Most importantly, Lin Shi was unarmed, clearly portraying the image of a victim. Lin Shi appeared momentarily taken aback. This time, it was not an act. He had expected to engage in a dispute with the villagers. However, he quickly grasped the situation. The villagers were left dumbfounded. Normally, their numbers and teamwork allowed them to evade the security officers with ease, but this time their numerical advantage did not grant them the upper hand. "Officers," he attacked. "Why do you still favor him?" Wang Liang protested. "Even if it was a fight, that does not justify murder," the officer replied. "You are all armed and surrounding him. Even if he fought back, it would be self-defense. When we arrived, we saw you all armed and prepared for violence. We brought these weapons to deal with the dog." A villager defended. "Where's the dog?" The villagers glanced around, but the dog had long since fled. The officers sternly addressed the villagers. "You are all to remain in the village and await investigation. Understood? Times have changed. Had this occurred a few days prior, they would have thoroughly investigated and dealt with the matter seriously. They would have taken the villagers back to the station. However, now there were more pressing matters at hand." Several villagers wore expressions of indignation. The ordinary citizens' respect for the security officers could not be easily eroded. Although they knew the surveillance had been compromised, they dared not openly confront the officers. With a dozen villagers merely glaring in silence, the two officers exchanged relieved glances. As individuals within the system, they understood that order was beginning to slip from control. Although the truth was evident, the officers still took Lin Shi aside to inquire about the events that transpired. Recording a brief statement, Lin Shi recounted how Li Chong and his family attempted to extort him at his doorstep, how he accidentally broke Li Dage's hand, and agreed to compensate 50,000, only to be confronted with a demand for 500,000, leading to the subsequent altercation. The officers nodded, finding Lin Shi's account consistent with their suspicions. "You should accompany us to the town. We can arrange for your accommodation. It's not safe here, and we cannot ensure your protection in this remote area," they implied, fearing the villagers might retaliate against Lin Shi. The villagers clenched their teeth in frustration, cursing the officers. To everyone's surprise, Lin Shi declined. "I will not go." The officers pulled Lin Shi aside and whispered, "Once we leave, if these villagers trouble you, we will be unable to assist." Lin Shi met the officer's gaze and recognized his genuine concern. However, he could only decline the well-meaning offer, stating, "I will safeguard myself. I have some martial arts training. Moreover, my home is secure. They cannot harm me." After a few more attempts to persuade him, the officers, seeing his resolute stance, relented. "If you encounter any problems, make haste to the nearest town security office for assistance. Understood?" Lin Shi nodded in agreement. Seeking assistance is an endeavor fraught with impossibility, as it is these villagers who are in need of aid. The two security personnel, with their backs turned to the villagers, remain oblivious. At this moment, the dozen or so villagers exhibit expressions laden with malice and hostility as they cast their gaze upon Lin Shi. Some of them even make several provocative gestures in his direction. The village chief, too, casts a grim look at Lin Shi, for their village has never endured such a significant loss. In the face of this animosity, Lin Shi merely curled his lips into a cold smile. One of the security personnel, noticing Lin Shi's gaze, turned to look back. The villagers immediately resumed their normal demeanor, though a few malevolent glances did not escape the notice of the security officer. "You may all return to the village, but remember to stay indoors for the next few days. The village chief is to remain." The security officer resolved to deliver a stern warning to the chief. The other villagers shot Lin Shi a fierce look before dispersing. "You should head back as well. Try not to go out too much in the near future. And be sure to keep warm and stock up on some food," the security officer advised Lin Shi. He acknowledged this with a nod. As he mounted the shared bicycle, he cast a glance back at the thicket where the dog had previously concealed itself. It was now utterly deserted. Perhaps his arrival had inadvertently provided a reprieve for that dog, prompting it to leap forth in an attempt to save him when Li Chong attacked. Truly, it was a dog that understood gratitude. Lin Shi suddenly felt a pang of regret for having abandoned the idea of adopting a dog. The journey back up the mountain was uneventful. However, upon reaching the summit, he spotted a pitch-black dog sitting in the open space by the entrance. Lin Shi's mood brightened instantly. "Were you waiting for me?" Chapter 57. Companion 1. The dog merely gazed at Lin Shi, remaining silent. Lin Shi casually returned the shared bicycle to his spatial storage. Before a mere dog, he felt no need to conceal anything. Yet, he instinctively glanced at the dog's expression. The dog focused on Lin Shi's hand as he stowed the bicycle, tilting its head slightly in curiosity, as if bewildered by how that hand could make objects vanish into thin air. Such a large dog displaying such an expression was undeniably amusing, further affirming the dog's intelligence. Lin Shi had once contemplated adopting a sled dog, but that idea had been dashed when his sled was lost in a warehouse fire. Dogs cannot speak, nor can they divulge secrets. They do not betray their owners. Although Lin Shi had never owned a dog, he had heard tales of their unwavering loyalty. Perhaps this dog could be a worthwhile choice? He cautiously approached the dog a few steps. The dog stood and took a step back, appearing somewhat uneasy. He immediately halted, feeling a tinge of disappointment. This dog clearly bore the marks of a stray, perhaps abandoned and having suffered harm. It was only natural for it to shy away from human contact. If it could not accept his presence, he would not force the issue. Yesterday at the port, he had come across a container filled with pet supplies. He retrieved a bag of dog food from his spatial storage and placed it in front of the dog. "Here, something to eat. Go home." He then circumvented the dog and made his way toward the entrance. After taking a few steps, he felt a familiar sensation of being watched from behind. When he turned around, he was astonished to see the dog carrying the dog food, eagerly following him. A flicker of realization crossed his eyes, and he asked, "Were you the one who spied on me in the forest last time?" After speaking, Lin Shi chuckled to himself, pondering how a dog could possibly comprehend his words. Yet, this dog astonished him with its intelligence. It dropped the food from its mouth and barked, "Woof. Is it truly you? Do you wish to come home with me?" Lin Shi pondered, still skeptical. "Woof." The dog took a few steps closer, then paused to gauge Lin Shi's expression, seemingly confirming that he did not mind its proximity. In the end, it slowly approached Lin Shi, lying down and cautiously wagging its tail while looking up at him. At this point, Lin Shi no longer doubted that the dog could understand his words. He bent down, reaching out to touch the dog's head. The dog instinctively recoiled, but ultimately remained still, allowing Lin Shi to stroke its head. These reactions spoke volumes about its subconscious aversion to human contact. Lin Shi understood that were it not for his inadvertent rescue, given the dog's hostility and wariness towards humans, it would not have accepted him so readily. It seemed there was a remarkable bond between them. Lin Shi smiled, meeting the dog's extraordinary gaze, and earnestly declared, "Let us go home, where we shall rely on one another." The dog gazed back at Lin Shi with a seriousness that seemed to convey its silent agreement. Upon returning to the safe house with the dog, Lin Shi first examined its injuries. The dog bore severe external wounds, with several patches of matted, firm-missing skin, exposing raw flesh. Most of the injuries were fresh and still oozing blood. Many were concealed beneath its dark, filthy coat. Had Lin Shi not inspected closely, he might not have realized the extent of the dog's injuries. Yet, it still managed to act as if it were unscathed, lunging at others. "You truly are a tough one," Lin Shi remarked with a hint of exasperation. Such serious injuries, if left untreated, would soon lead to inflammation and infection, likely proving fatal for the dog. He could only hope that it had no internal injuries. "I'm going to treat your wounds now. I will need to shave your fur, and it may hurt a bit, so bear with me." Seeing no other reaction from the dog, Lin Shi retrieved disinfectant, clippers, bandages, and medical needles from his spatial storage and began to tend to its wounds. Shaving, disinfecting, suturing, applying medicine, and bandaging took him over 3 hours. Remarkably, the dog remained quiet throughout the entire process, not flinching or howling, allowing Lin Shi to carry on with his task despite the roughness of his technique. "You really are a tough one," Lin Shi said, patting the dog's head and covering it with a blanket. Due to the numerous wounds and the dog's filthy coat, which had even matted in places, he had shaved all its fur off, leaving it completely bare. Now, it appeared somewhat comical. With its fur gone, Lin Shi noticed the dog was quite thin, its ribs clearly visible beneath its abdomen. Feeling the temperature drop, he ignited the heater, which quickly dispelled the chill from the living room. After cleaning up the mess on the floor, Lin Shi began to prepare lunch. As he entered the kitchen, he noticed the dog had followed him in, quietly lying at his feet. You've had stitches, so refrain from moving too much and wait in the living room. The dog obediently lowered its tail and left. By the way, should I give you a name? Lin Shi suddenly thought. He had never owned a pet. As the woman, he had lived with despised animals and abhorred the idea of fur in the house. Thus, he lacked experience in raising small creatures. Hearing that it might receive a name, the dog halted its steps and looked at Lin Shi with hopeful eyes. What about Lin Shi? He contemplated, gazing at the comically bare dog still adorned with stitches. Platter? Iron Man? Blue-red? The dog's face visibly fell at each suggestion. Ha! I was just joking with you. With the addition of a new member to his household, Lin Shi found himself becoming more talkative. How about calling it the Demon King? Woof. The Demon King? Woof. The Demon King. Woof. After preparing a generous lunch of meat, Lin Shi discovered that the Demon King preferred raw meat. So he promptly retrieved a large piece of raw beef from his spatial storage for it. Both man and dog feasted heartily, and while they were resting, a commotion erupted outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. It was the sound of someone pounding on the door. Chapter 58. The village chief schemed several dozen villagers, both young and old, male and female, stood menacingly at the entrance of Lin Shi's safe house, brandishing farming tools or clubs. At the forefront were the same dozen or so young villagers Lin Shi had encountered earlier that morning outside the village. Wang Liang and another villager were vigorously striking the door with a hoe. However, after some time, aside from a few dents, there were no signs of the door giving way. Oh, my son, you died, such a tragic death. Why is my life so bitter? Sending a gray-haired person to the grave of a black-haired one. Aunt Li, supported by Li Chui, wailed amidst the crowd. We must tear down this door today to avenge Chang. That brat must pay with his life. For Chang's vengeance. The furious shouts of dozens of villagers echoed through the mountains. Although Li Chang had not been killed by Lin Shi, they dared not confront the security personnel, and thus placed the blame squarely on Lin Shi. For years, the villagers had successfully extorted numerous outsiders without failure, let alone suffering such a significant loss. Just after the security personnel had left, the village chief summoned a third of the villagers to seek retribution. He paid no heed to the warnings of the security personnel. Rumor had it that chaos had erupted outside. Did this not mean that the villagers could act with greater boldness, free from concern? The village chief silently calculated in his heart. In truth, had Lin Shi not arrived, Wolong village would have become a small stronghold for survivors in the apocalypse. The leader of this endeavor was none other than the village chief himself. For years, these villagers have been brainwashed by the village chief, united and responsive to his call. As long as they did not confront the authorities head-on, they could wield considerable power in this small area. When the door could not be breached, someone raised a hoe and struck the outer wall. With a loud bang, only a faint mark appeared on the wall, and the hoe recoiled. The person striking the wall lost grip on the hoe due to the rebound, nearly hitting another villager standing behind. Chief, this thing is too sturdy. We can't break it. Wang Liang gasped for breath. The village chief, deep in thought, fixed his gaze on Lin Shi's reinforced door. Keep hitting. I refuse to believe he will never come out. Wang Liang and another villager resumed their attempts. Just when the villagers thought Lin Shi would remain a coward, the lock made a clicking sound and opened. Lin Shi stepped out, glanced at the scratches left by the hoe on the door, and with a glint of coldness in his eyes, asked, "What are you doing?" Having waited impatiently for Lin Shi to emerge in the biting cold, one middle-aged villager, not waiting for the chief's signal, stepped forward, pointing a finger at Lin Shi. He scolded, "What do you mean by asking? Debts must be repaid, and a life must be avenged." Before the villager could finish his sentence, Lin Shi, noticing the finger pointed at him, furrowed his brow slightly, grasped the finger, and twisted it forcefully. The crisp sound of a finger breaking coincided with the villager's scream, causing his face to blanch in pain. Lin Shi released his grip and delivered a swift kick to the villager's abdomen, sending him sprawling as the others quickly dodged aside. The middle-aged villager lay on the ground, clutching his stomach in agony, unable to rise. Lin Shi surveyed the crowd of villagers. If you wish to speak, do so properly. I detest being pointed at. The villagers were taken aback by Lin Shi's ruthlessness. However, they were not virtuous individuals themselves, and soon their expressions turned fierce once more. The village chief stepped forward, saying, "Young man, you initiated the violence first. Assaulting someone can lead to imprisonment. Lin Shi found this to be an absurd joke. No wonder there was a saying online. Some people argue with you, while others resort to thuggery. When you engage in thuggery, they argue with you. Seeing Lin Shi remain silent, the village chief assumed he was intimidated. With a calculating glint in his eye, he said, "You are young, but if you acquire a criminal record, it could affect your entire future." The chief feigned concern for Lin Shi's well-being. Noticing Lin Shi's lack of rebuttal, he continued, "We can forego reporting this incident as long as you compensate for the losses our village incurred. Then we can consider this matter resolved. What do you say?" "It cannot be resolved. Kill him. He must pay for my son's life. He is the only heir of the Li family." Aunt Li, upon hearing the village chief's words, became agitated, crying and shouting. The village chief signaled to those behind him, and someone swiftly covered Aunt Li's mouth. "What do you think? Will you consider it?" The chief rubbed his hands together, his gaze drifting toward Lin Shi's safe house. Unlike the other ignorant villagers, he understood that chaos was unfolding outside: power outages, inoperable vehicles, and even snow in June. If the situation continued to deteriorate, it could very well lead to an apocalypse. He had a plan for his own future. It must be said that the village chief's ability to lead the entire village toward prosperity did indicate some level of intelligence. Lin Shi, with a smile that was neither here nor there, looked at the village chief and asked, "You want me to pay?" The village chief's eyes glinted with cunning as he grinned. "Well, a little money will suffice. We don't need much. Just give us this house behind you, and that will suffice." With the ATM out of order and the banks overcrowded, the village chief was well aware that money was no longer accessible. What he desired was a place to secure his livelihood before chaos ensued. Lin Shi's eyes turned colder. They had their sights set on his safe house. How naive! He immediately darkened his expression and said, "Get lost." The village chief's smile froze, and anger flickered in his eyes. "Young man, think carefully. If it weren't for those meddlesome security personnel this morning, you would have been killed by Chong." The implication was that Lin Shi had merely been lucky to escape a brush with death. The other villagers shared this belief. There were many, and even if Lin Shi was strong, they were accustomed to hard labor. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is, a kitchen knife can still pose a threat. They had witnessed Lin Shi nearly being slain by Li Chong that very morning. You may not know, but chaos reigns outside. Even if someone is killed, tossing the body aside would attract no investigation. I advise you to consider whether your life is worth more than some trivial possessions. The village chief narrowed his eyes, his words a blatant threat. The other villagers immediately brandished their weapons, aligning with the chief to display their fierce demeanor. With a scoff, Lin Shi laughed, amused by their assumption that their numbers made him a soft target. Little did they know, had the troops in Shasher not appeared, he would have killed them without hesitation. If they sought their own demise, he would not show mercy. "You old fool, if you desire my possessions, you may take them from my lifeless body. Spare me your empty words. You are utterly ungrateful." Chapter 59. The emergence of the beasts. The village chief, having completely lost his patience, exhibited a countenance of fury. "Since you wish to die, I shall grant your wish." Wang Liang exchanged a glance with the villagers who were smashing the door alongside him, and together they brandished their iron hammers towards Lin Shi. Though a blow from a hammer would not be instantly fatal, it would certainly result in fractures and internal injuries. In the current state of medical care, suffering severe injuries is far more terrifying than immediate death. Upon witnessing this scene, Aunt Li ceased her struggles, a glimmer of vengeance reflected in her eyes. However, before her smile could fully blossom, the situation took a dramatic turn. As the two assailants moved, Lin Shi also sprang into action. He swiftly seized Wang Liang's hammer handle, pulling both the man and the hammer toward him. In Wang Liang's moment of shock, the hammers collided with a resounding crash. The other villager suffered a grievous injury. His hands crushed and was sent sprawling by a powerful kick from Lin Shi, the hammer slipping from his grasp and striking another villager on the head. The villager fell lifelessly to the ground, leaving others in the village to gasp in horror. The village chief, witnessing the chaos, retreated into the crowd, commanding his fellow villagers, "You lot, attack him together." 5 villagers, brandishing their axes, converged upon Lin Shi. They came at him with all their might, swinging their weapons with reckless abandon. Lin Shi, shaking off Wang Liang, drew the knife from behind him his gaze sharpening as he advanced towards the oncoming villagers. With a deft twist of his foot, he evaded their attacks, his blade slicing through the air and grazing the neck of the nearest assailant. Avoiding the geyser of blood that erupted, he swiftly maneuvered behind the remaining attackers, thrusting his knife into one villager's back. In an instant, he had dispatched two foes. The ordinary villagers, relying solely on sheer ferocity, possessed neither skill nor combat experience. To Lin Shi, they were as inconsequential as mere chickens. If he were to employ firearms against these unseasoned individuals, it would render the 8 years he had spent in the apocalypse meaningless. The remaining 3 villagers, paralyzed by fear at the sight of their fallen comrades, stood frozen, their weapons unmoving. This was the consequence of a lack of combat experience, instinctively fearing death. They were overwhelmed by cowardice at the sight of their companion's demise. Yet Lin Shi understood that regardless of the brutal circumstances, as long as he had the ability to fight and his enemies remained standing, he could not afford to relent. Either he would strike or he would flee. Stopping meant death. With ease, Lin Shi plunged his knife into the neck of the 3rd villager and swiftly slit the throat of the 4th. The last remaining villager finally regained his wits, turning to flee while incoherently shouting, "Chief, he has a knife. He is killing people." However, he had barely taken a few steps before the blade emerged from his chest. Lin Shi withdrew the knife, casting a sweeping glance at the villagers who stood frozen in shock at a distance. Alarmed by Lin Shi's ferocious assault, the village chief felt a sense of foreboding rise within him, bellowing, "So what if he knows martial arts? Even a blind punch can fell a master. He has only 2 hands and 1 knife. Everyone, attack him together." The other villagers exchanged apprehensive glances, torn between the chief's authority and the fear that gripped them at the sight of Lin Shi and his bloody blade. Having never witnessed bloodshed, their instinctual fear overpowered any respect they held for the chief. "My goodness, he is killing people." One villager abandoned his tools and fled. This triggered a chain reaction, as others hastily discarded their belongings and followed suit. "Do not run," the chief shouted in desperation. Yet the villagers, consumed by panic, were deaf to his cries. A throng of terrified individuals surged forward, toppling the chief to the ground. "You all, oh no, do not crush me." Under the stampede, the chief soon found himself adorned with numerous footprints, rendered speechless. Once the villagers had fled, he lay there, covered in marks of trampling, his breath shallow and labored. Lin Shi did not pursue the rabble. His gaze remained fixed upon the village chief, a man who could maintain control over the village even in times of peace. Evading the authority of law enforcement was certainly a formidable figure. Should he be given the opportunity in this apocalyptic world, he might very well lead these villagers to wreak havoc. Lin Shi stepped forward, plunging his knife into the chief's heart, dragging the unconscious leader away. The chief, struck in the heart, momentarily regained consciousness, staring fiercely at Lin Shi before succumbing to his fate. He could hardly fathom that he had been betrayed by the very villagers he had nurtured. As Lin Shi prepared to discard the lifeless bodies down a mountainside, a cacophony of cries erupted from further up the slope. "Help! Do not come near! Do not come near!" A wild boar, larger than any common wild boar, burst forth from the underbrush, charging at a group of villagers. Many stumbled and fell over the cliff's edge, while others collided with the mountainside, spitting blood. With only one path down the mountain, these villagers were no match for the speed of the wild boar. Each collision with its sharp tusks claimed a life. Only after leaving a trail of corpses did the beast halt its assault, seizing one of the fallen bodies and beginning to feast. The fleeing villagers dared not look back, oblivious to the fact that this wild boar was unlike any they had encountered before. While ordinary wild boars seldom attacked without provocation, this one had crimson eyes and savored the taste of human flesh, its expression one of grotesque delight. Lin Shi, witnessing the scene, widened his eyes in shock, his pupils constricting. Beasts of aberration. In his previous life, the onset of extreme cold had led to widespread plant death and the demise of countless herbivores. Yet some animals had survived the low temperatures, emerging from their mountainous habitats to hunt humans. In the first 3 years of the apocalypse, humans organized hunting parties. Despite casualties, they managed to secure some food sources. At that time, survivors did not perceive these creatures as threats, as authorities focused on restoring humanity's lost technological civilization. Little did they know that these once protected animals would breed at an alarming rate, launching attacks on humanity. By the fourth year of the apocalypse, the first wave of beast tides emerged. As time passed, human ammunition dwindled, and despite efforts to resume production, the pace could not keep up with demand. Human defenses began to falter. Meanwhile, carnivorous animals not only grew larger and more ferocious, but also exhibited various mutations. The term isho began to circulate, referring to these transformed creatures. Scientists discovered a substance within their blood and flesh that accelerated evolutionary processes. By the sixth year of the apocalypse, standard bullets could no longer penetrate the increasingly thick hides of these beasts. It was only then that humanity realized that without change, they could not contend with these aberrant creatures. Lin Shi had not anticipated that these beasts would manifest at the very beginning of this life. His expression shifted from astonishment to grave concern. Is this the outcome of accelerating the speed of species evolution as mentioned by the Duplication? Seemingly sensing Lin Shi's gaze, the wild boar ceased its feeding and turned its head to look at him. Chapter 60. Unlocking the first stage of the genetic lock. The mutated wild boar gazed at Lin Shi, its crimson eyes seemingly capable of evoking the deepest fears within one's heart. Lin Shi involuntarily tightened his grip on the knife he held. The mutated beasts not only possess higher defensive capabilities than ordinary animals, but their strength, speed, and intelligence also exceed that of typical creatures. In his previous life, he and Zhao Xiao had once teamed up with others to slay a mutated beast. However, due to disagreements over the spoils, Zhao Xiao was nearly killed by the opposing party, and from that moment on, he refused to hunt mutated beasts again. At that time, Lin Shi had no chance of winning in a one-on-one confrontation with the mutated beast, extinguishing any desire to hunt. Facing the mutated beast once more in this life, it was impossible not to feel nervous. However, this time, Lin Shi was no longer the impoverished soul armed only with a dagger. Gathering his focus, he summoned the military knife back into his space. In its place appeared a sleek black weapon, a crossbow. Although a handgun boasts a faster firing rate, its power pales in comparison to that of the crossbow, especially given the notorious thickness of the wild boar's hide. The crossbow can effortlessly shatter an elephant's skull within a range of 150 meters, showcasing its formidable power. As the crossbow materialized in Lin Shi's hands, the mutated wild boar seemed to sense the threat and charged straight at him. Lin Shi quickly readied the crossbow. Just as he aimed, the long, quiet Duplication interface suddenly transformed. Detected a first-stage source beast. Please eliminate the source beast and absorb its source energy. Source beast? Source energy? Lin Shi paused momentarily. The mutated wild boar, moving with astonishing speed, closed half the distance in the blink of an eye, and Lin Shi could even smell the pungent scent rushing towards him. He immediately regained his composure, swiftly aimed, and released an arrow. However, the shot was too hasty. A minor miscalculation led to a significant error. He had intended to target the weak point above the wild boar's eyes, but instead struck its snout, piercing through and exiting beneath its mouth. The arrow effectively sealed the wild boar's mouth. Yet, this injury, while provoking its wrath, would hardly impede the beast's mobility in the short term. The mutated wild boar let out a pained roar, its once crimson eyes now blazing with rage as it charged at Lin Shi with even greater speed. There was no time for another shot. Lin Shi decisively retracted the crossbow and rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the wild boar's collision. Against such a mutated beast, a single impact could render one incapacitated. Its sharp tusks could easily pierce a person, while its tremendous force could turn internal organs to pulp. The wild boar raced ahead for over 10 meters before finally slowing down, turning back to charge at Lin Shi once more. Lin Shi quickly regained his footing, and as he stood, the military knife reappeared in his hand. At this point, he was merely a dozen meters away from the mutated wild boar, a distance that would be closed in the blink of an eye. As the wild boar surged towards him, its massive size created a more intense visual impact. The imminent danger sent Lin Shi's heart racing, adrenaline surging through him, yet his gaze remained increasingly composed. As the mutated wild boar collided with him, he swiftly sidestepped, bringing the military knife across the beast's slick hide. A wound, over half a meter long, instantly appeared along the wild boar's flank, blood spraying everywhere. However, Despite delivering that strike, Lin Shi felt no joy. He understood that this wound, though appearing severe, merely grazed the surface of the wild boar's hide, barely penetrating its thick flesh. In comparison to the beast's massive size, this injury was far from fatal. Conversely, the force of the blow had caused his palm to split open, blood flowing freely. Had it been an ordinary wild boar, it would have been disemboweled by such a strike. The extraordinary defensive capability of mutated creatures was evident. Infuriated by the pain, the wild boar pivoted swiftly. Once again, the distance between man and beast diminished. Lin Shi felt a slight sweat forming in his palm, gripping the knife. The wild boar's speed was overwhelming, making evasion nearly impossible at such a close range. He had no choice but to fight. A resolute expression flitted across Lin Shi's face as he surged forward, attacking the mutated wild boar head-on. The boar's form loomed larger before him, its sharp tusks seemingly inches away. The intense sense of life-and-death crisis sent a shiver down Lin Shi's spine, and his adrenaline peaked. Just as he was about to collide with the wild boar, Lin Shi felt something within him shatter. The wild boar's speed appeared to slow, and the surrounding sounds dulled. Suddenly, all the knowledge and combat experience he had learned flashed through his mind. His brain entered a state of rapid calculation. Current wind speed 4, northeast wind. The concrete road slope was 276 degrees. The mutated wild boar's speed was 198 meters per second. His own explosive speed was 13 meters per second. In 0.7 seconds, a collision would occur with a mortality rate of 99. 99. Optimal evasion angle, optimal attack angle, optimal strike point. These pieces of information raced through Lin Shi's mind at lightning speed. He then felt as if his body had transformed into a finely tuned machine. There was no need for conscious thought. His brain had already selected the optimal moment and angle to evade the wild boar's charge, narrowly escaping the impact. His arm moved like the most precise mechanical hand, unleashing all its strength at the perfect moment, plunging the knife deep into the wild boar's neck. He immediately released his grip, avoiding being propelled away by the beast's force. The wild boar, impaled in the neck, continued forward for several meters due to inertia before turning back. Despite the strike, it did not succumb immediately. However, its speed had significantly decreased, and the wild boar stumbled as it prepared for a final attempt. Just as it turned, it was met with a razor-sharp arrow. The instant he released the military knife, the crossbow reappeared in Lin Shi's hands. Anticipating the wild boar's reaction, he shot an arrow without aiming, as if the beast had turned directly into the path of the projectile. The arrow's tremendous force penetrated the wild boar's skull in an instant. The creature swayed twice before crashing to the ground. In the next moment, clarity returned to Lin Shi's eyes. He examined his hands, a strange light flickering in his gaze. Was this the sensation of unlocking the genetic lock? No wonder, even in the pitch-black rainforest, Number 2 could still discern its position and movements through nearly imperceptible sounds. In that fleeting moment of unlocking the genetic lock, his brain operated with the precision of a computer. Alas, it could only be sustained for 3 seconds. It could only be utilized in critical moments, and surely the after effects would soon arrive, right? Just as this thought crossed Lin Shi's mind, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his limbs. The aftermath of the gene lock's release has manifested. Chapter 61, Extreme Cold Evolution. Moments later, Lin Shi finally regained his composure. Unlike Su Qin, who succumbed to unconsciousness after unlocking her first gene lock, his pain endured for a shorter duration. Most importantly, he did not perceive it as excessively agonizing. Though pain was present, it certainly did not reach the level of unbearable suffering. Was there a variance in the gene lock's effects among individuals? Lin Shi pondered this question momentarily, choosing to suppress it for now as more pressing matters demanded his attention. He approached the lifeless, mutated wild boar. This creature was likely what the treasure basin referred to as a first-tier source beast. How was he to absorb the so-called source power? Lin Shi knelt before the wild boar, deep in contemplation. Detected unbound source power. Would you like to absorb it? Yes or no? The treasure basin interface suddenly displayed a line of text. Lin Shi's spirits lifted as he replied, yes. Please maintain physical contact with the source beast. Caution, the absorption process must not be interrupted. If interrupted, the source power will dissipate and become irretrievable. If interrupted, it could not be obtained? Lin Shi hesitated for a moment, then stored the wild boar's carcass in his space and made his way towards the safe house. He was uncertain how long the absorption process would take. Although the area was deserted, it was better to err on the side of caution. Returning to the safe house was the safest option. Lin Shi hurried back, gently patting the Demon King's head to indicate it should remain in the living room before entering a storeroom intended for miscellaneous items. He retrieved the mutated wild boar's body from a space, and the treasure basin interface reappeared with the prompt. Detected unbound source power. Would you like to absorb it? Yes or no? Lin Shi breathed a sigh of relief, placing his hand on the boar's sticky fur, and affirmed yes. As soon as he spoke, an invisible source power began to withdraw from the mutated wild boar and surged into his body through his palm. Lin Shi felt a mild warmth spreading through his hand and arm, followed by a refreshing sensation coursing through his entire being, reaching down to his very cells and soul. This feeling lasted for 2 minutes before subsiding, leaving him with no further sensations. As Lin Shi withdrew his hand, he felt an inexplicable yearning for more. Was this the sensation of evolution? Smacking his lips, he returned the boar to his space and washed his hands. Soon, he realized his walking speed had slightly increased compared to before. He also tested his strength, which had improved as well. Overall, his physical capabilities had enhanced by approximately 10%. He was certain that source power was the key to rapid human evolution. Lin Shi recalled the onset of the apocalypse when the treasure basin exhibited anomalies. Solar storms have arrived. Geomagnetic storms are forming. Source materials are rapidly generating. Source power could facilitate biological evolution. The so-called source materials were the keys to enabling creatures to evolve through source power. Acquiring source materials and forming source power was the crux of becoming stronger. In his previous life, scientists had discovered that animals and plants underwent mutations, while humans were merely more resilient to cold. This proved that source materials could be passively absorbed by flora and fauna, while humans could not. They had to absorb it actively. This was why the concept of resonance emerged in his former existence. During the 2 years of practicing resonance, Lin Shi had distinctly noticed improvements in his physical constitution. Otherwise, he would not have been able to join forces with others to slay a mutated beast. He recalled that since the onset of the apocalypse, he had not practiced the nourishing technique. Now was an opportune moment to compare the efficacy of the nourishing technique with resonance. Without delay, Lin Shi commenced practicing the nourishing technique in the living room. As he anticipated, after completing a set of the technique, the warm sensation in his body intensified, accompanied by a tingling feeling reminiscent of absorbing source power. He attempted resonance again and found its effects considerably inferior to those of the nourishing technique, at least half as effective, if not more. With a flick of his palm, the nourishing technique materialized in his hand, still appearing tattered and dirty. The nourishing technique and resonance. If he encountered that plump Taoist again, he would certainly inquire about the origins of this technique. Lin Shi stored the nourishing technique once more. Ordinary individuals could unlock gene locks, and now even mutated beasts had emerged. This apocalypse was no longer the same as the one in his previous life. The outside world would soon become fraught with danger. Lin Shi turned to observe the Demon King, who lay on the carpet, curiously gazing at him, and affectionately patted its head, saying, "Demon King, let us strive to grow stronger together. Woof. Delicacies for dinner. Woof." That evening, Lin Shi prepared the mutated wild boar. The massive carcass weighed at least 400 pounds. Truly substantial. He had long heard that the meat of mutated beasts was exceptionally delicious, and he was eager to try it. Lin Shi first cut a large piece for the Demon King, then cooked several slices of wild boar steak for himself. To his surprise, the mutated wild boar meat was not as tough as that of ordinary wild boars and lacked any unpleasant odor. It was satisfying to chew, bursting with flavor. Lin Shi devoured 7 pieces before pausing. Even the Demon King enjoyed 2 extra pieces, licking its lips in satisfaction. This might be related to how source power had transformed the very essence of the source beast's life. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Shi decided to take a stroll outside. The Demon King insisted on accompanying him, but it had no fur at the moment. Concerned that it might get cold, Lin Shi found a piece of clothing, modified it slightly, and dressed the Demon King. It appeared somewhat uncomfortable, but ultimately accepted being wrapped up by Lin Shi. Outside, heavy snow had begun to fall. In just a few hours, there was no trace of blood on the ground. From the mountain, he gazed down at the dimly lit county town, which was shrouded in darkness. Occasionally, faint lights flickered from some homes, likely candles being lit. Demon King, there will no longer be 1,000 homes aglow, Lin Shi murmured as he looked upon the enveloping darkness. He had come to comprehend the significance of this apocalypse. Humanity had remained at the pinnacle of the food chain for far too long in comfort. This apocalypse might be an enforced return to competition between humans and other creatures. Regarding why the previous two apocalypses had rebooted, he harbored his own suspicions. Humanity had grown accustomed to relying on external forces, forgetting to enhance themselves. In the years leading up to the last apocalypse, humanity still yearned to restore technological civilization. Lin Shi could imagine that decades after his death, the evolutionary pace of flora and fauna would far surpass that of humans, with their reproduction rates outpacing humanity by several folds. And as humanity lagged behind, it would inevitably lead to extinction. As the sole individual privy to this knowledge, Lin Shi felt as though a heavy stone weighed down on his heart. What was he to do? The Demon King looked up at Lin Shi, seemingly sensing the weight of his burden, and nuzzled against his leg. The man and dog stood together in the pitch-black snow, enveloped in silence. Chapter 62. The Blue Pill. The following day marked the 4th day since the apocalypse commenced. Early in the morning, Lin Shi practiced the nourishing technique in the living room, aware that practicing the nourishing technique could enhance his strength. He devoted ample time to its cultivation. After returning to the safe house the previous night, he had practiced the technique for several hours until his limbs were too fatigued to move, at which point he finally retired for the night. After a night of rest, he had come to a realization. He was but one individual, unable to influence the entirety of the world. Even if he were to approach the authorities to proclaim that this is the 3rd apocalypse and humanity must now elevate itself, abandoning the desire to restore technological civilization, the officials would hardly heed his words. They might even imprison him, demanding to know how he acquired such knowledge, or worse, eliminate him in an attempt to seize the Reborn. The most favorable outcome would see him merely as a tool for the elites. Lin Shi had not yet reached the level of greatness where he would sacrifice himself for the sake of all humanity. Possessing the Reborn, the Yang Shengjie, and understanding the truth of this cataclysm, he stood ahead of everyone else. His utmost priority was to continually strengthen himself. Only by becoming formidable enough to instill fear in the authorities could he attain the power to converse with them as equals. A mere ant cannot influence the world, but a giant surely can. Moreover, he needed to ascertain whether this world was worth saving and to what extent he should go. After all, the worst outcome would merely be mutual destruction. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Shi envisioned the faces of the Shun family, his gaze turning icy in an instant. Individuals like Shun Fanren were unworthy of living well. The Demon King, who had been observing Lin Shi's cultivation, noticed his sudden, terrifying expression, widening its eyes and instinctively recoiling. After concluding his practice, Lin Shi took a moment to rest, preparing 2 ham sandwiches, boiling 30 eggs, and brewing 2 cups of milk, sharing them equally with the Demon King. In this regard, he and the Demon King were quite compatible, both possessing substantial appetites. After breakfast, he reinstalled the previously disassembled camera back onto the outer door's peephole. Outside, a fierce snowstorm had begun. The world was shrouded in a blanket of white snow. The outdoor temperature had plummeted to minus 31 degrees Celsius. The villagers who had fled did not return to cause trouble. Last night, countless lives were likely claimed by the cold while they slept. At this moment, they were probably too preoccupied with their own survival. The official supplies that Li Wei had mentioned had yet to materialize. Lin Shi surmised that the temperature had dropped too rapidly and unexpectedly. The authorities had intended to distribute lighting supplies to reassure the populace, but they had not anticipated that the ability to see light at night would become irrelevant. What people needed most were warmth and food. He was not particularly concerned about the official supplies. Rather, he was curious to see the extent of the Shashru officials' capabilities. Upon returning to the safe house, Lin Shi tended to the Demon King's wounds. The Demon King's healing ability was astonishing. A day had passed, and there was no sign of inflammation or infection, only some scabbing. To be safe, Lin Shi administered half a tube of anti-inflammatory injection. After the injection, the Demon King paced restlessly within the safe house, frequently glancing towards the door, seemingly brimming with excess energy. "Once you're healed, I'll take you outside," Lin Shi remarked with a sigh. He recalled that among the pet supplies he had collected were some toys, which he could use to keep the Demon King occupied. "I'll find you some toys to play with." Lin Shi communicated with the space using his thoughts, sweeping his consciousness through the vast expanse. Suddenly, he noticed a box. In an instant, a box appeared in his hand. This was the box that Shen Jinbin's bodyguard had intended to take into the hospital. Lin Shi had swapped it out with a handgun before hastily returning to the safe house and had completely forgotten about its existence until now. The Demon King, having noticed the box in Lin Shi's hand, approached with its bald head and sniffed. "Not this one." Lin Shi gently pushed the Demon King's head away, and with his other hand, he produced a ball and tossed it to the Demon King. "Play with this." However, the Demon King merely glanced at the ball before turning back to fixate on the box, appearing far more intrigued by it. Lin Shi had no way to dissuade him and said, "Then let's take a look together, though I don't know what's inside. Be careful and keep your distance." The Demon King obediently settled on the sofa beside Lin Shi. Lin Shi cautiously opened the box. Inside, 6 blue pills were neatly arranged, resembling the blue medication obtained from number 2, although differing in shape and being somewhat larger. The Demon King had somehow crept over, sniffing the blue pills. These pills were originally meant to be delivered by the security guard to save Shen Jinbin. What could they possibly be? Lin Shi picked one up. The moment he made contact with the pill, the Duplication suddenly issued a prompt. "Detected trace source material. Do you wish to absorb it?" Lin Shi's heart skipped a beat. These pills contained source material? He was acutely aware of what source material represented. Shen Fanren had managed to extract such material even before the apocalypse? Lin Shi's expression turned serious as he decisively responded, "Yes. Absorb." In the next moment, a faint warmth flowed from the point of contact between his fingers and the pill into Lin Shi's body. He felt a slight warmth in his arm, but no further reaction occurred. Upon reflection, the sensation of absorbing the pill was somewhat akin to that of absorbing source power. Its efficacy was hardly a fraction of that. The source material contained within the pills left by number 2 was even more meager, and the Duplication provided no prompt when he held it. This realization relieved Lin Shi slightly. Had these pills contained a significant amount of source material, he would have to reconsider seeking revenge against the Shen family. Number 2 had mentioned before dying that Shen Fanren was cultivating gene warriors. If these pills contained substantial source material, it would imply that Shen Fanren had likely succeeded. However, it appeared that was not the case. Moreover, these pills seemed to hold considerable value for Shen Fanren, as he would not have waited until his son was on the brink of death to present 6 of them. Turning to see the Demon King still sniffing the pills, eyes filled with yearning, Lin Shi asked, "Do you want to eat it?" The Demon King responded with a bark. Source material is beneficial for both humans and animals. However, the amount of source material present in these pills was trivial compared to the gains from a single cultivation of the Yangsheng Jie. Lin Shi generously tossed the pill into the Demon King's mouth. The Demon King swallowed the pill and licked its lips. Noticing no adverse reactions, Lin Shi fed the remaining 5 pills to the Demon King. What began as a casual action unexpectedly yielded delightful surprises the following day. Upon awakening, Lin Shi was startled by the Duplication, which suddenly emitted a prompt. Detected a first-tier source beast within 2 meters. Chapter 63. The Demon King's evolution. This prompt startled Lin Shi, causing him to leap from his bed. 2 meters? Wasn't that within his own room? What kind of source beast could breach the sanctuary's defenses and enter his chamber? In that instant, Lin Shi felt every hair on his body stand on end. Upon glancing around, he found no other life forms in the room apart from himself and the Demon King, who lay on the carpet. The Demon King had also been roused by Lin Shi's commotion. The two exchanged wide-eyed gazes. As Lin Shi awakened, the Demon King approached, wagging its tail and nudging him affectionately. After a moment, Lin Shi confirmed that the first-tier source beast indicated by the Duplication was indeed the Demon King. He could hardly contain his astonishment. Upon careful observation, the exterior of the Demon King exhibited no significant changes. Remarkably, the grievous wounds that had marred its body had all scabbed over after just one night. Even the previously stitched wounds were nearly healed. With such a remarkable rate of recovery, it seemed that with a bit of caution, full recovery would be achieved in a matter of days. What astonishing, self-healing abilities. After the initial shock, overwhelming joy followed. I could actually become companions with a Yuan beast? Lin Shi, rarely showing such emotion, beamed a broad smile. He affectionately patted the Demon King. Its pair of heterochromatic eyes appeared to glimmer with vitality. The blue one was increasingly clear and bright, while the red one exuded an alluring mystique. With the transformation into a Yuan beast, its intelligence had evidently increased. Lin Shi extended 2 fingers towards the Demon King, inquiring, "How many is this? Woof. How many is this? Woof woof. What is this plus this? Woof 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 woof." After conducting his tests, Lin Shi confirmed that the Demon King's intelligence was comparable to that of a human child of approximately 10 years. Perhaps with further learning, its intellect would ascend even higher. Lin Shi carefully removed the stitches from the Demon King. He speculated that it had already absorbed a substantial amount of Yuan material prior, reaching the threshold for evolution. Thus, after consuming the pills he had provided, it evolved directly. Once the stitches were removed, the Demon King licked Lin Shi. "Good dog." Lin Shi reached out to stroke the Demon King's head. As before, upon hearing Lin Shi's praise, the Demon King's tail wagged enthusiastically. The transformation into a Yuan beast had not altered its temperament. Over the course of the day, Lin Shi's observations further solidified this belief. He had a premonition that the Demon King would become his greatest ally, second only to the treasure trove. 3 days passed. The blizzard thoroughly introduced this city, which had never seen snow, to the harsh reality of an icy world. The temperature plummeted to over -30 degrees Celsius, with nighttime temperatures sinking even lower, reaching over -50. Although Lin Shi had not been to Shashir in his past life, he recalled that Haishir's temperature on the 4th day was over -50, with nighttime lows dipping to -80. At this juncture in the north, the temperature must have descended to around -70 or even -90 degrees. If Lin Shi were in Haishir in this life, he would discover that the current temperature had fallen to over -60 during the day, and, at night, it had plunged to -80 or even -90. In the north, if someone were to traverse with a thermal sensing device, they would see that the surviving life forms were exceedingly few. Near the extreme north, there are no signs of life remaining. This time of extreme cold in the apocalypse was even harsher than the previous one. During these days, Lin Shi remained in the safe house, indulging in food and drink with the Demon King while practicing his cultivation techniques. Outside, the temperature hovered over -30 degrees, while indoors, with the heater running, it was a comfortable 20 degrees. Other survivors wrapped themselves in every piece of clothing, curtains, and bed sheets they could find. It still could not fend off the bone-chilling cold. Lin Shi, however, comfortably wore only a short-sleeved shirt and shorts in the safe house, sweating profusely while practicing his techniques, and even indulged in a glass of freshly squeezed juice. The relentless blizzard caused some who once prided themselves on living in high-rise buildings to lament their choices after enduring the storm, which shattered glass windows and sliding doors. Cold winds poured in from every corner, leaving the entire suite in disarray. There was not only a lack of electricity, but also frozen water pipes. Deprived of running water, survivors had to use basins and buckets to collect snow and melt it for use. It was only after many plastic containers had been damaged by the cold that they thought to retrieve their stainless steel basins from storage. With the gas supply also cut off, those without gas could only despairingly consume raw food while waiting for rescue. In contrast, Lin Shi had sealed the well in advance, and since the water pipes were buried at least 6 meters underground, they remained unfrozen and usable. Furthermore, even if the well water were to freeze, he had installed a stainless steel water tank beneath the safe house during its construction, ensuring a continuous supply of water. Lin Shi enjoyed barbecuing meat, preparing hot pot, and cooking boiled fish daily. When boredom struck, he watched downloaded shows and even initiated a 9-year compulsory education program for the Demon King. Aside from the inability to venture outside for leisure and having to shovel snow daily, his life remained quite similar to that before the apocalypse. The villagers at the foot of the mountain, however, faced a far more difficult existence. After Lin Shi's escape, over a dozen lives were claimed by mutated wild boars. The villagers who had not followed Lin Shi discovered that within just 2 or 3 hours, the group of dozens had diminished significantly. Upon hearing about the events on the mountain and losing their steadfast leader, the villagers descended into chaos. Some wept bitterly, others sought the help of peacekeepers, while some prepared to take arms and confront the threat, resulting in complete disarray. Soon after, the blizzard descended upon them. Although it was a mountain village, the villagers who had lived in Shashur for decades lacked experience in enduring such cold. The windows of their self-built homes were not nearly as thick as the soundproof glass found in the city. On the first night, most of the village's glass shattered under the sudden drop in temperature and the relentless assault of the storm. Fortunately, the residents of Wulong village had somewhat on hand, allowing them to make repairs throughout the night and barely survive the onslaught. However, by the end of that night, 1/3 of the villagers were afflicted with fever and illness. Moreover, the repaired windows still leaked cold air. Most villagers had to relocate their beds to windowless rooms or the first-floor hall. Yet, they were better off than the city dwellers, as most families in the village used gas canisters and still relied on firewood for cooking. They also maintained a habit of keeping candles and flashlights on hand. Thus, dining and illumination were not significant issues. However, as the blizzard persisted for several days without respite, many sick villagers could no longer endure the harsh conditions. Numerous elderly residents quietly departed from this world amidst the howling winds of the blizzard. On the morning of that day, those who could awaken from their slumber discovered that the ravaging blizzard had finally ceased. Even the long-lost sun re-emerged in the sky. Chapter 64. The Return of Sunshine. Witnessing the sun once again illuminate the earth, the survivors were overjoyed, believing that this nightmare was nearing its end. Yet, they soon realized that the sun no longer shone with its former brilliance and warmth. Even standing under its rays, they could scarcely feel its comforting heat. Those residing on the first floor, without eaves to shield them from the wind and snow, quickly found their doors unable to budge. The relentless blizzard had deposited over a meter of snow across the entire city of Shashur. Those with windows had to climb through them to clear the snow from their doorways, while those without windows had to devise ways to navigate from the second floor. For Lin Shi, however, this was not a problem. When he designed the safe house, he incorporated the lessons learned from his past life, opting for inward opening doors. Thus, even with a thick layer of snow outside, the door could still be opened, though it required regular snow removal to prevent being buried inside. At this moment, the door of the safe house swung open, and Lin Shi and the Demon King emerged. The injuries on the Demon King had fully healed. The once gory wounds had transformed into delicate, pink scars. The fur that had been shaved off had grown back, and in just a few days, a soft layer of fuzz had begun to sprout. However, the outdoor temperatures were still too frigid, so it donned a rather unseemly garment that Lin Shi had modified by hand. Lin Shi was clad in a waterproof and cold-resistant jacket, beneath which lay a set of thermal underwear paired with a high-neck fleece sweater. His footwear consisted of anti-slip snow boots, while his hands were encased in insulated, waterproof gloves. A windproof hat adorned his head, and a face mask shielded his visage from the biting cold. Finally, he donned a pair of ski goggles to protect his eyes from the sun's glare reflecting off the snow. He was truly prepared for the elements. From his spatial storage, Lin Shi retrieved a set of skiing equipment and, after strapping on his skis, turned to the eager demon dog beside him and proclaimed, "Let us depart. Do not run too fast, and be mindful of turns." Upon hearing the command to start, the demon dog bolted away like a wild stallion, racing through the snow with reckless abandon. Lin Shi chuckled wryly and gave chase. The duo swiftly descended the mountain. Upon reaching the base, Lin Shi stowed his skis and, accompanied by the demon dog, ambled toward the city, stepping carefully through the snow. Many others were also emerging from their homes, bundled in layers of clothing that seemed to consist of every garment they could find. In comparison, Lin Shi appeared rather lightly dressed. However, the frostbitten lips and the reddened faces and hands of those around him illustrated who was truly warm. A young man, clad in youthful attire, caught sight of Lin Shi and called out enviously, "Hey, you with the dog? What's your name?" When Lin Shi did not respond, the young man hurried over, tripping on the snow and tumbling into the white powder, but quickly regained his footing and continued to approach Lin Shi. Only when he caught up did Lin Shi halt and turn, regarding the young man with an icy glare. "My name is Qian Liang. May I ask your surname?" he inquired, brushing the snow off his clothing with a sycophantic expression. Lin Shi replied tersely, Speak plainly. Qian Liang appraised Lin Shi's attire with unabashed envy. I was merely wondering where you purchased your outfit. I wish to acquire a similar one. In the city's mall, Lin Shi replied succinctly, before continuing on his way. Hey wait, how much does it cost? Do you have an extra one you could lend me? Qian Liang hastily trailed behind, peppering Lin Shi with questions. Lin Shi frowned and shot him a cold glance by your own. Do not follow me, or I shall not hold back. The demon dog also paused, glaring menacingly at Qian Liang, emitting a low growl. Frightened, Qian Liang glanced at the imposing demon dog and muttered, All right, take care, as Lin Shi moved away. Once Lin Shi was out of earshot, Qian Liang spat in disdain, relying on a dog for bravado. What is so impressive about that? At that moment, a middle-aged man in a down jacket passed by Qian Liang. He swiftly approached. Excuse me, sir, where did you get that jacket? Days prior, when he had last ventured outside, some shops had still been operating despite power outages. However, today, those remnants of normalcy were entirely absent. After enduring the harrowing changes of recent days, people finally realized that without diligently gathering food and warmth, survival was impossible. Along the way, numerous individuals wielded various tools and weapons, smashing shop windows. Groups surged into clothing and food stores, snatching supplies, while others resorted to outright theft from passersby. The social order had utterly collapsed. Lin Shi and the demon dog arrived at the entrance of a gold shop. His purpose for venturing out was to collect gold to upgrade the long-neglected treasure pot. The origins of this treasure pot were shrouded in mystery. It had the uncanny ability to predict apocalyptic events and was familiar with terms such as source power and source beasts, which no one had ever heard of before. Its enigmatic nature seemed to encompass all knowledge, capable of duplicating and storing items, functionalities that were beyond comprehension. It even possessed the potential to grant rebirth. Perhaps, upon upgrading the treasure pot to a certain level, unforeseen surprises would await him. Therefore, Lin Shi had never abandoned the thought of enhancing it. He gestured for the demon dog to stand back, then retrieved a hammer he had prepared in advance, striking the tempered glass of the gold shop with force. Lin Shi's current strength shattered the glass into countless fragments with a single blow. After several strikes, the entire pane fell away with a crash, scattering shards across the floor. The store was eerily silent, devoid of blaring alarms or startled employees. Leaving the demon dog on guard outside, Lin Shi proceeded to the gold shop, methodically breaking open display cases and collecting gold, silver, platinum, rose gold, and diamonds. Anything of value was stashed away in his backpack. He then transferred most of the contents into his spatial storage. The entire operation took less than half an hour. He refrained from directly using the spatial storage on the gold in the cases to avoid drawing attention to the intact displays, which would increase the risk of exposing his possession of the treasure pot. After ransacking one shop, he led the demon dog to the next. Lin Shi had previously visited the city before the apocalypse and was aware of the numerous gold shops scattered throughout. He continued his expedition, sweeping through 8 gold shops in total, including 3 large establishments. The accumulated wealth in gold and jewels would have been worth at least tens of millions before the apocalypse. The city was filled with shops, and many individuals had come to seize resources. Some attempted to join Lin Shi in his plundering of gold and jewels, but were deterred by the vigilant demon dog. Others scoffed at Lin Shi for hoarding items that were neither consumable nor wearable. By midday, Lin Shi and the demon dog found refuge in one of the gold shops he had emptied. Using his backpack as a shield, he produced some pre-prepared beef patties from his spatial storage and shared them with the demon dog. Though the shop was deserted, vigilance was paramount. Past experiences had taught him never to let his guard down. As they relished their meal, the sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance of the gold shop. A middle-aged couple, along with a girl who appeared to be around 17 and a boy in his early teens, entered Lin Shi's line of sight. The 2 middle-aged individuals and the girl carried a large bag, while the boy was empty-handed, suggesting they were a family out scavenging for supplies. Upon reaching the entrance of the gold shop, they peered inside, seemingly preparing to enter. Lin Shi cautioned, "There are others here. If you wish to rest, find another place." The 2 adults began to withdraw at his warning, but the boy halted, retorting, "Is this your home? I can go in if I want." His expression was sour, as if the world owed him a fortune, and he kicked at the glass shards as he attempted to step inside. The girl quickly intervened, "Akiyu, don't cause trouble." However, the young man's irritation seemed piqued, and he shrugged off the girl's hand, angrily advancing into the shop. I'm going in. What do you care? It's not yours. The boy, named Akiu, approached Lin Shi directly. It was only upon noticing the demon dog that he took a few steps back. Yet the sight of the beef patties in Lin Shi's hand caught his attention once more. Fixating on the beef patty, the three individuals outside stepped inside. The middle-aged couple, initially intending to call Ho outside, found their gaze irresistibly drawn to the beef patty. Although only a few days had passed since the loss of electricity and gas. For those accustomed to cooked meals and relying on meat, these days felt akin to enduring a fate of subsisting on dirt. Young man, feeding such fine meat to a dog seems like a tremendous waste, the middle-aged woman lamented, her eyes fixated on the beef patty by the Demon King's side. Upon hearing her words, the Demon King became displeased, raising its head with a fierce glint in its eyes, as if poised to retaliate against any perceived slight. The woman, immediately intimidated, clamped her mouth shut and retreated behind her husband. The middle-aged man, swallowing hard as he observed the beef patty, turned to Lin Shi and remarked, "You must keep such a large dog on a leash when out. What if it bites someone? Perhaps you should tie it up? If you fear being bitten, you are free to leave. You have already disrupted our meal," Lin Shi replied nonchalantly. The middle-aged man felt stung by Lin Shi's retort, his expression darkening. Yet he glanced at the Demon King and ultimately chose silence. At that moment, the boy named Ho piped up, "Mom, I want a beef patty." The middle-aged woman shot an awkward glance at Lin Shi before pulling the boy along, saying, "Mom will make you one at home. Let's go." "But there's no meat at home. We don't even have a hot meal. I want a beef patty now." The boy stomped his feet, tugging at his mother-esque clothing. "If I don't get a beef patty, I won't leave." Annoyed by the boy's incessant whining, Lin Shi cast a glance at him, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The boy froze in fear, falling silent. "Young man, could we perhaps exchange some items for 4, no, 3 beef patties?" The girl among the 4 eyed the patties hungrily, but upon hearing Lin Shi's refusal, she lowered her head. "2 would suffice, or even just 1. Please. My son hasn't eaten meat in days, and he has grown thin." The Demon King tilted its head, seemingly perplexed by the woman's desperate pleas. When Lin Shi remained unyielding, the middle-aged man retorted sharply, "They would rather feed their dog than trade. Spare us the humiliation and let us leave." With a resigned sigh, the middle-aged woman dragged her son out, and the family departed. Lin Shi ignored them and continued his meal, feeding another piece of beef patty to the Demon King. However, refused it and suddenly lifted its head, gazing outside. Following the Demon King's line of sight, Lin Shi turned to look at the street. At that moment, Ho broke free from his mother's grasp and lunged at Lin Shi, attempting to snatch the beef patty intended for the Demon King. "Give it to me." Lin Shi sensed the boy's approach with a surge of hostility. Simultaneously, the Demon King's demeanor shifted dramatically as it lunged toward the boy, sinking its teeth into his hand. "Ah!" 2 screams rang out simultaneously, one from the boy and the other from the middle-aged woman. The woman rushed forward, cradling her son, who had fainted from the pain, desperately calling his name. The Demon King spat out the bloody hand as if discarding something vile. Outside, a commotion began to unfold. Lin Shi prepared to investigate. "Stop right there." The middle-aged man glared furiously, confronting Lin Shi. "Your dog has bitten off my son's hand, and you think you can just walk away?" Lin Shi did not even glance back. The boy had approached to snatch food, and it was a testament to his dog-esque restraint that he was not killed. He patted the Demon King's head, saying, "Next time, if one approaches to steal, just bite them to death." The Demon King nodded obediently, turning back to observe the boy, seemingly contemplating whether to finish him off. "Do you have any humanity left? Feeding your dog is one thing, but this is a matter of life and death." The middle-aged man shouted, yet he dared not approach to avenge his son. Just then, clear cries of terror and frantic footsteps echoed from outside. "Help!" A crowd was fleeing down the street, pursued by a large, dark brown tabby cat, nearly the size of a lynx. This cat moved with incredible speed, its eyes glinting with a fierce light, devoid of the usual laziness associated with domestic cats. Each swipe of its sharp claws pierced through human flesh, tearing away chunks of meat. Once it felled a victim, it continued to shred them mercilessly before pouncing on the next. It seemed to regard humans as mere prey. After dispatching another victim, the cat leaped high, landing in front of the fleeing crowd, mockingly observing their despair. As the cat approached within 100 meters of the shop, Lin Shi received a notification from his treasure trove interface. A first-tier source beast has been detected within 100 meters. Another source beast had appeared. Lin Shi's expression hardened. After his last encounter, where he had been caught off guard by the sudden notification and failed to preemptively eliminate the mutated wild boar, he would not make the same mistake again. At that moment, the Demon King beside him erupted with fierce battle intent, its gaze locked onto the mutated tabby cat. The Demon King took a few steps forward, looking up at Lin Shi, seemingly seeking his approval. "You wish to confront that cat?" Lin Shi immediately comprehended the Demon King's intent. The Demon King nodded, recognizing the opportunity to eliminate a source beast and rapidly enhance its strength. Lin Shi was not about to let it slip away. The Demon King's initiative was unexpected, yet it afforded him a chance to gauge its combat prowess. He inquired, "Do you require assistance?" The Demon King nudged Lin Shi with its head, prompting him to step back, signaling for him to refrain from intervening. "Very well, go forth. With my presence nearby, you shall not come harm." The Demon King cast a grateful glance at Lin Shi before advancing toward the cat. Simultaneously, the mutated tabby cat seemed to sense something, turning to fixate on the approaching Demon King. It arched its body, letting out a warning yowl. Meow. The Demon King quickened its pace, launching itself at the cat. Both creatures were source beasts. While the Demon King was larger, the tabby cat's speed was astonishing. The battle between cat and dog was imminent. As Lin Shi attentively observed the impending clash, a dispute erupted among the family inside the jewelry store. "Hurry! Take Hyo to the hospital," the middle-aged woman urged, pressing fabric against the boy's wound to staunch the bleeding. "Do you not realize the state of hospitals now? Where will we find a doctor?" In recent days, the hospital has become the most chaotic place in the city, with a surge of individuals succumbing to injuries, frostbite, and fever. The arrival of a blizzard has trapped everyone inside, rendering the hospital overcrowded, yet lacking the resources to accommodate such a multitude. In their desperate plight, the starving and freezing individuals are pushed to the brink of survival, leading to unimaginable actions. The hospital has transformed into a hellish landscape. "What are we to do? Are we to watch Hyo perish here?" The middle-aged woman exclaimed in desperation. "Mother, first bind Hyo's wound with a rope to reduce the bleeding." The previously silent girl interjected. Upon hearing the girl speak, the woman's demeanor shifted, her tone sharp as she retorted, "What do you know, you wretched child? Do you wish for your brother to become a cripple?" The girl, appearing meek, replied softly, "I read about this online. If he continues to bleed, he will succumb to excessive blood loss." Her words ignited a volatile reaction, the middle-aged man swiftly striking the girl across the face in a fit of rage, venting his frustration on her instead of Lin Shi. "You want to watch your brother die, don't you? You worthless piece of trash. Why didn't you stop Hyo from coming in? Why didn't you help him grab the meat pie? Why weren't you the one bitten?" The girl stumbled to the ground, shards of glass embedding painfully into her palm. The middle-aged couple, however, remained oblivious to her suffering, the woman continuing her tirade of cruel insults. "If anything happens to your brother, you will not escape unscathed." The girl numbly rose, silently extracting the glass from her hand. Her gaze clouded with a disquieting darkness as she stared at the blood flowing from her wound. The clash between the animals was primal and brutal. In mere minutes, both the cat and the dog bore injuries. Those fleeing from the tabby cat seized the opportunity to escape amidst the turmoil. The tabby limped, its right leg wounded by the Demon King, while the latter bore deep gashes beneath its eyes, narrowly avoiding a strike to its eye. Lin Shi's heart raced. Should the Demon King face peril, he was prepared to deploy his ranged weapon. The Demon King lunged again, only to be evaded by the tabby. The tabby swiftly retaliated with a claw aimed at the Demon King. Sunlight glinted off its sharp claws as it tore through the Demon King's down jacket, feathers flying. Just then, Lin Shi's eyes narrowed, a deadly glint igniting within. A handgun discreetly emerged from his sleeve. A scream erupted from behind him. "Run! They want to kill you!" Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, the middle-aged couple had circled around, each brandishing a knife, their eyes filled with murderous intent. "Curse this ungrateful wretch!" The man glared at the girl as he realized he had been discovered. No longer concealing his intentions, he hissed at Lin Shi, "Your dog is not here, boy. You harm my son, and I will grind your bones to feed it." Stop wasting time. Kill him. I want that outfit, and I want beef pies. The woman insisted anxiously. They had been fixated on Lin Shi for some time, initially planning to target his dog. However, they had not anticipated the ferocity of the Demon King. Upon realizing the dog was formidable, they had contemplated retreating until nightfall to ambush Lin Shi, using the girl to distract the dog. Yet, fate intervened, and their son was the first to meet misfortune. Now, they resolved to act swiftly, seizing the moment while the dog was absent. Woof! The Demon King, sensing the threat to Lin Shi, emitted a furious roar, slamming the tabby cat to the ground before pouncing on its injured leg. With a decisive bite, the tabby's leg was severed, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. The Demon King then toppled the tabby, asserting its dominance as its sharp claws pinned down the struggling creature. In its final throes, the tabby clawed at the Demon King's leg, but in an instant, the Demon King crushed its neck. Meanwhile, an unexpected turn unfolded for Lin Shi. As the middle-aged couple charged at him with knives, the girl, who had been cowering in the shadows, suddenly brandished a cleaver and lunged at them. Chapter 67. Qin Shuang. None anticipated such a turn of events. The girl, initially the least noticeable among the four, who had appeared timid and reluctant to speak, now displayed extraordinary courage. Though petite, her strength was formidable, nearly severing the middle-aged man's neck with a single blow. The woman, caught off guard, was swiftly felled by the girl's attack. Lin Shi, taken aback by the unfolding chaos, observed with mild astonishment. After dispatching the tabby, the Demon King dashed back to Lin Shi's side. Lin Shi stroked the Demon King's head, offering reassurance, while retrieving medical supplies from his backpack to tend to its wounds, all the while keeping an eye on the developing situation. On the other side, the middle-aged man succumbed to his injuries, blood gushing from his severed carotid, his body convulsing as he rolled his eyes. The woman, still fighting for survival, lunged at the girl with a fruit knife. The girl dodged, but was struck in the arm. Yet, her resolve remained unbroken as she delivered another blow to the woman's head. Even as the woman lay motionless, the girl continued to strike, the splatter of blood painting the scene as if she were slaughtering mere pieces of meat rather than her own parents. It was only when their corpses were reduced to a bloody pulp that she ceased her assault, standing over them with the knife in hand. She approached the unconscious boy and whispered, "Let us descend into hell together, brother." With that, she brought the blade down upon him, severing his head. After completing this grim task, the girl walked toward Lin Shi, only to halt midway, dropping the knife to the ground, her spirit seemingly extinguished. She gazed at Lin Shi and implored, "You must kill me." "Why would I kill you?" Lin Shi replied, perplexed. His killings were always in self-defense or for his own gain. The girl had not attacked him, nor had she insulted him. In fact, she had even offered him a warning. Although he had sensed the danger behind him, it indicated her lack of hostility. She had even alleviated his troubles. He found no justification to strike her down. The girl's eyes dimmed, void of light. "I have slain my own family. Should not such a wretch be punished?" Lin Shi found her reasoning amusing. "What does your killing of your kin have to do with me? Some individuals are utterly unworthy of parenthood." At this moment, Lin Shi recalled Lu Siyu, a surge of dark emotions swirling in his eyes. He patted the Demon King and declared, "Let us depart." By the time Lin Shi and the Demon King returned to the side of the tabby cat, those who had fled moments earlier had returned, though they dared only to observe from a distance. The tabby cat lay lifeless, and the Demon King, responsible for its demise, lingered nearby, ignoring the gazes around him. Lin Shi instructed the Demon King to carry the tabby cat's remains away. Those who had assumed Lin Shi would leave the corpse behind now exhibited expressions of disappointment, having hoped for an opportunity to salvage some flesh. However, the severed leg of the tabby cat, bitten off by the Demon King, sparked a scramble among several individuals. Regardless of its nature, meat was meat. After walking a distance, Lin Shi halted and shouted around a corner, "Come out." A bloody girl, clutching a large bag, cautiously emerged from the shadows. She was the very girl who had just slaughtered her entire family. "Why are you following me?" Lin Shi frowned. The girl took a few steps closer, halting upon hearing the Demon King's threatening growl. "May I accompany you?" "No," Lin Shi replied without hesitation. His choice not to kill her did not equate to acceptance. "I can do anything. Don't let my slender frame deceive you. I possess great strength and can endure hardship without needing much sustenance. The girl fervently marketed herself. I already have companions. Lin Shi warned her with a piercing gaze. Do not follow me, for I am merciless when it comes to taking lives. He would not form partnerships with anyone again, nor would he trust even a servant to remain by his side. My name is Qin Shuang. The girl shouted at Lin Shi's retreating figure. Seeing him ignore her, Qin Shuang's resolve solidified as she turned to leave in another direction. The sensation of being watched gradually faded. Lin Shi found a secluded corner and stored the tabby cat's remains in his space. In the afternoon, Lin Shi retrieved the previously marked map and continued his raid on gold shops. After plundering a dozen establishments, he unexpectedly encountered someone at the entrance of another gold shop. Are you following me? Lin Shi's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he regarded Qin Shuang, who had reappeared before him. Qin Shuang quickly defended herself. I am not following you. I came to this gold shop to find something. At this moment, Lin Shi noticed the fire axe in her grasp. It turned out she was also in search of gold, and Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Having encountered this girl twice in one day, he instinctively suspected her of trying to cling to him. Lin Shi attempted to walk past her, but she called out to him. Wait! Turning back, Lin Shi regarded her with impatience. Qin Shuang set down her heavy bag, visibly much heavier after an afternoon of scavenging. She opened the bag to reveal an assortment of gold jewelry amidst various trinkets. Her eyes sparkled as she held out a handful of gold towards Lin Shi. Here, take this. Lin Shi's expression shifted slightly. Why are you giving this to me? Don't you need gold? I visited 4 gold shops this afternoon, and all the gold I collected is in here. Lin Shi replied coldly, I can gather my own gold, even if you waste your time hunting for these items. I will not take you in. I understand. Qin Shuang's voice softened as she tightened her grip on the gold jewelry, lowering her head. I know my life is worthless and that I must rely on myself. I merely wish to thank you for not pushing me away in my most desperate moment. No need for thanks. I did nothing, Lin Shi stated matter-of-factly. However, Qin Shuang fixed her determined gaze upon him and said, I believe that kindness should be acknowledged. This gold is of no use to me, so please accept it. Lin Shi desired the gold but refused to owe anyone a favor. If you insist on giving it to me, I will exchange it for something. He retrieved a box of anti-inflammatory medicine, a bottle of iodine, and a roll of bandages from his backpack. The notion of trading this meager supply for a trove of gold would have seemed absurd before the apocalypse. Yet now, with pharmacies and hospitals stripped bare, medical supplies were far more valuable than gold. Qin Shuang's arm had been injured by a middle-aged woman, and if left untreated, the wound could easily become infected, potentially leading to her demise in this harsh environment. For her, these medical supplies were priceless. For Lin Shi, trading a small amount of medicine for 30 to 40 pounds of gold was a profitable exchange. Furthermore, he would gain the girl's gratitude. A glimmer of realization sparked in Lin Shi's eyes. This girl was not simple. Chapter 68. The second phase, 8 girl capable of carrying such an immense weight of gold, along with a sack of supplies, while wielding a fire axe that weighed several pounds was not merely strong. Her strength was extraordinary. Moreover, Lin Shi had observed her injury, yet saw her continue scavenging as if unfazed. He glanced at the Demon King's wound, which had ceased bleeding. Suddenly inspired, Lin Shi pulled out several packs of instant noodles he had previously gathered from a container and offered them to Qin Shuang alongside the medical supplies. Her eyes glistened with tears as she trembled, accepting the items from Lin Shi with gratitude. Thank you. Lin Shi placed the gold from Qin Shuang's bag into his own backpack and stated, I must leave. Darkness will soon fall. Although it was still before 4 in the afternoon, the day was already dimming. The bitter cold lengthened the night far more than the day, making the absence of light render the night considerably more perilous. What is your name? Qin Shuang's voice called from behind. Lin Shi pondered for a moment before replying without turning. I am Lier Hao. He returned to the safe house with the Demon King before nightfall. Upon arriving, he first examined the Demon King's wounds from the day. The injuries had indeed healed rapidly and no longer bled. Lin Shi marveled once more at the astonishing regenerative abilities of the source beasts, diligently tending to the deeper wounds. After allowing the Demon King to rest in the living room, he locked himself in the storage room and retrieved the tabby cat's corpse. Undetected ownerless source energy. Absorb? The moment the prompt from the treasure trove appeared, Lin Shi responded without hesitation, yes. As with the previous absorption of a wild boar, a warm current coursed through his arm and into his body, delivering an indescribable sensation of euphoria throughout his being. It was a sublime feeling of life's essence being elevated. Suddenly, Lin Shi's body trembled as the genetic lock within him spontaneously unlocked. Just as he was taken aback, an unprecedented surge of power washed over him. What is this? Lin Shi marveled at his own body. This extraordinary sensation was unlike anything he had experienced before. His mind was as clear and calm as it had been when he unlocked the first genetic lock, yet the strength within him was continuously increasing. He suddenly felt an illusion of being capable of battling source beasts with his bare hands. Tentatively, Lin Shi threw a punch into the air, the force of his fist slicing through the atmosphere with a whistling sound. In that moment, his mind calculated the strength behind the blow, discovering it had increased tenfold compared to before. The strength exhibited has far surpassed what any ordinary human could achieve. This was merely a casual punch from Lin Shi. Is this the second tier of the gene lock? Lin Shi was utterly astonished, leaping on the spot. He effortlessly touched the ceiling. When he attempted to jog a few steps, he astonishingly dashed from one end of the storeroom to the other in the blink of an eye. At such a remarkable speed, within a room that was not particularly spacious, Lin Shi accelerated smoothly from a standstill to a halt, managing to stop just shy of the wall without colliding. This could only be accomplished with perfect control over his strength. If a normal person's physical power and speed were to suddenly increase, they would not only struggle to adapt in such a short time, but could also experience a lack of coordination, potentially injuring themselves. Time and practice are required for acclimatization. Yet, in the state of having unlocked the gene lock, Lin Shi's brain could precisely control every ounce of power within his body, as if strength were continuously surging forth from within. This sensation was overwhelmingly potent. This time, the duration of the gene lock lasted 8 seconds. After exiting the gene lock state, Lin Shi wobbled and knelt on one knee. His limbs felt weak, and there was a slight ache in his body, but it was significantly less severe than the aftereffects he experienced the first time he unlocked the gene lock. Perhaps it was related to having absorbed the source power from 2 source beasts, Lin Shi pondered. Initially, he had learned from No. 2 that the aftereffects of unlocking the gene lock became increasingly severe, yet his current condition seemed to improve. Source power. Lin Shi understood that source power was crucial. Could absorbing the source power from 2 first-tier source beasts unlock the second-tier gene lock? Or had my body absorbed some source material prior to this? He quietly questioned within himself. Lin Shi was unaware that while he was unconscious, the treasure basin had been automatically absorbing source materials. Otherwise, he would not have harbored such doubts. After resting for about 10 minutes, although his limbs remained slightly unsteady, they gradually regained strength. He attempted to unlock the gene lock once more, but there was no response. While unlocking the gene lock had indeed granted him immense power, Lin Shi still could not discern how to activate it voluntarily, aside from life-and-death situations or when his emotions peaked. He had yet to find any other means to initiate the gene lock autonomously. Moreover, after observing the battle between the Demon King and the Tabby Cat, Lin Shi realized that, apart from humans, other animals seemed to lack the concept and ability to unlock the gene lock. They enhanced their physical strength more directly, resulting in some external changes in their forms. The evolutionary paths of humans and source beasts diverged significantly. At present, everything remained in an exploratory phase, and Lin Shi could only gradually uncover the mysteries within. After retrieving the Tabby Cat's corpse back into the space, he opened the storeroom door. The Demon King was waiting at the door, seemingly having been there for some time. "Were you waiting for me?" Lin Shi was slightly surprised, crouching down to pet the Demon King. The Demon King circled around Lin Shi twice, its nose continuously sniffing him as if confirming something. "What is the matter?" Lin Shi inquired with a smile. The Demon King nudged Lin Shi's palm with its nose, its lively eyes filled with affection and a hint of reverence. Lin Shi assumed the Demon King was hungry, patting its head and saying, "Are you hungry? Let us go eat." After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Lin Shi took out all the gold, platinum, diamonds, silver, and other jewelry he had collected that day from the space and laid them out on the living room floor. The gold collected today alone weighed several hundred kilograms at the very least, and the combined weight of the silver, rose gold, and diamond jewelry was also around several hundred kilograms. The entire floor of the living room sparkled with golden brilliance, creating a dazzling spectacle. Replicas could not be used for upgrades. Beyond upgrading, these items held no further value for replication. Lin Shi glanced at the treasure basin interface. Treasure basin, storage space, 969696, required wealth points for upgrade. 32,000, function, item replication, 21. Wealth points required for upgrade. 58,500, crouching down. He placed his hand on the pile of jewelry, took a gentle breath, and declared, upgrade, item replication. As soon as Lin Shi's words fell, the interface before him shimmered with golden light, and a portion of the jewelry piled high immediately vanished. The numbers on the treasure basin interface rapidly changed, settling at treasure basin, storage space, 969696, required wealth points for upgrade. 32,000, function, item replication, 45, wealth points required for upgrade. 160000. The pattern for upgrading the number of items replicated was 3 for the first upgrade, 6 for the second, and 12 for the third. This was Lin Shi's fourth upgrade, yielding an increase of 24. Simultaneously, the amount of precious metals required for the next upgrade had also increased significantly. It had previously been 80,000, which Lin Shi had reduced to 58,000 by having the surplus gold consumed by item replication, but now it had escalated to 160,000. 160,000 wealth points equated to 160 kilograms of gold. Rose gold and platinum could also be consumed, but none could match gold's 1-to-1 ratio. Silver required 100 grams to be exchanged for 1 wealth point. As for diamonds, the treasure basin seemingly did not recognize these overpriced stones. Or perhaps only precious metals could be consumed by the basin. Lin Shi set aside these thoughts and continued to upgrade item replication. For the fifth upgrade, the item replication count reached 48. The next upgrade required 320,000 wealth points. For the sixth upgrade, it reached 96, with the next upgrade necessitating 640,000 wealth points. Lin Shi glanced at the now significantly diminished pile of gold and silver ornaments. Following this upgrading pattern, the next upgrade would require over 1 million wealth points. It was evident that the current amount of gold and silver was insufficient. He silently recited for another upgrade. This time, the item replication count increased by a full 192. Treasure basin, storage space, 969696, required wealth points for upgrade. 32,000, function, item replication, 381. Wealth points required for upgrade. 124,000, after roughly estimating. Lin Shi realized the remaining gold and other ornaments could still be exchanged for 40 to 50,000 wealth points. Indeed, he was still far from achieving the next level of item replication. Lin Shi opted to upgrade the storage space instead. After 5 upgrades, the space had reached its current size. The amount of gold needed for space upgrades was significantly less than for item replication. He estimated that after upgrading it 4 to 5 more times, it would suffice without needing further upgrades. Upgrade the storage space entirely, Lin Shi decisively stated. As soon as he uttered the words, all the ornaments vanished from sight, except for the diamonds. This time, the upgrade process for the treasure basin took noticeably longer. After 4 changes in the numbers on the treasure basin, it transformed to treasure basin, storage space, 1456, 1456, 1456. Continue accumulating 985,755 wealth points to obtain complete storage space. Function, item replication, 381. Wealth points required for upgrade. 124,000, complete storage space? Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. He harbored a lingering suspicion deep within him. If the Jubioping were upgraded to its utmost limit, perhaps some unforeseen transformations would occur. Little did he expect that this would come to fruition so swiftly. Lin Shi's heart raced slightly. Previously, the storage space had undergone 5 upgrades. With the current 4 additional upgrades, it could only reach a maximum of 10 upgrades, correct? Lin Shi took out pen and paper and began to calculate silently. According to the pattern of the Jubioping's upgrades, where each subsequent upgrade required double the financial points, the cost for the 10th upgrade should originally be 512,000 points. However, after absorbing the excess gold and silver, the requirement had soared to over 980,000 points. Lin Shi furrowed his brow. This meant that the final upgrade's cost was no longer merely doubled, but had escalated to quadrupled. The item replication had already been upgraded 7 times. And if it were to reach a full 10 upgrades, he would need an additional 20,820,000 financial points. This equated to over 20 tons of gold, or possibly even more precious metals. Lin Shi promptly opened the map of Sha City to investigate. The gold shops he had previously plundered were already marked off. There were not many remaining on the map. Sha City's urban area was relatively small, and within a single day, he had already patronized 60% of the gold shops. The few that remained were located in the suburbs, where the collection speed would inevitably slow and the number of gold shops was limited. Collecting such a vast quantity was simply unattainable. After a brief contemplation, Lin Shi immediately thought of the bank vault. Yet he quickly dismissed this notion. While gathering supplies earlier that day, he had observed that most banks were completely locked down. Although unguarded, the bank's walls were fortified and the glass was bulletproof. Not to mention the bank vault, which was rumored to be impervious to explosives. Even in the absence of guards, with the limited firepower he possessed, breaching the bulletproof glass would prove exceedingly difficult. Accessing the bank vault was nothing short of a pipe dream. Lin Shi glanced at his hands, pondering whether the Duplication space could draw the gold from within the bank vault through its walls. With this thought in mind, he stood up and approached the wall. To ascertain its feasibility, he could simply test it using his safe house. The outer wall of his safe house was over 3 meters thick. Yet the interior walls that divided the rooms were not nearly as robust, each measuring approximately 30 centimeters in thickness. He decided to experiment with his own room first. Lin Shi placed his hand upon the wall connecting to his bedroom, closed his eyes, and focused all his thoughts to commune with the space. When his consciousness connected with the space, he felt a peculiar sensation, as if it could disperse and float away. Previously, when he had removed items from containers, he sensed an almost instinctive connection to the contents. However, at this moment, as soon as the thought of retrieving items from his room crossed his mind, a sharp pain akin to a needle pierced through his brain. Lin Shi immediately severed the connection with the space, collapsing onto the ground. Wang, the Demon King, witnessing this, trotted over to Lin Shi's side, anxiously circling him. Lin Shi fought to suppress the sudden wave of nausea and dizziness. Forcing a smile at the concerned gaze of the Demon King, and reassured, "I am fine." After resting for a while, the nauseating sensation gradually dissipated. At this point, he felt a pang of disappointment. Undeterred, he began to test other objects, from cups to tin boxes to cabinets. He tried everything he could think of. Eventually, Lin Shi discerned the limitations of retrieving items from a distance. The success of retrieving items was contingent upon the thickness of the container separating the objects, as well as their density. To successfully extract something from within a container, the maximum thickness of the container could not exceed 5 centimeters, and the denser the container, the lower the maximum thickness allowed. For instance, when Lin Shi fashioned a box from several alloy plates, he discovered that exceeding 3 centimeters led to complications similar to those he encountered when attempting to transfer items from the living room to the bedroom. Clearly, this avenue was not viable. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Lin Shi concluded that in order to retrieve items through a barrier, the objects must be both thin and of low density. The bank vault, evidently, did not meet these criteria. It appeared he would have to take another route. Once he completed gathering gold from the shops in Sha City, he would have to venture to surrounding cities. The next day, Lin Shi, undeterred, made another trip to the bank. After spending most of the day breaking through several locks, he arrived at the vault's entrance only to experience once more the disorienting sensation akin to being struck on the head. This time, he relinquished all hope. The bank vault was not only formidable in thickness, but also comprised multiple layers and was intricately constructed, rendering it impervious to ordinary force. The complexity of the vault's main lock was such that even if it were damaged, opening the door would remain impossible. Reluctantly, he resolved to methodically collect gold from the shops one by one. On that day, Lin Shi swept through all the remaining gold shops in the urban area, managing to gather barely a few dozen kilograms of gold and assorted jewelry, far less than he had anticipated. After converting all these into financial points for upgrading the space, the results were as follows: Duplication, storage space, 145, 614, 561, 456, continue accumulating 153, 673 financial points to obtain complete storage space. Function, item replication, 381. Financial points required for upgrade, 1, 240,000. He still needed over 150 kilograms of gold to elevate the storage space to its maximum level. Lin Shi couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. On the third day after the snowstorm, having completed his morning cultivation of the Yangxingju, Lin Shi noticed that heavy snow had begun to fall outside his window. Though the snow reduced visibility, the winds were mild, allowing him to venture out in search of gold. The Demon King's injuries had not yet fully healed, and Lin Shi had left it at home the previous day, repeating the same decision today. Considering the possibility of worsening snow conditions, he ensured that the Demon King had sufficient food for several days before setting out. Lin Shi's target for the day was the suburbs. Upon arriving in the suburbs, he immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Perhaps it was not just the suburbs, but the entire ambience of Sha City had transformed. Today, significantly fewer individuals were braving the elements in search of supplies compared to the previous days. Over the past 2 days, solitary figures carrying supplies had been frequently assaulted on the streets. During these robberies, Lin Shi had witnessed numerous violent confrontations unfold before him. The bloodstains on the pristine snow were stark against the white backdrop, and yesterday, he had seen 2 young women seemingly out together, searching for resources, only to be dragged into a dark, deserted shop by 3 burly men. Their desperate cries had quickly faded into silence. Clad in luxurious attire, Lin Shi was predictably targeted. The glances of those harboring nefarious intentions were incessant. With his enhanced physique from unlocking the second stage of his genetic lock, coupled with 8 years of combat experience in this apocalypse, anyone daring to confront him was effortlessly dealt with. Acknowledging that life and death situations could trigger the awakening of human genetic locks, Lin Shi became even more decisive and swift in his actions. Few things can be dispatched with a single strike. The world has turned to a stark white, while the human heart has succumbed to an abyss of darkness. After eliminating the 5th oblivious individual of the day, Lin Shi felt a twinge of annoyance and casually sheathed his bloodied Nepali kukri at his waist. Indeed, fewer foolish souls dared to approach him with ill intentions. However, during his midday meal, an unwitting soul did appear. "Young man, could you spare a morsel?" "I haven't eaten for 2 days," implored a kindly-looking woman of around 50, clad in a patchwork cotton coat, as she entered the print shop where Lin Shi was resting. Lin Shi cast a cold glance at the approaching woman, his voice frigid. "Take another step, and you shall perish." The woman halted, a glimmer of despair in her eyes. "Heaven has left me no escape. My children are far away, leaving this old woman to suffer here. I ask for nothing more than a morsel. I can trade you this coat for it." She stood at the entrance, unwilling to relent. A morsel of food for a reasonably warm coat seemed a fair exchange, perhaps tempting someone to forego a meal in favor of the deal. Lin Shi's gaze grew even colder as he approached the woman. She, misinterpreting his approach as acquiescence, displayed a flicker of hope. Yet, as Lin Shi drew near, a glint of malice flashed in her eyes, and she revealed a sharp steel all concealed within her coat. Before she could raise her hand, a swift glimmer caught her eye. Her vision swirled, and the last thing she beheld was Lin Shi standing over a familiar headless corpse, his blade stained with fresh blood. "Is that my body?" was the final thought that flickered through her mind. Lin Shi withdrew his blade and kicked her corpse out the door, casting a cold glance at several pairs of watchful eyes nearby before resuming his meal within the shop. In the afternoon, while collecting gold, Lin Shi was suddenly engulfed by commotion. The sounds did not originate nearby, but rather from high-rise apartment buildings. "Soldiers, I am here. The military has arrived. We are saved. Soldier, help me. I have not eaten for 3 days. For the past few days." Desperate cries for salvation from the military had echoed throughout the apartment complex. Lin Shi had long suspected that the military would soon take action. Yesterday, he had seized an opportunity to visit another port, discovering that most of the containers had been breached, with useful supplies already pilfered. Reflecting on his encounter with the military, Lin Shi had no doubt that the soldiers were under orders to swiftly gather resources. This was a wise decision, without provisions to placate the populace. Even if the military managed to maintain order in the city, starving and freezing survivors would inevitably express their dissatisfaction, driven by hunger and cold. They might even turn against the military, inciting chaos and rebellion. This indicated that the highest command in Shashi was not a foolish one. As anticipated, the military finally mobilized. Troops, outfitted with real weapons and full gear, appeared throughout Shashi. To the disappointment of the survivors, these soldiers bore no coveted supplies. Instead, they held sheets of paper resembling flyers. The soldiers ignored the corpses littering the streets, engaging in the mundane task of distributing notices as if in a pre-apocalyptic era. They affixed these papers to conspicuous locations throughout the city. Some soldiers even handed flyers directly to individuals. Lin Shi received one that appeared to be handwritten, or perhaps a notice. Chapter 71. Complete storage space. He examined the notice with great care, due to recent unusual weather conditions and the disruption of communication with other cities. The military will implement the following measures to address the extreme weather. Notice 1. Starting tomorrow, citizens may queue outside the Shanghai apartment in the eastern suburbs, bearing identification, to register for a week's worth of survival supplies. Those with elderly or sick individuals may bring their identification for them to collect on their behalf. Fraudulent claims will result in confiscation of supplies and a permanent loss of eligibility. Notice 2. The military will construct shelters in the eastern suburbs of Shashi. All participants in the construction of shelters for a duration of 100 days will receive residency qualifications. Participants will receive 2 additional meals daily and a set of winter clothing each month. Requirements: ages 16 to 45, physically fit and free of chronic ailments. Those with special skills will be prioritized. Notice 3. In light of the shelter construction, individuals who submit various building materials will receive contribution points based on the quantity submitted. Those who amass 500 contribution points will gain residency qualifications. Contribution points can be exchanged for supplies, with details posted outside the Shanghai apartment in the eastern suburbs. Notice 4. Effective immediately, a squad of soldiers will patrol each district daily with live ammunition. Citizens are prohibited from engaging in resource theft, murder, or acts of violence against women. Offenders will be executed on the spot. A lengthy section of official jargon followed, which Lin Shi skimmed through. His previous suspicions proved correct. The eastern suburbs had indeed caught the attention of the authorities. When he had previously instructed Liao Peng to scout for land, he had noted the eastern suburbs as a prime location. After all, there were few areas suitable for shelter construction. His own safe house was situated on a small hill in the western suburbs of Shashi, a considerable distance from the eastern suburbs. Elevated yet small in area. Even if land were requisitioned, his modest plot of over 300 square meters would remain untouched. This reassured him in building his safe house. Moments later, crowds of people began to pour out of their homes, surrounding the soldiers, distributing the flyers. "Comrade, do you have any food? I am starving. I am freezing. Do you have any extra clothing? Young man, my child is ill. Do you have any medicine?" The surrounded soldiers could only repeatedly explain, "We have no supplies. You can collect provisions in the eastern suburbs tomorrow, as stated on the flyer. Please step aside. We must complete our mission." Upon realizing that the soldiers truly carried no supplies, the crowd grew agitated. During a crisis, you come to distribute worthless flyers? You are too late. My father has already perished. If you had arrived sooner, he might have been saved. He was only in his 60s. Do you not bring food with you? Do you have any idea how much we, the common folk, are suffering? What kind of soldiers are you? Strip them of their uniforms. The crowd swelled, determined not to let the soldiers depart without offering something in return. Bang! A gunshot rang out, silencing the crowd. Yet, it was quickly followed by an uproar of curses, and some began to take action. A burly man with a buzz cut shoved the soldier who had fired, glaring defiantly. "If you have the guts, kill me. I declare here today, unless you give us something, you shall not leave. Let's see if you dare to fire that weapon." "Exactly. None of you shall leave. Your weapons are meant for the enemy, not for us common people." Cheers of agreement echoed through the crowd. Conflict appears to be imminent. Lin Shi casually observes the scene from the roadside, eager to discern the orders that the commander of the troops in Shashi issues to these soldiers. To transform Shashi into the largest official sanctuary, the commander must possess considerable skill. Bang! As the gunfire reverberates once more, the burly man who had been most boisterous stares in disbelief at the bloodied wound on his chest before collapsing. Only then does the crowd truly fall silent. The leading soldier, with a stern expression, scans the crowd and declares, "Those who cause trouble shall be executed. If you seek supplies, go to the eastern outskirts tomorrow. Now, disperse immediately." The crowd hurriedly scatters. Lin Shi takes in the entirety of the scene. Casting a glance at the sky, he departs alongside the throng. The gold he has collected today is sufficient to upgrade his storage space. He plans to return home first and then visit the eastern outskirts tomorrow. In this tumultuous time, it is imperative for him to understand the rulers of Shashur, where he now resides. As he passes the entrance of Wulong village on his way back, Lin Shi notices the villagers are holding a funeral. In recent days, he has been out early and back late, hardly seeing the villagers. From afar, he can see that nearly every household in the village has hung white cloth, indicating that many have perished. Yet, at such a critical juncture, with the next storm uncertain, the villagers still have the audacity to conduct funerals. Lin Shi is at a loss as to whether to call them ignorant or foolish. He quickens his pace, eager to return to the safe house. After greeting the Demon King, he retrieves the gold and other precious metals collected that day. A mixture of nervousness, excitement, and anticipation fills him. Taking a deep breath, he softly utters, "Upgrade the storage space." The golden ornaments in his hand vanish by the majority. A dazzling golden light suddenly emanates from his brow, and the entire interface of the treasure basin flickers erratically like gibberish. Lin Shi's pupils constrict as he intently observes the unfolding changes. The last time the treasure basin interface exhibited such dramatic fluctuations was when he absorbed the second ancient coin. His heartbeat involuntarily quickens. The Demon King stands beside him, spellbound. Although accustomed to Lin Shi's whimsical transformations, witnessing a human emit light is a first for the Demon King. With mouth agape, he remains oblivious to the drool pooling at his feet, his eyes now radiating admiration for Lin Shi. After a considerable time, the treasure basin interface finally reappears. Treasure basin, storage space, complete. The spatial volume can expand with the increase of the user's source power. Capable of storing living beings. Function. Item duplication 381. Funds required for upgrade. 1, 240,000. Capable of storing living beings. Lin Shi scans the preceding words and fixates on the phrase, capable of storing living beings. He comprehends the significance of those 5 words and hastily inspects the space with his consciousness. To his astonishment, the entire area has expanded to an infinite expanse, rendering the items within diminutive in comparison. Previously, the nearly 10,000 containers collected at the port occupied 1/3 of the space, but after upgrading 4 times yesterday, they now occupy merely 1/10,000th of a corner. Now, it appears as though the space has been cleaved in two. One side remains a vast vacuum, while the other reveals a plot of land the size of a football field. Chapter 72. Experimental Space. The newly revealed land within the space appears barren, resembling a wasteland, with only dark gray soil scattered about. Lin Shi is immediately inclined to experiment. Naturally, he would not use the Demon King for this. The Demon King is his companion, and he would surely regret any mishap. Stepping outside the safe house, he surveys the surroundings, finding nothing alive in the vast expanse of white snow. His gaze shifts towards the villagers below in Wulong village. Wang Liang, with a sullen expression, navigates through the homes of the villagers. "Uncle Wang, the outside world has descended into chaos. Can't we postpone the funerals for the elders or simplify the arrangements?" he suggests as he enters a villager's house. The man known as Uncle Wang retorts angrily, "Postpone until when? Who knows when the next blizzard will strike? I can't have my father lying around for 10 days or more. That's unacceptable. When someone dies, they must be buried, and now, with so many elders passing, having just one funeral is already quite simple. What more do you want?" Wang Liang, frustrated, counters, "A person has died, and that's that. We, the living, must continue to live, right? We cannot sacrifice the living for the dead." He reflects on how his father had contributed so much to the village. Liangzi, the village chief, often reminded us not to be selfish. We are a collective, and we must stand together. Do you wish for my father to be left to rot? Wang Liang has visited over a dozen households, receiving nearly identical responses. Internally cursing, he departs with a grim countenance. The village chief had always aimed to groom Wang Liang as his successor. Given a few more years, when the chief passed away, Wang Liang would undoubtedly become the next village chief. However, with the chief's sudden demise, he is yet to establish any authority, and the villagers refuse to heed him. They insist on arranging funerals for the deceased in the village. In recent days, Nearly every household in the village has experienced loss. Unlike the urban dwellers who lead isolated lives, the villagers, through the chief's efforts over the years, are largely united in spirit. With so many friends and family members lost, when one proposed following the old customs for the funerals, the rest readily agreed. The village, situated in the outskirts near the mountains, has residents who stockpile food and have a tradition of drying vegetables and curing meat. Thus, they have yet to descend into chaos as seen in the cities outside, where people are pillaging for food and clothing. However, Wang Liang has already ventured outside and witnessed the horrific acts committed by those desperate for sustenance. If the villagers do not devise a strategy soon, they will find themselves in a dire situation once their food supplies are depleted, akin to those outside. This urgency fuels Wang Liang's growing frustration. At this moment, he feels as though he is the only one awake amidst a drunken crowd. He suddenly realizes the village chief's ideology is ill-suited to address the current crisis. Enraged, Wang Liang storms out of Uncle Wang's house and, upon reaching the foot of the mountain, violently kicks the snow-covered ground, cursing, "It's all that damned bastard's fault up on the mountain. One day I'll make him pay." He unleashes a torrent of invectives, cursing Lin Shi's ancestors as a means of venting his pent-up frustration. Had it not been for Lin Shi's intervention, he would have been contentedly awaiting his turn as the village chief. Suddenly, Wang Liang notices a shadow behind him. Just as he turns around, a hand lands on his shoulder. Lin Shi, having just descended the mountain, spots a lone villager. He intends to use this villager to test the capabilities of his space. The villagers harbor hostility towards him, making this an opportune trial. By a fortunate coincidence, Lin Shi happened to overhear Wang Liang cursing him. A cold smile crept upon Lin Shi's lips as he placed his hand upon Wang Liang's shoulder, channeling his intent. Wang Liang turned his head, their eyes locking momentarily. Both taken aback, Lin Shi pondered, why did the space not react? Wang Liang exclaimed, "This person looks so familiar." Suddenly, terror engulfed Wang Liang's eyes as he realized the gravity of the situation. Before he could react, Lin Shi struck him with a swift chop, rendering him unconscious. Once again, he attempted to communicate with the space, this time without obstruction, as Wang Liang vanished from Lin Shi's grasp. Must the living entity be unconscious to be placed within the space? Lin Shi furrowed his brow, examining the conditions within the space. Before him lay a figure on the previously barren ground. It was none other than the Wang Liang he had just incapacitated. Lin Shi concentrated, and Wang Liang reappeared in the snowy expanse. He transported Wang Liang to a secluded corner and stuffed a handful of snow into his clothing. Wang Liang soon awoke, shivering from the cold, and upon seeing Lin Shi, he instinctively wanted to scream in terror. However, Lin Shi was prepared. He delivered a punch that silenced Wang Liang's cries, stifling them in his throat. "Do not make a sound, or you shall perish immediately," Lin Shi warned, his gaze icy, compelling Wang Liang to nod in agreement. The force of Lin Shi's blow had already knocked several of Wang Liang's teeth loose. Lin Shi then attempted to draw Wang Liang into the space once more. This time, he distinctly felt resistance, as if an unseen force thwarted his efforts. With blood filling his mouth, Wang Liang gazed at Lin Shi, who remained motionless, instilling a profound, unknown fear within him. "I say, heed my words. No matter what sensations you may experience, do not resist, or I shall end your life. Do you understand?" Lin Shi's voice was laced with menace. Wang Liang fervently nodded. Lin Shi endeavored to connect with the space again, the resistance noticeably diminished. Yet he still sensed something was amiss, preventing success. In a swift motion, Lin Shi seized Wang Liang by the throat, gradually tightening his grip. Wang Liang's eyes bulged in desperation as he struggled against Lin Shi's hand. To prevent further resistance, Lin Shi employed his other hand to snap Wang Liang's wrist, rendering him unable to fight back. With his current strength, it was trivial to break a man's bones. As Lin Shi tightened his grip, he maintained his mental connection to the space, striving to envelop Wang Liang within it. At the moment when Wang Liang's eyes began to roll back, Lin Shi's hand relaxed. Achieving his goal, Wang Liang was not yet dead, but he had nearly succumbed to suffocation. Suddenly released, he gasped for air, bewildered by his surroundings, only to be pulled back from the space by Lin Shi. Thus, Lin Shi repeated his experiments several times, ultimately concluding that to successfully draw someone into the space, they must lack the capacity to resist or possess a weakened will. Moreover, time within this living space flowed normally, allowing individuals to breathe and move. Though the inability to ensnare a normal person was somewhat disappointing, Lin Shi considered that animals possessing lesser consciousness or mental strength than humans might be easier to capture. An idea began to take shape in Lin Shi's mind, yet he would need to return to the Demon King to experiment further. Just then, Lin Shi's eyes flickered slightly. Ignoring the dazed Wang Liang, he listened intently to the sound around him. After a brief moment, he crouched down in the snow, straining to hear. Within seconds, he rose with a grave expression. If he had not misheard, at least 2 wild beasts or source beasts were approaching. Given the current environment, the likelihood of source beasts appearing was significantly heightened. Casting one last glance at the barely breathing Wang Liang, Lin Shi swiftly twisted his neck. In that moment, a flicker of relief crossed Wang Liang's eyes. This day had been more nightmarish than he could bear. If there were a next life, he vowed never to speak ill of others again. With that thought lingering, Wang Liang met his end. Lin Shi hastened back to the safety of his shelter. Chapter 73. Lin Shi's ambition as nightfall approached. The villagers of Wulong village were primarily indoors preparing their evening meals. The remaining villagers had ignited their stoves, producing plumes of smoke. Previously, Liao Peng had reported that there were 96 households in this village, with a total population not exceeding 400. Over the past few days, nearly half of the villagers had perished. Yet, despite the losses, a considerable number remained. With an abundance of food, the human presence and scent within the village were markedly concentrated compared to those scattered throughout the towering buildings. Had it not been for the lurking threat of source beasts, the villagers might have enjoyed a longer existence. Unfortunately, the lingering scent of blood from earlier events had drawn uninvited guests to the village that night. From his vantage point in the safety of his shelter, Lin Shi observed 5 unusually large wild boars charging into Wulong village. Realizing that this night would be anything but ordinary, with no evolved beings within the village, even if there were, they would be powerless against the source beasts. Upon hearing the screams erupting from Wulong village, Lin Shi turned away, retreating into the safety of his shelter, where he approached the Demon King and inquired, "Demon King, shall we play a game?" Lin Shi beckoned the Demon King. "I have a game for us. Soon, I will take you to a place. I want you to see if it is enjoyable. Fear not, I shall return you quickly." The Demon King tilted its head, contemplating the meaning of Lin Shi's words. Placing his hand atop the Demon King's head, Lin Shi connected his consciousness with the space. In the next moment, the Demon King appeared in the space, bewildered. Once in the space, the Demon King sprang up, alert and scanning the surroundings, emitting a series of anxious growls. Woof, woof. Lin Shi quickly retrieved the Demon King back to the familiar safety of their shelter. Reunited with Lin Shi, the Demon King's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly leaping into Lin Shi's embrace. After patiently explaining several times and calming the Demon King, Lin Shi sent it back into the space once more. This time, the Demon King was less anxious, bounding joyfully across the expanse of the space. The area within the space was approximately the size of a basketball court, and upon reaching the boundary, the Demon King encountered an invisible wall. Lin Shi attempted to communicate with the Demon King through thought. "Demon King, can you hear me?" The Demon King lifted its head, scanning the space. Elated by the Demon King's response, Lin Shi's suspicions were confirmed. He issued another command. "Demon King, try digging." Although puzzled by the disembodied voice of its master, the Demon King obediently began to dig at the ground. With powerful hind legs, it quickly unearthed a pit. Lin Shi then extracted the Demon King from the space, and as it found itself back in its home, it was momentarily bewildered. Turning to see Lin Shi with a broad smile stretching across his face, Lin Shi's heart surged with joy as a thought became increasingly clear and intense within him. Indeed, the Jubao Pen space could house source beasts. Human hearts are unreliable. Thus he must endeavor to assemble an army of source beasts in this apocalyptic world. Only then would he have the opportunity to avenge the Shun family. Lin Shi crouched down to pat the Demon King's head, his gaze resolute. "Demon King, we must become stronger quickly. One day, I shall make you the king of source beasts." The commotion in Wolong village persisted until the early hours of the morning. Lin Shi ventured out once more in the dead of night to observe the situation in Wolong village. The following day, although the Demon King's injuries had healed, Lin Shi decided to set out alone. Today, he intended to explore the eastern suburbs. To avoid drawing attention, Lin Shi deliberately donned a less conspicuous coat and masked his face. He retrieved Li Erhao's identification card and tucked it into his pocket, having kept it since he had noticed a notice requesting survivors to register their information. He had held onto Li Erhao's ID because, despite his ordinary features, his facial contours bore some resemblance to his own. It might prove useful at some point to enhance the resemblance. Lin Shi had even used an electric razor to trim his hair into a style reminiscent of that on Li Erhao's ID photo. With the mask on, he bore a striking resemblance to the image. If the military personnel did not conduct a thorough check, he might remain undetected. Satisfied with his reflection, Lin Shi left ample food for the Demon King before descending the mountain. Before heading to the eastern suburbs, Lin Shi first visited Wolong village, which had been bustling with smoke the day before but was now eerily silent. Numerous houses had collapsed, and large pools of blood stained the interiors. Yet no corpses were found. It was unnecessary to speculate on the fate of the villagers. As for the two wild boars, they were nowhere to be seen. Lin Shi had known from his encounter with wild boars on the mountain that such creatures could not be limited to just one or two. Perhaps, in the depths of the mountains, many mutated wild boars or other beasts lurked. He needed to grow stronger as soon as possible. Regarding the deceased villagers of Wolong village, Lin Shi felt no obligation to rescue them. Their demise at the hands of the wild boars was, in fact, the best outcome for him, as it would ensure that no one would trouble him near his safe house in the future. Confirming that no living souls remained in Wolong village, Lin Shi departed towards the east. As he made his way to the eastern suburbs, he encountered many individuals heading in the same direction, evidently summoned by the same notification. The journey was uneventful, with no one daring to provoke trouble. Occasionally, small squads of soldiers could be seen patrolling the streets. The trek from the western to the eastern suburbs could take an entire day on foot. Lin Shi found an unoccupied spot to retrieve his snowmobile, avoiding the crowds as he rode a considerable distance, only reclaiming his space as he approached the eastern suburbs. At last, he arrived at the eastern suburbs around noon. Upon reaching the eastern suburbs, Lin Shi realized that although he had arrived swiftly, he was not among the earliest. Many residents of the eastern suburbs had already gathered at the entrance of the Shanghai apartment complex. Numerous survivors had rushed to the eastern suburbs upon receiving notifications the previous day, even though nighttime temperatures dropped by 10 to 20 degrees compared to daytime. Some individuals with sick, starving, or freezing family members could not afford to be concerned about the cold and raced to reach the eastern suburbs. Many survivors appeared gaunt and weak, their footsteps unsteady, amid the throng of people and the clamor of voices. Lin Shi could not even see the entrance to the Shanghai apartment, having come to gather information. He was not in a hurry to approach and instead stood quietly at the periphery of the crowd, observing the situation. Before long, a piercing horn echoed from the front of the crowd, followed by a gruff voice that resonated in everyone's ears. Silence. Everyone listen closely, form 5 lines, and queue up in order. Disruptors will be executed. The mere utterance of the word execute sent a chilling wave through the crowd. If that alone did not instill fear, the synchronized sound of soldiers cocking their weapons finally subdued the raucous crowd. Moments latte. Some astute survivors managed to push to the front and form a queue, while others scrambled to join in line. Lin Shi followed suit, positioning himself at the end of one of the lines. At this juncture, a younger voice emerged from the loudspeaker, sounding less menacing than the previous speaker. Everyone, please queue up, have your ID cards ready, and register your identities before entering the complex to collect supplies. 1 ID card per supply. For family representatives, please present a household register or marriage certificate as proof. Those attempting to claim supplies without proper documentation will lose their eligibility for future distributions. We appreciate your understanding during this special period to prevent chaos. Job applicants, please register on the left. Observing from the back of the crowd, Lin Shi noted that although visibility was poor, the line was moving at a reasonable pace, indicating that the scrutiny was not overly stringent. After a while, a commotion erupted at the front of the line. My surname is Chun. Why can't I collect supplies for my son who bears my wife's surname, Huang? What is the problem? A man at the front of the queue shouted in agitation. The registrar responded, to collect supplies on behalf of a family member. You must provide a household register or your wife's identification and marriage certificate. I traveled all the way from the Southern District. I didn't bring those documents. Without documentation, you can only collect supplies for yourself. Hey, aren't you supposed to serve the people? What kind of service attitude is this? Do you dare to refuse me? The man was about to continue when suddenly a cold gun barrel pressed against his forehead. Do you not understand what I said? You can collect on behalf of someone only with identification. Otherwise, you may collect only your own share. Disruptors will be executed. The voice belonged to the same gruff speaker from earlier. The man clad in a green military coat appeared exceptionally robust, with a square, rugged face, and one eye exhibiting an abnormal murky hue, hinting at past injuries that added a layer of ferocity to his otherwise stern visage. The deadly tone combined with the icy touch of the gun barrel caused the disruptive man's legs to weaken, and he dropped to the ground. Why, yes. The man scrambled to take a token from the registrar and hurriedly traversed the right side passage into the apartment. Many who had harbored similar thoughts as the disruptive man were dissuaded by this scene. The queue moved forward at an even quicker pace. Shortly after, Lin Shi observed individuals who had previously registered exiting the apartment, each carrying a large black bag. The attention of those still in line immediately shifted to the bags, as if they wished to peer inside and discern the contents. A bold individual shouted, "Hey, what did you get?" The recipient, however, offered no reply, tightening his grip on the bag before hastily departing. As the line progressed, after 3 hours of waiting, Lin Shi found himself near the front, with only a handful of people ahead of him. Aside from the stringent scrutiny involved in the process of assisting others with the collection of supplies, individuals merely need to register their identification information and disclose their pre-apocalypse professions to gain entry into the apartment for retrieval of provisions. Those whose professions align with the criteria for constructing shelters are offered an additional olive branch, directing them elsewhere. Lin Shi's attention was particularly drawn to the man standing resolutely before the soldiers. This individual exuded an aura of ironclad determination, his sharp gaze commanding equal gravitas to that of the armed soldiers flanking him. Earlier, a soldier approached him to report, and Lin Shi vaguely overheard the soldier address him as Major General Lin. Could this man be the leader of the Shi military forces? Lin Shi refrained from staring too intently, lest he attract attention. Soon, it was Lin Shi's turn in line. He produced the identification card of Li Heo and presented it before the registrar. The registrar glanced at Lin Shi, recorded his age and gender, and inquired, "What was your previous occupation? Why are you wearing a mask?" Lin Shi coughed forcefully a few times, his voice slightly hoarse as he replied, "I was an accountant. I've been suffering from a severe cough recently, and I fear I may have contracted the flu. Do you have any medication among your supplies?" The registrar, after another look at the ID and Lin Shi, handed back the card along with a metal tag, stating, "Take this tag to collect your supplies." Next, Lin Shi accepted the items and proceeded through the corridor demarcated by soldiers into the apartment. Once inside, he found the layout straightforward, with 2 armed soldiers stationed every meter along the way, effectively creating a fortified passage. By following the corridor outlined by the soldiers, he could reach the supply collection point. He examined the cool metal tag in his hand, which was essentially a rectangular piece of material. It resembled aluminum alloy, imprinted with a seal of the Xiaogui emblem. The edges were not finely finished, and carelessness could lead to injury. The process of issuing metal tags and obtaining supplies seemed somewhat redundant. Yet Lin Shi understood the rationale behind it. If supplies were distributed directly at the entrance, they would accumulate outside, vulnerable to the elements and difficult to manage. Furthermore, amidst a throng of survivors, the sight of provisions could incite frenzied attempts to seize them, potentially igniting chaos. Such disorder could jeopardize security at the apartment's entrance. This method effectively diverted crowds and deterred ill-intentioned individuals, ensuring that any attempt at theft within the apartment would be met with rigorous defense. This approach minimized unrest and unforeseen incidents, maintaining external vigilance while allowing internal flexibility. This was merely Lin Shi's interpretation. There could undoubtedly be more profound reasons. As he rounded a corner, he encountered someone returning with supplies. A fleeting glance revealed the familiar face of Qian Liangliang, whose wary demeanor suggested he was guarding his possessions with great vigilance. Having endured considerable hardship over the past few days, he had initially managed to cleverly acquire 2 garments and a modest amount of food, but soon found himself unable to procure anything further. To make matters worse, he had been robbed, nearly losing his life in the process. Starved for 2 days, he had hurried here before dawn, finally securing supplies. Noticing Lin Shi's gaze, Qian Liangliang's expression hardened. That day, Lin Shi had been masked and hatted, accompanied by the Demon King. Thus Qian Liangliang failed to recognize him. "What are you staring at?" Qian Liangliang shot back, hastening towards the apartment entrance. At this moment, Lin Shi recalled their prior encounter and withdrew his gaze. The supply collection point was located within the property hall of the apartment, where a queue was also forming, though not as extensive as at the entrance. Lin Shi found himself once again at the back of the line. After a while, an elderly woman circumvented him, hastily inserting herself at the front of the queue. Immediately, voices of dissent arose. "Hey, old lady, why are you cutting in line?" The elderly woman, hands on her hips, retorted, "I am quite frail, and my legs are weary from walking all day. It is only proper for you young folks to show some courtesy. Look, even the soldiers are silent." The crowd glanced at the impassive soldiers guarding the supplies, and many resigned themselves to silence. Yet some could not contain their frustration, protesting, "Haven't we all walked a long distance and waited just as long? Just because you're old, does that give you the right to cut in? Your stamina doesn't seem inferior to ours." The elderly woman cast a disdainful look at the speaker. "Young man, everyone else is silent. Why do you insist on making an issue of this? Can you not be a bit more magnanimous? Continuing to argue will benefit none of us. Stay quiet. Ignoring the wisdom of the elderly leads to misfortune. Understand?" The elderly woman was not to be trifled with, especially when she possessed a sharp wit. Her words rendered the young man seemingly unreasonable, leaving him a loss for words. Not listening to the elderly's advice, living joyfully for a few years, I suppose. At that moment, a young man in front of Lin Shi suddenly laughed and stepped forward, pulling the elderly woman from the crowd. Everyone was taken aback. It was rare for someone to intervene in such situations. Those who had initially been displeased with the elderly woman's actions now wore expressions of amusement, finding delight in witnessing her being reprimanded. Lin Shi watched the unfolding scene with keen interest. "What are you doing? Let go of me." The young man exerted considerable strength, and despite the elderly woman's struggles, she was pulled away from the queue. Turning to rejoin the line, the crowd tightened their formation, denying her the opportunity to reinsert herself. Realizing her attempt to cut in had failed, the elderly woman began berating the young man. "Are you insane? I didn't cut in front of you. Why do you care so much?" The young man merely chuckled and returned to the queue, positioning himself behind Lin Shi. The elderly woman seethed with frustration, yet dared not escalate the matter further, muttering curses as she took her place behind the young man. "What a wicked person. You still have to queue again. You think you're doing a good deed, but no one is letting you back in." The young man leaned towards Lin Shi and asked, "May I return to my previous spot?" Lin Shi gestured for him to proceed. The young man raised an eyebrow, a smug grin directed at the infuriated elderly woman, and stepped back in front of Lin Shi. Lin Shi found this individual quite intriguing. The mere act of shifting positions held little significance. What captivated him was the young man's demeanor, which contrasted sharply with the pervasive despondency surrounding them. Rather than succumbing to the bleakness of the apocalypse, this young man embodied a carefree spirit reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic era. Lin Shi had not perceived this distinction while standing in line, but following this display of assertiveness, he immediately recognized the young man's uniqueness. Perhaps it was the intense gaze of Lin Shi that prompted the young man to suddenly turn his head, blinking at Lin Shi with bright, clear eyes that were devoid of the despondency, despair, and wariness that were prevalent among those around him. Instead, he harbored an emotion that Lin Shi could not quite decipher. "Thank you," the young man said with a smile. Lin Shi nodded slightly, lowering his gaze and choosing not to look at the young man any further. Regardless of how extraordinary he might be, he remained a person unrelated to Lin Shi's own existence. After waiting for more than half an hour, it was finally Lin Shi's turn to receive supplies. Like everyone else, he handed over his metal token. Upon inspection, The staff retrieved a black bag from a cart behind them and presented it to Lin Shi. The bag was fluffy, weighing around a dozen gene. In another line, someone opened their supplies and angrily threw the contents on the ground, exclaiming, "Is this all we get to eat for a week? Are they trying to starve us?" Lin Shi cast a glance at the bag. Inside were several packets of instant noodles, 3 loaves of bread, a sausage, 2 candles, a box of matches, a few packets of cold medicine, and some frozen vegetables and fruits. Discontented murmurs immediately erupted from the crowd. Perhaps due to previous disturbances, soldiers quickly approached to retrieve the bag, coldly stating, "If you don't want it, then go find something else." These supplies were salvaged at great risk, with our personnel suffering frostbite in the process. Even the troops from Shashur were ill-prepared for such extreme cold. Suitable winter clothing was scarce, even if enough clothing could be collected. Waterproof snow boots and gloves were virtually non-existent in Shashur. In recent days, many soldiers had sustained frostbite, some even losing fingers and toes. Everyone was acutely aware of the dire conditions outside, and the disgruntled individual could not maintain their defiant stance. They snatched their bag back and stormed off, realizing that having these supplies was fortunate, as in a few months, they would be hard-pressed to find anything to eat. Lin Shi thought to himself. He had not yet departed when he noticed a massive notice affixed to the wall of the hall. It detailed the exchange rates for supplies based on contribution points, along with a list of items that could be acquired in return for those points. Nearby, paper and pens were available for individuals to copy the information. Lin Shi also took a sheet and transcribed the information. 100 kilograms of sand could be exchanged for 5 contribution points, 100 kilograms of cement for 10 points, and 100 kilograms of rebar for 20 points, among other construction materials. The list included undamaged circuit boards, various electrical appliances, automotive parts, and precision components, all redeemable for contribution points. What truly piqued interest was the detailed list of items available for exchange with contribution points. Chapter 76, Supply Exchange List. The exchange list indicated that 5 contribution points could secure a packet of instant noodles, a loaf of bread, or a sausage. 10 points could be exchanged for 5 gene of charcoal, 1 liter of diesel, or a candle, 20 points for a cotton coat, a blanket, or a 5-volt battery, 200 points for a military flashlight or a military horn, 500 points for the right to reside in a single-person shelter, 1,000 points for a cold weapon, including types such as a spade, military knife, or bayonet, 2,000 points for a dagger that was effective at a distance of 10 meters, comparable to a handgun, 3,000 points for a specialized bow or pistol used by the Siagwa military, 5,000 points for a genetic pill that could repair genes and strengthen the body, facilitating minor healing for internal and external injuries, and 10,000 points for a genetic tablet with similar effects. The earlier supplies were attainable for survivors willing to invest time and effort to gather contribution points, especially for electronic components, which could yield dozens of points per item. With a stroke of luck, finding a few could alleviate hunger concerns. What astonished Lin Shi was the presence of 2 items that were previously thought impossible: genetic tablets and genetic pills. A glimmer of intrigue crossed Lin Shi's eyes. Upon seeing these 2 items, he recalled the pills and tablets he had acquired from the Shun family. The existence of such items within the military, while surprising, was not entirely implausible. If the Shun family possessed them, it was reasonable to assume that the state had also developed them. In his past life, Lin Shi had heard rumors of military personnel unlocking their genetic potential. What he had not anticipated was that the commander of Shashur would utilize these items as incentives for survivors. Ordinary people had little understanding of these pills. While they could indeed repair genes, to some extent, they were only effective for those who had unlocked their genetic potential. For normal individuals, the benefits were minimal, offering only slight enhancements to physical strength, far less than what could be achieved through physical training. As for healing injuries, Lin Shi acknowledged the potential, but it was only beneficial for minor wounds. In severe cases like those endured by Shun Jinbin, one would need to consume 6 pills at once to stabilize their condition, followed by modern medical intervention for recovery. In the absence of modern medical facilities, even consuming 10 pills would not guarantee survival in the event of a grave injury. Thus, this feature seemed rather impractical. Lin Shi recognized that these items were merely a gimmick, akin to the allure of a lottery's grand prize, enticing individuals to partake. The prospect of accumulating 10,000 contribution points within a short time frame was unfeasible. Should someone achieve this, it would likely take years. What truly caught Lin Shi's attention was the 3,000 contribution point bow. He wondered if the bow from Siagwa would prove superior to the intercepting crossbow manufactured by the Lighthouse Nation, given Siagwa's long history with archery. Observing the batteries and flashlights, Lin Shi speculated that the Shasher military likely had a substantial stock of well-sealed military supplies, perhaps stored underground, untouched by electromagnetic storms. However, aside from the flashlight and horn, it was unlikely they would release anything of greater significance. After hastily copying the list, Lin Shi emerged from the supply distribution center around 3 in the afternoon. In about an hour, darkness would descend. Upon returning to the entrance of the Shanghai apartment, he could already hear soldiers using a loudspeaker to disperse the still numerous crowd. In half an hour, today's supply distribution will conclude. Those who have not yet received supplies should return tomorrow. Soldiers with military loudspeakers circulated to notify those arriving from behind. Discontent and complaints resonated through the crowd, with some reluctant to leave. As Lin Shi stepped out of the Shanghai apartment, it did not take long for him to notice several ill-intentioned gazes directed at him. These individuals had fixated on him since he exited the building. The proximity to the Shanghai apartment meant that there were more patrolling soldiers in the vicinity than elsewhere. Lin Shi quietly scoffed, maintaining his composure as he continued walking. After traversing 2 kilometers and passing through an uninhabited street, the group could no longer contain themselves. 6 masked men, divided into 2 groups, blocked Lin Shi's path forward and backward. One of the masked men brandished a fruit knife, pointing it at Lin Shi, and declared, "Hand over what you have, and we may spare your life." Lin Shi raised the bag in his hand, giving it a shake, and replied, "Here you go." A flicker of delight flashed in the masked man's eyes as he stepped forward, intent on seizing the bag. However, as he drew closer, Lin Shi took a decisive step, grasping the masked man's right hand and plunging the fruit knife into his abdomen. Swiftly withdrawing the blade, Lin Shi charged towards the 2 individuals who had yet to react. Moments later, the icy ground was stained with the presence of 6 silent corpses. Ever since the ordeal with Shun Jinbin, Lin Shi had made it a practice to ensure that a body had completely lost all vital signs before departing, or to directly store it in his space. Given the previously established characteristic of his space, which could not contain living beings, any corpse that could be stored was unequivocally devoid of life. Initially, he had intended to store these 6 bodies, yet inexplicably, upon eliminating them, he was still beset by an unsettling sensation of being watched. Though he could not ascertain its source, Lin Shi remained on high alert, refraining from utilizing his space, and after confirming their lifelessness, he rose to leave. After a considerable time had passed, a figure emerged in the snow, bearing a head with distorted features. Had Lin Shi been present, he would have recognized the face of the head as that of the elderly woman who had previously cut in line at the supply station. The bearer of the head was none other than the peculiar young man who had appeared harmless while standing in front of Lin Shi. The young man cast a knowing smile in the direction Lin Shi had departed, the expression inscrutable yet intriguing. Once Lin Shi had vacated that street, the sensation of being scrutinized dissipated. For further precaution, he continued on for several kilometers before finding a concealed corner to store the bag in his space. After changing his attire, he retrieved a snowmobile and set off towards the western suburbs. By the time he was en route, night had fallen, with darkness enveloping the surroundings. Lin Shi no longer concealed himself, boldly driving his snowmobile onto the main thoroughfare. The only illumination on the pitch-black streets emanated from Lin Shi's headlights, drawing the attention of numerous shivering survivors rushing along. "What on earth is that?" someone exclaimed in astonishment. "A snowmobile. Please give me a ride." Another cried, enviously, "Where did that snowmobile come from?" Someone else questioned, incredulous, "Are there still vehicles operational? I'll search for one tomorrow." Another pondered, harboring a flicker of hope. Lin Shi's visage remained obscured beneath his goggles and mask, rendering him unrecognizable, while onlookers could only watch with a mix of envy and resentment as he sped away. Upon reaching the western suburbs, Lin Shi stored the snowmobile in his space to prevent anyone from tracing him through the tracks it left behind. After erasing his footprints, he returned to the outskirts of Wulong Village, the clock nearing 7 in the evening. The moment he stepped into Wulong Village, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Chapter 77. Encounter with a source beast since the onset of the extreme cold. The absence of chirping insects and birds had rendered the already silent night even more eerily quiet. The entirety of Wulong village lay shrouded in darkness. The village entrance resembling the gaping maw of a beast, waiting for Lin Shi to enter. As he surveyed the darkness, an instinctual sense of danger stirred within him. Although no living villagers remained in Wulong village, the threats of a night rarely emanated from humans. Instead, they often arose from wild beasts or even source beasts, driven by hunger in the deep mountains. Wulong village, being a mountainous hamlet, naturally faced a higher likelihood of encountering wild creatures or source beasts than other locales. Every advantage comes with its disadvantages. By choosing this secluded location, the probability of an encounter with a source beast increased. Lin Shi donned an infrared night vision device from his space. In the deep night, any warm-blooded creature within 200 meters would be rendered visible under the infrared lens. He subsequently armed himself and ventured onto the path leading outside the village. On one side of the road lay an expanse of fields, while the other was lined with the village's residences. The windless snowy night revealed the bare fields, devoid of any obstructions. Lin Shi focused his attention on the village side, advancing cautiously step by step. After several minutes of vigilance, he still saw nothing suspicious, with only the sound of his footsteps crunching through the snow accompanying him. Perhaps he was being overly cautious, he mused. Yet, he did not relax his vigilance. In the apocalypse, it was better to waste time being overly careful than to perish due to negligence. After a few more minutes, a sudden flash of red light darted through his infrared night vision. It appeared for just an instant before vanishing behind a building. What was that? Lin Shi stood still, on high alert, his grip tightening around his weapon. The appearance of the red light validated his instincts. There was indeed life within Wulong village. The fleeting red glow was surely not human. Lin Shi held his breath, fixating on the spot where the red light had just disappeared. Approximately 3 to 4 minutes later, accompanied by a strange noise, the red light flared up in the night vision once more, this time closer to his position. Time ticked away as Lin Shi remained poised for action. When the red light reappeared in his line of sight, he swiftly aimed and fired. The gunshot rang out, causing the charging creature to stumble and plummet from the air, landing heavily in the snow. Yet, it quickly regained its footing and charged at Lin Shi. This time, Lin Shi clearly discerned what the creature was, an ape-like being. In the infrared night vision, the creature's arms appeared exceptionally robust, moving on all fours, its hands larger than a basin. This was evidently a mutated gibbon. The sounds he had heard earlier were due to this gibbon swinging through the village's structures. As the gibbon approached within 100 meters, an alert from the treasure basin echoed, detected a first-tier source beast within 100 meters. Rather than feeling alarmed, Lin Shi felt exhilarated. He holstered his gun and drew a military knife. He was determined to see if he could tame this gibbon. Although he had contemplated forming a source beast army, if the beast could not be domesticated, even the ability to contain living beings in his space would not suffice for his plans. He would use this gibbon to test the feasibility of his ambitions. With his genetic lock now unlocked to the second tier, he was eager to ascertain his true combat capabilities against this first-tier gibbon. Lin Shi's eyes gleamed with determination as he brandished his military knife and charged towards the massive gibbon. The gibbon, instead of retreating, approached Lin Shi with a colossal palm, its size akin to a basin, soaring through the air with a fierce roar aimed at him. Sensing the foul odor of its fur bearing down on him, Lin Shi deftly dodged aside. He swung his knife at the gibbon's arm, the blade penetrating an inch before being firmly gripped by the creature's muscle, unable to penetrate further. Such formidable defense. His current strength had increased several-fold compared to when he had first unlocked the genetic lock. Yet the wound he inflicted was less severe than that on the previous mutated wild boar. The pain provoked an enraged roar from the gibbon, which retaliated with its other arm, striking directly at Lin Shi. Lin Shi abandoned the military knife and leapt backward, causing snow to fly in his wake. He harbored no doubt that if this strike landed on his forehead, it would crack open like a watermelon in the safe house. In an instant, the genetic lock quietly activated. Lin Shi's demeanor transformed, and he entered a profound state, unleashing a torrent of power from within. His mind swiftly assessed the strengths and weaknesses of the gibbon before him. As a primate, its defense was inferior to that of a wild boar. Yet its arms appeared to possess formidable strength and resilience, evidently altered through mutation. To subdue this gibbon, the body was the target for his assault. The gibbon, failing to strike Lin Shi, quickly spread its arms wide, attempting to embrace him fiercely. Those arms, spanning at least 2 meters, nearly sealed all avenues of retreat for Lin Shi. A military knife reappeared in Lin Shi's hand, and as the gibbon reached out, he deftly leveraged its arm, stepping onto its shoulder. With the genetic lock activated to the 2nd tier, his strength and speed surpassed that of any 1st-tier source beast. Grasping the gibbon's fur with his left hand to stabilize himself, he plunged the sharp blade of the knife toward the gibbon's neck. In mere moments, the tide of battle shifted. The gibbon let out a painful roar. Under the precise control of the genetic lock, Lin Shi skillfully avoided the gibbon's carotid artery, driving the knife deeply into its neck. A lateral thrust would sever half of its neck. Lin Shi, undeterred by whether the gibbon could comprehend, declared menacingly, "Submit to me, or I shall slay you." Chapter 78. What breed of dog is the Demon King? Though the gibbon could not grasp Lin Shi's words, animals inherently fear death, understanding the sensation of their lives being held in another's hands. The mutated gibbon was evidently more intelligent than an ordinary animal. It chose not to fight to the death, but ceased its assault, remaining motionless. If Lin Shi could have gazed into the gibbon's eyes, he would have seen the round, fearful glimmer of panic within them. Immediately, Lin Shi attempted to communicate with the space, seeking to draw the gibbon within. However, this endeavor was not as seamless as it had been with the Demon King. As he concentrated on pulling the gibbon into the space, he sensed a resistance. Lin Shi tightened his grip, pushing the knife deeper, his voice laced with a lethal threat. "Do not resist." Time was of the essence. The activation of the genetic lock lasted only 8 seconds before he would succumb to weakness. Should he fail, he would have to eliminate the gibbon to prevent any threat to himself. Aware that wild animals could not comprehend human speech, he could only exude his murderous intent to convey his meaning. If this failed, he would have to devise another plan next time. Lin Shi mentally counted down 5, 4, 3, 2. In the next instant, the gibbon vanished from beneath his feet in the snow. Lin Shi landed successfully. He quickly focused his consciousness into the space to investigate. The gibbon appeared bewildered on the ground of the space. Noticing the blood still flowing from its neck, it instinctively grabbed a handful of dirt and pressed it against its wound, glancing around in alarm. Lin Shi withdrew his consciousness. Immediately, a wave of weakness washed over him. This time, he did not stagger to the ground, but steadied his legs to maintain balance. He retrieved his firearm, scanning the surroundings with his infrared night vision goggles. Despite his frailty, he remained vigilant. After all, he was still outside in the darkness. The emergence of another source beast was a distinct possibility. Lin Shi pondered the earlier decision to leave the Demon King behind, fearing that housing a living creature in the space might pose unforeseen risks, such as insufficient oxygen over time or other drawbacks of prolonged confinement. Initially, he intended to venture into the mountains over the next few days to capture a wild beast for experimentation. Now, he had the perfect opportunity with this gibbon. Once he confirmed that the space could indeed accommodate a source beast for an extended duration, he would take the Demon King with him on future excursions. With the Demon King as a sentinel, he would not have to worry about safety after unlocking the genetic lock. Regaining his composure, Lin Shi stepped steadily towards the safe house. After half an hour, he finally returned to the sanctuary. The Demon King, hearing the door open, rushed forward, sniffing Lin Shi with curiosity. Lin Shi instinctively reached out to stroke the Demon King, running his fingers through the newly grown short fur before heading to the bathroom to wash off the bloodied clothes. Successfully capturing a source beast was a monumental achievement for him. Whether he could fully train this gibbon to serve him like the Demon King remained to be seen. After dinner, Lin Shi attempted to communicate with the gibbon in the space. However, despite its intelligence, having lived in the wild, it could not decipher human language. The sudden sound startled it, causing it to dart around anxiously within the confines of the space. Lin Shi contemplated and glanced at the obedient Demon King, who was watching a tutorial video. "Demon King, I have a task for you." The Demon King turned its head, looking at Lin Shi with confusion. "Woof? Minutes later, Lin Shi observed the scene in his consciousness space, sighing as he watched the gibbon flee while the Demon King chased after it, barking excitedly. The key was the Demon King's expression, despite Lin Shi's request for it to be friendly. The Demon King had somehow adopted a grin that appeared menacing on its canine face, resembling that of a pervert. It seemed communication between different species was not as straightforward as he had hoped. Lin Shi sighed, realizing he had been overly eager. Although both were mammals, it was still challenging for an unilingual Xia countryman to converse with a foreigner who had not learned Xia language, especially in an unfamiliar and tense environment. Moreover, upon seeing the gibbon, the Demon King appeared to unleash some primal instinct, behaving rather mischievously. At that moment, Lin Shi realized he had never truly understood what breed the Demon King was. With a thought, he released the Demon King from space. Upon emerging, the Demon King seemed reluctant to leave, glancing back at Lin Shi as if wanting to try again. Lin Shi smiled wryly and said, "It's still a bit shy. Let's give it a few days." He observed the Demon King closely. With the previously shorn fur beginning to regrow, he could discern its colors: pointed ears, dark gray fur on its back, white fur from its neck to belly and paws. Except for its black nose, the mouth and area around the eyes were white. But a streak of dark gray fur ran between its eyes and forehead. Though Lin Shi had never owned a dog, he felt a sense of familiarity with the Demon King's appearance. The Demon King tilted its head, staring intently at Lin Shi. Lin Shi immediately dismissed his internal speculation. It should not be the case. The Demon King is remarkably gentle, never causing havoc, and is significantly larger than that type of dog, with longer fur as well. Lin Shi, comparing the creature before him to a dog from a film on his computer, earnestly inquired, "Demon King, you are an Alaskan Malamute, are you not?" The Demon King blinked, responding with a soft bark. Lin Shi felt relieved. It was evident that the self-healing abilities of the source beasts were remarkably potent. Upon waking the next day, Lin Shi discovered that the gibbon's wounds had ceased to bleed. He retrieved some fruit from another vacuum space to feed the gibbon. During each feeding, he conversed with the gibbon, allowing it to become accustomed to his voice. This gibbon proved to be even more intelligent than Lin Shi had anticipated. The intellect of mutated beasts is enhanced, especially for primates that inherently possess higher intelligence than ordinary animals. Realizing it could not escape, the gibbon gradually calmed down and no longer feared Lin Shi's sudden sounds. 2 days later, the gibbon was significantly less anxious than when it first arrived and was even able to interact amicably with the Demon King. Lin Shi rubbed his temples and pulled the exuberant Demon King from the space. Over the past 2 days, he had confirmed that keeping living beings in the space for extended periods posed no issues. Today, he intended to venture to the eastern suburbs to gather gold. In the preceding days, he had only scouted the eastern suburbs without time to collect gold. He had visited all the gold shops in the other 2 suburban directions and amassed over 100 kilograms of gold and other jewelry, just enough to elevate the level of his item replication. Upon upgrading, the data for the treasure pot was as follows. Storage space. Complete the spatial volume can enlarge with the user's source power, allowing for the storage of living beings. Function. Item replication 765. Money points required for upgrade 2 for 180,000. The replication count had increased by 384, with the required money points doubling. This marked the 8th upgrade. Lin Shi took time to replicate various resources within the space, consuming 15 replication counts. He replicated items such as generators, medicines, outdoor survival tools, and winter clothing in smaller quantities. He also replicated fast-depleting resources like coal and wood. There remained 750 replication counts available. After once again admonishing the Demon King and Gibbon not to engage in conflict, Lin Shi stored the Demon King in the space, donned his gear, and set out. Today, heavy snow fell outside, prompting Lin Shi to wear a waterproof and warm ensemble, ensuring all from his hat to his boots were water-resistant. Traveling in snowy conditions necessitates waterproof attire. Otherwise, even the thickest clothing fails to provide warmth. Snowflakes melting on one's body and freezing upon the clothing can chill one to the bone. On the way, he encountered survivors wielding umbrellas, their feet wrapped in nylon and plastic bags to prevent water leakage. They would occasionally shake their umbrellas to dislodge the snow, avoiding excessive burden while walking. Survivors on the road gazed with envy and jealousy at Lin Shi's attire. Following the distribution of supplies by the Sha City military, news had spread to surrounding villages and counties, prompting families to flock toward Sha City. The blizzard and low temperatures had claimed many lives in this city within a mere half-month. Individuals arriving from nearby areas would knock on windows, and upon confirming that a household was vacant, would force entry, either by picking locks or breaking windows. They would discard the frozen corpses within onto the street, repair the windows, and settle in as if it were their own home. Consequently, the number of survivors in Sha City visibly increased, disrupting the fragile order that had just begun to stabilize. While direct confrontations might not occur on the main roads, in alleys or deserted areas, one could always find a few bodies lying lifeless in the snow. After a night, these corpses would be covered by the heavy snowfall. No one knew how many bodies lay beneath the paths they traversed. Lin Shi dealt with a few indiscreet individuals, preparing to find a secluded spot to retrieve his snowmobile. Just as he entered a narrow path, he heard cries for mercy not far away. Such situations had become commonplace, and he chose to ignore it and continue on his way. "I will fight you." A loud shout erupted, followed by hurried footsteps approaching Lin Shi, growing ever closer. "Quick, pursue, you little brat. If I catch you, I will skin you alive." Qian Liang desperately burst forth from a trio of murderous individuals, fleeing for his life. Upon spotting Lin Shi, he exclaimed, "Help! There are robbers and murderers." Seeing Lin Shi feign ignorance and continue walking, Qian Liang's eyes glinted with malice as he reached out to grab Lin Shi's back. Since he had chosen not to assist, he would not mind using Lin Shi as a scapegoat. Yet, it seemed as if Lin Shi's back possessed eyes. He merely shifted slightly, allowing Qian Liang to grasp at nothing. Momentarily taken aback, Qian Liang did not dare linger and prepared to continue his escape. However, as he took a step, he tripped over an unseen foot, losing his balance and tumbling face first into the snow, landing unceremoniously. It was Lin Shi's leg that had impeded his path. Lin Shi, looking down from above, noted that this was their third encounter, perhaps due to the smallness of Sha City. Qian Liang cast a resentful glance at Lin Shi, attempting to rise again to flee. However, this delay had allowed the three pursuers to catch up. One man clad in a black down jacket swiftly kicked Qian Liang back into the snow as he tried to stand. "You little brat, now you can't run. Try running again. Dare to kick me? Go on, give it another shot." As Qian Liang attempted to rise, the man plunged a knife into his leg, eliciting a blood-curdling scream that pierced the air. "Shut up. If you scream again, I will kill you. Where's the food? Hand it over quickly." Qian Liang, in agony, cried out through tears, "My food was stolen a few days ago. I truly have none left, brothers. Otherwise, I would be out here alone looking for something, risking being caught by you." He turned to Lin Shi, his eyes filled with malice as he pointed at him, saying, "Look at how well he is dressed. He must have food at home. I know he has a dog. If you kill that dog, you can eat well for several days. I beg you, brothers, spare me." Qian Liang had recognized Lin Shi as the person who had been with the dog a few days prior. Given Lin Shi's distinctive appearance, he was particularly memorable, as such attire was rare in all of Sha City. Meanwhile, the Demon King, playing with the gibbon in the space, remained oblivious to the looming threat over his existence. The other two individuals, upon hearing Qian Liang's words, licked their lips and advanced toward Lin Shi with their knives drawn. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin Shi's eyes as he reached for his waist. At that moment, a synchronized sound of footsteps approached. Lin Shi halted his movements. Only well-trained soldiers could produce such sounds nearby. One of the assailants, clearly experienced, hurriedly whispered, "This little brat just shouted too loudly and attracted the soldiers." They quickly propped up Qian Liang to shield themselves, covering the blood on the ground with snow. Another individual pressed a knife against Qian Liang's back, warning, "Do not make a sound. If we are discovered, you will be the first to die. If you cooperate with us, we will spare your life shortly, understand?" Qian Liang nodded eagerly. Another individual threatened Lin, stating that if he dared to seek help, they would kill him first. The three thugs swiftly assumed a threatening stance. In a mere moment, a group of soldiers approached, inquiring about the situation. The man blocking Qian Liang's path displayed an awkward expression towards the leading soldier and said, We five came out together to gather supplies. My brother just fell and cried out a bit loudly. We sincerely apologize. Qian Liang was firmly concealed behind one of the thugs, attempting to subtly signal for help, but felt the blade's tip pierce his clothing from behind, rendering him immobile. The other two also quickly donned innocent expressions. The leading soldier scanned the group with suspicion. Observing Lin, who appeared distinctly out of place, he inquired, "Is that so?" Chapter 80. The disappearance of gold. It was evident that these soldiers were aware of the current situation in Shushi. Upon hearing this, the three thugs broke into a cold sweat. If the soldiers of the Shushi garrison discovered any robbery, they would promptly imprison the offenders in a nearby security office. Rumor had it that this office had been overcrowded in recent days. Those who believed that the current security office operated like the one before the apocalypse were sorely mistaken. Inmates would be crammed into a single cell with dozens of others, deprived of food and bedding. While the sheer number of bodies might prevent freezing to death, the filth, chaos, and constant hunger, not to mention the uncertainty of their confinement duration, rendered the experience truly horrific. Naturally, there was the option of resistance, but the consequence of that was death. Those who committed murder would be shot on the spot. The three thugs turned their attention sharply toward Lin. Qian Liang, trapped behind one of the thugs, felt an overwhelming surge of joy, silently urging, "You damned fool, just blink and I may be saved." Just as everyone anticipated Lin would call for help, he glanced at Qian Liang, inadvertently catching his ecstatic expression. He shook his head at the soldiers, stating, "I'm not being held captive." The joy on Qian Liang's face froze, replaced by disbelief. The three thugs exchanged glances of surprise, but also breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, cries for help echoed from the street outside, with someone shouting, "Help." The leading soldier's expression tightened, and disregarding the strange atmosphere surrounding the five, he hurriedly led his squad outside. Once the soldiers departed, the three thugs resumed their menacing demeanor. One of them, glaring at Qian Liang with an expression of vengeance, ordered, "Strip off your clothes and shoes and get lost." Qian Liang had initially thought he had missed his chance to seek help from the soldiers and was doomed. However, seeing that the three were genuinely letting him go, he quickly shed his clothing and shoes, ignoring the cold. He could guarantee that he had never undressed this swiftly, even on the first night in bed. As he stripped, he shot a triumphant glance at Lin, mouthing the words, "Serves you right." Another thug directed his words at Lin, saying, "Kid, see? We only seek wealth, not lives. You performed decently just now. Remove your clothing and hat, and bring your dog." However, his sentence was cut short as he felt a sharp pain in his neck, the remaining words dying on his lips. Qian Liang continued to undress when a heavy object thudded into the snow nearby, prompting him to turn and witness an unforgettable scene. The three men, who had just moments ago displayed such ferocity, now lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies and heads forever severed. The expressions on their severed heads still reflected their earlier menace, as if they could not comprehend their demise. In an instant, Qian Liang realized why Lin had not called for help. It was unnecessary. Upon seeing Lin's cold, unfeeling gaze, Qian Liang, even with his pants halfway off, dropped to his knees in the snow, banging his head on the ground, pleading, "Spare me, big brother, please spare me." Lin naturally would not let go of someone who had threatened him, swiftly swinging his knife towards Qian Liang's neck. At that moment, as if struck by divine inspiration, Qian Liang exclaimed, "Big brother, I know a place with abundant gold." Lin halted his hand, resting the blade against Qian Liang's throat, narrowing his eyes with a fierce glint, demanding, "How do you know I need gold?" "Big brother, it was all over town. You went out with a big dog to smash a gold store and even killed a monster." "I heard about it too," Qian Liang replied, a mix of fear and a forced grin on his face, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, quickly turning to frost. "I know where there is a considerable amount of gold." He continued, "I once worked at a unit where my superior had a penchant for buying gold." He hesitated. Lin interrupted impatiently. "Are you toying with me? How much gold can one person buy? Does the gold of the person you mentioned surpass that of the gold store?" Qian Liang, suddenly aware of his precarious situation, hurriedly insisted, No, not just a little. There's indeed a lot. I heard many people have brought him gold. He is my superior." He glanced at Lin furtively. Such words were normally taboo, but given the state of the world, what did it matter? If he spoke, his life was already forfeit. Seeing Lin momentarily retract his murderous intent, Qian Liang realized his life was spared for the time being. "Where is it?" Lin inquired. He had initially intended to gather gold in the eastern suburbs today before exploring other cities. However, without prior reconnaissance, gathering would be significantly slower. Accelerating the process would be ideal. Qian Liang's eyes darted, and he grinned. "Big brother, if I tell you, Woon Ti, I be sealing my fate? I'm not that foolish. How about this? I will take you there, and once you have the gold, you let me go. What do you say?" Lin sheathed his knife, ordering, "Put on your clothes and leave me there." As he watched Qian Liang hurriedly dress, Lin's voice turned icy. "If you fail to provide the gold I seek, you will regret ever living this long." After 8 years in the apocalypse, he had learned several methods to make life unbearable in extreme cold. Qian Liang shivered, glancing at the 3 lifeless figures whose blood had frozen into ice shards, hastily affirming, "I would never dare." Once Qian Liang was dressed, Lin discreetly retrieved a golf ball from his backpack, a remnant from a shipment of sports equipment collected at the port. He handed the golf ball to Qian Liang, instructing, "Hold this in your mouth." Qian Liang stared wide-eyed at Lin, who narrowed his eyes. The threat implicit: "If you dare to shout outside, I will kill you." A ball of this size would render one incapable of speaking. Qian Liang reluctantly held the object in his mouth and donned the mask that Lin Shi handed over. To the casual observer, nothing seemed amiss. Initially considering escaping once they reached the street, Qian Liang now felt an inexplicable urge to utter a curse that he could not decide whether to speak or suppress. Chapter 81. The search for gold. After more than 2 hours, Lin Shi and Qian Liang arrived at a villa area near the eastern suburbs. With each step, Qian Liang's despair deepened. Lin Shi's vigilance was astonishing. He had not found a single opportunity to escape. The entire villa area appeared to be shorter than usual, as the lower floors and the low-lying areas of Shashur were uninhabitable. The relentless snowfall had caused snow to accumulate to over 3 meters deep, submerging the first floor entirely. The villas, typically 3 stories tall, now stood at merely 2. Following Qian Liang's directions, they approached a villa. "Is this the place?" Lin Shi inquired, pointing at the door nearly buried in snow. Qian Liang nodded with a whimper. After scanning the vicinity for anyone nearby, Lin Shi seized Qian Liang and, amid his terrified whimpering, tossed him onto the second-floor balcony, which was just over a meter above the snow. He then leapt up himself. Qian Liang landed on the balcony, dazed and seeing stars. As he attempted to rise, his gaze met another pair of eyes through the glass. They were murky and yellow, fixed intently upon him. Panic surged through him, causing him to stumble backward and nearly fall off the balcony. Upon seeing Lin Shi ascend, he quickly pointed towards the room. As Lin Shi entered, he immediately spotted a body through the floor-to-ceiling windows. It was a corpse. He pulled open the window, which was unlocked, and stepped inside a bedroom containing 2 bodies. One was a middle-aged woman lying on the bed, and the other a middle-aged man sprawled on the floor, his eyes wide open and staring in the direction of the balcony. The man bore evident signs of foul play. Upon recognizing the man's face, Qian Liang pointed and whimpered incessantly. Lin Shi instructed him to remove the golf ball lodged in his mouth so he could speak. After a struggle, Qian Liang finally extracted the ball and, with excitement, exclaimed, "This is my boss." Observing the disarray in the room, Lin Shi frowned. "Someone has been here." "What?" Qian Liang glanced around, recognizing the signs of a ransacked room, fear creeping into his expression. He was terrified that Lin Shi might retaliate in anger. "Perhaps we should search further. The gold might still be here." Even as he spoke, he doubted the likelihood of that, knowing that a thief would hardly leave anything of value behind. Though gold seemed negligible now, he clung to the hope that someday the world might return to its former state. Lin Shi, catching the glimmer of Qian Liang's intentions, remarked, "You search. I will supervise your search." Realizing his intentions had been uncovered, Qian Liang begrudgingly began to rummage through the room. Every piece of clothing, bedding, and even curtains had been torn from the villa, leaving no valuables in sight. It was cleaner than if a flood had swept through. The more he searched, the more disheartened he became, stealing glances at Lin Shi's expression. "Hurry up, or I will kill you immediately," Lin Shi urged. With a forced determination, Qian Liang continued searching. finally exclaiming with surprise as he opened what appeared to be an office. The safe is still here. The safe, though not large, was heavy and would be challenging to breach without power tools or cutting equipment. Perhaps that was why the intruders had not taken it. Lin Shi cast a cold glance at the excited Qian Liang. Even if this is filled with gold, it won't hold much. Upon hearing this, Qian Liang's initial joy evaporated and cold sweat broke out on his brow. He gestured animatedly, attempting to persuade Lin Shi there must be other places with gold. It cannot be just this. He often heard tales of corrupt officials hiding money in walls or mattresses. Lin Shi surveyed the room, tapping on the walls but finding nothing amiss. Does your boss have any peculiar habits or quirks? He queried. Peculiar habits? Qian Liang scratched his head in deep thought, when suddenly he recalled, he likes to listen to rock music. Does that count? Enjoys rock music? A middle-aged bureaucrat? Yes. I heard he even built a soundproof room for it and invites people over to enjoy it together. He is very protective of his sound system and never lets anyone touch it, Qian Liang explained. In one of the rooms they had searched earlier, there were several massive speakers. Let us check that room again, Lin Shi suggested. They returned to the previously explored room, which was lavishly decorated, featuring a massive screen and 6 oversized, extravagant speakers. Facing them was a leather sofa. Lin Shi suspected that gold might be hidden in this room. Disassemble the sofa and see what's inside, he instructed Qian Liang. As Qian Liang approached the sofa, Lin Shi moved towards the speakers, wondering how easy it would be to conceal something within such large structures. He placed his hand on the first speaker, shaking it gently. The first and second speakers felt normal, but the third was unusually heavy, more than double the weight of the first two. Lin Shi immediately reached out with his consciousness, penetrating the speaker. Indeed, he discovered gold within, solid gold bars. Each bar was approximately the size of those he had previously purchased from a bank, each weighing about 10 kilograms. This speaker contained a staggering 53 bars. He then touched the other speakers and casually asked, "How long has your boss been at your company?" "I heard he has been there for 20 to 30 years, Qian Liang replied. Lin Shi nodded, realizing the reason behind the hidden wealth. Another speaker contained over 50 bars as well. While Lin Shi diligently collected the gold, Qian Liang, who had been searching beneath the sofa, revealed a sinister expression. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a sharp blade, cautiously approaching Lin Shi, who was unaware. The thick carpet muffled his footsteps, and as he drew closer, his expression grew increasingly malevolent. Had it not been for the presence of the third person today, he would have already struck out to seize the resources for himself. Unfortunately, the unfolding events had exceeded his expectations. No matter how cautious Lin Shi was, everyone has a moment of inattention. Now was that moment. Qian Liang envisioned himself slicing Lin Shi's throat, imagining the look of despair and shock on his face. He took another step forward, slowly raising the blade in his hand. "What are you doing?" Lin Shi turned, his calm gaze locking onto Qian Liang's twisted face. Qian Liang froze, taken aback by Lin Shi's unexpected response. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Shi had already discovered the truth and was merely waiting for him to draw closer to deliver the final blow. After all, this individual had become utterly dispensable.